Ian ascended the throne as a mere boy, and before he reached manhood, his head was severed. These two sentences would be the epitaph of Emperor Ian Veracian, a child emperor swept in and out by the tempestuous tides of a turbulent era. Who would remember him? A man entered the dungeon, seizing Ian by the hair. Though his face was a mask of blood, his eyes burned with a fierce light. Uncle Ian. The man's name was Crony. A twisted family tree made him Ian's nephew, despite being 20 years his senior. With each tug of his hair, a bloody spittle dripped from Ian's lips. How did you end up like this? I told you. You lacked the qualities of an emperor. You should have refused the throne. Had you listened to me then, none of this would have happened. Ian stared back at Crony, offering no reply. Displeased by the defiance in his gaze, Crony slapped Ian hard across the face. Crack. Even a thoughtless teenager should know better than to bite off more than they can chew. That magic of yours, what good is it now? Ian sighed inwardly. Magic, a sublime and awe-inspiring power, considered a vestige of the gods, and it was the very reason Ian had ascended to the throne. Uncle, look, your precious magic can't even stop a single kick from me. Thud, thud, it was true. Bound by mana-sealing shackles, Ian was nothing more than an ordinary 19-year-old. Even if the seals were broken, facing imminent death, his fate was sealed. 1 in 10,000, they say. The first noble mage they boast, all meaningless before the edge of this blade. Swish. Crony finally drew his sword, even for a deposed emperor accused of treason to meet his end in a dank dungeon like this. A bitter laugh escaped Ian's lips. Ha, laughing. Yes, it's laughable, Crony, you haven't changed. Are you still envious of my magic? Crony's face hardened at Ian's words. Just as rarity dictates value, so too was it with mages. Scarce as they were, numbering perhaps 100 in the entire Varial Empire. It was unprecedented in the history of the Grand Varial Empire for a mage to be born into a noble family. I remember. When I was a child, a mere mana manipulator, ignorant of the world, you told me this. Mages are rare, but most are born commoners. Hide your abilities, or you'll be cast out of the manor. Ian, why bring up the past? Isn't it funny? Of course, commoners vastly outnumber nobles, so naturally most mages would be of common birth. Shut up, why are you ashamed? I said shut up. Thud, Ian's vision went black. Crony's fist had connected squarely with his eye. He felt the heel of Crony's boot grind against the back of his head. What does it matter? I stand here and you grovel at my feet. That's all that matters. Crony pressed the tip of his sword against Ian's throat. Just as he was about to end Ian's life without a moment's hesitation, a sound came from outside. Lord Crony, a message from Duke Hylan. Is it urgent? Yes, my apologies. Crony clicked his tongue, removing his foot from Ian's head. He glanced at Ian, who lay still as death before exiting the dungeon. How much time passed? Click, clatter, your majesty. The unfamiliar sound of metal and a familiar voice. Ian struggled to consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. He lacked the strength to even turn his head. He managed to shift his gaze to see Naum, the Minister of Magic, tearfully unlocking his shackles. Your Majesty, please come to your senses. Naum, what are you doing here? This is no time for questions. You must escape, you must live. Your Majesty, please find the strength. But the mana-sealing shackles wouldn't budge. Moonlight streamed through a small window, illuminating Naum's hands, raw and bleeding from his efforts. Stop, Your Majesty. I want it to end. What are you saying? Ian smiled faintly, closing his eyes again. He vividly recalled his first days in the Ministry of Magic. No, it can't end like this. Without you, the Ministry of Magic has no meaning. So please gather your strength and take my mana. If you die, it's all over. If he died, it would all be over. That was precisely what Ian longed for. He was so tired, so weary, so utterly exhausted. The past 3 years as Emperor had broken him. Your Majesty, listened to me, but Naum wouldn't give up. He gently cupped Ian's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. There's a ministry annex next to the main building of the Second Imperial Palace. You know the one? The place you went to cry every time you felt overwhelmed when you first arrived at the palace. I only cried there once. Yes, well anyway, why did he cry? Ian frowned, trying to dredge up the hazy memory. Just then Naum seemed to sense something and looked towards the dungeon entrance. Crony, having finished his business, was undoubtedly returning. I've unsealed the barrier. Hide yourself quickly. I can't, Your Majesty, go that way. If you go there, you'll find a way out. What do you mean? Naum only responded with silence. Ian realized it wasn't the dungeon's darkness that shadowed Naum's face, but worry and dread. Clinging to his fading consciousness, Ian grasped Naum's sleeve. Naum, I asked you a question. I mixed my blood with the magic. Naum, I prayed for an answer. It told me that if you went there, a path would open. I don't know why there, perhaps it's my lack of ability. Regardless, you must hurry. The power of magic defying the natural order by its very existence. The slightest imbalance could plunge one into the abyss. The church called it hell, mages called it the eternal curse. You warped space-time. I had no choice. Your Majesty, so. Why, creak, I knew it. Even if we weed out the ministry scum, it's useless if the minister himself acts like this. It was Crony. Behind him stood the man poised to succeed Naum as minister. Naum gritted his teeth, chanting a magic spell. The wavelength shimmering from his fingertips, the intricate patterns flickering and failing to shine as brightly as before. The mana-sealing shackles binding Ian's wrists were too powerful. "Now, please stop, your majesty. It's all right. There's always a chance. God doesn't give us problems without solutions." Womb. Naum's magic circle began to burn crimson, but strangely the flames weren't directed at Crony but consumed Naum's hand. "Arg, no, Naum, wait, stop," Ian cried out, lifting his head from the floor. He had no attachment to his own life, but he couldn't bear to see those precious to him die because of him. He only understood after becoming emperor. The weight of the crown was the weight of the loyalty of those who followed him. And it wasn't him who bore it, but them. Whoosh, Crony shielded his left hand from the erupting flames. If the mage behind him hadn't erected a barrier, his face would have been burned. Damn it. Meanwhile, Ian felt his consciousness slipping away again in the intense heat. As everything turned white with light and even pain became distant, Ian suddenly noticed a metallic ring echoing in his ears. Clang. Crony's sword grazed Ian's throat. This was the end of a 3-year reign. He thought he had done his best for Varial, but those who were loyal to him were devoured, and he himself was about to be beheaded. "Ian, may you never be born again." With Crony's cruel words, everything vanished. The silence was so profound it felt like the very definition of death. And then he saw a fork and a knife held awkwardly in his own hands. Ian slowly raised his head. His body felt heavy, but compared to the agony of the past few days, it was as light as air. Ian. Unfamiliar woman looked down at him from across the table. A sprawling garden, meticulously manicured flower beds, and a lavish spread of food before him. He found himself surrounded by people, all watching him. It didn't seem like hell. Was it heaven then? But the scenery wasn't that different from where he lived. Compared to the imperial palace, it even seemed a bit shabby. What's wrong with him? Ian, that's rude to our guests. I suppose her lack of manners shows no matter the occasion. Chell, watch your tongue. Ian, snap out of it. A plump boy sitting next to the woman spat out harsh words, but Ian paid him no mind. The aroma of the food before him was too enticing. Imprisoned in the dungeon, he couldn't remember the last time he had eaten. "I don't know what this is, but it's driving me crazy." He acted on pure instinct. With a graceful gesture, Ian adjusted the cutlery and assumed the proper dining posture. Then with more elegance and speed than anyone present, he began to carve and devour the steak. His movements were refined and dignified, a stark contrast to the person who had just been clutching a fork like a fist. His appreciative hum was equally restrained and low, devoid of vulgarity. The Margrave across from him, his stepmother the Countess, and his half-siblings stared at him in disbelief. The Bratz family, vulgar for nobles. That was the reputation of the Bratz family within high society, likely due to their territory bordering the savage lands, a constant source of conflict in the distant past. Though a superficial peace had recently been established, frequent exchanges of something were taking place. "Ian, your table manners are impeccable." Ian, who had been hurriedly devouring his food, snapped to attention at the old man's praise. Was it sarcasm? Had his hunger driven him to such gluttony? A pang of guilt made him clear his throat, but the old man's compliment was genuine. "Your son possesses remarkable poise, surely a testament to Count Durga's excellent tutelage." "You flatter me, Lord Malin." Count Durga, head of the Bratz family, was bewildered by the sudden shift in his son's demeanor, yet maintained a composed facade. Glancing at Ian, he replied, "Regardless, Bratz blood flows through his veins. It's only natural. Please convey my regards to His Majesty." "Of course, Count." Their cryptic exchange gave Ian pause. He stopped chewing. "His Majesty, me? No, wait, did he just say Bratz? Come to think of it." The hands holding his fork and knife felt small and frail. His perspective from the chair was low. Confused, Ian swallowed his food and reached for his wine glass. It wasn't wine, but juice. And reflected in the rounded glass wasn't his face, but that of an unfamiliar boy. Ian nearly choked. Cough. He grabbed a napkin as a boy across the table sneered. Tusk, see, I knew it was too good to be true. Chell, you should assist your brother if he makes a mistake." The boy Chell pouted. Countess Mary, under the tablecloth, gripped Chell's hand tightly, silencing him. This was no ordinary meal. Lord Malin was an official from the Central Imperial Court, here to assess Ian's suitability for formal adoption into the Bratz family. Malin offered Chell a benevolent smile before returning his attention to Ian. "Ian, I hear you've been studying philosophy lately." Malin's sudden question drew bewildered looks from Count Durga and the Countess. Ian couldn't even write his own name. The Count's bastard, born from a dalliance with a commoner, he'd received no proper education. Just moments ago, hadn't he been gulping water from the finger bowl? "He's not quite ready to discuss such matters yet." Count Durga interjected quickly, feigning protectiveness, while his gaze sharpened subtly on Ian. "You fool, I drilled you on this." He'd crammed some knowledge into the boy in preparation for Malin's visit, but the imbecile had apparently forgotten it all. The old man, undeterred, pressed on with a smile. "Learning is a journey. Knowledge is solidified through the exchange of ideas. Ian, what have you been studying recently? You're 16, yet you haven't attended any formal schooling." The near octogenarian was both gentle and firm. He'd spent his life navigating the cutthroat politics of the central administration. Such softness was a honed weapon. The Count could no longer shield Ian. All eyes were on the boy. Ian cleared his throat and dabbed his mouth with the napkin. As the Bratz family expected, he was flustered. Not because of Mullen's question, however, but because he recognized the setting, the rear courtyard of the Bratz County estate. The Bratz estate, in the body of a boy I've never seen before. He suspected now spatio-temporal magic was involved, but he couldn't be certain. Spatio-temporal magic opened a pathway between 2 points in time, inherently bound by location, meaning one had to go there. But Ian's last memory was of a dungeon, and possessing another's body for travel was unheard of. Ian, my apologies. At Mullen's prompting, Ian instinctively responded with practiced grace, a habit ingrained from his time in the imperial court, a smile that conveyed attentiveness, a subtle acknowledgement of the question's intent. The Count and his family had never seen Ian smile like that. Philosophy, Ian murmured thoughtfully. May I answer in his stead, Lord Mullen? Chell, his half-brother, couldn't contain himself. It was infuriating enough that this outsider was the center of attention at such an important dinner, but the thought of this base-born whelp being formally adopted into the Bratz family was unbearable. It was a foolish, childish attempt to steal the adult's attention, easily quelled by Countess Mary's sharp glare. Chell, Lord Mullen addressed Ian. Her eyes pleaded silently. Son, please be quiet. This is all for you. This bastard's adoption is necessary for your survival. I'm fond of the teachings of Foolin. Foolin, amidst the tension, Ian spoke softly, his utensils neatly placed aside, appetite gone. Count Durga paled. He'd never heard the name. Why not just admit ignorance? Where had the boy picked up such nonsense? Yes, while the papacy may disapprove, the humanism Foolin espouses raises crucial questions. By focusing on humanity and the truths we create, we can envision the ideal form of a ruler. It was purely personal preference. To Ian, philosophy and humanities paled in comparison to the daily struggles of a starving populace. His philosophical studies had been largely perfunctory, so he simply recited the name of a prominent intellectual he remembered. Count Durga glanced nervously at Mullen. The old man paused, seemingly surprised, then leaned closer to Ian. How do you know of Lord Foolin? Excuse me. It was Count Durga who answered, not Ian. Mullen chuckled, shaking his head. My apologies. I foolishly assumed that news travels slowly to the borderlands. I apologized to both Count Durga and Ian. No, it's quite all right. Mullen realized the Count didn't know Foolin. Had he known, his bewildered expression would have been replaced with a scowl. Lord Foolin is the youngest son of Viscount Hawkman, having just celebrated his coming-of-age ceremony. Despite his youth, he's a prodigious talent, having entered Varial University as the top student. He recently caused quite a stir in the imperial court by advocating for humanism during a scholarly debate. The news did travel slowly to the borderlands. It took a full fortnight by carriage to reach Durga County from the capital. None of them, including the Count, knew of Foolin. While everyone stared at Ian in astonishment, Ian himself was reeling. Foolin just had his coming-of-age ceremony, but he was over 100 years old. Not only was he in a foreign body, but he'd apparently traveled back in time nearly a century. It was astonishing, utterly bewildering, yet his outward composure remained impeccable, a testament to his imperial training. So you admire Lord Foolin's philosophy, but you mentioned the papacy's disapproval. What did you mean by that? Humanism posits that nothing is more important than humanity, a view that wouldn't sit well with the God-fearing papacy. A flawless answer. Mullen felt the tension of his fortnight-long journey ease. My trip has been worthwhile. I hadn't realized the new son of Count Bratz was so insightful. His Majesty will be pleased. The legitimization of a bastard wasn't particularly noteworthy among the nobility. These esteemed lords and ladies were hardly immune to indiscretions. Their illegitimate offspring were hardly scandalous. It was a common occurrence, a recurring ripple in the otherwise stagnant waters of high society. But Mullen's next words were peculiar, and the Chinryok tribe will be pleased as well. Chinryok tribe. Ian searched his memory for the familiar name. The Chinryok tribe were the barbarians east of the border. Why would they be pleased with his intellect? Then it hit him, a hostage, a bastard son offered as a guarantee of peace to the border-dwelling Chinryok tribe. I see what's happening. The Count smiled, a predatory glint in his eyes as he placed his hand over Ian's. Knowing the context, the Count's benevolent facade crumbled, revealing the devil beneath. Ian, I have no doubt you will become a symbol of peace. Peace treaties were formal agreements. Traditionally, the rulers exchanged their own children, but the barbarians were fickle, prone to sudden shifts in allegiance. Indeed, Count Durga's second eldest brother had died while crossing the border as a child hostage. Officially, it was an accident, but the truth remained shrouded in mystery. How could he send his only legitimate son, Chell, into such uncertainty? He'd hastily retrieved Ian, the bastard he'd ignored for years, to legitimize him for this very purpose. The imperial court must be aware of this. They couldn't just send any random child, hence Mullen's presence, to assess Ian's intelligence. A clever hostage provided greater diplomatic leverage, benefiting both sides. Of course, the Bratz family's autonomy within their territory took precedence, making this a semi-formal process, but it also served as a check on the local nobility by the imperial court. Ian grasped the situation instantly. Even before his death, the Bratz family had maintained this fragile peace through the exchange of hostages, a peace that ultimately ended with the Chinryok tribe's brutal annihilation of the Bratz family. The fortnight-long delay in communication with the capital had been disastrous. By the time other lords and the emperor arrived with their armies, it was too late. My great-grandfather, that was Ian's great-grandfather's fate. The emperor had driven back the Chinryok tribe and divided the conquered territory amongst the nobles and knights who had fought alongside him, concluding the incident. Ian, Countess Mary called his name, prompting him to respond to the count, a reminder of his duty, of the role he was expected to play. Ian smiled faintly and took another sip of water. One thing was certain, he wasn't dead. He'd been reborn inexplicably in this boy's body. Yes, father. Count Durga beamed at Ian's clear reply. Everyone except Chell laughed heartily, celebrating the promise of peace Ian's presence represented. Now let's eat. Durga resumed his meal with a sigh of relief. Ian surveyed his surroundings, trying to ground himself. The steady thump of his heart was the only tangible proof of his existence. I don't understand how this happened. If this was Naum's magic, there was one way to confirm it. Visit the imperial villa and search for traces of Naum's handiwork. But the capital was over a fortnight's journey from Bratz County, a world away for a boy about to be sent to the great desert. Yes, a world away was. Did you enjoy the meal? Count Durga inquired, setting down his cutlery. The 2-hour luncheon had finally come to an end. The sun, which had been high in the sky, had long begun its descent towards the mountains. It was excellent, Ian replied, pausing momentarily as he folded his napkin. Comparable to the fare at the imperial palace. He inwardly cringed. Comparing anything to the imperial palace, the center of the world and the seat of supreme authority, was audacious. In Ian's time, such a statement would have been met with shock. Yet, judging by the reactions of those present, Count Durga's people seemed unfazed. Is this commonplace? He wondered. If so, it suggested the imperial grip on power wasn't as strong here. 100 years had passed. Even excluding the emperors with short reigns, 7 had ruled since his time. I'll have dessert prepared, Lady Mary said. While Ian pondered, the luncheon party dispersed. Lady Mary, with an elegant and gentle smile, turned to her 2 sons. Chell, Ian, the adults have matters to discuss. Why don't you 2 enjoy some refreshments in the next room? Undoubtedly, they would discuss Ian's adoption without him present. While the adoption was practically a foregone conclusion, the periphery, typically untouched by the imperial court, would likely scrutinize the matter with unusual rigor. Yes, mother, Ian replied crisply. Lady Mary's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. It seemed touching the shoulder of this low-born child was a considerable ordeal. She settled for a light pat on his cheek, a perfunctory display of affection that only deepened the animosity in Chell's eyes. This way, Sir Molan, Chell said, leading the way. Oh, how splendid, Molan replied. They left the courtyard and entered the main building. The grand reception room, occupying the heart of the manor, was lavish to the point of being overwhelming. Glimmering gold adorned every surface, reflecting the sunlight and illuminating the room. With a creak, the adults entered the inner reception room, leaving Chell and Ian alone. They sat facing each other, Chell glaring while Ian observed. He's the spitting image of Count Durga, Ian thought. Even a stray dog could tell their father and son. Chell possessed the same red, wavy hair and freckled nose. Despite his youthful vigor, his protruding belly was a clear testament to his Durga lineage. Ian, with his blonde hair and absinthe-colored eyes, had likely inherited his features from his unknown mother. He was handsome, bearing no resemblance to Chell. Master Chell, Master Ian, your refreshments, a servant announced, approaching respectfully with tea and cookies. Chell's eyes narrowed, and he abruptly struck the servant's head. Thwack! Hot tea splashed onto the servant's hand. Ian instinctively reached for a handkerchief, but a low-born bastard like himself wouldn't possess such a thing. Say that again, Chell demanded. Sir, the servant stammered, dabbing his hand on his apron. Fortunately, the burn seemed minor, though his hand was slightly swollen. How dare you address me so casually? I apologize, young master. The title young master signified Chell's status as the Count's sole heir. While Ian, well-versed in etiquette, understood the formality, Chell's sharp reaction puzzled him. You spilled the tea. You'll pay for it, Chell sneered. I'll bring more, the servant stuttered. Bring more? Do you have any idea how precious this tea is? It'll be deducted from your wages. Since you'll never taste it again, you might as well lick it up now. I made a mistake. Please forgive me, the servant pleaded. Pathetic, Chell scoffed. Such blatant cruelty was unsettling. How could someone be so vicious? His upbringing must have been severely flawed. Leave the tea. Go and tend to your hand, Ian said quietly. Chell's face contorted in rage. The servant, caught between 2 warring factions, hastily retreated with the tray. Ian's intervention had only fueled Chell's anger. He glared at Ian, practically vibrating with fury. What do you think you're doing? He hissed. What do you mean? Ian asked calmly. You interrupted me. How dare you tell me what to do? You're just a bastard. Ian feigned innocence. If you treat the servants this way, you might end up doing their work yourself. It's wiser to control your temper and fulfill your duties. Chell's eyes bulged at Ian's composed and logical response. You lowborn scum, how dare you lecture me about duties? Are you getting cocky because Sir Molan praised you? Do you think you're a real noble now? His voice, however, remained low, mindful of the guests in the next room. At least he had some semblance of decorum. Ian sipped his tea, a faint smile playing on his lips. What if I'm not? What? Chell sputtered. Then you'll be sold off as a slave, Ian replied, amused by his own words. Even though his reign had lasted only 3 years, he had been the pinnacle of power in Varial. Chell needed to understand the significance of this situation. Judging by Chell's fluctuating expression, he seemed to think Ian was mocking him. You're insane. Chell raised his hand to strike Ian, but it was caught mid-air, firmly gripped in Ian's grasp. Chell, was it? Ian said, his voice low. He was smaller and thinner than most boys his age. Chell could easily overpower him. Yet Chell hesitated, a shiver running down his spine as Ian addressed him. What will Sir Molan think if you show up with a bruised face? What about the Count and Countess? They're in there trying to secure my adoption and you're trying to sabotage it. Ian tapped Chell's cheek lightly, a gentle reminder to get his act together. What will you do if I disappear? Fear flickered in Chell's eyes, quickly replaced by a cunning glint. Ha, you, he smirked, a predatory expression that belied his age. It was the look of a street thug, confirming the rumors about the Durga family's vulgarity. Try it, Chell hissed. Then your mother's head will be on a pike in the marketplace. Ahahaha, Ian suppressed a sigh. As an emperor, he had never been subjected to such crude threats. He was accustomed to more sophisticated barbs. Regardless, Chell's words revealed another piece of information. His mother is his weakness. That explained Ian's forced journey across the border. A child from the slums had little chance of escaping the Durga family's clutches. There's a reason I ended up in this body, Ian mused. Chell, mistaking Ian's silence for fear, continued his taunt. Grovel, that's the only way you and your whore of a mother will survive another day. Even if you end up in the gutters, your filthy bodies won't stand out. In that instant, Ian grabbed Chell's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze. His absinthe eyes flashed gold, a surge of mana erupting from him. It was an involuntary reaction, a visceral response to the threat. Fool, Ian growled, feeling the power coursing through him. It was a fraction of what he possessed as emperor, but far beyond anything Chell could handle. Moreover, Ian had been the brightest star in the history of magic. Words have weight, even from a child. A sharp tongue can change a life. Be careful, or it will be cut out. A century ago, Varial's understanding of magic was far less developed than during Ian's reign. Even nobles in the capital rarely encountered it, let alone those in the periphery. Chell, having never witnessed such a display of power, didn't understand its implications. His mind went blank and he nearly fainted. Plop. He collapsed onto the sofa, wetting himself. Ian recoiled in disgust. Backlit by the sun, he looked almost angelic. Chell continued to soil himself, oblivious to his predicament. This is insane, Ian thought. He was about to call for a servant when the reception room door burst open. Young masters, are you enjoying your... Molan began, his voice trailing off as he saw the scene. He froze, his eyes meeting Ian's. For a fleeting moment, the gold faded back to absinthe. Did I imagine that? Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but something felt amiss. Molan stared intently at Ian, trying to decipher the strange flicker he had witnessed. His contemplation was interrupted by Lady Mary's shriek. Chell. What is the meaning of this? She had finally noticed Chell's state. The boy stammered, glancing fearfully at Ian, whose expression remained impassive. Don't say a word, Ian's silence warned. The message seemed to reach Chell, who whimpered, I spilled the tea. Oh dear, oh my, Lady Mary exclaimed. Molan, finally noticing Chell's condition, coughed awkwardly and turned away. Count Durga closed his eyes in mortification. This was utter humiliation. His 17-year-old son had soiled himself in the reception room. The scandal would be unbearable. Someone, anyone, quickly, Lady Mary cried, summoning the servants. What happened? Oh my goodness. Bring clothes, towels, and something to clean this up. While Lady Mary fussed over Chell, Molan quietly excused himself to Count Durga. Although the central official likely had little pressing business in the periphery, the situation was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Count, I have urgent matters to attend to. Of course. It was an honor to have you. The honor was mine. If you'll permit, I'd like to request Ian to escort me out. Durga, flustered by Chell's continued sobbing, readily agreed. Certainly, Sir Molan. I'd be happy to, Ian replied, smiling politely. He had no idea about the manor's layout, but leaving with Molan was far preferable to remaining in this awkward situation. He could easily grab a passing servant to act as a guide. Let's go, Ian said, leading Molan out. Molan, his gaze fixed on Ian's absinthe eyes, studied the boy intently. His aged eyes held a depth of experience, searching for answers to the fleeting glimpse he had witnessed. It was an honor to meet you today, Ian. Lord Molan's carriage awaited him at the main gate. As the old man doffed his hat, a servant retrieved his cane. Ian mirrored the gesture, placing a hand over his heart. My father will be pleased to hear you say so, despite the unfortunate circumstances. His movements were formal and graceful, impeccably poised like a royal etiquette instructor. Moline smiled, his gaze fixed on the boy. Ian's emerald green eyes shone with a glassy clarity. You are truly devoted to your father, Ian. Was it genuine praise? No. It was a veiled question, laced with an ambiguous intent, a subtle jab, perhaps. Moline clearly expected a response, but Ian had no intention of satisfying the old man's probing. Safe travels. He offered a noncommittal smile, maintaining the bare minimum of courtesy. An ambiguous question deserved an equally ambiguous answer. Moline seemed only more intrigued by Ian's evasiveness. Then I shall see you next week. The adoption process wasn't a one-day affair. It required 4 meetings with Moline, spaced a week apart. Only then would the report be sent to the capital, and a royal messenger would return with the decree after another fortnight. All in all, Ian had at least 2 months, assuming no unforeseen complications. He breathed a sigh of relief, confirming the time he had bought himself. His mind, honed by years of calculated maneuvering, was already racing. Farewell. With a creak, the coachman opened the door for Moline. The old lord maintained eye contact with Ian through the small window until the carriage finally disappeared from view. Only then did the full grandeur of the Count Bratz's estate truly register. Rather antiquated for a margrave. Ian, shall I escort you to your room? No, I believe I'll return to the drawing room. Ian shook his head at the servant's cautious inquiry. He needed to assess the aftermath of Seal's outburst. He was still unfamiliar with the full extent of his current power in this new body and its potential consequences. He needed to see for himself. He needed to see and hear with his own eyes and ears. Go ahead. Yes, of course. But Ian turned at the servant's call. The hesitant face was vaguely familiar. It was the boy who had borne the brunt of Seal's tantrum in the drawing room. Is your hand all right? The servant cradled his slightly swollen hand and bowed deeply. It hadn't been properly treated, but the inflammation seemed to have subsided. It was nothing. It hardly warranted such gratitude. As the servant disappeared around the corner, Ian glanced down at his own hand. There was something he needed to confirm. I can sense mana. They said mana resonated with the soul, not the body. Even in this unfamiliar vessel, he could still call upon its power. He was unfamiliar with such a phenomenon, but it's fortunate nonetheless. It wasn't comparable to his original strength, but with training he could wield it with far greater ease. Even in the worst-case scenario, as long as he had mana, he could avoid that fate. Knock, knock. Ian reached the drawing room and was about to enter when he paused, his hand hovering over the door. Instead of his family, he heard the chatter of unfamiliar servants. They were clearly cleaning the mess Seal had made. Honestly, what a disaster. I know, right? 17 years old and acting like that. SHH, be quiet. The lady specifically warned us not to speak of it. She threatened to punish anyone who gossips. I'd sooner believe Ian was the one who made the mess. Last time, the young master ripped out his hair and he fainted. When I heard about the incident, I thought he'd fainted again and wet himself. The servant's laughter echoed through the room. Ian pressed his ear against the door, listening intently. It seemed Seal had been ruling the roost with an iron fist. Tusk, tusk. But when he walked out into the garden earlier, it was truly astonishing. His demeanor was so composed, even more elegant than the lady. He was just putting on a show for the guest. Do you think the Count would have tolerated it otherwise? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He's just as slippery as his mother. You see it in his eyes. But I heard his mother wasn't a courtesan. Why do you call him that? Right. If anything, it's the Count's fault. Why did he have to go and meddle with a woman who was doing well for herself? Doing well. Living hand to mouth is doing well. Creak. Knowing he had heard enough, Ian pushed the door open. The gossiping servants froze. Ian, where are my parents and brother? Should he demand an explanation or let it slide? While the servants maintained a veneer of respect, everyone knew of his illegitimate birth and his impending sale to the 1,000-year clan. Must I ask again? I apologize. The lady and young Master Seal have returned to their rooms, and the Count went to the main gate with the steward. If the Count had gone to the main gate, it was likely a belated attempt to see Moline off. He must have been too flustered earlier, sending only Ian and Moline after his eldest son's embarrassing display. He was undoubtedly worried about what leverage the wily old man might have gained. Our paths have diverged, I see. As Ian closed the door behind him, the servants breathed a collective sigh of relief before turning on one of their own. Bella, your loose lips will get us all in trouble. What does it matter? He'll be sold off in a couple of months anyway. Watch your mouth. Do you want to be punished? The Count was particularly sensitive about this matter. He was orchestrating a grand charade to sanitize Ian's background for the sake of the peace treaty. While the imperial palace might overlook the truth, any hint of scandal reaching the 1,000-year clan could jeopardize the agreement. That was why every servant in the mansion was instructed to treat Ian with utmost deference. Father. Ian spotted Count Durga emerging from the far end of the corridor. His face was etched with displeasure as he approached. Has Lord Moline departed? Yes, I saw his carriage leave the grounds. What did you discuss? Nothing of consequence. He mentioned Seals. Mishap but only expressed concern. At the mention of Seal, Durga's frown deepened. Ian didn't miss the subtle shift in his expression. Judging by his reaction, Seal had kept quiet about the golden eyes. Have the carriage prepared. The Count, feeling the pressure mounting, instructed the steward. He then placed a jade mouthpiece between his lips and exhaled a plume of acrid smoke, seemingly oblivious to the boy's presence. Then, abruptly, how did you know of Baron Fouln? The question had been nagging at him as he replayed the luncheon in his mind. It was understandable. How could this lowly bastard know of a scholar in the capital that even he was unaware of? Ian offered a casual deflection without hesitation. I overheard someone in the household mention him. Who? I don't recall their name. He was a newcomer to the estate. It was a plausible excuse, playing on the assumption that he wouldn't know everyone in the household yet. Durga seemed to accept the explanation, filling in the blanks himself. Seal's tutor, perhaps. I heard he graduated from Varial University. It wasn't a crucial detail anyway. Durga deliberately deepened his voice, adopting a stern tone. There will be no repeat of today's incident next week. If you spill the finger bowl again, I'll have your head dunked in the slop bucket. It seemed to be a reference to a past blunder committed by the original Ian before the Emperor's possession. Ian simply nodded in acquiescence. Durga took another drag from his cigarette, his gaze lingering on Ian. He certainly had his mother's looks. When he first arrived, covered in grime and crying incessantly, Durga hadn't bothered to take a proper look. He hadn't had the inclination. Is something the matter? With the right paperwork, his appearance would certainly be welcomed by the Thousand-Year Clan, and he was only 16. He might even be considered for a marriage alliance with a family close to the chieftain. Of course, his fate beyond the border was anyone's guess. In any case, he could be a valuable asset in solidifying this superficial peace treaty. Forget what your brother did today. Yes, father. It was embarrassing enough for the household staff, but if word reached the Thousand-Year Clan, it would make a mockery of the next Margrave's authority. Just as Durga finished his cigarette, the steward returned with his coat. The carriage is ready, my lord. Let's go. The Count turned and walked away without a backward glance. Ian watched from the window as he boarded the carriage. The lack of a send-off from the servants suggested a clandestine outing. Tusk, an insignificant man. Ian dismissed the Count from his thoughts and turned away. He needed to familiarize himself with the layout of the mansion, or perhaps have a word with Seal and ensure his continued cooperation. As he wandered through the sprawling estate, he found himself in the central kitchen. Servants and their families were gathered in the backyard, picking at the leftovers from the midday meal. Ian, is something the matter? Just taking a stroll. How peculiar. The Count usually acted as if he wouldn't step outside if the house were on fire. Ian frowned slightly as he watched the servants scavenging for scraps. They're not livestock. Why are they eating? Leftovers. Such a sight would be unthinkable in Varial. Outside the poorest slums, who would resort to eating discarded food? Aside from the generally improved standard of living, sharing food, especially through saliva, had become taboo after the outbreak of contagious diseases. Even in the slums, it was a practice actively discouraged. But here in Count Bratz's estate, it seemed commonplace, accepted without a second thought. Are you hungry? Would you like some? Hey, don't speak to the young master like that. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's all right. The Thousand-Year Clan's territory lay in the heart of the scorching Great Desert. The neighboring Bratz territory was also affected by its harsh climate, making it a relatively barren land. Arable land was scarce, and with the heavy military presence due to its border location, the demand far outweighed the supply. The lower classes were perpetually hungry. Then please eat your fill. Yes, of course. Please go ahead. Ian stepped aside so they could continue their meal undisturbed. But the more he thought about it, the more something felt amiss. A sense of dissonance, perhaps. The vast temporal gap between his time as Emperor Ian and this era was a factor, but even considering that, something felt missing. What is it? What feels so empty? Excuse me, Ian, a voice called out from behind him. It was a girl around his age with braided black hair, one of the servants' children he had seen earlier. Yes, I'm going to the market in an hour. Why was she telling him this? Ian forced a friendly smile as his mind raced. What was the meaning of this? Was Ian expected to oversee market errands as well? Managing the household's provisions was a daunting task, even for an adult. Is there something you'd like me to tell your mother? As the girl fidgeted with her fingers, understanding dawned. She had been relaying messages to Ian's birth mother whenever she went out. His mother was illiterate, so she relied on others to communicate. That means I'm confined to the estate. He was a valuable pawn in the peace treaty. He likely wouldn't be allowed to leave the Count's estate of his own volition until the Thousand-Year Clan arrived. With a single sentence, the girl had reminded him of the shackles binding his feet. Master Ian, a young boy called out, cautiously observing Ian. While his complexion wasn't pale, there was an unusual edge to his demeanor. Rumors had circulated that Ian was different today, but no one expected this. Yes, it's all right. I have nothing to send. What, but? The boy's eyes widened, clearly surprised by this unprecedented turn of events. Ian usually bombarded him with a litany of trivial messages whenever he left. Since the servant was illiterate, he would crudely sketch images, desperately trying to commit everything to memory. My father is out. The Count, today was a special luncheon with the Count and the Malin family. This meant the Count's schedule was different from usual. The servant, accustomed to regular errands, seemed to have overlooked this. It would be troublesome if we were to run into each other by chance. Besides, you're still young. You shouldn't be wandering around. He'd overheard mentions of brothels, places dangerous even in Ian's own time. Over a century ago, they would be even more perilous. With bad luck, even a healthy man could be drugged and robbed. He couldn't send a child to such a place. Are you sure you'll be all right? What do you mean you? You cry late into the night. The boy knew Ian cried at night. Did he share a room with someone? If not, it meant someone was lurking outside Ian's room in the dead of night, so I'm being watched. It's fortunate he discovered this before making any mistakes. Ian smiled gently. It's fine, I won't cry anymore then. What about my errand fee? Errand fee. Now it was the servant who looked like he might cry. He fidgeted nervously. Ian instinctively patted his pockets, but they were empty. If I don't bring back food today, my siblings might go hungry. I'm truly fine, so please give me an errand. This time, I swear I'll relay your message word for word, so the errand fee wasn't money. It made sense. In the past, he was a child born into poverty, and now he was practically imprisoned in this mansion. Even if he wanted to buy something to eat, he likely had nothing to spend. Please, Master Ian. What then was provided to Ian in this mansion? 3 square meals a day. That explains why he's so thin. The 1,000-Mile tribe were known for their robust and formidable warriors. A single tribesman could hold their own against dozens, making them a constant thorn in the side of the Varial Empire. Given the vast difference in physique between the tribesmen and this emaciated boy, sending Ian back would undoubtedly raise questions. That was why his meals were on par with those of the Count's family. It was all Ian received, his only currency to the outside world. I have 5 siblings. If I don't bring back the errand fee, they'll have to fill their bellies with grass. The servant pleaded, hands clasped together. He'd suspected the territory was struggling, but not to this extent. However, Ian couldn't simply prioritize the boy's plight when his own safety was uncertain. He considered for a moment, then nodded. All right, but on one condition. This time it's in advance. I'll give you the errand fee now, and you'll do the errand for me later when I need you to. Ah, the boy bowed repeatedly, clearly relieved by the offer. Also, I'd like to call you by your name. Ian decided it was time to learn the boy's name, hinting that he would likely have more requests in the future. Understanding his intent, the boy grinned. Call me Hina. Everyone in the mansion calls me that. Previously, Ian had addressed him with impersonal terms like, you there or hey. As if waiting for this moment, Hina proudly introduced himself. Ian's room was at the end of the 3rd-floor corridor. The moment he opened the door, a musty smell wafted out. The small window was woefully inadequate for ventilation. It was clearly a servant's quarters, not a guest room. Creak. The old chair groaned, but it didn't break Ian's concentration. Thankfully, there was cheap paper and a quill in the corner, evidence of the boy's attempts at writing. The script looked more like drawings than actual writing. Imperial year 1100. Ian had learned the exact date from Hina. Since his time was 1198, he had traveled back almost a century. His initial estimate of 100 years was accurate. Ian sighed wearily, running a hand through his golden hair. Where do I even begin? Whether it was Naum or someone else, he was clearly caught in some sort of spatio-temporal magic. Or perhaps this was a dying dream. All I know is that I share the same name as the person I've possessed. But that didn't mean much. The name Ian wasn't particularly rare or special. Scribble, scribble. To clear his head, Ian began jotting down major historical events. If this was a dream or another world, things might unfold differently than he anticipated. Ian effortlessly recounted the Varial Empire's historical timeline. There were gaps, but that didn't matter. A lack of memorable events implied a period of peace. But how can a studying child have so little paper? The clean sheet was quickly filled with his writing. The only remaining paper was covered in the original Ian's illegible scrawl. Ian sighed, trying to decipher it, though it was impossible. Are those even letters? There's a pattern, so something was written. But it's not Varial, is it? Knock, knock. A sound from outside interrupted his thoughts. Ian quickly tucked the papers into a drawer and turned around. If whoever it was could read, it could be problematic. Come in. I've brought your dinner, Master Ian. Ah, it was Hina. Ian touched the crumpled paper in the drawer and looked out the window. The sun was setting, painting the early spring sky with the lingering hues of winter. The glowstones on the ceiling began to emit their faint light. Hina. Yes, glowstones were a much cheaper light source than candles. They provided only enough illumination to discern shapes in the darkness. Could I ask for a candlestick? Ah, well. Anything brought into Master Ian's room requires Lady Alina's permission. The boy's hesitant reply came from beyond the door. Judging by the meager state of the room, it was unlikely she would grant permission. After all, Ian was a constant reminder of her husband's mistake. He could imagine how much of an eyesore he was. Should I ask, the odds of receiving leftover candle wax versus being interrogated about why he needed it, which was higher, especially on the day her precious son Chell had caused a scene in the drawing room. No, it's fine. You can go, then I'll take my leave. Hina's footsteps receded. Ian picked up the quill again. He tried to write more, but it was too dark to even see the inkwell. He leaned back in his chair and glanced at the door. Creak. A small tray sat outside. 2 pieces of rye bread, a slice of cheap ham, and water. Well, isn't this grand? It was the bare minimum Hina could leave after taking his share for the errand. No wonder he was so weak. Ian clicked his tongue and brought the tray inside. It wasn't much, but a growling stomach couldn't be ignored. He dipped the bread in water and chewed slowly. Even the war orphans hadn't eaten this poorly. Back then, there was at least Gulla soup. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the fog in his mind. Everything became clear. A nagging itch finally scratched. That's right, something had felt off about the kitchen. The luncheon had been plentiful, yet somehow lacking. There was no Gulla. Gulla was a nutrient-rich vegetable often used as a meal replacement. Its delicious flavor and versatility made it a staple in Varial cuisine. The discovery of Gulla was a turning point for the empire. It reduced famine-related deaths by nearly 85, dividing Varial's history into pre- and post-Gulla eras, both economically and socially. Gulla isn't supposed to be discovered for another 50 years. It was a discovery, not an invention. Not creating something new, but recognizing the potential of something already existing. Imported from the East, Gulla was considered poisonous except for its seeds, so it was discarded and left to grow wild, eventually becoming naturalized. No one knew how to eat the strange Eastern food for 50 years, but Ian knew how to prepare Gulla. This meant he could erase the Great Famine from Varial's history simply by discovering it. Unbelievable. Suddenly, Ian desperately wished this was all real. Not a magical illusion, but truly the Varial Empire of the past. A chance to change history. Master Ian, it's all right. There's always a chance. The gods don't give us problems without solutions. Naum's last words echoed in his ears. He didn't understand everything yet, but he had a strange feeling he could find the answers. Whatever they may be. First, I need to survive. And then to the Imperial Palace to search for traces of Naum. That was Ian's first decision. Huff, huff, the blue moon still hung in the pre-dawn sky. Ian sat by the window, gazing out. Lost in thought, he'd barely slept, only to be roused by a commotion. Left face, forward march. The sounds of Bratz's private soldiers on their morning drill drifted in. Ian rested his chin on his hand, observing them closely. Quite a large force for a private army. A considerable number of soldiers streamed out of the main gate. Judging by the usual ratio of mansion guards to troops deployed throughout the territory, Durga seemed to maintain an excessive number of soldiers. It's a tricky situation for him. Reducing troop size is a headache. Other border lords reduced their forces after peace treaties. Unemployed soldiers would return to farming, contributing taxes to the lord through trade. Peace brought economic benefits alongside tranquility. However, Count Durga hadn't reduced his forces despite a long-standing peace treaty inherited from his predecessor. It was likely a superficial, distrustful peace. The Count's second eldest brother had been ambushed and killed while crossing the border, and Ian himself was a sacrificial offering, sent away with the expectation of death. It would be better to break the treaty altogether. Of course, defeat presented another set of problems, but the ever-increasing human population meant the outcome was clear. A solution was needed before things escalated, either war or peace. One of the two had to be firmly established. This ambiguous in-between state only intensified everyone's suffering. Hannah was a prime example, a servant working in the Count's mansion, yet she relied on Ian's errands to avoid starvation. Creak. Ian straightened his clothes and left the room. A servant dozed in the hallway, likely the one assigned to watch him overnight. "Excuse me. Why, young Master Ian? It's chilly. Go inside. Was it a dream?" The servant blinked, wiping his mouth. It was the first time Ian had emerged this early. Usually, the morning meal tray confirmed he'd caused no trouble overnight. Where are you going? For a walk. A walk at this hour. Was he plotting something? The servant's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Ian smiled, tilting his chin with an icy stare. "What are you looking at?" A clear dismissal. The servant snapped to attention and bowed, but his unease remained. He seemed convinced Ian would cause trouble if left unsupervised, yet he had no grounds to detain him. Young Master Ian, you may follow." Ian walked down the hallway, not expecting the servant to disobey. Besides, the mansion was full of unknowns. Having a guide would be beneficial. Is that annex locked? It's for guests, so it's cleaned daily. So it's unlocked, and that building. The armory's security is paramount, quite tight-lipped. The servant kept glancing at Ian, avoiding direct answers. He clearly intended to report everything as soon as his shift ended. Ian didn't mind. He wouldn't do anything problematic. The real problems were different. He straightened, breathing heavily. While gathering information, he discovered his first problem, the child's weak physique. He'd expected it, but it was worse than anticipated. A simple walk around the mansion was exhausting. He'd likely collapse before even reaching the Chinryok clan. And the second problem, no Gulla in sight. He checked the manicured gardens and the secluded backyards, but no Gulla. A resilient plant, it would have been uprooted and burned on sight. Unlikely to find it near human settlements. His confinement posed another obstacle. Young Master Ian, dawn has broken. Let's have breakfast. The servant yawned, offering the suggestion. His night shift was ending. His behavior was disrespectful but understandable given Ian's position. Ian nodded, complying readily. Very well, let's go to the main dining hall. The main dining hall, sir. Ian understood the question. He'd received his dinner on a tray in his room last night, as he always had, but Ian had other plans. He was ravenous, and he needed to confront the Count's family, the ones who held his life in their hands. Oh my, young Master Ian, good morning. What brings you here? The servants bustling around the dining hall looked startled. Judging by the place settings, 2 people were already inside. I've come for breakfast. The Countess and young Master Chell are inside. Durga, I mean father. He went out yesterday and hasn't returned. Tusk. He clicked his tongue, but it wasn't a bad situation. Durga's absence made dealing with the other 2 easier. Open the door. The servant reluctantly opened the door, revealing the opulent dining hall. The 2 occupants looked up, their expressions contrasting sharply. Chell's eyes widened in surprise, while Lady Mary's narrowed in displeasure. What is the meaning of this? Her tone was sharp. Ian responded casually. Good morning, mother. What a lovely day. He greeted them lightly and sat opposite them. Chell fidgeted, glancing at his mother, who glared at Ian, oblivious to her son's discomfort. She was a far cry from the benevolent woman in the garden yesterday. Her expression was venomous. Take your meals in your room. Despite her cutting tone, Ian pulled his chair closer to the table. I did last night, but while nibbling on a piece of bread, I realized it was improper. What? My drinking from the finger bowl yesterday must have shocked the esteemed Moline. Both children of the Count making such blunders. Chell's face flushed crimson. Mary slammed her knife down, her lips pressed into a thin line. Her eyes warned him to be silent or face consequences. Father also instructed me to focus on my education. It's difficult to learn proper etiquette while dining alone with a tray. It's better to dine together. A clever lie. Durga hadn't said anything of the sort, but Ian made it sound like his express wish. Mother, sit down. Her expression screamed frustration. Lady Mary grabbed her fork and knife, angrily cutting into her frittata. Chell, his appetite gone, sat quietly glancing at Ian. Ian smiled back. Indeed, dining at the table is much better than a tray. Don't you agree, brother? The portions were much larger. Ian ate quickly, satisfying his hunger. He observed Lady Mary closely. Her jewelry, dress, and everything she wore were exquisite, treasures even Emperor Ian would have admired. The servants were starving, eyeing even the bastards' meager meals, while the Countess lived in luxury. A thoroughly dysfunctional family. Mother, I have a request. Can't you eat without talking? I'd like to change rooms, and perhaps some candles. Lady Mary finally looked at him, a disbelieving laugh escaping her lips. You have no sense of your place. Change rooms, and what need do you have for candles? You haven't even learned to read, yet you want to indulge in such frivolous expenses, just like your vulgar, vain mother. It was beyond an insult, it was pure vitriol. Chell stiffened, clearly worried Ian would unleash his golden eyes and unknown power in anger. My mother is the Countess. It's only natural I resemble her. You are absolutely right, mother. But Ian smiled sweetly, delivering a subtle blow. He implied that the vulgar, vain woman she described was herself. The polite tone masked the insult, but Lady Mary soon understood, her face reddening. You, Lord Moline, asked to see my room when he arrives next week. Lady Mary was about to shriek. Ian smoothly interrupted, weaving a useful lie. We can't show such a room to an esteemed guest. Even if we changed it for the day, a discerning man like him would notice the difference. We have plenty of rooms. It would be best to give me a better one now. How dare you look me in the eye? If I display my lack of refinement, it will reflect poorly on Brother Chell. You wouldn't want that, mother. Although a formality, Lord Moline was a central government official sent by the imperial palace. He was there to assess the local nobility. If things went wrong, Chell might be sent away in Ian's place. I will do my best, mother. Ian smiled, chewing his food. His gaze dared her to refuse his request. The Countess was beyond bewildered. How had this lifeless boy become so audacious in a single day? Bang, Lady Mary stood up abruptly and stormed out. Chell hesitated, then followed suit. Brother, Chell turned back at the door. Don't worry about yesterday. Everyone makes mistakes. Well, yes, but dwelling on the past is something only petty people do. On the surface, it was a comforting remark about Chell's blunder, but the underlying message was clear. Forget what you saw yesterday. Chell nodded silently and hurried away. There's a lot of food left. Ian eyed the laden table. He took what he needed and pushed the rest aside, leaving it for the servants. He savored his meal, gazing out the window. Sitting alone in the spacious dining hall, he felt a sense of peace he'd never known as emperor. He caught his reflection in the window pane. A small, frail figure with an unfamiliar face. Ian. If Emperor Ian was here, where had the bastard Ian gone? Ian rested his chin on his hand, staring at the child's impassive face. The large tree in the garden swayed gracefully. Later that afternoon, the Countess, fuming but resigned, had Ian's belongings moved to the annex. While packing his meager possessions, the servants found a curious piece of paper. What's this? It was Ian's notes on the history of Barial from the previous night. Soaked in water, the ink had bled and the paper was torn and illegible. Was young Master Ian studying? But why soak it in water? Why else? He must have been ashamed of it. Unaware of its contents, the servants tossed the paper into the trash. No one in the mansion doubted that the bastard Ian was illiterate. Ian, you must concentrate. Ian turned his head at the tutor's words. Sunlight streamed through the open windows of the guest room in the west wing, a stark contrast to his previous cramped quarters. Sighing at his student's apathy, the tutor scratched his pen against the parchment. Let's try again. Suppose 100 villagers paid 5 sacks of wheat as tax. Half is sent to the capital, and half of the remainder is distributed to the mansion staff. How many sacks are left? Ian stifled a yawn, his gaze drifting towards the window. These afternoon study sessions, 2 hours each, were excruciatingly dull. I don't know. He'd initially feigned effort, even counting on his fingers to avoid suspicion, but the charade had grown tiresome. He decided to embrace the role of the dim-witted bastard son, at least attempt the calculation. 100 sacks. His feigned ignorance had unexpected benefits. The tutor and the steward often exchanged written notes regarding his progress or lack thereof. Mostly trivial, but occasionally they'd inadvertently reveal valuable information about the Count's affairs. Let's move on from mathematics. Next is literature. We read Fate of Fate last time, correct? The tutor was a man of little passion, content to deliver his lessons by rote, regardless of Ian's comprehension. This suited Ian perfectly. The tutor's easy acceptance of his ignorance spared him the effort of pretending to learn. A knock echoed through the room. Enter, excuse me. The steward entered, bearing a tray of refreshments. His presence rather than a servant's was a clear indication of their desire to observe Ian's academic engagement. How far have you progressed? We're concluding with literature. I see. You seem to be finishing early today. Young Master Ian is exceptionally cooperative. Oh, the irony. Ian thought, crunching a biscuit while glancing at the heavily illustrated book. The steward discreetly turned his palm towards the tutor, scribbling a message Ian couldn't see. Then please continue your good work. Yes, steward. The tutor droned through the few lines of text, copied them onto the parchment, and instructed Ian to do the same. Thus concluded another tedious afternoon. As the wall clock chimed, the tutor gathered his belongings. I'll see you out, teacher. No, that's fine. I'm rather busy today. Young Master Ian, please continue practicing your penmanship. Usually, Ian would escort the tutor, practicing his gait, greetings, and social etiquette. But a refusal like this meant the tutor had a clandestine meeting within the mansion. Yes, I'll see you next time. Ian simply nodded, offering no further response. The tutor, coat in hand, smiled and left the room. Is he meeting with the steward? He occasionally glimpsed the count or countess, but the increased servant presence around the west wing made it difficult to follow anyone discreetly. Dismissing the thought, Ian shoved the parchment aside and stretched. The larger room allowed him to train his body even indoors. Physical strength is magical strength. Magical power cultivated physical strength, and that strength in turn housed more magical power. This was the secret to the enduring vitality of the ancient archmages. Young Master Ian, a knock. That evening after dinner, the steward summoned him. The Count requests your presence in his study. Finally, the Count's study occupied the entire top floor of the mansion. Ian had never ventured to that part of the house. He followed the steward, a flicker of curiosity beneath his composed demeanor. Count, young Master Ian has arrived. The steward knocked several times on the heavy oak door. A gruff voice granted them entry. Enter. Unlike Ian's former room, illuminated by a single glowstone, the study was ablaze with light from numerous magic lanterns. Yet a somber atmosphere clung to the room, undoubtedly emanating from Count Durga himself. You summon me? Ian inquired respectfully. Durga remained silent, his attention fixed on the documents before him. Compared to the toiling peasants, his work environment seemed idyllic, yet the Count appeared preoccupied. You're aware of the luncheon the day after tomorrow, I presume? Yes, of course. Still engrossed in his paperwork, Durga muttered, this time other advisors from the central authority will be attending. The first luncheon must have left an impression. A bastard child from the backwater province discussing Efhian's philosophy had piqued their interest. You'll need to be even more attentive this time. I understand. Was this the sole reason for the summons? Durga hadn't uttered a word when Ian's room was changed. He patiently awaited the Count's true purpose. The scratching of the quill against parchment continued, then Durga spoke again. The Chinryok clan has requested a letter written in your hand. Ian knew Durga had offered his second son as a condition for peace. A potion, reactive only to blood relatives, had been sent as proof of lineage. Of course, they were unaware of Ian's commoner origins. A letter from me. They clearly desired additional assurance. Perhaps they suspected Durga might swap his son at the last minute, driven by paternal affection. The Chinryok clan, valuing familial bonds, would likely harbor such concerns. Those barbarians create unnecessary complications. Tusk, they'll use the kinship potion at the signing ceremony anyway. Unlike the Varial Empire, the Chinryok clan lacked mages. They were more akin to beasts, their very blood defying the laws of nature. Well, I have no reason to refuse. They intended to verify Ian's identity by comparing the letters' handwriting. Confirmation that he was indeed Durga's son, the chosen one. Write regular letters to them. I'll instruct the tutor. You simply need to dictate. Surely you're not so foolish as to be incapable of that. I'll perform the task flawlessly. Just then the door to a smaller adjoining room creaked open. A pale-faced clerk addressed Durga, his voice strained. Count, the accounts simply won't balance. He clutched a precarious stack of documents, threatening to topple at any moment. Durga waved him away dismissively. Leave it, I'll handle it. He glanced at Ian, a silent instruction to wait. The documents remained spread across the desk, but Durga seemed unconcerned. Ian was practically illiterate, capable of little more than stringing together syllables. Wait here. Durga entered the clerk's office. Ian's obedient smile vanished the moment the door closed. Let's see what keeps you so busy. It was early spring. Diligent lords tended to their lands even during frost, but Durga clearly wasn't one of them. He'd been indulging in his back alley excursions even on the day they'd met Maureen. Ian swiftly scanned the documents, his nimble fingers ensuring the pages remained in order. Oh, he frowned, as if expecting this all along. As suspected, Durga maintained a private army far exceeding what the Bratz province could sustain. A force of 300 would be the reasonable limit, yet the grain expenditure suggested a number closer to 2,000 or even 3,000. It's a wonder this place hasn't collapsed. Furthermore, the taxes levied on the villagers were more than double the capital's recommended rate. Perhaps the Chinryok clan's destruction of Bratz was inevitable. The province was teetering on the brink of collapse. Ian stared at the small office in disbelief. What was going through Durga's mind to manage the province so recklessly? This wasn't some newly established family, but one that had endured for generations. Is there another source of income? However long this mismanagement had persisted, the taxes alone couldn't possibly cover the expenses. There's nothing of value in Bratz. The province bordered the Chinryok clan's territory. The land wasn't particularly fertile, and it lacked access to the sea. There were no significant resources that he could recall. If there were, the previous emperor wouldn't have divided the land among the nobles. The late emperor had rewarded those who fought against the Chinryok clan with portions of the conquered territory. If valuable resources existed, the imperial palace would have retained control. The door opened abruptly. Ian, leaning against Durga's desk, instinctively held his breath and channeled his magic. A low hum filled the air. Every lantern in the room flickered and died. The same occurred in the clerk's office. With the moon hidden behind clouds, the mansion plunged into darkness. Count, are you all right? The magic lanterns were recently replaced. Just a moment, I'll light a candle. Og, a thud echoed as the clerk stumbled and fell. Before the moon emerged, Ian stealthily moved to the center of the room, concealing his presence. Durga fumbled in the darkness, searching for his desk. Ian, answer me. Yes, father. Ian's voice rang clear in the darkness. Judging by the sound, he was standing near the sofa. Is there no one out there? The clerk, still searching for a candle, groaned in pain. The darkness persisted, and Durga's frustration boiled over. The lanterns flickered back to life. Ian, having regained his composure, released his hold on the magic. Durga's eyes met Ian's, the young man standing calmly amidst the restored light. His absinthe-colored eyes gleamed. Are you all right? The Count glanced at his hand resting on the desk. The documents were slightly disarrayed, but easily attributable to his own fumbling in the dark. He opened a drawer without suspicion. Enough, come here and take this. What is it? It was a small, embroidered pouch. Durga tossed it casually, landing precisely at Ian's feet. It's from your mother. Ian slowly picked up the worn pouch. Keep it with you as a constant reminder of your position and conduct yourself accordingly. When news of Ian ceased reaching his mother through Hannah, she'd attempted suicide, vowing to reunite with him in death if not in life. Faced with this drastic act, Durga had reluctantly agreed to allow letters and gifts. Her death would effectively remove Ian's only leverage. Hannah had relayed all this through the coachman, leaving no detail omitted. Given Ian's generous tips, there was little chance of fabrication. You may leave. Durga dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Ian left the study, clutching the pouch. Leaning against the dark corridor wall, he loosened the drawstring, spilling its contents onto the floor. 5 gold coins, dried flowers, a tiny note. A single gold coin was equivalent to a commoner's monthly earnings. Ian examined the note, its neat script suggesting it had been written by someone else. Could he be certain it contained only his mother's true words? Durga could have easily tampered with it, perhaps even swapped the letter entirely. Ian fingered the gold coins, then unfolded the note and began to read. Ian, my little one, a hum. The tutor coughed, glancing at Ian. The illegitimate son recipient of this letter was illiterate, so he'd undoubtedly asked someone else to read it to him. The most natural choice was the tutor. Ian, bright-eyed, rested his chin on his hand. Please continue, teacher. The tutor, reciting the letter, glanced at Ian again. And I have a favor to ask. Here it was, the crux of the matter. I hear the heavenly race choose something called Gulla leaves instead of smoking. Mother would like to try it. Could you secretly obtain some seeds for me when you return next year for your birthday? Gulla leaves were a stimulant used by the heavenly race. They chewed them, or rolled and smoked the dried leaves. A secret of the heavenly race, the exact plant and its preparation remained unknown. One thing was certain, they always carried a leaf into battle. Also, the flower in the pot you cherished has bloomed. Once you cross the border, I won't be able to see you anymore. The last line reads, if this letter reaches you, write back a line from the song Mother often sang to you. I love you always, my son. Ian suspected the dried flower petals in his pocket were his mother's true gift, and the last paragraph was the real message, a clever ploy. By requesting the code, she ensured the Count would deliver the letter and expect a reply. Mother used the letter as a cover to smuggle in Gurut leaves. Puzzling was Durga's approach. Why this convoluted method to manipulate him? Simply threatening his mother's life as before would have ensured his obedience. There was no need for the charade. Master Ian, of course. Durga undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Ian resolved to uncover them. The tutor took out a clean parchment. Will you write a reply today? No, I have much to say and need to organize my thoughts. I'll ask you next time I see. Your mother will be waiting. Pressuring him, was she? Even if he wanted to write back, he didn't know the lyrics. If I write the wrong lyrics, Mother will panic. She'll think something happened to me. The shackles that bound him also protected him. What if his mother, misunderstanding, chose to end her life? He couldn't predict Durga's reaction. Worst-case scenario, I could be confined until the peace ceremony. Meeting her directly seemed the best course of action. Fortunately, tomorrow was the luncheon with Lord Malin. He could use this opportunity to venture outside the mansion and discern Durga's intentions. Lord Malin, it's been a week, Count Durga. As prearranged, Malin arrived at the mansion with his aides. Two young, vigorous-looking men, clearly juniors Malin was mentoring in the central administration. It's a pleasure to meet you, Count. We sincerely appreciate the luncheon invitation. The men, introducing themselves as Mac and Degore, kissed Countess Mary's hand. She smiled gracefully, presenting her son Chell. I hope you have a pleasant time. Ah, is this young Master Chell? Then this must be. There was no mistaking Ian. He had the radiant golden hair Malin had heard about. This was mere formality. I am Ian. A pleasure. I've been eager to meet you. Call me Mac, young master. Chell looked displeased to be addressed with the same title as Ian. But what could he do? He couldn't sulk in front of the adults and Ian. He simply stuck close to his mother as they walked to the garden, as expected of the Bratz estate. The garden is magnificent, such praise from someone from the capital. I must be fortunate today, a subtle exchange measuring each other's status. Not malicious, just a habitual aristocratic dance. Master, the appetizers are ready. Very well. At the butler's signal, servants wheeled in trolleys. What aperitif would you prefer? The day is bright, so I'll have sherry. And young Master Ian, at Mac's kind inquiry, Ian almost instinctively requested the same. Sherry was a white grape wine. He was a bit young for alcohol. He smiled brightly and asked for fruit juice. You look much better than last week. Malin smiled kindly as he wiped his hands. Though bound as a pawn in the peace treaty, Ian radiated youthful vitality. Perhaps it's the anticipation of today. Haha, is that so? Actually, I had many questions about the capital. Last time we only talked about me, which was a bit disappointing. Isn't that right, father? At Ian's smooth words, Durga coughed, stroking his beard. Meanwhile, the servants set out the aperitifs and a simple salad. Indeed. What are you curious about? Life in the capital is much the same as anywhere else. It's good I brought Mac and Degore today. An old man like me isn't familiar with the affairs of the young. Ian started with trivial questions. What students in the capital studied, how they spent their leisure time if they'd ever seen a real mage. At the mention of mages, Malin, Mac, and Degore's eyes lit up. I'm particularly curious about what you typically eat in the capital. The capital isn't particularly abundant. Special products from the territories go directly to the imperial palace. Moreover, there's little farmland in the central region, so there's no other way than relying on merchants for distribution. Correct. Therefore, famine in the capital stems not from barren land but from empty wallets. Regulating supply and demand is one of the imperial palace's roles. Unlike Chell, who merely rolled his eyes, pretending to know everything, Ian responded thoughtfully, leading the conversation. Mac and Degore exchanged meaningful glances. For a commoner bastard, he's quite astute, as you said. His insightful observations and unusual focus were remarkable for his age. Ian casually cut into his steak. Food is fundamental, so the supply should always be plentiful. It would be wonderful to discover new food sources. A casual remark, like talking about the weather, yet it captured everyone's attention. Durga and the Countess wondered why he was so talkative today, while the guests seemed intrigued, especially Lord Malin. New food sources. I'm curious about your insights, Master Ian. It's nothing special. What we consider inedible might prove to be a valuable ingredient. Ahaha, could such a dream come true? One never knows. The starving eat indiscriminately to survive. Careful observation might lead to valuable discoveries. He wasn't ready to reveal the Gurut leaves just yet. He intended to keep silent until the right opportunity, but he decided to drop a hint. Mac, as if struck by a thought, added, speaking of which, I hear they make stew from seafood shells in the slums. Surprisingly delicious, they say. Have you ever tried it, Master Ian? A pointed question laced with subtle hostility amidst the otherwise cordial conversation. Ian, who had lived in the slums in poverty. Quite sharp, I see. Ian suppressed a chuckle. The central government and the border regions were in a constant power struggle. The imperial palace had tacitly approved sending Ian instead of Chell. But what if Ian's abilities were questioned after he crossed over to the heavenly race? What if it resulted in a loss for Varial? It would give the central government leverage to pressure the border regions. The question's intent was clear. Ian, are you from the slums? Forcing him to confirm his carefully concealed origins. 3 central officials had heard it. There could be no stronger testimony. Ian, Lord Mac is asking you a question. The Countess urged him, smiling, oblivious to the political undertones. Chell, too, seemed unaware. I don't think you would have, Chell. Durga sharply rebuked Chell as he stammered, about to blurt something out. Clang. Startled, Chell dropped his fork. Durga, expressionless, reprimanded his son. Lord Mac asked Ian a question. It's impolite to interrupt. Be careful. A clear order to be silent. Chell, crestfallen, clamped his mouth shut. Countess Mary took his hand under the tablecloth, her gaze sharp as she looked at her husband, as if to say, why scold him so harshly for such a small mistake? Her son was already disheartened by his blunder last week. I have never tried it. Is that so? Ian set down his knife, answering firmly. For now, obedience to Count Durga was the best course of action. I grew up outside the mansion, but my father always cared for me warmly. No matter what anyone says, I am proud to be of Bratz blood. Indeed, indeed. A comical situation, everyone pretending not to recognize the lie. Malin smiled, immensely satisfied, impressed by how Ian had parried the unexpected attack. Therefore, I haven't tried it, but I would like to if given the opportunity. Durga frowned but remained silent. Ian's response was impeccable, the flow of conversation natural. Is that so? Truly, what distinction is there between foods from nature? If it can alleviate hunger, it is a blessing in itself. And it's considered a delicacy, isn't it? Malin felt a sense of déjà vu. He'd heard this argument before. You speak just like His Highness the Prince. Degor scratched the itch. The prince, which one? By Ian's time, the current emperor was generations removed. And weren't there many princes? They usually had more than 10 children. In other words, even the Emperor Ian didn't know which prince from over a century ago Degor was referring to. His Highness the Second Prince Gale. He said so quite casually during a conversation with nobles about street food. Haha, though silent in his presence, they must have gossiped about him behind his back. An imperial prince lacking decorum. Second Prince Gale. The name sounded incredibly familiar. The two of you would get along well. How could Ian dare to presume such a thing? Not at all. I think it's an admirable sentiment. Degor waved his hand dismissively at Durga's polite deflection. He was sincere. In a time when tens of thousands starved to death each year, what did street food matter? Survival came first. Reputation is a powerful thing. Even street food has value, hence its consumption. Indeed, but reality is harsher. Even commoners look down on food eaten by the poor. As Mac and Degor lamented, the Countess interjected, even if new crops are discovered, widespread adoption would take time, wouldn't it? Not a bad topic, but the context was wrong. Ian instinctively shook his head. No, mother, distribution isn't the issue. Oh, do you have a different perspective, Master Ian? Malin's tone was probing. Ian smiled as if to say, why pretend ignorance? We can use rumors, Ian said. Rumors? Moline questioned, glancing at Ian. The boy's gaze held a subtle challenge, a promise of an answer Moline sought. More precisely, rumors that promise wish fulfillment, Ian elaborated. Rumors that this food makes your skin smooth and your hair thick and lustrous, or that it helps with weight loss or gain, or even that it increases fertility. People will be clamoring for it, men and women alike. This was a common tactic employed by the central authority shaping public opinion to manipulate market equilibrium. A basic yet effective method. Intriguing, Mac said, wetting his lips with sherry. However, the citizens of the imperial city are astute and discerning. Such rumors would quickly be exposed as falsehoods. What then? Post guards, Ian replied, placing his index and middle fingers on the table to represent legs, then slowly circling them around the tableware. Deploy them conspicuously, but leave deliberate gaps in their security. It's human nature to covet valuable things. Even if it's guarding something worthless, greed will drive them to steal. They'll wonder what could be so precious that nobles guard it day and night. By then, it will be impossible to contain the spread. Everyone will have access to it. However, Moline prompted, these are secondary concerns. The fundamental question is whether a substitute food source will emerge. Moline, Mac, and Degor felt a jolt, as if static had coursed through their minds. The central authority was where the empire's brightest minds gathered. Countless individuals had passed through its halls. While such an insightful response might be expected from seasoned scholars, they had never witnessed such astuteness from a mere child, especially one who had recently roamed the brothels. The three men finally realized the crucial question they should have considered first. Could the second son truly surpass the first? They had been negligent, even arrogant, assuming a bastard from the slums would be inherently inferior. Oblivious or indifferent to their realization, Ian smiled brightly and brought a piece of steak to his lips. Delicious, as always. Why, yes, indeed. The fine weather enhances the flavor, Moline stammered. What began as a casual luncheon had taken a distinct turn. Ian noticed that everyone's attention was now fixed on him. Enough about the Gulla fruit for now. It was time for the main course. Ian intended to probe how Durga had manipulated the letter and whether there were opportunities to venture outside the mansion. "Do you enjoy writing, Ian?" Mac inquired, his gaze shifting subtly towards the Countess and Chell. Despite their focus on Ian, it would be impolite to monopolize the conversation. "I've heard the Countess is quite the literary talent. I imagine her children share her gifts." "Oh, you flatter me," the Countess demurred. "It's merely dabbling." "Speaking of writing, haven't you authored 2 books, Sir Mac? I'm humbled to receive such praise from someone of your caliber." Degore interjected. "Countess, there's no need for modesty. From what I've seen, Sir Mac is far more adept at writing letters than books. Anyone who receives one of his missives is sure to declare their love through tears." "Degore, you jest too much," Mac chuckled. "Ahaha. Ian, if you ever need to write a letter, ask Sir Mac for assistance." "It will prove most beneficial," Degore added, winking playfully. The Countess roared with laughter, but Durga's expression darkened. The topic of letters made him deeply uneasy. "The Chinrieo tribe requested a handwritten letter from you." The timing was uncanny, as if they knew Ian had reason to write one. Did they know? If so, how? Durga took a sip of wine and preemptively addressed the issue. "We received a message from the Chinrieo tribe." "Oh, is that so?" Moline asked. "They requested periodic handwritten letters from Ian," Durga continued, carefully choosing his next words. "I fail to understand their concern, considering we'll be using the bloodline verification potion. Barbarians are like beasts, their ways are incomprehensible." Max smiled, supporting Durga. "Beasts are always wary of the world. That is their nature. They understand only the language of power. Isn't it common for their chieftains to change with the seasons?" Strength was paramount. Their entire hierarchy was determined by it. A chieftain must always accept a challenge to a duel, and only death brought peace. "If they weren't so volatile, Varial would have been far more troublesome," Mac added. "How fortunate that they regulated their own population." Ian posed a question. "Then is the current Chinrieo tribe's deputy chief a rival to the chieftain, or a subordinate?" The Chinrieo tribe had been decimated before Ian's ascension, their status diminished. Occasional disappearances of desert travelers were attributed to either sandstorms or the tribe's actions. Thus, Ian's knowledge of them was limited and fragmented. Mac shook his head. "Neither. The deputy chief is an elderly woman named Winchin. Her age is unknown, but she's incredibly old. While chieftains change frequently, she has held her position for a considerable time." "Ah, so that means," Ian murmured, feigning surprise, "she must be their spiritual leader." "Correct," he understood perfectly. Mac beamed, impressed. "I've heard that the entire tribe reveres her as someone touched by the heavens. She possesses a unique ability," Mac continued. "An ability? I thought they scorned magic," Ian said. "It's not quite magic. It's more akin to the abilities of a gypsy. She's blind, but can discern truth from falsehood through voices." Ian's eyebrows arched subtly. A blind deputy chief who sees the truth. Durga's intentions finally clicked into place. Gurat leaves were contraband, impossible to import legally. If Ian succeeded in smuggling them, it would be immensely profitable. It was a plant the Chinrieo tribe considered essential for battle. Either it would bolster Bratz's military strength or weaken the Chinrieo tribes. Either way, it would tilt the scales of victory in Bratz's favor. But what if he were caught in the act? Ian would be interrogated by the deputy chief. He would confess his pure intentions to help his mother. If the Chinrieo tribe protested, Bratz would offer Ian and his mother's deaths as atonement. The Count would be absolved of any involvement, the matter settled with appropriate reparations. What's the likelihood of the Chinrieo tribe declaring war over this? Slim, for now. The destruction of Bratz was a future event with its own underlying causes. A full-scale war at this point was unlikely. "You must have heard of the deputy chief as well, haven't you, Count Durga?" Ian asked. "Yes, well, I haven't actually met her myself," Durga stammered, coughing nervously as he glanced at Ian. How does this boy know so much? The tutor's reports insisted on Ian's dullness, but the occasional flashes of intelligence were unsettling. He couldn't fathom what thoughts were swirling within that small head. "They're a fascinating tribe, the more I hear about them," Ian said, smiling brightly at Durga, masking any suspicion. He casually continued cutting his steak, and Durga, momentarily reassured, averted his gaze. But what now? Ian knew Durga's plan. If he were brought before the deputy chief, everything would be revealed. Not that I intend to let that happen. The conversation drifted into meaningless pleasantries. Laughter erupted, centered around Mac, Degore, and the Countess. "And so the second Prince Gale declared, 'Throw that insolent brat into the pigsty,'" Mac exclaimed. "Oh my, did he truly say that?" The Countess gasped. "Indeed, he's quite the belligerent one," Mac replied. "Oh ho ho, how dreadful," the Countess shrieked. A sudden thought struck Ian. Moline, Mac, and Degore were officials dispatched from the central authority. All public servants were bound to the emperor and the official heir. Their prolonged absence from the capital, spanning months, was significant. Either their mission was crucial, backed by the emperor's trust, or they were sidelined from positions of power. Durga, largely unaware of the capital's affairs, wouldn't know the difference, but Ian had a nagging suspicion. Why do they keep mentioning the second prince? The first prince was the official heir, therefore he should be their liege. While other princes had their followers, they were typically marginalized from the core of power. Yet these three men consistently spoke of Gale, the second prince. Ian, what are you thinking about so intently? Moline asked. Nothing, sir. I was simply captivated by your story, Ian replied smoothly. Is that so? I must have misread your expression. You seemed rather serious. Haha, Moline chuckled, his eyes, though smiling, scrutinizing Ian with a sharp, persistent gaze. Had the golden eyes he glimpsed during their first luncheon been a hallucination? Magic users were said to possess superior intellect. Could it be? Count Durga, Moline began, wiping his mouth with a napkin. As if on cue, Mac and Degore fell silent. As I've mentioned before, I'm consistently impressed by Ian's remarkable intellect. It's a testament to your and the Countess's excellent guidance. You're too kind, Durga replied. Therefore, I have a small request, Moline continued. Durga nervously sipped his wine. That sly old fox. How many times had he used the word request to put him in a difficult position? A brief silence hung in the air as Durga searched for a suitable response. Ian seized the opportunity. Would you like to see my room? He asked playfully. It was an unconventional remark for a nobleman, but a polite child's jest. Reprimanding him would be unseemly. Countess Mary glared at the back of Ian's head, clearly itching to scold him. That would be lovely, but my request is of a different nature, Moline said. All eyes in the room, including Durga's, focused on Moline, anticipating his words. Only Mac and Degore remained composed, as if they already knew what was coming. What is this request you speak of? Count Durga's voice held a note of thinly veiled annoyance. It has been a week since our arrival, and aside from traversing the grounds of this estate, we haven't had the opportunity to venture out, Moline began, his tone smooth and measured. So, Durga's expression spoke volumes, though he remained silent. Ian, observing the subtle interplay, suppressed a smirk. He knew what was coming. Therefore, with your permission, we would be honored to request young Master Ian as our guide to your domain. Understanding the Count and Countess are occupied with numerous affairs, we hesitated to impose upon their time, Moline finished, a diplomatic smile gracing his lips. Mac and Degore, Moline's companions, chimed in with practiced ease. Their timing was impeccable. An excellent suggestion. Perhaps we could also enjoy a luncheon together. Sharing a meal while discussing scholarly matters would be most agreeable. Wouldn't you agree, Degore? Well, the Countess began, hesitant to entertain the idea of three strangers being escorted by her young son. The prospect was unsettling. Degore, seemingly oblivious to her interjection, continued, indeed. Furthermore, Master Ian has recently returned from his travels, hasn't he? He undoubtedly possesses knowledge of intriguing matters beyond our ken. Degore's use of our subtly encompassed both the newcomers and the Durga family, a veiled message to the Countess that their commoner upbringing was a topic best left unexplored. Only Ian could navigate those murky waters. Durga choked back a cough, his wine momentarily forgot. He searched for a plausible excuse to refuse. What legitimate reason could he offer for confining a boy to the estate, especially when the proposed outing was framed as a scholarly pursuit? Moline pressed his advantage. Frequent visits to the manor are hardly proper guest etiquette. With your permission, we would be delighted to host you at our residence. Our hired coachman is most accommodating. The trap was sprung. Ian, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. Lord Moline, where are your lodgings? Near the park in the 3rd district of Portroga. Ah, Portroga, Ian replied, feigning familiarity. You seem well acquainted with the area. Naturally, I was raised here after all. His response was deliberately ambiguous. While true for the former bastard son, Emperor Ian had no knowledge of Portroga's districts. Moline's mention of the park provided just enough context for a convincing facade. Then it is even more fortuitous. A stroll through the park, accompanied by thoughtful conversation, would be delightful. The sun is quite pleasant these days, wouldn't you agree? I noticed small boats upon the lake, but being an old man, I lacked the courage to venture out. Perhaps with Master Ian's assistance I might find the boldness. Moline's eyes twinkled with amusement. They have an ulterior motive, Ian realized, glancing at the Count. Durga forced a smile, his expression strained. The mounting pressure to acquiesce was palpable. Count Durga, Ian prompted. Ian, your wishes are paramount, Durga conceded, shifting the burden of decision. His smile remained, but his eyes were cold, a silent warning to tread carefully. Intriguing. The power struggle between the Marquis Durga and the central authority representative, Moline, over a mere child, was a familiar sight to the Emperor, yet viewed from this lower vantage point, it held a novel fascination. Well, Ian drawled, adding tension to the already taut string. While venturing out was advantageous, disrupting the balance of power before the true game began held its own appeal. I fear my inexperience as a guide might prove more of a hindrance than a help. Being so young, I doubt my abilities would meet your esteemed expectations. Malin and his companions stiffened, taken aback by Ian's unexpected response. Durga, hiding his smile behind his wine glass, nodded in approval. However, Ian continued, the opportunity to glean insights from those who hail from the capital is not one to be missed. If we were to frame this outing as a luncheon combined with scholarly discourse. Ian glanced at Durga. The Count's jaw, working as if savoring the wine, had tightened. Degore smoothly intervened. Count Durga, if our perceived inadequacies are the cause of your hesitation, we apologize for our presumptuous request. His skillful manipulation of the conversation was masterful, elevating both parties while steering towards a positive outcome. Durga's response was predictable. Nonsense, not at all. Then we are relieved. When would be a suitable time? You should ask Ian. Ian. As attention returned to Ian, Malin interjected with practiced grace. Since it is the Count who grants permission, it is fitting for him to choose the day. All matters in Bratz fall under the Count's purview. Even Emperor Ian admired Malin's impeccable rhetoric. The man was sharp, befitting his position in the central authority. The arrogant provincial nobleman Durga stood no chance against such verbal dexterity. What is their true objective? Initially, Ian had assumed it was a simple power play by Malin, a way to scrutinize the bastard son for weaknesses. But the coordinated efforts of the trio suggested a deeper purpose. This was more than a casual probe. Had Durga noticed? He has. The Count's hand, stroking his beard, was cautious. His eyes darted about, calculating. Lacking a valid excuse to refuse, he would likely cooperate to discern their intentions. How about luncheon tomorrow? Durga proposed, addressing Malin but watching Ian. His earlier tension had dissipated, replaced by a languid smile. He had finished his calculations. However, I have a small request in return. Durga turned to Chell, his other son. All eyes followed, focusing on the boy who had been about to devour a mouthful of steak. Chell froze, his expression wary. As Ian mentioned, our guests hail from the capital and are undoubtedly excellent teachers. Therefore, I would like Chell to join you and partake in this scholarly exchange. While an inconvenience, it wasn't an unreasonable request. Mac, Degore, and Malin exchanged swift, imperceptible glances. But father, I have school. Chell began to protest. It is settled. Young Master Chell is also remarkably bright. I eagerly anticipate this luncheon discussion. Before Chell could utter another word, the adults had reached a consensus. He shot a resentful glance at Ian. As if their relationship wasn't strained enough, now he was expected to spend the entire day with him, outside the confines of the manor. Shall we have dessert brought in? The Countess interjected, attempting to smooth over the awkwardness. Yes, an exceptional meal, Malin agreed. Ian echoed the sentiment, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. The luncheon had yielded everything he desired. He felt full, even without dessert. It was an honor to dine with you, Count Durga. Until next week. Master Ian, I shall send a carriage for you tomorrow at lunchtime. The remaining conversation was devoid of substance, a perfunctory exchange of pleasantries. The forced laughter had vanished, replaced by a palpable disinterest. Malin and his companions departed after barely touching their desserts. Safe travels, Countess, until we meet again. With a parting kiss on Mary's hand, the three guests boarded their carriage and disappeared. As the dining area was cleared and Ian prepared to return to his quarters, Durga summoned his sons. Chell, Ian, yes, father, you will recount every word spoken by our guests, omitting nothing. Be vigilant, a predictable precaution. Both Chell and Ian nodded in unison. Durga's gaze fixed on Ian, his eyes cold. And you, come with me to my study. Mary and Chell exchanged puzzled glances but said nothing. They departed for their respective rooms, leaving Ian to follow Durga. The study was much as he had seen it before, perhaps with a few more documents cluttering the desk. Durga rummaged through a drawer without offering Ian a seat. He retrieved a small brooch, a Bratz family crest of a tiger and laurel wreath encrusted with a red gemstone. Wear this tomorrow. Unlike the dismissive toss of his mother's pouch, Durga personally fastened the brooch to Ian's chest. Ian instantly recognized its purpose, a magic stone capable of recording and tracking location. Commonplace in Ian's time, such devices were rare in this era, especially in the borderlands. Likely a family heirloom reserved for times of threat. Durga patted Ian's chest, his voice a low warning, do not lose it. Keep it pristine. It is worth far more than your insignificant life. I understand. 2 boys' accounts were insufficient, especially against 3 seasoned officials from the central authority. Could they not handle a simpleton like Chell? They would undoubtedly isolate Ian. I will also assign guards. Do not attempt anything foolish. Return directly to my study upon your arrival. But was Ian truly on Durga's side? The man held his mother's life hostage and intended to sell him off. He had no choice but to utilize the precious magic brooch. Yes, father. Ian examined the brooch in his room, a cynical smile twisting his lips. Durga clearly believed he was incapable of written communication. The fool felt secure with such a useless trinket. Ian channeled mana into the brooch. It quickly became blocked, indicating a limited capacity, inferior in every way. Child's play for Ian to manipulate. The location tracking is irrelevant as it requires a corresponding stone. Durga would likely be observing a compass in his study, its needle linked to the brooch indicating direction and distance. I just need to deal with the recording function. Ian focused his mana again, the gemstone glowing brighter. He had almost forgotten his primary reason for wanting to leave the estate, to meet his birth mother. Ian rang for a servant. "You called, Master Ian. Bring me a snack." "A snack so soon after a large meal?" The servant bowed, concealing his surprise. Ian hummed cheerfully, his gaze fixed on the doorway. He awaited not the snack, but the person bringing it. Hannah returned with a tray of dried fruits. Sensing a hidden motive behind her summons, she clasped her hands and looked at Ian. He remained engrossed in the vibrant scene outside the window. "Do you need anything else, Master Ian?" "Hannah, how are your siblings doing?" Since they'd started dining in the dining hall, leftovers had become plentiful, enough to line the pockets of not only Hannah but the other kitchen staff as well. "I'm glad to hear that. You have something for me to do, don't you?" Hannah took a step closer to Ian, careful not to make a sound. He continued to speak, his back still turned. "Hannah, I have a message for Mother." Ian continued channeling mana into his brooch, ensuring their conversation remained private from Durga. Both children were publicly and practically illiterate, leaving him no other option. "Yes, Master Ian." Finally, a chance to repay his kindness. Hannah bit her lip expectantly. The window shimmered briefly, but she dismissed it as a trick of the sunlight. "Tell Mother to meet Portroga at the 3rd District Park near the lake tomorrow at noon. She must be disguised. Is that all I need to tell her? And that she received the pouch safely." This would likely be their first contact. It would be problematic if his mother, mistaking it for a trap by Durga, didn't show. Hannah committed the brief message to memory. "Yes, I won't make any mistakes. I'm sorry. I promised I wouldn't send you on such errands, but this is urgent. It had to be tomorrow." There was no time for other methods. Hannah nodded resolutely, then stepped back. "Then I'll take my leave, take the snacks. Consider it payment." Even as Hannah pocketed the dried fruit, Ian didn't turn. What could be so captivating outside the window? The girl pictured the view and then smiled knowingly. From here, only the main house and the soldiers' quarters were visible. "Master Theo said he'll be accompanying you and Master Chell tomorrow." "Theo." Ian's head turned slightly, but not enough to reveal his eyes. Hannah, pleased with the weight of her now full pockets, replied, "Yes, it seems tonight's night training is scheduled, so Master Theo is the only one available. His left arm is still bothering him, but he said it wouldn't be a problem to escort you both." "What happened to his arm?" "Oh, you didn't know. He got drunk 2 weeks ago and broke it. He claims he fought some ruffians, but everyone knows he actually fought a tavern wall. It's not even the first time." Hannah giggled, finding the story amusing. Ian smiled faintly, but he recognized that this Theo was no ordinary man. He hasn't been fired after such behavior, and he's still entrusted with guarding the 2 sons despite his injury. This meant Theo held Durga's trust and was highly skilled. Ian lightly traced a finger on the windowpane and nodded. "I see. I'll keep that in mind. Yes, please call me if you need anything else." Click. The girl left the room with a light step. Only then did Ian turn, withdrawing his mana. His golden eyes returned to their absinthe hue as the brooch's light faded. Theo, Chell was practically inconsequential, but this Theo could prove to be a wild card. Ian sat on the sofa, toying with the pouch his mother had given him. A week and a day. That's how long it took for Ian to leave the Bratz estate. The carriage Malin had sent arrived precisely at noon, awaiting the 2 boys. Master Chell, Master Ian, this way, and then there was Theo. The network of scars crisscrossing his face hinted at his temperament. His sheer size made Ian wonder if he'd even fit inside the carriage. Whether intentional or not, he addressed the 2 boys with subtly different titles. "Are you riding with us?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "Our knees will be touching if we sit facing each other." Ian shot Theo a disapproving look before boarding the carriage. He couldn't shake the feeling that the horses were straining under the added weight. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Only the rhythmic sound of hooves filled the air. Chell and Ian stared out opposite windows, lost in their own thoughts. Chell felt like he was being led to the slaughterhouse, preferring school to this. Ian, however, was captivated. Interesting. Perhaps because they were in the border region not far from the desert, the scenery was strikingly different. He'd spent most of his life in the capital, and the wars he'd fought were on the opposite side of the continent. Unlike other nobles, he'd never taken leisurely trips. So this is what Varial has to offer. It felt less like a different part of his country and more like a foreign land. A century's worth of change likely contributed to this feeling. "Do you know any worthwhile places in Portroga?" After a long period of observation, Ian finally spoke. Chell turned at the unexpected question while Theo simply blinked. "The administrator asked me to give you a tour, so I should at least make an effort. But as you know, I'm not familiar with this area." He'd been a boy from the slums, preoccupied with survival. "Isn't that right, brother? I don't think a tour of my old neighborhood would be appropriate." Right. Even if visitors were curious, he couldn't actually show them that place. It was a red light district, after all. It would be ludicrous for the sons of a count to take guests there. Theo scratched his nose, looking uncomfortable. "Well, there are plenty of taverns, but I'm not sure about places suitable for officials from the central government. The places I frequent are always rowdy. Are you forgetting that I'm underage? Well, you know what I mean. Despite Ian's rebuke, Theo simply grinned shamelessly, a foul odor seemingly emanating from his blackened teeth. This man is unsettling. It wasn't just his hygiene. His habit of constantly fiddling with the hilt of his dagger and his shifty eyes made him seem less than human. Forget it. I suppose we'll have to stick to the park. This was Ian's intention all along, laying the groundwork. He was anticipating Theo's report to the Count. He was meeting his mother at the park, so everything had to appear natural and seamless. We've arrived. Please disembark, young masters. The carriage slowed to a stop, and the coachman opened the door. Hortroga was undoubtedly an upper-class residential area. Even disregarding the well-maintained cobblestone streets and trees, the Hyman Bank standing prominently on the main street was proof enough. It was the third sanctuary, responsible for Varial's entire financial infrastructure. Every territory had at least one branch. Without them, they'd have to transport massive amounts of tax revenue by carriage. Thump, the carriage lurched as Theo finally stepped out. Mac approached them with a welcoming smile. "Oh, Master Ian, don't mention it. It's a pleasure to see you outside the estate. Ah, Master Chell as well. You must be tired from your journey." While greeting Ian and Chell, Mac glanced at the guard behind them. A sense of wariness lurked beneath his smile. Theo, however, simply picked at his ear unfazed. "Welcome." They seemed to occupy the entire building. It wasn't as grand as Durga's mansion, but the luxurious interior, finished with high-quality materials, exuded an air of old-world elegance. "Is this the official residence?" "Yes. It's used when officials are dispatched from the capital. It's comfortable and convenient, so I feel quite at home here." Inside, everything was prepared. Trays laden with food and decanters of wine awaited them. It was not much different from luncheon at the Bratz estate. "Is your guard joining us for the meal? Is there a problem with that?" Mac posed the question, standing by the dining room door. Theo raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. It was quite rude, but Mac simply crossed his arms, contemplating how to get rid of him. "Please enjoy your meal and scholarly discussion. I'll just stay in the corner." At Theo's words, Ian turned and looked up at Mac. He subtly twitched his eyebrows, sending a silent signal. "He came with us from the estate, so we can't have him just watching us eat. Could we perhaps have another place setting and a wine glass?" Ian deliberately emphasized the word wine. A man who lived by the sword and repeatedly broke his arm due to drunkenness was surely someone who couldn't live without alcohol. Mac hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We didn't prepare any wine. Both invited guests were children. It was unlikely they would have wine at a luncheon without Durga or Lady Mary present." Ian surely knew this. "Do you enjoy a drink?" he asked Theo. "What? Well, I wouldn't say no." "Then come with me to the cellar. We have a wine cellar there. You can choose whatever you like. Although unexpected, you are our guest. Is this the right course of action?" Mac glanced at Ian, trailing off. It was perfect communication. The boy smiled faintly, and Mac, catching on, encouraged Theo. "We have quite a selection. Is it just downstairs, in the building's basement?" Theo sniffed and looked down at Chell and Ian. They were inside the building, so there was no danger. As long as Chell and Ian stayed together, a brief absence wouldn't be an issue. Besides, it was the official residence's wine cellar. It would be filled with liquors he'd never even seen before. "Well then, I won't refuse. Wait a moment. Draugr." Mac opened the dining room door and called for Draugr. He whispered something to him, then instructed Theo to follow. "Young masters, please come in." Draugr took over Mac's role and led the guests inside. Malin's gaze was as gentle as ever. "Please have a seat. I hope the food is to your liking." It felt like yesterday's scene in Durga's backyard, simply relocated. They exchanged the same pleasantries as before and began their meal. "Oh, Master Chell, I hear your school is nearby." "Yes, it's about a 10-minute carriage ride." The only difference was the target of their attention. Both men conspicuously showered Chell with interest. Ian knew it was a clumsy ruse, but it might actually work on Chell. "Father," they barely spoke to Ian. They didn't seem to have any other intentions. And the conversation we had today was, Durga had ordered him to report every single word, so Chell was likely struggling to memorize their conversation. Ian chuckled, imagining Chell's obliviousness. Durga would check the brooch anyway. Now, when will they make their move? Ian remained silent, chewing his food. He was just as curious as Durga. What was their true motive for bringing him out here? He had his suspicions, but they were just that, suspicions. Ah, splash! Draugr spilled the water pitcher directly onto Chell's trousers, a classic, albeit effective tactic. Ian knew this was the signal. "Oh dear, are you all right?" Yes." Chell's face flushed crimson. His thighs were soaked as if he'd wet himself. Ian continued eating placidly, predicting Draugr's next line. "Would you like to change your clothes? You'll need to change." "It's fine, just a moment. I'll send a servant to fetch you some suitable clothes. There's a decent clothing store right next door." Chew, chew. Ian continued his meal with an indifferent expression, as if he'd expected this. "Why don't you go yourself, brother? You don't know his size, do you?" Surely, if they sent a servant, he would return and say that Chell needed to go himself. It was predictable. Malin took a sip of water and looked at Ian. "Isn't that right, Sir Malin? So let's stop wasting time and get to the real conversation." The boy knew how to speak with his eyes. The dining room fell silent as Chell left for the tailor. Only Ian and Malin remained, the clinking of silverware echoing in the stillness. Malin's voice, flat and emotionless, cut through the quiet. Once you cross the border. Ian looked up, a faint smile playing on his lips. You'll miss this place, I imagine. One's homeland clings to the soul, even in death. Ian paused, wondering if his reply sounded too mature for a child. Malin, however, seemed unperturbed. You appear quite interested in the capital, Malin observed. Naturally. Every citizen of Varial dreams of setting foot in the capital. The royal palace and the papal office held immense significance, the birthplace of patriotism and the ultimate destination for pilgrims. Even beyond these grand ideals, the capital hosted a constant stream of festivals and events, a dazzling spectacle for any child, especially one born a bastard in the slums. A pity, then. Once you cross the border in a couple of months, such an opportunity will be lost forever. Tell me, young Master Chell, have you ever been to the capital? Ian shrugged, his smile widening. Probably not, he thought. This was the farthest border region after all. A Varial noble's debut into high society was a matter overseen by the emperor himself. Every autumn, when the rice paddies ripened to gold, a grand party was held for nobles on the cusp of adulthood. I believe it will be some time yet, Ian replied. In a year or two, both Chell and Ian would be of age, but with their future so uncertain, next year felt like a lifetime away. If time allows, perhaps you could ask the Count to arrange a trip. Young Master Chell will have many opportunities, but you, Master Ian, might not. Malin's words subtly emphasized Chell, a deliberate prod to highlight the disparity in their situations. Ian, however, remained unfazed. He wanted to tell Malin to get to the point, but everything had its proper order. I still have much to learn. Such a trip is beyond my reach for now. Malin seemed skeptical. This sharp-witted child hardly seemed like one who would struggle with mere letters. Ian asked, a playful glint in his eyes, if I were to go to the capital, could I visit the royal palace? Of course. For the young masters of the Durga Count family, I would personally request an invitation from His Highness Gale. I recall you expressed interest in mages earlier. Malin's eyes gleamed, probing to see if Ian's golden eyes had been a mere illusion, but Ian was too preoccupied with the name Gale to notice. That name, it's familiar. His Highness Gale commands many skilled magic wielders. I'm sure you would find it a rewarding encounter. Ah, Ian covered his mouth with a napkin, a wry smile tugging at his lips. The connection between Gale and magic wielders unlocked a faded memory. Indeed. A most rewarding encounter, I'm sure. An emperor remembered only two kinds of people, those who achieved great feats and those tied to treason. The latter especially required careful attention, their lineage tracked for generations to ensure any threat was extinguished. The second Prince Gale, a traitor, a failed one, that's why the name had resonated, and if that was Gale's identity, is something the matter? Malin inquired. Nothing at all. Ian narrowed his eyes, studying Malin. Could he have sensed the trace of magic in the drawing room that day? Gale's rebellion was heavily supported by the magic division. The purge that followed had decimated the mage ranks, a burden Ian himself had carried as emperor. The 500 mages of his era had dwindled to barely 100. I remember tearing up the report, furious that he had dragged mages into his schemes. It was becoming clear why Malin was approaching him. He must have sensed something that day. He spoke of magic wielders, likely seeking to recruit potential mages before they fully developed their powers. You seem unwell, Malin remarked. Not at all, just... Ian trailed off, gauging Malin's reaction. Whether Malin was certain about the magic or not, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Ian. In fact, it could be advantageous. He pointedly toyed with the brooch on his chest. My eyes are a bit irritated. Then he covered his mouth with his fingers, a subtle reminder that the brooch recorded their conversation. They needed to communicate silently. Is that so? One moment. Malin rose and went to the table, returning with a small notepad and pen. Perhaps you could write it down. Is it a magic stone? Ian nodded. Malin briefly touched his temple, frowning. Such a rare item, even in the capital. How could a border count possess one? Do you wish to cross the border? He wrote. Ian shook his head. The scraping of his spoon against the soup bowl filled the silence. With the legitimate heir, Chell, present, your position is precarious. And you have a different birth mother, do you not? The Countess wouldn't take kindly to you leaving Varial. It was the opening gambit Ian had anticipated. They were preying on his vulnerability, using his birth mother to stoke resentment. They wanted Ian to stay to replace Chell. If they saw me use magic, they'll try to recruit me for Gale's faction. If not, there could be only one other reason. They intended to use Ian as a puppet to seize control of the Bratz territory. Despite its mismanagement, the territory boasted a large military force, and a swift takeover was crucial for a successful rebellion. Securing this territory before reinforcements arrived would be a strategic advantage. But what about Durga? The Count's cooperation would be the quickest and most effective route. The first prince currently holds the most power, making him and Durga rivals. An alliance with the second prince's faction wouldn't be unreasonable. They wouldn't have outright proposed rebellion, likely suggesting a subtle power grab, but their attempt to sway Ian suggests it failed. Despite their brief acquaintance, Ian understood Durga. A man so greedy and politically astute wouldn't refuse the second prince outright. Perhaps he was hedging his bets, but Malin's demeanor suggested a complete rejection. Are you offering to help me? Ian wrote, if that is your desire. Why was Durga uninterested in the power struggle at the capital? Ian recalled the documents from the study, the abnormally high military expenditure. Even with exorbitant taxes, it seemed unsustainable. He had even wondered if the territory possessed some hidden resource. Could he be embezzling the taxes meant for the royal palace? That would explain everything. His reluctance to engage with the capital, the skewed finances, and the constant activity at the forge. Malin tapped Ian's arm, drawing his attention. He wanted a response. What do you want from me? Ian wrote. Malin, seeing the boy's willingness to engage, openly mentioned the golden eyes. Master Ian, are you by chance a magic wielder? I don't understand what you're talking about. Ian flatly denied it. Revealing his abilities now would be more dangerous than beneficial. Especially with someone connected to a rebellion involving the magic division. He needed to remain hidden until he could protect himself. Malin tapped the notepad, his gaze sharp, trying to detect a lie. That's a shame. Will you withdraw your offer because of this? Not at all. We need you. If you cooperate, we will oppose your legitimization in the capital. Then there will be no need for you to cross the border. Do the clothes fit comfortably? Durga's voice boomed from the hallway. He would be entering soon, signaling an end to their conversation. Malin calmly gathered the notes and placed them in the ashtray, adding a small flame and closing the lid. The door creaked open. Oh, Chell, dressed in his new clothes, hesitated. The atmosphere in the room felt strangely tense. Malin greeted him with a warm smile. As expected, the madam's skills are exceptional. It was my fault for spilling the water. Please, finish your meal. I wonder why Mac is taking so long. As if on cue, the door opened again, revealing Mac alone. I found our guard practically swimming in the wine cellar, offered him a taste, and he seems to have lost track of time. Mac's jovial tone lightened the mood. Ian responded with a smile, resuming his meal. Malin exchanged a look with his subordinates. What do you think? As expected, he's sharp. During their initial lunch, Malin had conveyed Gale's intentions to the Count, but Durga's response had been less than enthusiastic. As he was leaving, he had caught sight of Ian's golden eyes, a valuable asset, especially if he was a magic wielder. A godsend, even, but the boy had denied it. Keep a close watch on him. Malin signaled to Mac and Degore with a twitch of his left eyebrow. Ian looked down at the fork in his left hand and the knife in his right. It felt as if the royal palace and the heavenly race rested in his grasp. Then the stake before me must be Bratz. He could use both sides to carve a path for himself. The meat is exquisite, Ian remarked, a satisfied smile on his face. Then he casually added, with our guard indisposed, I doubt we'll be traveling far today. Perhaps a stroll in the park after lunch. I'd like to see the lake you mentioned, Sir Malin. Are we almost there? Chell whined, wiping sweat from his brow. The weather was mild and the walk hadn't been particularly long, but the boy lagged behind, clearly struggling. Ian, on the other hand, felt invigorated by the fresh air, a rare treat. He found a strange pleasure in observing the unfamiliar streets. Almost, Ian replied. Master Chell, perhaps you should return if you're tired, Mac offered kindly. Chell shook his head vehemently. He couldn't risk returning alone, not with Dio absent. He had strict orders from his father. Observe and memorize every word exchanged between Ian and these strangers. Ah, here we are, Malin announced. The landscaping of Portroga is quite beautiful, befitting its status. The lake is crystal clear, and on a good day the mountain reflects perfectly on its surface. Malin's praise wasn't mere flattery. Even Ian, accustomed to the opulent gardens of the imperial palace, found the park impressive, but his admiration was fleeting. A flicker of unease crossed his face as he scanned the area. How large is this park? He asked. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't explored the entire area myself, Malin admitted. A leisurely stroll around the perimeter would likely take 30 minutes, Mac added. The park was larger than Ian anticipated. He hadn't been given a precise location, and finding his mother in this sprawling space presented a challenge. Even as he conversed with Malin, Ian remained hyper-alert, his gaze sweeping over every passerby. Then he saw it. In the distance, a cloaked figure, shrouded from head to toe, sat hunched over a makeshift stall. It was impossible to discern even the figure's gender beneath the heavy fabric, but amongst the scattered wares, something familiar caught his eye. A flower pot, identical to the one his mother had given him, containing the dried flower. Ian paused, glancing back at Chell, whose hair was plastered to his forehead with sweat. Perfect. Brother Chell seems exhausted. Perhaps we should rest here for a moment, Ian suggested. Shall we? Malin agreed. If it's not too much trouble, could we have some refreshments? Ian added, directing his request to Mac. Certainly. Mac called to a servant trailing behind, instructing him to fetch drinks. The group settled onto a nearby bench, taking a moment to catch their breath. Ian's gaze kept returning to the stall, waiting for an opportunity. While we wait, I'd like to take a closer look at that stall over there. Brother, would you care to join me? No, I'm fine, Chell gasped, waving a hand dismissively. Ian fixed his gaze on the three men, silently seeking their approval. The stall wasn't far, and Mac gave a slight nod. Go ahead, though I doubt there's anything of interest there. Mother, he whispered. The figure flinched, slowly raising its head. Beneath the dark cloth, a cascade of sand-gold hair spilled forth, framing a pair of familiar emerald eyes. It was his mother, Philia. Ian, she breathed, don't react. Just listen, he instructed, his voice low and urgent. Philia was strikingly beautiful, even in her current state. It was easy to see how Durga had been captivated by her. She started to lift her head further, but stopped at Ian's words. Her veiled vision allowed her to see only his chest. Ian, Ian. She repeated, her voice thick with emotion. Mother, I'm doing well. I received your letter. Don't worry about me. Tears began to stream down Philia's face. Ian watched silently, his heart heavy. He was sorry, but time was of the essence. The men watching him wouldn't let him linger. I understand you can no longer contact me through Hana, and I have a request. Ian retrieved a gold coin from his pocket. Did you perhaps give me this? He asked. What? A gold coin? Philia looked bewildered. Ian had suspected as much. It was a ploy by the Count, a subtle way of emphasizing his supposed generosity towards her. Ian smiled faintly, pressing the coin into her hand. Use this to prepare for your escape. I'll inform you of the timing through Hana. Philia was a liability, whether she liked it or not. To dismantle Durga, Ian needed to eliminate all foreseeable variables. Philia clutched the coin, her gaze questioning. She clearly didn't understand what he was planning. Ian, your eyes. She began noticing the subtle shift in their color. Promise me you'll do this for me, Ian urged. His golden eyes, blazing like a predator's, startled her. She blinked, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. Ian, if you want to run away, you can, she whispered. Mother, I'm sorry, but Master Ian. A servant arrived, placing drinks and snacks on the table. Mac called out to Ian, but the boy couldn't turn around, not wanting to reveal his golden eyes. I'm already so sorry for sending you away like that, so if you want to leave, don't hesitate. Mac approached, his expression growing more puzzled with each step. Philia seemed to have come to terms with her own resolve, seeking out Ian to impart a final message. She didn't dare touch him, only gripping his sleeve tightly. I won't run, Ian declared, his voice firm. Whenever you can, gather Gulla seeds. They will be of great use later. Forget the song you sang to me. The lyrics I send in my letters will be our new code. Mac stood directly behind him now. Ian released his magic, forcing a casual smile onto his face. The golden shimmer in his eyes vanished, and the brooch on his chest returned to its dormant state. I'll take this flower pot. This should be enough, he said, picking up the pot. Master Ian, is everything all right? Mac asked, scrutinizing the boy's expression. Ian's face betrayed nothing but calm indifference. Mac glanced at the cloaked figure before leading Ian back to the others. Master Chell seems rather frail, he commented, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Ian chuckled along with him, glancing back briefly. Philia had prostrated herself, her face hidden beneath the cloak. She knew how to weep silently. You bought a flower pot, Master Ian? Draugr asked. What kind of plant is it? Malin inquired. Ian simply smiled. He had no idea. He wasn't a botanist. Based on the letter, he only knew it was a plant his mother had been tending. I'm not sure. I bought it because the flowers are beautiful, he replied. I've never seen that kind before. Mac, do you recognize it? How would I know? Aren't you the expert on giving bouquets? Draugr, really. Surprisingly, none of them seemed to recognize the flower, despite its striking appearance. The watercolor-like crimson petals were unforgettable. Ian clutched the flower pot carefully, glancing back one last time. The cloaked figure was gone. The carriage door clicked open. We've arrived, the coachman announced. Dio stumbled out, clearly still inebriated. Servants holding lanterns stood waiting at the gate. Master Dio, welcome back, one greeted. You must be tired. Please come inside, another chimed in. Master Ian, his lordship requests your presence in his study immediately, a third informed him. They moved with practiced efficiency, taking his coat and offering a damp towel. Ian handed the flower pot to a servant before heading upstairs. He knocked on the study door. Enter, Durga's voice boomed almost simultaneously with the knock. He'd been waiting impatiently. Ian stepped inside. Durga, who had been busy scribbling with a quill, looked up. The brooch, he demanded, his greeting perfunctory. The brooch and the information it held was paramount. Ian approached the desk and placed the brooch before him. What did they discuss? Durga asked, his eyes sharp. Nothing of significance, Ian reported. Lunch was held in the guest house's reception room. They mostly spoke of the capital. Afterward, we went to a nearby park and continued our scholarly discussion. Is that all? Durga questioned, his tone skeptical. He picked up the brooch, his gaze lingering on a glass vial filled with a clear liquid potion used to activate the magic stone within. He dropped the brooch into the vial. The magic stone within began to glow, just as it had when Ian channeled his magic. A moment later, a voice, distorted and faint like the echo of a seashell, filled the room. Is this the guest house? Civil servants, dispatched from the capital, reside here. It's comfortable, like home. What did it say about home? Durga pressed, his brow furrowed. It said something about living there like it's their own home, Ian replied smoothly. The inferior magic stone produced a garbled recording. Ian suppressed a sigh. So this is how he intends to catch inconsistencies, by scrutinizing the unclear parts. He briefly considered overloading the stone with his own magic, shattering it completely. But before he could act, a new presence filled the doorway. It was Mary, the Countess. "I need to speak with you," she said, her voice tight with barely contained fury. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. Durga retrieved the brooch from the vial, his face creased with annoyance. Mary strode towards him, her gaze fixed on Ian with undisguised disdain. "You intend to drag Chell along every time that thing leaves the manor, pulling him out of his lessons just to follow and spy on it. Watch your tone," Durga snapped. "Or what?" Mary challenged, her eyes blazing. Chell's condition upon returning had been less than stellar. Soaked in sweat and stumbling, he'd resembled a drowned rat. Mary was making it clear she wouldn't tolerate her son being used as a watchdog again. The tension in the room crackled, a simmering feud about to boil over. "Excuse me," Ian interjected, tired of the bickering. He saw no reason to endure their marital spat. "If you'll excuse me, father, I'll see you tomorrow." He slipped out of the study, leaving the arguing couple behind. The servants, accustomed to such outbursts, scurried out of his way as he descended the stairs. At the bottom, Hannah was waiting. "Hannah," Ian greeted. "Master Ian, I've placed the flower pot in your room," she reported. Hannah followed him, chattering excitedly. "After relaying the message, I realized how large the park actually is, so I directed them to the entrance closest to Protroga's Sector 3, where the guests are staying." Ian paused at his door, turning to face her. So that was why the meeting had been so easy. Hannah had been remarkably efficient. She was a valuable asset. While not as exhausted as Chell, Ian felt the fatigue settling in his bones. He collapsed onto his bed, muttering to himself, "This is problematic. Perhaps I should use Chell as an excuse to visit the training grounds." It was time to start preparing, to hone his skills and build his strength. Turbulent times were undoubtedly ahead. For the first time in his life, Ian fell asleep face down, utterly spent. The Earl and Countess's argument raged through the night. Consequently, only Chell and Ian appeared in the dining hall the next morning. Chell, dragging his weary body into the room, paused and glanced around. "Good morning, brother," Ian greeted first. Silence. Chell offered no reply. He couldn't fathom why their parents were absent. "They're late today. Let's start without them." "Have a seat," Ian offered, gesturing to the chair opposite him. "Eat with him." After that awkward encounter. "I'd rather lose my appetite altogether." Chell subtly attempted to retreat, but Ian's low voice stopped him. "Should I pull out your chair for you?" "Ah, no, it's not like that." Chell stammered, searching for an excuse, then resigned himself to sitting. Just last week, Ian had been the one feigning weakness. How the tables had turned. Those golden eyes, what were they? A curse, perhaps. Could father have cursed Ian before sending him to the thousand-legged clan? Ignorance bred a whirlwind of wild theories in Chell's mind. Ian watched him intently, picking at his salad. "Brother, you seemed rather out of shape yesterday. Do you have any special training regimen?" "Training." Chell regularly skipped even the mandatory physical education at school, feigning illness. There was no way he engaged in any additional exercise. Ian feigned concern. "I noticed both of us are lacking in physical prowess. We are the only heirs to the Durga earldom. I worry what the thousand-legged clan will think of our weakness." Has he sensed something? Chell slowly lowered his knife. Ian smiled faintly, setting down his own cutlery. "So I was thinking, why don't we visit the training grounds together?" Chell's jaw dropped. The training grounds, where soldiers swung swords and spears. "Father would be pleased if you suggested it. He'd praise your initiative, deeming it fitting for the next earl." Indeed, House Durga was deeply concerned. With the near state of war against the thousand-legged clan, the strength of the young lords was paramount. Despite being the firstborn, Chell showed little aptitude for combat. The Earl's solution had been to empower the Knight Commander. Dio was one of the beneficiaries of this strategy. He would, wouldn't he? Chell mumbled. He loathed even running, let alone wielding a sword. He barely had time to formulate a refusal before Ian seized the opportunity. "Excellent. Then let's go after breakfast. I hear it's just outside the back gate." "Right after. Why, do you have other plans?" The implication was clear: go on a full stomach or an empty one. Chell clamped his mouth shut, shooting a resentful glance at his parents' empty seats. As always, Ian took only a small portion of food. Today there would be plenty left over. The training grounds were immediately visible upon exiting the back gate. The weathered gray walls of the ancient structure, used by generations of Durga, exuded a martial aura. The Varial national flag and the Bratz family banner fluttered proudly in the wind. Dio, young Master Chell. Inside the training grounds, they found Dio lounging on a bench. He was clearly still shirking his duties, using his injury as an excuse. Surprised by the unexpected visit, Dio sat up. "What brings you two here?" "We're here to look around the training grounds," Chell stammered. "You young master, why?" Ian stepped forward, his tone bordering on insolent. "Is it so strange for the second son to visit the training grounds?" "It's the first time, so yes. Yesterday's outing revealed our lack of stamina. I intend to train regularly from now on. Even if my guard collapses drunk, I should be able to defend myself." This was a clear jab at Dio, who had passed out drunk at the guest house. While fortunate for Ian, Dio had neglected his duty. Dio chuckled, running his tongue over his dark teeth. What's gotten into him? This change was unsettling. There was a slim chance Chell might develop an interest, even a talent for combat. That would undoubtedly curtail Dio's authority. Well, he's still young and plump, nothing to worry about. Yet Dio strolled ahead, leading them into the spacious training area. Soldiers trained freely, most shirtless, swinging swords or running with wagon wheels hoisted on their shoulders. The air was thick with raw, unbridled energy. Hey, one more time. Push, harder, Uwag. These were individuals engaged in personal training. The intensity was palpable, punctuated by guttural roars. Chell tried to maintain his composure, but his discomfort was evident. This is the main training ground, over there is the armory, and behind it is the rest area. For overnight training, soldiers can sleep and eat there. And Ian tuned out Dio's bored explanation, his gaze sweeping across the grounds. In a corner, a group of young men were prostrated, their heads bowed. What are they doing? Unlike the adult soldiers, these individuals looked young, no older than 18. Dio replied indifferently, orphans. The Bratz family struggling to collect taxes wouldn't run an orphanage. For homeless orphans, there was only one way to survive, become soldiers of House Durga. The army provided food and shelter. Dio smirked. If you were unlucky, young Master Ian, you might have found yourself among them. Insolent, but true. Ian was a bastard, born to a commoner mother. He could have easily been abandoned. Had that happened, he too would have ended up here. Do you think so? Brother, what are your thoughts? Chell's face hardened. Dio, don't speak like that. Please stop saying such disrespectful things to Ian. Chell's reprimand stemmed from fear. No one knew what would happen if those golden eyes reappeared. Dio, however, frowned, surprised by Chell's reaction. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the center of the training grounds under the scorching sun. Keep your heads down, crack. A man, presumably an instructor, lashed out with a thin whip. Red welts appeared on the children's arms, backs, and thighs. Child soldiers and abuse. This is madness. Ian was appalled. In Varial, where he had been emperor, child soldiers were a last resort, deployed only when the nation was on the brink of collapse. Wanting to alleviate their suffering, even momentarily, Ian addressed Dio. Dio, as you said, these could have been my comrades had I been less fortunate. Let's call them into the shade for a moment, offer some encouragement. Are you serious? Do I need to repeat myself? That's not possible. Training cannot be interrupted, not even for the Earl himself. It's a matter of discipline. Discipline, my ass. Instead of replying, Ian sat on a nearby bench, observing the scene. He would summon the children as soon as this damn training ended. Chell hesitantly perched on the edge of the bench beside him. Can't you do it right? Do you want to starve? No. I can do it. Keep your arms straight. Aag. Their cries were piercing, audible even over the din of the other training exercises. One by one, the children, supporting themselves only with their heads and arms bent behind their backs, began to collapse. Hold on. One child in particular caught Ian's attention. He had a mop of unruly red hair tied back loosely, revealing intense, venomous eyes. It wasn't just anger, it was as if he saw the world through a lens of pure spite. That child. Ian murmured, captivated. Red hair, red eyes, a lean physique. Despite his trembling body, he stubbornly refused to yield. Following Ian's gaze, Dio replied with a sigh, that's Barik. Barik wasn't particularly strong or skilled, but he possessed a relentless tenacity that even the instructors found unnerving. During the selection battles, he had fought an opponent twice his size, biting off his ear to secure victory. Of course, he'd been punished with 3 days of fasting. Ian crossed his legs, continuing to watch Barik. HNGH. Only 2 remained, Barik and another boy whose neck was bent at a precarious angle. The instructor checked his timepiece, silently waiting for one to give up. Uarug, with a final desperate cry, Barik persevered. His opponent finally collapsed, his sweat-drenched torso covered in sand. Beep, stop. At the instructor's command, Barik's knees buckled. Gasping for air, he couldn't stand, only managing to turn his head and spit. His forehead was smeared with blood. Utterly spent, he lay prone, unable to move. So Barik is the best among them? Chell asked, horrified. Not exactly. He has spirit, but that's about it. His skill doesn't match his temper, especially in combat. The instructor poured water over Barik's head. The boy remained motionless, eyes closed in frustration. The others, who had given up earlier, seemed to have recovered. With that kind of zeal, he should be exemplary in training. Some things are just inherent. No matter how hard you try, some limitations can't be overcome. Natural talent has its limits. Barik was always the first to arrive and the last to leave the training grounds, yet his progress remained slow. His spiteful determination was unmatched, but what good was it? Gritting your teeth wouldn't stop a blade. He needs to learn to accept his limitations. Everyone has their place. I'm considering transferring Barik to special operations, away from the front lines. Dio's words were clearly directed at Chell and Ian. We, meaning Dio and the other qualified personnel, were handling the troop management. You, the pampered young lords, should stick to wielding pens. Chell was too obtuse to grasp the implication. Ian, however, was preoccupied with other thoughts. Something's not right. That look in Barik's eyes. It was the look of a knight willing to die for his beliefs and honor. a spirit that evoked images of a battlefield inferno, astonishing in a boy his age. And more importantly, Ian had sensed a faint flicker of magical energy when Barik roared, all the hallmarks of a magic swordsman, a swordsman wielding magical power. Their latent magic blocked their internal kai, hindering their growth until they awakened. Once awakened, however, they became a force to be reckoned with, far surpassing ordinary humans. To awaken them, they need a mana manipulator to stimulate their dormant magic. Such individuals are rare. So many magic swordsmen die without ever realizing their potential. The training seems to be over. Summon him, Ian instructed Dio, his tone brooking no further refusal. 17-year-old Barik was an oddity. His fiery temper, mirroring his blazing red hair, made him unpopular amongst his fellow trainees. It had been that way since the day he arrived. When the drill sergeant, intending to put him in his place, picked a fight, Barik refused to yield, fighting until his arms and legs were broken. He finally succumbed, but only through unconsciousness. The bastard who won't win but won't lose. That's what the other trainees called him behind his back. Break ha. Move to the shade, the training grounds baked under the scorching sun. As the instructor's command for a break echoed, the trainees stumbled towards the shade. No one offered to help Barik up. Barik didn't seem to expect it either. He simply closed his eyes, catching his breath. He'd get up on his own eventually. Barik, an unfamiliar voice calling his name made Barik open his eyes. A head of golden hair shimmered brightly, but that was all he could see. His vision was blurred. Can you stand? Who are you? Ian, get lost. Barik knew Baron Bratz had a bastard son. He just didn't know the boy standing before him was him. Barik didn't care. He'd been living in the barracks for half a year and didn't even know the names of his bunkmates. He had no reason to know the boy who'd arrived a month ago and lived like a walking corpse. What a nasty temper. Ian, on the other hand, observed Barik with a thoughtful expression. The boy fit the profile of a magic swordsman to a T. Might be a prejudice, but every magic swordsman Ian had ever met possessed a similar temperament. A restless, almost desperate need to cut something down, always leading to trouble. Such insolence. Ian scolded Barik as he poured water over his face. Barik, seemingly relieved by the coolness, simply opened his mouth, eyes still closed. Ian glanced back. Chell, Dio, and the other trainees watched him with puzzled expressions from the shade. They couldn't fathom what the bastard son was up to. Let's test him. Turning his back to the others, Ian crouched down. Pretending to offer Barik more water, he grasped his chin. Through the contact, a trickle of Ian's mana flowed into Barik. Barik's grimacing face gradually relaxed. It was as if the burning fire that had consumed him was slowly being quenched. A little more, just a little more. Barik lapped up the remaining water as if it were the sweetest nectar, mistaking the sensation for simple relief from the heat. Ian let the last drop spill and stood up. Got it. Ordinary people couldn't absorb pure mana. Their mana vessels were too porous, unable to contain the power. Mana users, however, possessed dense vessels that prevented leakage. That was why healing and illusion magic were so highly regarded. Offensive magic simply shattered the target's vessel, regardless of its density. But healing and illusion required carefully modulating mana to be absorbed, making them highly advanced techniques. So what about Barik? Not only did he absorb the mana without any adverse effects, but his reaction was immediate and desperate, like a newborn seeking its mother's milk. He has potential. This was an unexpected harvest. Ian hadn't imagined finding a budding magic swordsman in such a place. Releasing his mana, Ian turned towards Chell and Dio. Chell, drenched in sweat, already looked exhausted, despite having done nothing but stand there. Brother, let's end training here for today. Chell's face lit up, relief washing over him. Should we, and from tomorrow you'll train with me. Chell's expression instantly darkened, as if he'd been thrown back into the mud. Was it his youth? His emotions were so transparent. As the next Baron, it's only fitting, Ian added with a smile. Barik remained sprawled on the training ground, still basking in the lingering sensation of mana. You're going to the training grounds with Chell? Durga asked. He had just finished meticulously cataloging every word contained within the mana stone brooch. He'd summoned Ian at sunrise, yet the sky outside was now dotted with stars. Ian cleared his throat, raw from speaking all day. Yes, it's right outside the manor's back gate, but since it requires leaving the grounds, I'm seeking your permission, Father. Durga removed a mana stone from a glass container and wiped it with a dry cloth. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of indifference and suspicion. Have no ulterior motives. As I've explained, even a short trip outside drains my energy considerably. If both of the family's heirs are in such a state, we'll be mocked by the Chinryok clan. More importantly, we won't survive the journey across the border in the Dead Sea. It was a reasonable argument. Durga pushed aside a stack of documents and spoke, his tone condescending and testing. Frequent trips outside will make you restless. How do I know you won't have other ideas? Was the unspoken question. Durga was already uneasy about Ian's regular meetings with Moline. Granting him further freedom was unsettling. Ian pulled a letter from his pocket. The reply to the letter you gave me earlier, the letter to Ian's mother. He offered it as his answer. You know better than anyone that I won't do anything foolish with my mother out there. Durga unfolded the neatly folded paper. Please tell mother that my writing is still immature. That much was true. Durga had already heard from the butler that the tutor had helped Ian compose the reply during their lesson. Russell, he unfolded the letter. The handwriting was messy, but the affection within was palpable. Mother, don't worry, I'm doing well here. The Baron, the Baroness, and the young master are all taking good care of me. I'll be sure to get what you asked for. Please stay safe until the day I return. I send you my longing with these short lyrics. When the moon falls from the sky, the sun will not rise. There is no eternal darkness. The last line seemed to be a code between mother and son. Durga stroked his beard as he read the part where Ian promised to procure the guru leaves. He did so to hide the faint smile that crept onto his face. What did your mother ask for? Father, didn't you read the letter? Ian's question was a test, but the answer was unexpected. Durga looked up, scrutinizing Ian's face. The sharpness in his eyes, a rare sight, clearly indicated his concern for his mother's request for secrecy. A smile Durga could no longer suppress played on his lips. Do I look that idle? No, sir. I don't know for sure, but it's a hair ornament commonly worn by Chinryok women. But this, too, was part of Ian's plan, feigning suspicion about whether Durga had actually read the letter, given the need for secrecy surrounding his mother's request. He even lowered his gaze and made his voice tremble slightly. I can't do this. Acting was neither his forte nor his preference, and how foolish Durga was to fall for such a clumsy performance. If you grant me permission, I'll start training at the grounds tomorrow. Ian steered the conversation back on track. He had already secured Durga's permission through Chell, but he wanted to make it official. Durga nodded, stroking his beard. Don't even think about harming Chell under the guise of training. Dio will slit your throat on the spot. By the way, when did you say you were meeting Lady Moline again? The day after tomorrow. He would meet them again the day after tomorrow. At Ian's words, Durga frowned, lost in thought. Due to the Baroness's opposition, Chell wouldn't be able to accompany Ian this time. Very well. Durga waved his hand, dismissing Ian. As he turned to leave, Ian glanced at the papers on Durga's desk. There must be something related to taxes among those. Click. Standing in the darkened hallway, Ian thought about Moline. What exactly did they see in him? He wasn't entirely sure, but it was clear they wanted to undermine Durga. Replacing Chell with Ian was likely part of their plan. Then the tax issue is the key. They suspect Durga of tax evasion, but it was a dangerous game. Tax evasion against the imperial palace was a grave offense. If things went wrong, everyone bearing the Bratz name could be executed for treason. If Ian wasn't officially recognized as a Bratz, he would be enslaved. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. If the Bratz name disappeared, the family would crumble, and Ian's value would vanish along with it. His survival was at stake, a deadly tightrope walk. Durga wanted to sell him to the desert, and Moline wanted to devour the Bratz family. He had to tread carefully between them, but it seems they have eyes and ears planted within the manor. They definitely knew about the letter. Master Ian. Servant called out, holding a lantern. He was asking if Ian wanted to return to his bedroom. Ian followed him down the hallway. Being on the highest floor of the manor, he could still see the flickering lights of the training ground through the window. They're all working hard, even this late. At Ian's warm murmur, the servant smiled faintly. Ian himself had been toiling all day in Durga's office. The servant, who regularly served Ian clean meals in the dining hall, felt a sense of camaraderie with the boy. I've prepared training clothes in your bedroom. Have a good night, Master Ian. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, figures still burning with energy swung swords and spears. Among them, the most striking was the red-haired Barik. Did that bastard eat something wrong today? I know, right? He's overflowing with energy. He was practically dying earlier. Barik usually lost all his strength after sunset, like a candle flickering out. But for some reason, he continued to swing his sword even after everyone else had returned to the barracks. Swish, thwack, Barik sliced through the scarecrow's neck with all his might. For the first time, his sword moved exactly as he intended. His ragged breaths were laced with exhilaration and pleasure. Haha, this is it, damn it. What was it? Was his training finally paying off? Or was it because he had collapsed repeatedly during the day? He didn't know why the golden-haired boy kept flashing through his mind under the sunlight, but Barik gripped his sword once more. A strange tension hung over the training grounds. Outwardly, the fervor of practice was the same as yesterday, but an unspoken awareness bound everyone's attention to a single point: the young lords of the house they served. You must warm up properly. Otherwise, the risk of injury is high, Dio instructed. Like this, Chell whined, mimicking a stretch. Dio had been tasked with overseeing the young lord's physical training. Still feigning injury, he was the only one available, and despite his temperament, his skill was undeniable, earning Duraga's trust. His assignment likely included keeping a close watch on Ian, with orders to eliminate him if necessary. Extend your arm further back, young Master Ian said, feigning helpfulness towards Chell. I can't, it hurts too much, Chell complained. Ian played the part of the diligent attendant. With Dio present, every action would reach Duraga's ears. Creating suspicion would be foolish, feigning compliance was the wiser course. We'll start with basic stamina, no giving up midway. We'll run for about an hour, then I'll assess your sword stances, Dio announced. Chell's nose wrinkled, his face a mask of misery. The sun would only grow hotter as time passed. Dio checked his timepiece, observing the two boys. If I push them hard enough, they'll quit this charade within days. It wasn't just the inconvenience in the long run. Neither boy should be anywhere near the training grounds. Ian was destined to be sold to the Chinryok tribe, and Chell, especially, posed a threat. As he grew older, he would become more involved in Baron Bratz's affairs. If he gained control of the private army, Dio's position would be jeopardized. Where are the knights, by the way? Ian asked, casually stretching. He'd noticed yesterday that most trainees exuded a rough, unrefined air. None possessed the disciplined aura of a true knight. Well, Dio himself isn't a knight, so it's to be expected. Dio seemed to lack a title. The household staff addressed him by various names, none of which included knight, nor had Ian seen him wearing the family crest. Those noble fellows trained separately in their own private grounds. This lot are just pickaxe swingers turned sword flailers, Dio sneered, tapping the ground with a stick. His teeth seemed unusually dark today. His flippant tone suggested he was looking for a fight. Very well. Different teachers for different students, I suppose, Ian replied, subtly implying that Dio was fit only for beginners. Dio, seemingly oblivious, merely picked at his ear and turned away. Now then, let's run. No estate was without knights. They were the elite, and Bratz's estate was no exception. They were undoubtedly carrying out secret missions and acting as bodyguards. Given this is the border region, there can be at most 10 of them. Royal Palace limited the number of knights a noble could retain, as true knights were recognized for their proven skill and experience in monster hunts and wars. They were a force to be reckoned with, unlike the ragtag group of peasant-turned-soldiers here. They must be quite skilled, Ian mused. They were stationed on the border, facing the Chinryok tribe, and despite being here for nearly half a month, Ian hadn't sensed their presence once. They were truly Duraga's shadows. Keep running, Dio barked. Huff. Huff, Chell panted, dragging his feet. This was only the second lap. Ian, breathing easily, overtook him. Dio, trudging along, glanced at Ian. He even knows how to control his breathing. He wasn't necessarily strong, but he moved with an innate efficiency. Unlike Chell, who was falling further behind, Ian steadily kept pace with Dio. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training grounds, two boys sparred with wooden swords. Raag, Barik roared, a flurry of blows forcing his opponent back. The retreat wasn't due to overwhelming force, but simply the relentless onslaught. Barik's expression soured. Damn it, something was off. Last night he'd felt incredibly light, almost weightless. Now he felt as if the effects of a drug he hadn't even taken had worn off. He desperately lunged, trying to recapture the fading sensation. Hey, take it easy, his sparring partner yelled, finally snapping. Their swords clashed, sending both flying. Barik stopped, catching his breath, while his partner spat in disgust. That's why I said I didn't want to do this. You lost the bet this morning, Meryl. No one wanted to spar with Barik. He never held back, treating every exchange like a life or death struggle. Several trainees had been injured by his intensity. The other trainees chuckled, mocking Meryl, who cursed under his breath and retreated to the rest area. Barik, left alone, retrieved his fallen sword. Barik. The voice was familiar now. He looked up at Ian with his crimson eyes. The sweat-drenched boy was smiling brightly. What? Barik grunted. You're not telling me to get lost anymore. When did I ever do that? You must have really lost it that day. You don't even remember what you said. Barik had realized earlier that the young lord who had offered him water was Ian. He'd overheard the gossip about the lord's sons coming to the training grounds. Ian grinned, clapping Barik on the shoulder. Well, it's all right. Everyone loses their mind under the scorching sun. Barik didn't bother replying. Go ahead and mock me, he thought. What could a young lord possibly do to him anyway? He slowly dragged his sword towards the shade, Ian trailing behind him. Barik frowned, turning back. Young Master Chell will take a while to get here. I thought I'd walk slowly and rest. Behind them, Dio was practically dragging Chell along. He'd collapse, Dio would haul him up, and he'd collapse again. It was a chaotic cycle. Want some? Ian offered, pulling out some dried meat from his pocket. The servants had provided it to prevent the trainees from getting hungry. Winning someone over started with fulfilling their basic needs. The more fundamental the need, the more effective the gesture. However, why not? No reason to eat it. This was unexpected. Even with Duraga's focus on expanding his forces, an orphan soldier wouldn't be living lavishly. He'd be barely scraping by. Just leave me alone, Barik said, his speech oddly formal. Your speech is strange. If you're going to be respectful, do it properly. Barik remained silent, his resolve unwavering. He knew Ian was the second son, yet his behavior hadn't changed. He steadfastly rejected any kindness or goodwill. Ian's initial annoyance quickly turned to realization. This is actually better. I need a tool, not a confidant. Someone indifferent to favors likely had their own strong convictions. If Ian could satisfy those, he could forge a clean, efficient contract. Barik wrapped his right hand and wooden sword with bandages. Without hesitation, he opened the door to the rest area and called out Meryl. Come out. Did the heat fry your brain? Don't you dare call my name. Our match isn't over. Is he insane? Meryl scowled. A hulking figure, twice Barik's size, rose in his place. You've been acting up since yesterday, haven't you? Get lost. I have no business with you. Meryl has no business with you either. The man grabbed Barrick's head and slammed it against the wall. It happened in a flash. Undeterred, Barrick retaliated, swinging his wooden sword. I said get lost. Thwack thwack. Ian chewed on his jerky, observing the scene. Barrick's personality was definitely abnormal. He seemed utterly fearless in the face of violence, obsessed with strength and victory. Thwack thwack. Unfortunately, reality was harsher than his bravado. No matter how hard he fought, Barrick couldn't overcome the sheer size difference. You crazy bastard. Stop it. Thwack thwack crack. The man kicked Barrick in the gut like he was punting a ball. That looked like it hurt. Ian winced internally as Barrick crumpled to the floor. The man brushed his hands off, chuckling. Keep messing around and you won't last long, though I'd appreciate it if you died early. Ha ha ha. Barrick lay sprawled, gasping for air. Ian crouched beside him, his golden hair falling around Barrick's face. Want me to teach him a lesson? Ian whispered. Barrick closed his eyes. Get lost, damn it. Why? Don't you want to win? There are many ways to win. Even as the second son, Ian's word could easily dispose of a mere trainee. But Barrick raised his middle finger. That's meaningless. Strength. That was his sole criteria for survival. When his family knelt and begged before his father's violence, when their home was painted red with a robber's blade, Barrick could do nothing but watch. Even without knowing the details, Ian understood. I see. That's your meaning. Just then, Chell collapsed in the distance. Dio looked flustered as the other trainees gathered around, trying to rouse him. Barrick, eyes still closed, muttered, I swear if you talk to me one more time, I'll kill you. But you're in such a sorry state. Tusk. Damn it. Ian placed his hand over Barrick's eyes. Crouched low, his face was hidden from the others. Besides, everyone's attention was on Chell. I have a rather interesting method, you see. He felt Barrick's gaze beneath his palm. A burning, fervent spirit. Those crimson eyes were no accident. That strength you crave, I can give it to you. You're talking nonsense. You're crazy. If I give you what you need, you must give me what I need in return. His voice was serious. Barrick's silence surprised Ian. He seemed unable to even offer a dismissive retort. Despite his brash words, he seemed to possess a thoughtful nature. BZZT. Ian channeled his mana, a little more than yesterday, but still not enough for a full awakening. A magic swordsman's apprenticeship lasted at least a year, so he would need to invest a similar amount of time in Barrick. Barrick's fingers twitched. The pain that had consumed him washed away, replaced by a chilling coolness that sharpened his senses. His heart pounded in his ears as he bolted upright. Whoa there. Startled, Ian withdrew his hand. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Then Barrick slowly turned his head. His senses were heightened, every nerve alive. He saw the man who had beaten him, arms crossed, watching the commotion around Chell. Tusk. If he'd been like this from the start. This is why Baron Bratz. The voices drifted into Barrick's ears. His eyes gleaming, he sprang forward instinctively like a predator unleashed. Discarding his wooden sword, he launched a fist. Thwack. Arg. The man turned, startled by the cry. He was met with Barrick, a blur of motion, hair whipping around him despite the still air. Only Ian knew it was the flow of mana. It was instantaneous. Unable to withstand the sudden impact, the man's body flew backward. Barrick climbed on top of him, raining down merciless punches. Thud. The onlookers stood stunned, momentarily paralyzed. The man was a hulking brute. He shouldn't have gone down with a single blow. Just moments ago, he'd seemed capable of tossing Barrick around like a rag doll. Now he was being utterly dominated. Hey, stop him. Crazy, what are you doing, Barrick? This bastard's lost it, but the downed man's reaction was strange. He lay still, not even twitching a finger, crumbling pathetically. His companions finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed towards Barrick. Get off, snap out of it. Barrick's breathing was ragged and erratic. He fought with a ferocious intensity like a man possessed. It took at least 5 trainees to pull him away. What are you doing? What's going on here? Dio and the instructors rushed over, drawn by the commotion. The scene was unbelievable. The massive man sprawled on the ground, and Barrick, his face a mask of bloodlust. It was hard to believe this had all happened with bare fists. If Barrick had been the one lying on the ground, it would have made more sense. Ha, instructor, he's completely lost it. Barrick just attacked him out of nowhere. Barrick, pinned to the ground, burst into laughter, a look of pure exhilaration on his face. The trainees holding him down grimaced in disgust. An instructor lifted Barrick's chin with his boot. Barrick, shit, that's the stuff. Barrick, that idiot deserved it for turning his back after the spar. Barrick's furious roar was chillingly intense. The instructor, deeming him unworthy of a response, ground his boot into Barrick's face, eliciting a pained groan. Take him to the infirmary. Restrain Barrick and take him to the punishment cell. The instructor's words spurred everyone into action. As Barrick was dragged away, his eyes met Ian's. In contrast to Ian's calm expression, Barrick's eyes gleamed with the excitement of an adventurer who had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. He seemed consumed by a satisfying thrill. He's definitely insane. Ian agreed with the trainee's assessment. Barrick was one of the most volatile magic swordsmen he had ever encountered. Conversely, it meant he was fearless in combat. A warrior who doesn't fear death has no equal. Ian. Dio approached Ian, his brow furrowed. What did that lunatic do? Despite the words, his tone lacked any real concern. It was a perfunctory question. Ian brushed off his sleeve and replied, "Nothing, just got an earful of curses. Unfortunately, we'll have to end training here today. Given young Master Chell's condition and the disruption in the training grounds, Chell lay sprawled in the shade, catching his breath. His plump belly rose and fell with labored effort. His participation had been purely symbolic. Coupled with the pool of blood where the man had fallen, it was clear that today's training was over. That is, if training was Ian's sole objective. Indeed, but about that Barik fellow, Dio, who had been turning to leave, paused at Ian's words. What will his punishment be? He's a constant troublemaker. We'll have to discuss it, but he'll likely be flogged and expelled, and any wages he was owed would be confiscated as compensation for the damages. Ian walked away, his face impassive, but a satisfied smile played on his lips. It wasn't intentional, but this works out perfectly. Currently, Barik was a soldier under Durga Bratz, but once expelled and free, it would be much easier to establish a connection. A man blindly chasing strength would surely seek Ian out, driven by the strange phenomenon he had just experienced. With his temperament, he'll probably crawl here the same day he's flogged. Ian glanced at the back gate of the training grounds where Barik had disappeared, shaking his head. He was a fiery individual. If Ian could use contract magic, he would control him with it, but that was currently beyond his capabilities. He would have to coax and manipulate him like a wild beast. Huff, huff. Brother, are you all right? I can't do this. I really can't. Chell whined, almost on the verge of tears. He hadn't raised his voice since seeing Ian's golden eyes. He seemed genuinely exhausted. I understand. From now on, you're on your own, brother. Ian added a smile, implying that if Chell's weakness cost him his training opportunities, there would be consequences. Whether Chell understood or not, he wiped his sweat and struggled to his feet. The pool of blood was horrifying, and the sounds of whipping and screams echoing from somewhere were terrifying. Chell realized once again that the training grounds were truly not for him. The next day, the third official luncheon with Lord Malin began. The garden, now in full bloom, was vibrant with color. Malin, Mac, and Degore led the conversation with much more ease than before, so I asked the young lady at the time, "Aha, I've heard that story before. I thought you might know, madam." They refrained from making cryptic remarks or engaging in power struggles with Durga. The probing questions directed at Ian were also absent. The conversation revolved around trivial social gossip, centered around Countess Mary. This change was undoubtedly due to the prior agreement between Ian and Malin. Durga, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. "Lord Malin." "Yes, Count Bratz. Has Ian been giving you a good tour of the territory?" There was something suspicious about Ian, but Durga couldn't find any concrete evidence. Chell and Dio were oblivious, and Broach had checked 3 times despite his busy schedule. There was nothing to fault. Since it was his first outing, we went to the park after lunch. The weather was lovely, and we enjoyed the walk. The scholarly discussion was also excellent. The memories of that day are vivid. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, Ian, would you show us the room you mentioned the other day? Room? What room? Ian briefly searched his memory. When Malin first suggested the outing, he had jokingly asked if they could see Ian's room. Ian glanced at Durga and smiled. His steak was gone. If Durga gave permission, he would gladly excuse himself and end the meal. "Would that be all right, father? I'd like to join you, but..." Durga wanted to accompany them, but his aide's presence at the garden entrance was too insistent. He paced back and forth like a restless puppy. There must have been urgent business to attend to. "My wife will see to our guests." Durga clicked his tongue inwardly and looked at Mary, his tone bordering on a command. "Yes, I will." The atmosphere between them had grown even colder since their argument. They were only maintaining a semblance of civility for the sake of their guests. Countess Mary wiped her hands with a napkin and smiled brightly, her expression changing like an actor on stage. "Shall we excuse ourselves then?" As everyone set down their cutlery, the waiting servants sprang into action. One of them approached Mary and whispered something in her ear. What is it, my dear? I apologize." "Lady Mariloff's attendant is waiting at the main gate." "You mean Countess Mariloff from the neighboring territory?" Max sounded slightly surprised. Count Mariloff. Being from the border region, they weren't particularly well known in social circles, but judging by Mary's reaction, they seemed quite acquainted. Mary smiled, a hint of mockery in her expression. "Yes, there's something I need to receive from her." "Ian, would you mind escorting our guests to your room? I'll have tea sent over shortly." Mary excused herself gracefully. Durga, after a final farewell, headed to his study, and Ian led the guests to his quarters in the annex, Creek. As they say, a room reflects its owner. It's quite charming. Mac complimented the room as he looked around. The 3 of them settled on the sofa. Ian fetched parchment and a quill, then gestured to the red brooch pinned to his chest. Everyone knew what it signified. "You mentioned practicing your penmanship. May we have a look, of course?" Mac and Degore chattered incessantly, filling the silence. Time was short before Mary's arrival. Ian picked up the quill and wrote a simple sentence. "What do I need to do? Can you access Count Durga's study? I frequently visit the upper floors for mana stone regeneration. The mention of the study suggested it likely concerned the tax issue Ian had anticipated. Malin hesitated for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. I need to confirm the total harvest yield from the territory, the production output of the Mon Mountain mines, and the farmers' tax records from last summer to the present. A handwritten copy would be ideal, but if that's difficult, just the figures with your seal will suffice. So they did own mines, though being coal mines, they wouldn't be particularly valuable. Even without a detailed list, a document bearing the seal would be enough to initiate a forced investigation under the guise of an internal whistleblower's report. That was why nobles treasured their seals so much, and why entrusting someone with the seal was a common measure of loyalty. Are you suggesting the Bratz family has been embezzling taxes? I only have suspicions at this point. Ian feigned hesitation as he wrote his next question. Embezzlement is a grave crime that could ruin the family. He needed assurance that the family wouldn't be destroyed. If the Bratz family fell, Ian's position would disappear as well. Moreover, as someone with Durga's blood, he would likely become a royal slave. He would have to spend his life repaying the embezzled taxes. If I oppose your adoption, you won't be considered a member of the Bratz family. You'll avoid the harshest punishments and won't be exiled. Wouldn't that be preferable? Look at them. As expected, Malin didn't offer the desired answer. He assumed Ian wouldn't understand the subsequent proceedings and didn't seem to care much either way. He likely believed that avoiding exile was a sufficient reward for a commoner from a brothel. It's a reasonable assumption, but this is problematic. Lost in thought, Ian let out an involuntary exclamation. Mac and Degore turned to him, startled by the sudden sound. Ian, my apologies. I bit my tongue. Be careful. Small wounds can be quite painful. Malin's gentle concern didn't sound gentle at all. If he continued down this path, there would be no escape. Ian organized his thoughts and continued writing. Then I have a proposition. Please proceed. A way to protect himself from the royal court's judgment and secure the territory. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Durga and the royal court still shared a common enemy. I won't be adopted, but I will meet with the 1,000-year tribe. Meet the Chinrieo tribe, but not join them. Malin's face was a sight to behold, a mix of bewilderment and absurdity. He stroked his beard, mouth opening and closing, trying to grasp Ian's intentions. Meeting the Chinrieo meant crossing the border. For Ian, wasn't that a death sentence? At his hesitation, Mac and Dreger also leaned in, peering at the parchment. Their expressions shifted to match Malin's. Do you not understand what it means to meet the Chinrieo tribe? I understand perfectly. But if the imperial palace sends investigators, my father will undoubtedly suspect me. Among the central nobles in the Bratz territory, you are the only ones, and I am the one who has been close to you in the mansion. Even if he has hidden eyes and ears, it is obvious that I will be the first to be suspected. It was the natural course of action. If the imperial palace had sent an investigator after nearly half a month's journey, it meant they had solid evidence, and that evidence likely originated from the Bratz mansion. He won't leave me alone. I don't know what will happen when the investigators arrive. Knowing my father's personality, he'll interrogate me with a blade, so I will cross the border. The three men exchanged glances. Truthfully, they didn't care what happened to the child. Whether he died at his father's hand, became a slave, or crossed the border, what they wanted was the downfall of the Bratz family and the value of the territory they would gain from it. You may never return. Ian was well aware of this. Even with the peace treaty in place, his safety couldn't be guaranteed. What would happen if his family was gone? It might be better to hide somewhere. Then, Ian, piercing through their thoughts, continued to write, Will you hide me and my mother? Malin remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the parchment, but Mac and Dreger's discomfort was evident. Bringing down the Bratz family, a lineage spanning generations, was a time-sensitive and dangerous task. Protecting a bastard child and his mother was an added burden, especially since they were outsiders. The Bratz territory is in my father's grasp. I know it's impossible, so I will cross the border as my father wishes. That alone is enough. As long as Durga remained in power, Ian's bones were destined to be buried beyond the border. Even if he ran, he had nowhere to go. But what if the Bratz family was annihilated? No, at least what if Durga, the head of the family, was gone? Ian could return, and live as he had before. Risky, but maybe not a bad choice. Mac thought, stroking his brow. If he stayed here, he would either die by his father's hand or become a slave, but if he left, there's hope. Later, when time has passed and memories have faded, he could blend in with the villagers and live among them. He silently applauded Ian. He brought the pen and wrote at the edge, his handwriting almost lying flat. A truly fate-defying choice. Teacher, I think this is acceptable. With Ian's help, securing evidence immediately is our priority, isn't it? That Durga, he's not one to be underestimated. We don't have time to waste. Malin nodded in agreement. And above all, if the peace treaty proceeds. As Mac was about to write further, Dreger stopped him, shaking his head lightly with a scolding look. Realizing his mistake, Mac turned to Ian, his gaze apologetic as he assessed his expression. Instead of answering, Ian completed the sentence. If the peace treaty proceeds, it will be beneficial in many ways. With the central investigation and Durga's conflict, the territory would be in turmoil. It would be troublesome if the Chinreo tribe took advantage of the chaos. It was safer to proceed with the agreed-upon peace treaty. Even if the head of the family changed later, they would be in a favorable position for negotiation. Lord Ian, let's go outside often. We'll leave when the flowers are in full bloom, but before that, you must take in the beauty of the Bratz territory. This meant that everything would proceed as planned in the spring without any setbacks. The seal is peculiar, just as Ian was observing his hand movements without much interest. Knock, knock. A knock came from outside. We'll bring in the dessert. Come in. Fortunately, it wasn't Countess Mary. It was the servants carrying trays filled with teacups and a teapot. As they busily entered the room, Mac stuffed the parchment into his pocket and asked, "I'd like to smoke a cigarette, Lord Ian. You may just open the window." "Yes, sir. I'll bring it right away." "But the Countess is a bit late, isn't she?" If Countess Mary was delayed, he planned to burn the paper along with the tobacco. Click, click. Mac habitually flicked his lighter as he asked, and the servant smiled awkwardly. "Countess Morellifi sent many things over. Do they often interact like that?" "Yes, the servants go back and forth a couple of times a week." The servant respectfully presented a golden ashtray. Mac, who was opening the window, suddenly noticed a familiar flower pot. "That's the flower pot we bought at the park that day. It's a strange flower. It stays in full bloom for a long time." "Do the people in the mansion not know what it is?" "No, everyone says it's a plant they've never seen before. We were worried it might be poisonous, but fortunately it doesn't seem to be." Mac exhaled a puff of smoke and shifted his gaze. Once the servants left, he crumpled the carefully folded parchment into the ashtray. He then pressed the burning end of his cigarette against it, watching as faint smoke drifted out the window. Knock, knock. This time, the door opened without waiting for an answer. It was Countess Mary. She covered her mouth and laughed, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry I'm late. It's not polite to keep guests waiting." "Not at all, Countess. It seems Countess Morellifi sent some precious gifts. Since they're close to the Han Kingdom, they get a lot of interesting things." "Is that so? There must be many items not even seen in the central region." Mac asked with a hint of wanting to see them, but Countess Mary awkwardly smiled and changed the subject. "They're women's things, so you probably wouldn't be interested. Anyway," she took a deep breath, about to savor the aroma of the tea, but then paused. "What's that smell?" "I apologize, Countess. I smoked a cigarette." "Oh, you did." The glare she was about to give Ian softened. She had momentarily thought the room wasn't being managed properly. Mary smiled brightly and brought up more gossip. 1 hour. That's how long it took for Malin and his party to leave after lunch. Moreover, most of that time was spent with Countess Mary, except for the beginning. As a result, the time to check the brooch was much shorter. Durga took out a gemstone from the mana container and asked, "There's a gap here. Explain," especially before the Countess entered. Durga sharply scrutinized Ian, who stood at attention. He didn't seem particularly nervous or flustered. "I was just listening to Sir Mac and Sir Dreger's conversation. The weather was so nice that I was looking outside." Overall, it was a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. Clink, clink. The sound of Durga rolling the brooch was the only sound in the room. His expression was full of suspicion, but Ian knew it was just a threat to intimidate and control him. "If you're done checking, may I go downstairs? The tutor is waiting. You said you'd write a personal letter today, didn't you?" "Yes, I'll do my best, though it may be inadequate." He had already prepared what to write. It would be full of meaningless content, other than verifying his handwriting, about fostering harmony between the Bratz family and the Chinreo tribe. "You may leave, Father." Even at Ian's call, Durga didn't raise his head. He simply raised an eyebrow, a silent permission to speak. "Has Mother received the letter? You're asking useless questions." It wasn't useless. He was consciously reminding Durga that Ian's leash was his mother, making him complacent, believing he had a firm grip on the leash. But at the end of that leash, there would be nothing. "I apologize." Then, Ian bowed his head and left the office. What Sir Malin needed was a clue to embezzlement. The Imperial Palace investigator would uncover the details, so even a minor detail with a seal would suffice. "The brooch is in the middle drawer of the desk. There was no separate lock. That can't be right." Due to the angle, Ian couldn't see inside the drawer from his position. But it was where valuable mana stones were stored, and more importantly, there was no apparent safe in Durga's study. Even if there was a safe, it was likely connected to the desk. As he pondered how to search the desk, Lord Ian, Hana, as he came down the stairs, Hana peeked her head out. Her cautious voice and the way she looked left and right indicated something was amiss. She was checking to see if anyone was watching. "What is it? Do you know someone named Barik?" "Barik." Of course he did. As Ian nodded, Hana whispered as if she had expected it. "There's a man named Barik causing a disturbance at the front gate, demanding to see you, Lord Ian." He could imagine the scene, and a chuckle escaped him. Even his mother couldn't see him, so why would they let a vagrant, expelled from the soldiers' unit, meet him? "I'll go see him briefly, so please tell the tutor." "Yes, Lord Ian." Hana quickly ran to the annex, and Ian headed for the front gate. The atmosphere among the gardeners and gatekeepers was indeed unsettled. As Ian approached with quick steps, a guard awkwardly bowed his head. "What brings you here? I heard my guest has arrived." "Well, that is," the gatekeeper scratched his nose and explained. "He claims to be a former trainee, but he seems to have a grudge against the mansion, so we turned him away." So they had misjudged that he wasn't here to see Ian, but merely using him as an excuse to enter the mansion. That's why the report had ended at the mid-level manager. How impudent. "Pardon," Ian frowned. The guard blinked at the sudden scolding. "Do the underlings dare to arbitrarily filter the master's guests? If he said he came to see me, you should have consulted those above and proceeded accordingly. Who are you to decide?" Those above referred to Durga, but it didn't matter. It wasn't something to hide, nor could it be hidden. To use Barik as a subordinate meant to take him in. I apologize." Ian glared and gestured with his chin. "Open the gate, but I won't go out." At Ian's firm words, the gatekeeper opened the main gate. Creak. A short distance away, Barik was sprawled on the ground, almost lying down. It seemed like he was planning to eat and sleep there until he met Ian. "Hey!" As soon as Barik spotted the golden hair, he sprang up reflexively. The gatekeeper's spear blocked his path, but Barik treated them like they were invisible and shouted, What are you?" He must be referring to the golden eyes and the mysterious power from that day. Ian smiled brightly and stood in front of the gate. As he had told the gatekeepers, he hadn't stepped outside the mansion. "You've become quite impressive." The whip marks lined up in rows were clear. Ian gestured for him to come closer, and they faced each other at the boundary between the mansion and the outside world. Everyone stepped back for a moment. But shall I call the butler? It wasn't Durga, but the butler who directly managed them. If it became known that the report had been cut off midway, they would surely be scolded severely. And it was someone who had come to see Ian, of all people. Whatever else they might overlook, there was an order to manage even the smallest things regarding the bastard son. Just for a moment. The gatekeepers moved back a little. They were close enough to respond quickly if a problem arose, but far enough not to hear a quiet conversation. Ian pulled Barik's ear. You look like you need my help. Stop with the small talk and tell me what that was back then. I need you too." Ian cut off Barik's words and whispered. "You have nowhere to sleep and nothing to eat, I'm well aware." Any wages Barik had received had likely been confiscated as compensation for damages. He was quite literally destitute. He glared at Ian, his brow furrowed. "Damn it, did you drug me? So that's how it felt. Come to think of it, every time I meet you, my body feels strange. I don't know what it is, but you'd better come clean. That's not how I fight." The feeling of fighting spirit coursing through his veins. He had almost lost himself in the ecstasy of the blows he had landed. It was far from a normal reaction, no matter how he looked at it. And in both instances, the only common factor was this golden-haired brat. Ian smiled leisurely and shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his demeanor. "Your stance is good, but you're duller than I thought." "What?" Barik was momentarily stunned by the unexpected remark. Ian leaned against the door, arms crossed. He tapped his temple as if telling Barik to think harder. "The water I gave you when we first met wasn't mine, but one of the trainees. And you refused the jerky, didn't you?" Besides that, he hadn't had so much as a sip of water. Barik's face twisted in confusion. He had come here almost certain of his suspicions. "I can tell you what you're curious about, but first you must promise me something." "Shah." Ian's eyes turned gold. However, unlike before, he did not send any magic power toward Barik. If he were to run wild like a colt here, things could go awry. "First, you will keep the golden eyes a secret." "Yes, this." Barik jumped and shouted, causing the guards behind him to look back in confusion. Ian's back was turned, so they couldn't see his face. "And don't be insolent." Ian calmly stared at Barik, issuing a warning. He had overlooked much due to needing the power of a magic swordsman, but Barik had gone too far. Given his personality, he would likely act the same way in front of Durga. Is that why magic swordsmen are so rare? A temperament that practically begged for an early death, shoving its neck out for the slaughter. The whip wounds, still not fully healed, were proof of that. Barik bit his lower lip and muttered, "Is that all? Lastly, I want you to protect me from all dangers." "Do that and I will make the power from that day entirely yours. In case you misunderstand, I merely drew out the power hidden within you." He seemed to abhor relying on external forces, so it was best to make that clear. Barik blinked, surprised. "My power, that's the offer. If you agree, I'll do it. Please lower your voice." At Barik's outburst, the guards began to wear suspicious expressions. They whispered among themselves, discussing something. "Following me also means crossing the border." "I don't know if I'll need you when we return, though." "Return? Here, how could a tribute sent away in a peace treaty return to Bratz?" Even Barik knew that was impossible, but regardless, his answer was clear. "Crossing the border is no big deal. I don't have a home or family anyway, so anywhere will do. Keep in mind that you could die. If I stay here, I'll starve to death." "Right, he still won't use honorifics, even if it kills him." Ian looked up at him, chuckling wryly. He had been about to add something, but stopped himself. After being subjected to curses repeatedly, this much was an improvement. "So tell me now clearly." Barik's eyes burned with intensity. It was the simple look of someone seeking strength. Ian, after a moment of choosing his words carefully, asked, "Have you heard of a magic swordsman?" "No." "Then what about magic power?" "That either." They stared at each other in silence, each finding the other strange. Even in the era when Ian was emperor, it was possible for someone to be uneducated. Moreover, this was a rural borderland 100 years in the past. It might be natural for Beric, who had roamed the streets as an orphan, to be ignorant of such things. Lord Ian, you're taking too long. It's time for our shift change. As the two stopped talking, the guards interjected, seizing the opportunity. Ian stroked his chin and instructed Beric, I'll call for you soon, so wait. Hey, wait a minute. Quietly, he added the last word almost as a plea. As the guards slowly began to close the massive door, Beric rushed forward as if to follow. He was blocked by a long spear, though his attempt was thwarted. I clearly told him to wait. How could he disobey an order the moment it was given? He already had a lot on his plate, and now he had one more thing to worry about. Ian clicked his tongue and moved towards the detached building. Perhaps it was an awkward time, as not a single servant was visible in the hallway. They must have all gone to rest after cleaning. Knock, knock, it's Ian. Ian opened the door without waiting for a reply. He had expected to find his tutor waiting, but the room was empty. A half-cold cup of tea, along with a coat and bag, suggested he hadn't left, but where did you go, teacher? He might have gone to the bathroom, but there wasn't a single sign of life. Ian leaned back on the sofa, and then suddenly his gaze fixed on the tutor's bag. Durga attached him to me to keep an eye on me. There must be some useful information in there. Ian rummaged through the bag, finding a stack of papers. Most were reference materials for lessons. The rest was a thesis titled, and among them was an academic journal published last year. Surprisingly, the publisher was Barial University. He said he graduated from university, and it was Barial after all. It was easy to guess why a top talent ended up in the backwater of Bratz. The Great Desert referred to the territory of the Chun Ryo tribe, and the Blister Sea was the sea at the edge of the desert, bordering the east. Swoosh. He emptied the bag to the bottom, but there was nothing special. Ian neatly put the materials back and then searched the old coat. The pockets were clean, save for some trash. Deep inside the sleeve, there was a tailor's label. It bore the name of the designer and the tailor, and the seal next to it looked familiar. It looked similar to the seal used by Sir Malin. He traced the lines with his fingertip, one by one. It closely resembled Malin's hand movements from his memory. At that moment, the academic journal from Barial University caught his eye again. Since Barial University was a state-run institution, wasn't there a good chance of connections with government officials? Ian burst into laughter without realizing it. Sir Malin's eyes and ears were the tutor after all. Thinking about it, it made sense. Servants wouldn't know about sending letters to the Chun Ryo tribe. Ian tidied up the coat and sat on the sofa as if nothing had happened. Does the tutor know that I've joined hands with Sir Malin? If he were a simple informant, there would be no need to inform him of that, but if he were more than that, he was monitoring Ian from behind. Just then, creak, Lord Ian. The tutor, entering hurriedly, flinched upon seeing Ian, a faint sheen of sweat and a flushed face. He had clearly just returned from a very delicate task. Such cases were usually secret meetings, espionage, or theft. Since he was empty-handed, espionage was the most likely. I was a bit delayed due to some business. Are you going somewhere? To the bathroom. There's a bathroom in your room, too. Well, that is, His eyes darted around. Ian waved his hand dismissively and sat at the desk. I need to write a letter today. You heard from my father, right? Yes, indeed. I received the content and have already written it. Lord Ian just needs to copy it. The sound of a relieved sigh was audible. He seemed glad that Ian wasn't paying much attention. How could he be so clumsy? Rather than planting an informant as a tutor, it seemed more plausible that the tutor turned out to be a distant relative. Teacher, I think I'll be late today. Shall I have them send word to your home? Since it's an awkward time, why don't you have dinner here? Ian asked, probing him. The tutor wiped his sweat, clearly uncomfortable. It's fine. There's no one waiting for me. I'll have dinner at home. Single. A poor nobleman in his late 30s, struggling alone in a foreign land. A life dedicated to research, evident at a glance. When he was at the imperial palace, such individuals occasionally produced remarkable results. It makes sense that he was unenthusiastic about the lessons. He needed to finish quickly and return to his own research. Even while copying the letters, Ian closely observed the tutor. He was clearly on edge, his demeanor strangely tense. Scratch, scratch. The sound of the quill scratching on parchment filled the quiet room. Ian thought to himself, he seems to have done something under Malin's orders, but there wouldn't have been enough time to go to Durga's office. Ian's room was on the third floor of the detached building, while Durga's office was at the top of the main building. He couldn't have gone there not knowing when his pupil might arrive. Therefore, he must have conducted his business somewhere in the detached building. The first floor had a makeshift kitchen, a bathroom for the servants, and a storage room. The second floor had the butlers' and servants' quarters. Above the third floor were all guest rooms and empty rooms. The butler. Did he visit the butler's room? Ian deliberately let the word slip and looked at the tutor. He seemed to have a knack for answering silently. His face had turned dark and stiff. The butler hasn't brought any snacks today. Aren't you hungry? I'm fine. Ian chuckled and continued writing the rest of the letter. From Mullen's perspective, it was safer to have multiple options open. If Ian failed and it was overturned because Durga found out, how would he handle the aftermath? The tutor must have received some kind of order as well. He has some business with the butler, a master key, but it was rare for a lord to grant access to their seal to a butler. It would be different if it were about managing finances, but it didn't seem likely given Durga's personality. Then, he would have to find out for himself. Ian skillfully copied the text, watching the tutor. For now, he seemed unaware that Ian had joined hands with Mullen. He was sweating profusely and fidgeting. If so, Ian had no reason to reveal it either. At the sight of the boy's smiling face, the tutor seemed to relax, offering an awkward smile in return. Ian is unwell, yes, Count. He has complained of stomach pains since morning and has remained in bed. Count Bratz frowned as he fastened his cufflinks. He had thought the atmosphere in the dining hall was strange this morning. The servants kept glancing at him oddly as he ate. The Count mistakenly assumed the servants were hesitant to report the news. In reality, it was because they were hungry due to Ian skipping his meal, the physician. His tone was more concerned about a flaw appearing in his peace offering than his son's health. The butler nodded in relief. He just finished his examination. He said it's nothing serious, likely stress-related. He will observe the progress today and tomorrow and then prescribe medicine. Is he feigning illness? Well, it is true he has been overexerting himself lately. He is inherently frail, after all. His body, which looked like it could be blown away by a gust of wind, had been darting around so much lately that it was hard to believe he was the same boy who first arrived at the mansion. Durga snorted in response. I heard there was a commotion at the front gate yesterday. Yes, Count. Shall we prepare a punishment? Punishment? What for? Just keep the physician close and ensure he is well taken care of. He still doesn't understand that any lingering attachment will only be a burden once he crosses the border. Tusk. Does he not realize that everything connected to him now will become a shackle? It was just as well. It was becoming a bother to control the boy with just his mother. For some reason, his mother, Philia, had become quiet. She no longer caused a fuss, demanding to see her son, and Ian did not inquire about Philia's well-being as often as before. It's clear if you compare it to the beginning when he would throw himself on the ground, wailing that he missed his mother. His emotions are gradually dulling. Moreover, Ian had been meeting with Mullen separately 2 or 3 times a week. The old man clearly had a hidden agenda, yet the brooch was always clean. At this point, he was starting to suspect he was falling for some kind of trick. It was like a sharpened, instinctive sense. What was his name? Eric, Varick Count. If Ian wishes to see him, allow it and accommodate his circumstances as much as possible. He's an orphan, correct. He picked up the letter the tutor had brought last night for handwriting verification. Even a passing dog could tell it was the writing of an illiterate person, though it did become neater towards the end. Durga muttered, frowning. There's a saying, losing a lover is like losing your heart, and losing a friend is like losing your lungs. His feet were bound by the rope of his mother, so now it was time to bind his wrists with the name of friendship. In the remaining month and a half, everything had to be firmly prepared so that even after he crossed the border, this boy would sacrifice himself for the Bratz family. Teach Ian how to breathe. I'm curious to see how much strength a friend can provide. That way, when his breath was later constricted, the pain and fear would be doubled. At Durga's order, the butler bowed his head in acknowledgement. There will be no issues with the management of the mansion. Of course not. Butler, I trust you greatly. I will not disappoint your trust. I expect nothing less. Then I shall take my leave. Thud. The butler left. Durga lit the fire under the wax holder. As the red wax inside began to melt slowly, he opened a drawer. Creak. He reached inside familiarly. A round groove. He twisted the diamond ring on his index finger and pushed it in. Click. Clear sound followed, and a secret compartment opened. It seemed like a simple mechanism from the outside, but an electric current flowed within. Carelessly shoving anything in would result in being electrocuted on the spot. For instance, the fake key Durga had given to the butler. This butler is lasting quite a while. Once, a long time ago, a butler was found dead in Durga's office. The Bratz family's mousetrap, passed down for generations, had worked perfectly. He was suspected of communicating with the Thousand Calamity tribe, but the dead tell no tales. He might know, as he is more perceptive than the previous butler. Durga had not explicitly stated that this was where he kept the seal, but he had subtly hinted that he stored valuables here. Hadn't he openly taken out the brooch in front of Ian? Swoosh. Durga poured the wax onto the envelope and lightly pressed the Bratz family seal onto it. The image of a tiger, representing the family, was vividly engraved. Ian lay half reclined on the cozy bed. He had schemed to be left alone in the annex, but unexpectedly, the household members were even more attentive. After the physician's visit, the servants had brought all sorts of food, making the morning more bustling than usual. Hannah, are you outside? Yes, young master. Ian confirmed Hannah's presence as he put on his outer garment. It was currently 3 p.m. It was the time when the mansion servants finished their late lunch and began cleaning the main building. Although a few remained on the lower floor, this was the time with the fewest people around. Let's go. Yes, young master. With Hannah's help, Ian decided to search the butler's room. She would keep watch and distract anyone who approached. But are you really giving me silver coins? Naturally, since it was a risky task, he had promised compensation besides food. With 3 nobles from the central province on board, how could he not get some silver coins? Yes, don't worry. It's not worry, I'm just excited thinking about what to buy with the silver coins. Hannah moved swiftly, checking both sides of the hallway. No one was there. Ian also descended the stairs as quietly as possible. He was about to turn the corner and use the less frequented back stairs when, no, is that even possible? Of course not. Hey, you got scammed. Ahaha, he heard voices. The door to the servants' quarters closed, and the voices faded away, indicating they had only stopped by briefly. Hannah went down first and made a circle with her hands, signaling it was clear. I'll keep watch at the bottom of the stairs. If anything happens, I'll make a loud noise, so be careful. All right, click. Ian paused as he turned the doorknob. It was rare to find a locked room inside the mansion. Even the Count's bedroom was always open, though there were guards stationed in front of it. Is it locked? It won't open. Was it like this for the tutor too? He had guessed from the tutor's reaction that day that he had failed, but he hadn't realized he couldn't even get in. As Ian was debating whether to use magic, Hannah gestured for him to step aside. Please wait a moment. And then she started fiddling with the doorknob using a hairpin. Ian tilted his head, a dubious expression on his face. How could that possibly open the door? Click, it's open. It's open now. Hannah dusted off her hands as if it were a simple task. When Ian looked back at her astonished, she smiled and put the hairpin back in her hair. Didn't I tell you, I have many siblings. And in a house with many siblings, doors are constantly being locked and unlocked. That's how they express their complaints or play pranks. You can open a simple doorknob like this with a fork. It seems like a talent to me. If you call this a talent, all the kids in the neighborhood would be laughing. Go on, get to work. Hannah was aware that she lived near the red light district, but she didn't realize how it had influenced her. Picking locks, secretly delivering messages, and swapping drinks were unfamiliar practices to commoners. Creak. Ian, leaving Hannah behind for now, entered the butler's room. It was a modest room with only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. It was so plain that it felt almost shabby. Ian strode across the room, looking around. What could it be? What did the tutor want from the butler? He flung open the wardrobe door, revealing rows of key bundles hanging on the wall. There were at least 10 bundles, each with dozens of keys. It seemed like all the keys in the mansion were here. Jingle. Each key had its purpose written on it. First utility room on the left of the first floor, second utility room. Ian skimmed through them, searching for the main building's office bundle. Here it is, office attendant's cot. And then he noticed a strange key tucked in between. It was blunt, as if a bead was attached to the end. It didn't have a label indicating its use, and it was significantly heavier than the other keys, suggesting a different material. Knock, knock. Just then Hannah urgently knocked on the door from outside. It meant someone was coming up to this floor. Ian opened a box under the wardrobe. It contained miscellaneous documents, identification papers, and a free pass within the estate. Knock, knock. The knocking became more urgent. Ian had no choice but to tidy up the wardrobe and leave the room. As soon as the door closed, he met eyes with a servant who had come up the stairs. Lord Ian, Hannah, what brings you out here? How are you feeling? Hannah's eyes darted around. Ian, following her gaze, answered naturally. I felt stuffy lying down all day. I was just going for a short walk. You mustn't. The doctor said you absolutely shouldn't move. The servants fussed, pushing Ian's back, and Hannah followed closely behind. They exchanged glances. Did you find what you were looking for? I'm not sure. All he could remember was a strangely shaped key and the free pass within the estate. Since there wasn't a single book, if the tutor wanted something, it had to be one of those two. We'll get in trouble if Lord Ian doesn't get well soon. Hannah, stop bothering Lord Ian and come out. Oh, sisters. Just a moment, bang. The servants urged Hannah and pulled her out. The space became quiet again. Ian sat by the window, staring at a potted plant, lost in thought. The blunt key, the pass, and the tutor. It seemed he would have to subtly probe during the next lesson to figure out what he wanted. Maybe there is no key at all. Durga had clearly put his hand in without any special action when he took out the brooch. There were magical devices like fingerprint recognition, but it was unlikely Durga would possess such an item in this era. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the door. Thump, thump. The sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway was approaching. Only then did Ian turn his head to look at the door. Was it Durga? Perhaps he was coming to scold him for faking illness. Thump, the presence stopped in front of the door. Then a fist pounded on the door as if to break it down. Ian frowned and tilted his head. Who is it? I assume that means I can come in. Before he could even register the familiar voice, the door burst open. Red hair and eyes were visible through the gap. How you doin'? Standing there with a triumphant expression was Varric. What the? Ian, a young man rarely caught off guard, found himself stammering. Varric, meanwhile, strode in with a self-assured whistle, his movements as fluid and natural as a river finding its course. Didn't I tell you to wait? Ian asked, his voice tight. I was waiting, patiently. Then I was summoned, Barik replied, a smirk playing on his lips. By whom? The butler, I believe he said. What? He came to the tavern and said I could enter the manor whenever I pleased. Came running straight away, as you can imagine. Is there a problem? Ian's expression became a complex tapestry of suspicion and uncertainty. Barik didn't seem to be lying, not outright. It wasn't in the impulsive youth's nature to sneak around. His unhindered passage through the front gate was proof enough of that. Barik stood there looking down at Ian. His gaze shifted subtly to the left, lingering on the spread of fruit and bread laid out on the table. Ian sighed, then nodded. Eat, he conceded. Sweet, don't mind if I do. Barik attacked the food with both hands, stuffing his mouth with ravenous gusto. Watching the display, Ian began to piece together the situation. Was that all he said? Told me to stick with you and report back. And you have no intention of doing that faithfully, I presume. Chomp, chomp. Barik chewed on a piece of fruit, his crimson eyes fixed on Ian. What does he take me for? A wielder of the sword did not speak with a forked tongue, nor did the direction of the blade ever waver. Anyway, hurry up and tell me. What was that the other day? Ah, right. He was practically bursting with curiosity about this mana, or whatever it was called. But what could he do? Ian had ordered him to keep quiet, and so he had like a corpse. Of course, it also helped that he didn't know anyone around here who might know about it. All right, listen carefully. Facing Barik, Ian began to explain the wondrous power that lay dormant within him. The primal source of the world, the energy that hinted at the very existence of gods, a mystical force. Barik's red eyes gleamed like the sun, radiating an almost tangible excitement. No way. Therefore, with mana obstructing the flow of your body's energy, it was inevitable that you'd fall behind others. No matter how much you trained, you were merely treading water. And you're saying you can unblock it. Do you not know what an honorific is? Holy shit, this is insane. Barik paced back and forth, clenching and unclenching his fists. His face was a mask of barely contained excitement and joy. The strange power he had felt in the training grounds was truly his own. He slammed his head against the wall, unable to suppress a burst of laughter. There's no reasoning with you. Can we start right now? Tell me what I need to do. Ian stared at him, silent for a moment. He wanted to infuse Barik with mana right away, but causing a ruckus here would only lead to trouble. Seemingly oblivious to his concerns, Barik bounced on the balls of his feet, barely able to contain himself. Hand. Barik eagerly placed his hand in Ian's outstretched palm. Ian grasped it firmly, a warning in his voice. Learn to control yourself. Otherwise, I'll have you doing nothing but grueling physical training for days. Don't worry, just do it. Zing. The moment Barik replied, Ian activated his mana. His emerald eyes turned a molten gold, his hair swaying gently as the power coursed through him. Mana flowed through their joined hands into Barik, and then, a moment later, thud, crash, good heavens, what was that noise? The servants downstairs, going about their duties, froze at the sudden, unfamiliar sounds. It seemed to have come from Ian's room. Knock, knock, Lord Ian, is everything all right? The response was a little delayed. Just as a servant reached for the doorknob, Ian's irritated voice came through. It's fine, the table broke, sir. How did that happen? How did a perfectly good table just break? Creak. The servant, startled, pushed the door open. The sight that greeted him was quite a spectacle. Furniture lay in splinters, Ian was fuming, and a red-haired young man was in a push-up position on the floor. Though his face was upside down, he was clearly grinning. Sir, it's fine, just clean it up later. What on earth was going on here? Ian gestured for him to leave, and the servant, moving like a malfunctioning machine, shuffled backward out of the room. Ian. The next morning at breakfast, Ian stopped cutting his food and looked up at Durga. At the same time, the Countess and Chell turned their attention to the two. It seems you've made a new friend. What is the meaning behind this question when they all know? Ian pushed his knife aside and smiled. Yes, father. His name is Barik. We met at the training grounds and found we got along quite well. I believe Brother Chell may recognize him as well. He's curious how detailed and transparent my answer will be. Durga raised an eyebrow, silently urging him to continue. Expelled? Why, Countess Mary, who had been listening quietly, interjected. Unlike Durga, she seemed unaware that Barik had entered the manor yesterday. He assaulted a fellow trainee. Good heavens, how dreadful to keep such a person close. You truly are something else. Do you really get along so well? Despite the sarcastic tone, Ian merely smiled. He had succeeded in keeping Barik by his side after all. When the time came, it would be that very boy who would behead these people. If he can't read within a month, I'll consider your association with him a waste and have his neck wrung. Yes, father. He intends to use him thoroughly in every way possible, not just as shackles, but as a whip as well. Ian lowered his gaze, a gesture of obedience. He could only see Durga's thick fingers. Fortunately, he doesn't seem to know about the broken furniture. It appeared the servant had kept it a secret. Besides sharing food with them, his close relationship with Hannah meant that Ian's standing among the lower ranks wasn't entirely unfavorable. Then, his eyes caught the glint of a diamond ring on Durga's finger, a large stone with an ornate gold setting. Durga had never shown much interest in jewelry, but strangely, he wore this particular ring every day. Is it a wedding ring? Ian checked the Countess's hand, but there was no diamond on her left hand. There was an opal, a pearl, and a ruby, but no diamond. The cut is rather crude, isn't it? As he continued to observe, he noticed the diamond's peculiar cut. The purpose of a gemstone was to maximize the reflection of light, to make it appear more brilliant. But Durga's was cut in a rounded shape, far from that purpose, as if it were designed for ease of insertion rather than display. Clatter, tusk, still making such mistakes. Ah, my apologies. Ian had dropped his fork without realizing it. He quickly apologized at the Count and Countess's sharp gazes and turned his head. The icy breakfast finally concluded and everyone left the dining room, but Ian remained. The servants approached hesitantly. Lord Ian, was the meal not to your liking? The tutor will be here soon. We will prepare a hearty snack for you. They couldn't clear the table because Ian was still there. He stared out the window for a moment, then murmured, "The ring father wears, it's not a wedding ring, is it?" What a sudden, random question. But the servants answered to the best of their knowledge. "I don't believe so. I've heard that the ruby ring the lady wears is their wedding ring. That explains why the mana brooch is red." Ian rested his chin on his hand, tapping the table thoughtfully. The more he thought about it, the stronger his suspicions grew. The way he reached under the desk, the mysterious key the butler holds, and that diamond ring, so similar in shape to that head. It seemed like it wasn't meant to be inserted and turned, but simply pressed against something. Does the vault only react to diamonds? No, if that were the case, the butler's key would also have a gemstone. The difference between the two, the material. Durga was not the type to entrust the master key to anyone else. The fact that the butler carried one suggested it was not a token of trust, but a piece of a test. Considering security, only one possibility came to mind. There was likely an electrical current running through the inside. What a nasty yet clever locking mechanism. The servants exchanged glances, stealing furtive looks at Ian, but he remained motionless. He only stirred long after, as the time for the tutor's arrival drew near. Creak. Ian opened the door and addressed Barik. Out, why? Thump. Barik, who had been doing handstand push-ups, fell forward. Ian, unfazed, began tidying up his desk. The tutor will be here soon. So what, can't he just come in? The room's huge. I have something important to discuss with him. When the servant brings the snack, take it and send them away. Well, that's different. Fine. Saying he was just getting hungry, Barik picked up his shirt and left. Soon after, the tutor arrived, punctual as always. He glanced towards the door and asked Ian, "Young master, who was that person outside? Please sit down. I have something urgent to discuss with you." It was unusual for Ian to be so serious. The tutor, still in his coat, sat down on the sofa, a sense of unease settling upon him. Now that I've figured out the vault's key, all that's left is the plan. He needed more people to help him in addition to Hannah and Barik. Someone who was close to Durga, someone who could be in his presence for extended periods. What is it, young master? Tutor, are you acquainted with Viscount Malin? The sudden question made the tutor stiffen. And no, just graduating from Barial University would have given you some connection, and I see you're from the same region. He can actually make that kind of face. Ian hid a slight smile and leaned back. That's preposterous. Such a coincidence. Then you wouldn't mind if I reported this to my father. Wait, that's not it. A strong denial was as good as a confession. The tutor chewed on his lip, his expression troubled. If Durga found out about this, it would be disastrous. He might not lose his head, but he would certainly lose his position and soon after be banished from the Bratz territory. There was no better place to study the Great Desert than here. Young master, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. No, I'm almost certain that my father is using you to spy on me and that you're secretly communicating with Viscount Malin. Was this really the same Ian who was usually sluggish and indifferent to everything? The tutor was experiencing firsthand what it meant to be speechless with shock. And you attempted to break into the butler's room under Viscount Malin's orders. Wait, that's not true. I'll tell you everything, just calm down. Tutor, you are the one who needs to calm down. Ian offered him some tea with a smile. The tutor stammered, carefully choosing his words as he tried to defend himself. He started from the very beginning when he first met Malin in Bratz. It's true that I spoke to Count Durga about you, young master. But that's just a normal process for any parent. When I was tutoring young Master Chell, I used to talk about him as well. Is that so? Best not to mention the letters. No need to reveal that. Then I was assigned to tutor you as well, and I learned that an inspection from the capital was coming. I truly didn't know that Viscount Malin himself would be coming. He's my uncle, but I haven't seen him since I left the main family. It's been a while then, nearly 10 years. 10 years dedicated to his studies. He clutched his head as if everything had gone wrong. So we exchanged greetings, and well, it couldn't be helped. Research requires a significant amount of money. He offered to supplement my living expenses if I just relayed information about the goings-on in the manor. I had no way to refuse, and it's not like I shared anything important. If it's not important, then my father won't mind knowing. Why, young master? He looked as if he might faint, his eyes wide with panic. It was just a tactic to gain the upper hand, but the reaction was more intense than expected. It was likely because his life's work, his research, was at stake. Ian sighed and smiled. If I say one more thing, you might actually collapse. Please, keep this a secret from the Count. Tutor. Do you still not understand? Why I'm telling you this instead of going directly to my father. The tutor's faded pupils shook. He wasn't very quick-witted in these matters. Do you still not understand? There's something I require of you. At Ian's words, the tutor froze. He was a man with nothing to his name, a pauper. Though technically a member of the household, he held even less standing than Ian, who was little more than a political hostage. What could someone like him possibly offer? And what would that be? Arrange a meeting with my father next week. The content of your discussion matters little, but it must take place in the garden, not the office, and make it last for at least 30 minutes. More than enough time to sneak into the study. The wax needed time to melt for the seal, after all. The tutor wore an expression of utter bewilderment. You don't need to know the details. Is this truly enough to keep my relationship with Sir Malin a secret, and my attempt to search the butler's room? Of course, including your attempt to rifle through the butler's belongings. No, that's a misunderstanding, I swear. The tutor practically leaped back, waving his hands frantically. Considering how thoroughly he'd been caught, his reaction suggested he had an ulterior motive. Then what was it? I wasn't trying to steal any valuables, but the tutor's lips moved, the confession rising to his throat, yet he couldn't bring himself to utter the words. Ian's probing gaze forced him to finally spit it out with a heavy sigh. I needed a pass. A pass. The front lines of the Bratz territory are off limits to civilians. But for me, it's a place where I can observe the Great Desert firsthand. It's essential for my research. I especially need to observe the area between the third and fourth towers, but the Earl won't grant me permission, citing safety concerns. But a pass from the butler, one directly sealed by Durg, would have no such restrictions. After all, if anything were to happen to the Earl, the butler would have to act as his proxy. The tutor, in his pursuit of academic perfection, had sought to steal the butler's pass. Is that so? Ian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He had encountered many individuals consumed by a singular passion. Their lives might be broken, but their will to pursue their research rarely wavered. How far along is your research? I've been here for quite some time now. I've almost finished measuring the climate changes in the Bratz region. My plan is to move on to Blaster and continue my research there. His thesis was titled The Correlation Between the Climate Change of the Great Desert and the Blaster Sea. Naturally, he would have to venture there and spend an indeterminate amount of time. A rather intriguing thought suddenly struck Ian. Is that right? Then allow me to ask you one more thing. Anything. In late spring, I must leave this place and enter the Great Desert, to the encampment of the Chunla tribe. Can you calculate the climate conditions for that time? The desert wasn't just scorching hot all year round, day and night. Amidst the extreme temperatures, how often did sandstorms rage? At Ian's question, the tutor mumbled awkwardly, it's difficult to be precise, and it would take some time. That's fine. I only need to know the conditions up until my departure. I assume you have a map of the desert as well. I have one, though it's 10 years old. I'd like you to prepare that for me separately. If you do, I'll acquire a pass for you. What? A pass? A seal was essential for the pass. While he was at it, he could just stamp an extra one along with Sir Malin's. The tutor blinked, taken aback by Ian's confident tone. He seemed to have heard, but not quite understood. How does that sound? If you provide me with everything about the desert, I believe I can provide you with everything you need as well. Ian grinned, extending his hand. Excellent. Then let's make a deal. The tutor stared at the boy's hand, hesitance etched on his face. Should I take it? Is there another hidden motive? Ian's life was in Durg's hands. If he cooperated with Ian, he might very well face execution instead of mere exile. As a scholar, he was utterly clueless in these matters. I'm just trying to survive, and you're just trying to live your life, aren't you? Besides, you'll be crossing the border the moment you use the pass, won't you? That's true. Then there was even less reason to hesitate. Even if problems arose, he would be traversing the Great Desert by then. With a resolute glint in his eyes, the tutor grasped Ian's hand. Who would have thought a deal between a middle-aged man and a child could be so fraught with tension? Ian smiled faintly and gestured towards the desk. Then, tutor, shall we discuss the details while we study? The pretext for luring Durg out was set. The tutor would suddenly resign from his position as a home tutor. Since he planned to leave Bratz as soon as he received the pass, it wasn't entirely a lie. Ian carefully tucked the damp handkerchief into his pocket and turned to Hana. Thick leather gloves were also essential. Hana, did you bring what I asked for? Here it is. It was just Barik, but her voice was a hushed whisper. Hana produced 2 small wooden keys that fit snugly in her hand. One was for the study, and the other was for the drawer safe. I told the carpenter that we would pay him by next week. Though honestly, even if we're late, he'd probably be happy with a bottle of liquor. After that day, Hana had once again snuck into the butler's room. She had taken an impression of the keys using clay and commissioned a carpenter to craft them from wood, a non-conductive material. The surface was even coated with rubber. Then I'll take my leave. Creak. Hana left, and Ian checked the time. It was almost time for his appointment with the tutor. He needed to quickly stamp 2 seals while Durg's study was empty. Are you ready? Why do I have to get involved in this? Thud, thud, there they are. Through the window, he could see the familiar back of a man's head. Durg was walking in front with the tutor beside him. Even the butler was present, a perfect gathering. As the tutor stammered out his explanation, Durg's displeasure was immediately apparent. Now you stand guard here. Don't let anyone come up until I come out. Zing. And with that, he channeled his mana into him. Ian's golden eyes gleamed, his hair swirling around him. Barik felt the rush of blood and grinned. You look like you're hoping someone shows up. You're observant. This is important, Barik. If you mess up, it'll be beyond my control. You'll just cut me loose if we're caught anyway, that's what you say. Barik waved his hand dismissively. If things went south and someone approached, his role was to create a commotion and draw attention. The most natural scenario would be that he was trying to steal gold from Chell's room downstairs. I'll be out soon. For that reason, Ian had infused Barik's body with the maximum amount of mana he could muster, to make it easier for him to escape or at least recover faster if he was whipped. Thud, thud, creak. Ian used the prepared key to unlock the study and slipped inside. He hadn't been here in a while, yet nothing had changed. Thump. He went straight to Durg's desk without hesitation. He opened the largest drawer and peered inside. There it is, a groove in the gap, a hole perfectly positioned to insert the diamond with a simple reach. Ian carefully took out the prepared wooden key. Zing. Just in case, he gathered all the mana within his body. Even with the rubber-coated wood, a high voltage could be dangerous. If he felt any other energy through his fingertips, he would instinctively create a barrier. He wasn't sure if it would work with the body of a mirror by blow, but click. The feeling of the key entering the hole was clean. He pushed it in further, and a secret drawer appeared. Inside were the seal, a mana brooch, 2 gold bars, and some old letters. Ian knelt and examined the contents. He placed the wax holder on top of the candle. While the spoon heated up, Ian decided to examine the letters. This correspondence with the Chunla tribe. Frustratingly, they were all written in the Chunla language, making them indecipherable. He recognized a few scattered words, but they were too fragmented. Next, female king. After, what in the world did that mean? He might have been able to manage other foreign languages, but the barbaric tongue of a border tribe was beyond Ian's capabilities. Instead, he copied the words onto a piece of parchment, hoping to decipher them later. SSS. The spoon must have been heated. As the lump of wax melted into liquid, Ian poured the wax and pressed the seal. Thump, thump, once on the letter to be sent to the central authority and once on the pass for the tutor. After that, he expertly cleaned up the wax residue. The key was to wipe it with a damp cloth before it solidified. Sizzle. The heated iron spoon rapidly cooled, emitting a faint wisp of smoke. Durg couldn't feel the residual heat when he returned, so Ian blew on the spoon to cool it down. Done. Everything was in order. He returned the items to their original places and confirmed that the seals were properly stamped. Now all he had to do was leave. A sudden sound from somewhere. Ian's body stiffened instinctively. Was it from outside the door? No, if it were, it would have been louder and more jarring. That would mean Barik had created a distraction. Then there was only one other place. Your Excellency, are you in there? The adjoining office attached to the study. Ian stifled his presence as much as possible and hid behind the curtain. Why was he here? He never stayed in the room alone without Durg. Your Excellency, creak. Door to the small inner office opened, revealing the disheveled figure of the aide. It was fortunate that it was a blackout curtain. He might have been caught immediately if it had been chiffon. Strange, I could have sworn I heard something. His eyes were swollen as if he had just woken up. He must have fallen asleep here after working late last night. Of all times, sensing an unusual presence, the aide stared at the curtain where Ian was hiding, and slowly, cautiously, he took a step closer. Rustle. The parchment in Ian's hand was so thin that it made a sound even with his breathing. This made the aide even more tense and Ian even more uneasy. Is anyone there? Ian turned his head and looked out the window, the bright sky. Sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow. Everything was strangely silent. It was his habit, his attitude. Serenity instead of tension. Action instead of worry. Mistakes could be rectified, but failure could not. Zing, Uog. The moment the aide grabbed the curtain, Ian struck him with mana. The condensed wind exploded, sending energy swirling around them. Simultaneously, the aide collapsed backward, blood spurting from his nose. The curtain he had dropped fluttered behind him, but he couldn't see who was standing there. Thump, he lay sprawled on the floor, only the whites of his eyes visible. Ian carefully adjusted the curtain and quietly slipped out of the study. Finished. Barik, who had been sitting on the stairs, jumped up upon seeing Ian. Ian simply nodded curtly and dashed down the stairs. Through the window, he could still see the backs of the 3 men. Out of the corner of his eye, the tutor glanced up and met Ian's gaze. The boy's calm expression was all the answer he needed. Everything had gone according to plan. Those central nobles lacked tenacity, Durga muttered, his frown deepening as he ascended the stairs to his study. It seemed the tutor's long years of diligent service had vanished from his memory. The butler, too, wore a troubled smile. Indeed, to think he would resign so suddenly. Is there another scholar from Burial Academy in Bratz? I shall make inquiries. If not, we must bring one in from elsewhere. This was an unwelcome complication. Where else could he find a Burial Academy graduate willing to tutor for such a meager sum? Perhaps freezing his salary for years had been a mistake. He should have offered gradual increases to keep him on the hook. Though if the tutor was leaving for research in another land, perhaps money hadn't been the issue. It will be expensive, won't it? Undoubtedly. We'll need to offer at least 10 times the previous tuition, and even then there's no guarantee they'll accept. Damn it. Durga stomped his foot in frustration. As he neared the study, he suddenly remembered his aide, who had been conspicuously absent. Is my aide still asleep? He retired late last night, my lord. He must be exhausted. What a charmed life. Wake him and send him home. Creak. The moment he opened the door, Durga froze. The butler's puzzled look was irrelevant. The room, usually a picture of order, was subtly altered. What is this? It wasn't his imagination. His aide was sprawled on the floor, a pile of documents slightly askew. The butler, rushing in behind him, gasped and covered his mouth. Heavens, are you all right? Unlike the butler, who immediately checked the aide's condition, Durga rushed to the drawers. He checked the secret safe inside, confirming that the seal and various valuables were untouched. My lord, shall I summon a physician? Is he dead? Durga's voice was sharp, edged with suspicion. If the aide had collapsed in front of the desk, only one possibility came to mind. He had fallen into the same trap as the previous butler. He still breathes. Fetch a physician. And the moment he wakes, report to me. Station someone to ensure he doesn't flee. Yes, my lord, at once. Someone. Is anyone out there? What is the matter? Chaos erupted. Servants rushed to move the aide while Durga meticulously inspected the study. Fortunately, nothing seemed to be missing or altered. Perhaps it was the relief of finding no losses, but a surge of betrayal now welled up within him. Insolent wretch, my lord, please, you mustn't, after everything I did for you, to repay me like this. Thud, Durga struck the unconscious aide's face, venting his frustrated rage. Meanwhile, back in the annex, Barik bit into an apple and asked, it's noisy. Did they find out? Servants who had been leisurely resting were now rushing towards the main building. A carriage sped across the garden, no doubt carrying a physician. Ian leaned against the window, observing the commotion with keen interest. They found out. The aide was inside. Damn, your head's on the chopping block now. Are you scared? If I die like this, it means I was exploited for nothing. Not entirely untrue. Ian chuckled at Barik's words. Ian broke the wooden key and handed Barik a small pouch. Inside, a carefully rolled piece of paper meant for the informant. Burn the key somewhere discreetly. And deliver this to Lord Malin. You must hand it to him personally. You know the address. This was the final step. Barik tucked it into his pocket and nodded. Deliver it to Lord Malin, get the gold coins, and on your way back, stop by my home and relay a message to Philia. Excellent. He was to deliver a message to Ian's mother, Philia. Tell her the time was near. If she was ready to disappear, she should vanish without a trace. Only Ian, through Barik, would know her whereabouts. Even if they crossed the border, there would be nothing to tie them down. Let's start proper training tomorrow, once I complete this task successfully. Oh, fine, don't go back on your word later. Barik had the look of someone who would stop at nothing to complete a task if it served his purpose. Ian tossed him another apple and grinned. See you tomorrow, creak. The die was cast. All that remained was to observe how the other side would react. On second thought, being discovered by the aide might not be entirely bad. Even though I cleaned up, I might have missed something in my haste. Durga would surely notice. This could divert his attention to the aide. If the aide woke up and gave his testimony, it would open another can of worms, but whether Durga would believe him was another matter. While the aide was incapacitated, the Count would likely come to his own conclusions, and those were unlikely to change no matter what. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking turned Ian's head. Lord Ian, may I come in? Ah, tutor. The tutor entered, sweating profusely. He seemed utterly drained from his conversation with Durga. The image of an employer reluctant to let go and an employee desperate to leave was clear. Did your discussion with my father go well? Why, yes. Ian smoothly presented a folded piece of paper. It was a travel permit bearing the seal of Bratz. The tutor exhaled a sigh of relief, repeatedly wiping his dry face. Oh heavens, is it not to your liking? No, it's just. When our eyes met earlier, you should have smiled. I was so worried something was wrong. The tutor clutched the permit to his chest as if it were his lifeline. I hope you continue your valuable research in Blaster. Though many may not pay attention, it is people like you who ultimately change the world. Ian offered genuine encouragement. The tutor's lifelong dedication to his studies formed the foundation of Burial Academy, and one day it would become a driving force for Ian. The tutor, searching for the right words, rummaged through his bag. Here, this is the data you requested. It was a map of the Great Desert and its predicted climate. It meticulously detailed oasis locations and even the altitudes of sand dunes. Based on the dates you mentioned, there's a high probability of a sandstorm forming in the northeast, around this area. I can't say for certain about the Thousand Blade Tribe's movements, but with any luck, you should be able to avoid it. The daily temperature fluctuations were extreme, described as a hellish inferno and a freezing abyss. Ian sighed, imagining the hardships ahead, which could be measured in numbers. You look troubled. It makes me want to give up the whole thing. Well, people do live there. Was this his way of returning the earlier encouragement? Ian carefully folded the paper and placed it in a drawer. Are you leaving today? Yes, I can't wait any longer. Ian extended his hand, marking their final farewell, and the tutor hesitantly took it. They exchanged smiles, wishing each other good fortune. Ah, before you go. Yes, he looked as if to ask what else there could be. Ian took out the letter from the thousand-blade tribe that he had copied from Durga's study yesterday. It was a transcription of scattered words, not complete sentences. Could you translate this for me? The tutor studied the paper and tilted his head. Who will come after the current female chieftain? He read it aloud but chuckled, clearly not understanding its meaning. Neither did Ian. However, the fact that it was kept in the secret safe confirmed its importance. Did you hear about the aid? Oh, it's a scary world. I know. I heard this has happened before. You never really know what's in a person's heart. It's shocking. The atmosphere in the mansion was unsettled. The butler tried his best to maintain order, but it was a difficult task. Whenever two or more servants gathered, the incident with the aide was the main topic of conversation. So he still hasn't woken up. No, young master, Ian asked Hannah, leaving behind the chatter of the departing servants. The child followed, holding his outer garment. Behind them, Barik trudged along, weighed down by sandbags. The Count hasn't sent him home. He's locked him in the office inside his study. 2 guards in the hallway, 1 in front of the door. Servants are strictly forbidden from approaching, Hannah whispered, relaying what she had overheard. It was no surprise he hadn't woken up easily, considering the amount of mana Ian had used. Hannah was bursting with curiosity. What on earth did you do? She was asking how he had managed to incapacitate the aide. Hannah had no idea that Ian could manipulate mana, and her curiosity was driving her mad. Here, take this. Gasp, gold coins. Instead of answering, Ian handed her a gold coin from the pouch Barik had brought. It was proof that the informant letter had been successfully delivered to Malin. This is for your efforts and the carpenter's share. Make sure it's delivered properly. This is too much. Wow, really? Then you can give some back. No, hee, don't be silly. Saying it was too much was not the same as refusing. Hannah grinned, biting the gold coin with her front teeth. She quickly tucked it into her inner pocket and stepped back, pretending nothing had happened. Barik, hurry up. Didn't you say this was proper training? What if it isn't? Should we increase the weight? I'll shut up. You're impatient, so this method suits you. We'll gradually increase your limits. 2 more laps and then we'll try some swordsmanship. You sure found a great master. Barik glared at Ian with burning eyes, then took a heavy step forward. With no more tutoring sessions, he could dedicate the entire day to training with Barik. Durga, too, remained holed up in his study after yesterday's incident. But then, clip-clop, the sound of hooves echoed from the front gate. They wondered if the physician had returned, but the commotion was unusual. Ian stood idly under a tree, his gaze fixed on the entrance. He thought it might be a black horse, but it wasn't. It was a cushel, an essential mode of transportation for traversing the desert. A creature somewhere between a horse and a camel, the cushel was a representative animal companion of the thousand-blade tribe. In other words, who are they? Hannah asked, and Ian hesitated before answering. Mounted on the saddles were imposing warriors. Their faces were painted with red pigments, and they adorned themselves with golden ornaments to announce their presence. They were, without a doubt, the thousand-blade tribe. Gee, good heavens, what brings the sky-piercing tribe here? That was something Ian wondered as well. What in the world could have brought the sky-piercing tribe all the way here? From their encampment to the Bratz territory was a full 3 days' ride at a relentless gallop. Surely they hadn't mobilized their Qusel for some trivial reason. Seems like an unannounced visit. If it had been a scheduled meeting, Hannah would have known. She would have been busy preparing for guests since the previous day. Ian noticed the sky-piercing tribesmen's gazes directed at him. They're looking this way. Behind him, Barik could only manage a strained groan. The tribesmen whispered among themselves, then split into 2 groups. The one who seemed to be their leader went through the main gate towards the manor, while his subordinates approached Ian. They're coming this way. Any resident of the Bratz territory would react like Hannah. They were a long-time adversary with whom they shared an uneasy truce, beings of unknown origin, barbarians who wielded transcendent power. The servants couldn't hide their mix of bewilderment, fear, and excitement. Hannah, no need to make a fuss, but they're from the sky-piercing tribe, and why are their birds so big? They arrived here without any resistance. They bear no ill will. While Ian reassured Hannah, the sky-piercing tribesman was already sizing them up. Excuse me. The man, now close, peered down at Ian from atop his Qusel. His sharp, undouble-lidded eyes were undeniably intimidating. They scrutinized Ian's hair and features with unsettling intensity. Are you Ian, the second son of Count Bratz? I am, and who might you be? Hannah subtly hid behind Ian. For someone from the borderlands, the tribesman spoke the common tongue remarkably well. We have an urgent message from the sky-piercing tribe. We need to meet with the Count, and with you as well. We'd like to go up together, if that's all right. An urgent message. The fact that they requested Ian's presence meant it must concern the peace treaty. Ian nodded, signaling to Hannah with his eyes. When training is over, give Barik some fruit and cool water. Barik's face instantly crumpled. It meant that training would continue even in his absence. Lord Ian, Lord Ian. Sure enough, servants came running out of the manor, calling for Ian. He left the tribesmen behind and ascended to Durga's office. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, the butler stood with his hands clasped together, looking troubled. "Father, you called for me. Come closer." The leader who had entered the manor earlier was sitting on the sofa. Countless thick scars ran down his neck. Durga, with an unusually gentle smile, grasped Ian's shoulder. "Ian, pay your respects. This is Nurserin, an emissary of the sky-piercing tribe. He is the younger brother of Chieftain Kakantir." The count's grip tightened significantly. It was a reminder to stay sharp. Everything they had done so far was a rehearsal for this very moment. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Ian Bratz." Jet black eyes scanned Ian from head to toe. He then clasped his hands together in a prayer-like gesture and responded. "It was the custom of the sky-piercing tribe. I am Balamachin Nurserin. What brings you here?" Perhaps finding Ian unreliable, Durga quickly interjected. Though tea hadn't been served yet, Nurserin answered without hesitation. "We need to adjust the schedule for the peace treaty." Straight to the point, without any beating around the bush. It was partly due to their nature, but it also indicated the urgency of the situation. Chieftain Winchen's health has suddenly deteriorated. It's not as though she hasn't had ailments due to her age, but this is the first time she's taken to her bed. Only the gods know what the future holds, so we must prepare for everything. This was due to the sky-piercing tribe's funeral customs. When a family member died, they would seclude themselves for a year, praying to the gods for their soul's rest. When a chieftain died, the entire tribe had to participate. Until now, most chieftains' deaths had been due to rebellions. Those who were overthrown were not given such honors, and only their immediate families performed the rituals. But what about Chieftain Winchen? She was the root of the sky-piercing tribe, a figure whose origins even Durga couldn't fathom. If the entire tribe went into seclusion, the peace ceremony would naturally be impossible. They had come in haste to adjust the date because of this. It makes sense for the chieftain's own brother to come, even considering they're entering enemy territory. "Are you saying you want to move the date forward?" Indeed. Chieftain Winchen was a gypsy who could discern lies. Since a new offering for the peace treaty was entering the community, she intended to use her abilities to uncover any of Ian's impurities. Although he used polite words befitting someone making a request, the nuance was quite ambiguous. It was a veiled threat: refuse and there would be no treaty, and they would once again be smelling blood instead of peace. Durga masked his displeasure with a dry cough and asked, "There's only a month and a few days left. How much earlier do you want it to be? We would like to proceed with a minimal ceremony." Nurserin added that even the coming weekend would be acceptable. The Count chose to remain silent for a moment instead of answering. This put them in a difficult position. They needed to immediately send the cornered lord to the capital to proceed with the registration. If we can't make the timing work, there's no choice. They would have to finalize the treaty first. After all, registration was just a formality on paper and had nothing to do with the sky-piercing tribe. They would be more interested in whether Ian truly carried Durga's blood, and they would trust Winchen's word over hundreds of documents. "You must be tired after traveling for days." "I am fine. This is nothing." "Perhaps you are, but what about your Cusel?" Once they returned to the Great Desert, they would have to push through sandstorms again. It would undoubtedly be a grueling journey for the already fatigued Cusel. "Why don't you rest here for the day and depart tomorrow morning?" It meant he would give them an answer by then. It was only right for Durga to discuss this matter with the cornered lord before setting a date. Nurserin's brow furrowed slightly at the evasive answer, but he said nothing more. "Nonsense. It is only natural to extend such courtesy to friends of our allies. Butler, show our guests to their rooms." The butler, who had been waiting outside, quickly entered and guided the guests. As Nurserin and his men left the office, Ian turned to look at Durga. He was gnawing on his fingernails, lost in thought. Is he really that worried? That's unexpected. The verification of registration could only be issued by the Imperial Palace, so even if they applied now, it would take time. Since the sky-piercing tribe had initiated the date change, they could afford to give them the documents a bit later. The preparations for the peace ceremony must have just begun. The important thing was the treaty itself, so if their intentions aligned, it could be done as early as this weekend, as Nurserin suggested. He doesn't seem to be trying to gain anything. There was no room for negotiation. The list of exchanges had already been decided, and if Winchen died, the treaty's fate would become uncertain. In this case, it was in Durga's best interest to cooperate as much as possible. Only then could they gain an advantage in future dealings. "Father," Ian called out to him. The nail-biting was getting worse. It was a question driven more by curiosity than concern. At his son's voice, the Count suddenly came to his senses. "Are you still here? I was wondering if I should also entertain the guests." He couldn't leave without being told to do so. At Ian's words, Durga waved his hand dismissively. It meant to stay put in his room and not cause any trouble. Nurserin is a valued younger brother of the chieftain. He is a man of unusual perception, so don't even think about dealing with him carelessly. I will keep that in mind. Is anyone out there? "Yes, my lord. Prepare the carriage, quickly," Durga shouted as he grabbed his coat. It seemed he was about to rush to the cornered lord to share the situation. Ian turned and glanced at the still firmly locked makeshift bedroom. With the aide's position vacant, things must be quite hectic. What incredible timing. If he had delayed any longer, the cornered lord might have returned to the capital without receiving the secret dispatch. It felt as if the gods were watching over them. Ian smiled faintly and stepped outside, where he saw Barik sprawled out. Hannah was diligently fanning him nearby. "Young master, are you finished with your business? What in the world is going on? It's nothing major. The date of the peace ceremony might be changed. Have you already finished running around the garden? Can't you tell by looking?" "I'm about to die, damn it. Will those sky-piercing people be staying at the mansion for long?" The butler guided them to the annex earlier. Hannah continued to fan him while chattering. They couldn't keep foreigners in the main building, especially after the recent unpleasant incident in the office. On the other hand, the annex was full of rooms for entertaining guests. They were probably assigned a room on the floor above Ian's. The surveillance will be intense. Soldiers would likely stand guard around the building all night. Still, if Ian was determined, he could make contact. After all, they were a party to the peace treaty. They couldn't station guards right outside their door. "Young master, shall I ask the butler to change your room for tonight?" Hannah asked with concern. She seemed uneasy about having him share a building with the sky-piercing tribe. Ian shook his head and smiled. At the firm command, Barik staggered to his feet. Ian, who had been watching quietly, grabbed his forehead and infused him with mana. "Ziying, I told you to get a hold of yourself. Damn it. Giving with one hand and taking with the other. Think of it as the carrot and the stick. Spit." Barik spat out a bitter breath and finally took a step. Gradually, his gait became steadier. As they entered the annex building, they could hear the anxious chatter of the servants. "Did you see them? They're much bigger than I thought. That's why they say 10 soldiers wouldn't be able to take one down. They're like beasts. What kind of food will we serve them?" Did the butler say anything? They're barbarians, so they'll probably just eat raw meat, right? Were they ignorant or malicious? Ian clicked his tongue and made his presence known. The servants greeted Ian without much surprise. "Ignorant it is. I heard we have guests. There were no suitable rooms available, so we put them on the floor above yours, young master. You should sleep in the main building tonight, or shall we have someone stand guard? You must lock your door tightly when you sleep." Ian tried to tune them out and gave his instructions. "Enough. Prepare some light refreshments and wine and bring them up. This isn't a meal, so there's no need to inform the butler." They had arrived so suddenly that they hadn't even been offered a cup of tea in the office. That was unacceptable etiquette for a nobleman to show guests who had traveled for days. Durga had told him not to get involved, but Ian had no intention of doing so. "Knock, knock, it's Ian Bratz. May I come in?" "Enter." He entered the room along with the servants carrying trays. As if they were caged animals, the tribesmen were all standing. The servants hesitantly set the food on the table. "You must be hungry after your long journey. Please have some refreshments." Everyone was a bit slow to prepare due to the sudden visit. "I apologize for the inconvenience." At Ian's greeting, Nurserin approached. He looked down at Ian as if he were some fascinating creature. Each was regarding the other as an unfamiliar beast. "When I saw you earlier, I was puzzled because you look nothing like the Count. I wondered how the bloodlines of the Empire's nobles could be so different." At the leader's blunt joke, his subordinates burst into laughter. Nurserin turned his head and gestured to them with his eyes. It was a signal to take the food. "But now that I see you up close, you are definitely a noble." It was a compliment, but not quite. It was respectful, but not quite. The ambiguous nuance continued. Nurserin smiled and added, "That was a compliment, young Master Ian. If Durga was the one holding the leash, these were the ones holding a sword to their throats. But your swords will soon become my swords." Ian smiled brightly in return, then calmly approached. Nurserin swirled the liquor in his cup, his gaze raking over Ian from head to toe. Pale skin, blonde hair, and green eyes, a stark contrast to his own people. Even his bone structure seemed alien. Nurserin's eyes held a predatory curiosity, as if he were observing a creature from another world. "From the letter you sent, I expected someone younger." The handwriting had been a chaotic scrawl, after all. Despite the formal tone of his words, Ian understood the underlying meaning. "I am still lacking in many areas. However, I am striving not to bring shame upon the Chenri tribe. I ask for your understanding." He thought I was an idiot. Ian noted the slight arch of Nurserin's eyebrow as he glanced at his companions. A shared smile of amusement played on their lips. "I hear your mother was a second wife. Is that correct?" "Yes, it is." Durga had masked Philia's existence with a fabricated death. The official story was that Ian's birth mother had died when he was very young, and he had lived in the manor ever since. They couldn't even begin to imagine that she was still alive, let alone that he had been stolen from her. "You must take after your mother, then." "I suppose so." To think such a face came from the Count. "Sue, hold your tongue." My apologies." The speaker was the youngest-looking woman among them. Sue offered an awkward wave of apology. The way she casually addressed the Count revealed the low regard in which they held the Bratz family. "This is Sue, my niece, and this is Gansia, a warrior of the tribe," and no apology from him. Nurserin casually introduced his companions, swiftly changing the subject. These were the people who would likely accompany Ian for the rest of his life, assuming he survived the journey across the border. It must be disappointing to leave your homeland earlier than expected. Not at all. I consider it an honor to solidify our alliance through this arrangement. Of course, Chief Winchen's illness is a grave matter, but it is what it is. But is Chief Winchen's condition truly so sudden? He is of advanced age, so sudden might not be the most fitting word, but if I were to pinpoint a cause, it would be that alone. Please do not misunderstand my intentions. Since you have come all this way, if you wish, Nurserin, I can summon our court physician. The Chenri tribe likely had their own medical practices, but what could a tribal community truly offer? Probably just folk remedies and herbal concoctions. Even though Bratz was on the frontier, it was still part of the empire, and its physicians were surely of a higher caliber. I appreciate the offer, but I must decline. We have our own ways. This was a reference to their centuries-old traditions. They were a people who rarely suffered serious injuries, and even death was considered the will of their god. Or perhaps, Nurserin, you could request that. The red herb, a man named Gansia interjected, only to fall silent under Nurserin's withering glare. Red herb, what is that? Ian maintained a calm facade, his mind racing, but nothing came to mind. His tone indicated that he wished to be left alone now, but Ian did not retreat. He still had a crucial task to complete, of course. And in truth, the reason I sought you out is that I have a request. A request. Honestly, if they hadn't come, it would have been quite troublesome. To cross the border with Barik, the only option would have been for Barik to gain Durga's trust by posing as an informant and spy. But the problem was Barik himself. He had no talent for strategy or manipulation, making it incredibly difficult to get Durga to trust him. It seemed more likely that Ian would have to cross the Great Desert alone and make his way to the Chenri encampment. There is a friend I wish to bring with me to the Great Desert. Are you referring to the servant who was with you earlier and the red-haired one? It was Muzeron who had seen Ian with Hina and Barik. Ian shook his head at his words. Only the red-haired one. He is an orphan with no family. Everyone loses their parents eventually. I did not mean to imply he is pitiful. I meant that he has no ties to Bratz, so he can fully dedicate himself to the Great Desert. Nurserin's face hardened. Life in the Great Desert was harsh, not just because of the climate but also because of the constant struggle for survival. Idleness was simply not an option. That was likely one of the reasons why Ian would not be welcomed there. A nobleman who had lived a life of luxury would have very limited use in such a place. Work for us, I wonder. What can he do? Swim through sand pits? Is he immune to scorpion venom? Or perhaps he can make plants sprout without water? His words offered a glimpse into the harsh realities of Chenri life. From their perspective, simply having someone who did not contribute was a burden in itself. But Ian was not deterred. He is skilled in combat and possesses great stamina. Skilled in combat, ha. For the first time, Nurserin burst into genuine laughter. To discuss an individual's combat prowess in front of the Chenri was laughable. They were a race that could not be challenged without weapons or magic. Now I understand. Lord Ian, you enjoy making jokes. I assure you this is no joke. Ian met his gaze steadily, conveying his seriousness. Nurserin's laughter gradually subsided, and he once again scrutinized Ian from head to toe. Small in stature, yet quite bold, and he had manners. He had taken care of the reception, which even the Count hadn't bothered with, and offered to call a doctor for Winchen, albeit a somewhat unwelcome gesture. All of this didn't seem like mere flattery to survive. He simply fulfilled his duties without any hostility, but this was a separate matter. Ian Bratz was burden enough. Ian Bratz, you're a token of our alliance, but what use is this red-haired man to us? If he cannot earn his keep, we cannot take him. That remains to be seen. It is plain to see, that small fellow skilled in combat. What if you doubt me, Ian cut him off. Still bold, he clearly wasn't going to back down easily. How shall we prove it? Interesting. Nurserin pondered for a moment before turning to Sue. She was stuffing her face with bread and her eyes widened at being addressed. She could sense a bothersome task coming her way. Very well, you say he is skilled in combat. If he can defeat Sue in a duel, I will allow him to come. Why me? There's Gansia and Muzeron. You are of similar size. Seriously. They had just arrived after days of travel, and now she had to duel without even resting. Sue glared at him, clearly annoyed. But Nurserin and the others seemed unfazed, as if this were a common occurrence. What do you say? Is that acceptable? Be warned, Chenri duels often draw blood. Keep that in mind. Barik enjoys the sight of blood. He will be pleased. As he spoke, Ian studied Sue. Even though she was a small woman, Nurserin had brought her along on this journey into enemy territory. She was clearly not someone to be underestimated. Then we shall meet after dinner. Rest well. Meat. Please make sure there is plenty of meat. I mean, if you would, of course, Sue. Ian bowed politely and left the room. As soon as he closed the door and turned the corner, he found a group of servants huddled together. Lord Ian, why were you gone for so long? We feared something had happened. They had all been worried about him. Ian simply smiled and requested that dinner be prepared, then went to wake Barik, who was curled up asleep on the sofa. Barik, you have to duel a Chenri after dinner. At those words, Barik's eyes snapped open as if he had been electrocuted. What did he just say? Duel who? Remember the woman among those we saw earlier. You must defeat her to come with me to the great desert. Otherwise, you will have to make the journey alone. Barik's eyes gleamed. The prospect of crossing the desert alone didn't seem to faze him. He was simply thrilled at the prospect of fighting a Chenri. But a woman, do not underestimate her. She is the one the chief's brother brought with him to Bratz. She seems very agile. Gansia and Muzurum were clearly there for protection. The fighting spirit and aura of warriors emanated from them. They would surely survive even if thrown into a lion's den. But given the urgency of their mission, they needed someone who could move swiftly if problems arose. Sue's light build suggested she was that person. Barik rubbed his face against a cushion and mumbled, "Speed is useless in a fight. Once I get my hands on her, it's over. If you can catch her, that is." Ian gazed out the window deep in thought. Yes, if he can catch her. Barik, listen carefully. I will teach you how to win. Ian sat on the opposite sofa and explained every possible tactic. Until the sky grew dark and the torches of the manor illuminated the red flowers by the window. Nurserin and his companions ate in their room and remained there. The soldiers guarding the manor made it difficult for them to move around freely. Of course, physical limitations were no obstacle for them. How are you going to get out? In the backyard, some distance from the detached building, a figure could be seen silhouetted against a lit window on the 4th floor. The entire manor's guard was focused on the detached building, leaving the backyard deserted. The window opened and a figure dropped to the ground below. Barik froze in surprise, but Ian, as if expecting it, simply looked up, and he started counting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hello, Sue emerged from the bushes, her head popping up. She had covered a considerable distance in mere seconds. She was practically a beast. It's nice here. It's been a while since I smelled grass. Where are the others? Resting in the room. We have to leave early tomorrow. Being the youngest is such a pain. With no one else to talk to, Sue started speaking casually to Ian. This was the kind of treatment Ian would receive once they crossed the border. Even the youngest of the group would treat him with casual disrespect. Barik glanced at Sue and then back at the detached building. You jumped from that window? Yes. Why? How will you get back up? I'll go back up the same way. Her expression suggested she saw no problem with it. Barik chuckled, nodding in satisfaction. Yes, this is the Chenri. This is how it should be. Time limit is 5 minutes. If you can take me down within that time, I'll acknowledge your skill. 5 minutes. Isn't that too short? If you can't do it in 5 minutes, you won't be able to do it even if I give you a whole day. Seriously. You think you're tough. How could they be so comfortable with each other already? Ian crossed his arms and took a step back. The fact that there were no other observers was a blatant sign of disrespect, but it also gave Ian and Barik a certain advantage. Barik, come here, ziying. Ian grabbed the back of Barik's head and poured his mana into him. His golden eyes hidden behind Barik's head were invisible to others. The mana activation was relatively easy and, more importantly, remember what I told you. Remember it well. He could employ a strategy. Sue, as if wondering when they would start, picked at her ear. Sue lightly shook her body in place, then stared blankly at Barik, as if to say it was his turn to start. Shall I start the timer then? Click. Sue set the pocket watch attached to her waist. Simultaneously, Barik charged at Sue, throwing a punch. Don't cry when you get hit. Sure. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of fists cutting through the air was chilling. Barik moved with a killing intent in each of his movements. In contrast to his desperate efforts, Sue was remarkably relaxed. She evaded every attack by simply taking a step back. 1 minute has passed. Damn it, are you going to just keep running away? And if I don't, can you handle it? What bullshit. Fuck, fight properly. His emotions started to disrupt the flow of his punches. Ian sat on a well-cut rock, watching them. He understood the meaning behind Sue's words. This is what happens when I attack. Thwack. As if enjoying himself, Sue struck Barik's jaw. The punch landed squarely. Barik's balance wavered, but he managed to stay upright by sheer force of will, digging strength from his thighs. He hesitated, looking up at Sue. Honestly, the shock seemed to come more from surprise than the impact itself. Isn't it pathetic? Getting your ass handed to you without landing a single blow on your opponent. Well, if you're happy, I'm happy too. This crazy psycho bitch. Thwack. Before he could even finish his curse, Barik's head snapped to the left again. Sue unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks, giving Barik no respite. Ian, resting his chin on his hand, could only sigh. He's met his match. With her personality, he doubted the sparring match would end cleanly. Barik had no choice but to stand there and take the blows raining down on him from all directions. Sue's strikes, like dozens of bees stinging relentlessly, exploded all over him. Thud. Barik, are you all right? Fuck, don't talk to me. Glad to hear you're okay. Barik glared at Ian, his eyes blazing. Even a slight lapse in concentration would allow his opponent to exploit an opening. Defense was his only option now. Ian checked his pocket watch and glanced at the annex. A man, presumably Ners Bengali, Nchainus Bengali, Ntainus, and stood by the window. 2 minutes left. Thwack. Thud. At Ian's announcement, Sue's kicks intensified. She looked like she was enjoying herself, almost disappointed that time was running out. Though time was short, one thing had become clear after 3 minutes of sparring. Sue, you're really fast, of course. Do Do you think NERS Bengali, Nchainus Bengali, Ntainus, N brought me along for no reason? No one in our tribe can keep up with me. But do you know what? Perhaps it was the hint of laughter in Ian's voice that made Sue turn her head back involuntarily. For a moment in the darkness, Ian's eyes seemed to gleam gold. You've been relentlessly attacking for dozens of times now, but Barik is still standing. You're fast, but you lack substance. Even with the aid of mana and Barik's robust physique, it had been a one-sided fight. Barik was taking hit after hit, yet he refused to fall. Sue's coppery skin flushed red as if Ian had struck a nerve. She was probably aware of this flaw herself. Normally, he should be a bloody mess by now. Ha, I was going easy on you, and now you. Sue let out a shrill cry in her excitement. Her kicking stance wavered, adding unnecessary movement to her attack. Barik, who had been shielding his neck, seized the opportunity and grabbed her ankle. It still fucking hurts even if there's no blood. Hey, let go, I said. Would you in my place? Thud, arg, I told you before we started, didn't I? Don't cry when you get hit. Who's crying? Are you crazy? And then Tui, her spitting was truly an art form. Barik mounted her, pressing down on her face to keep her still. I'm going to show you what a bloody mess really looks like. Look forward to it. Get off me, you redhead. You're one to talk, I'll make you look just the same. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a vial of red pigment. Sue froze, momentarily unsure of his intentions. Ian checked the window, then slowly approached the two, crouching down. The shadows by the window had multiplied to 3. It seemed NERS Bengali, Ncha Enus Bengali, Ntainus N, Gansha, and Musulan were all curious. Sue, don't take it too hard. Ian tried to calm Sue, who was struggling under Barik's hold. Even in an agreed-upon spar, it wouldn't be good for either of us to draw blood. The fact that NERS Bengali, Nchainus Bengali, Ntainus N sent you, the youngest, instead of Gansha or Musulan, shows his wisdom in wanting to avoid serious harm to the opponent. That's not it, shut up. Well, it's up to you to accept the truth. But the important thing is, you're currently pinned down by Barik, and if this were a real battle, you'd be dead. Sue grunted in frustration. Barik, with a triumphant grin, smeared the pigment all over Sue's face. In an instant, she looked like she was covered in blood. Now go back and tell them this. We won't knock you out for external reasons, but if you acknowledge our victory, we'll give you a solution to clean this up. If you leave the mansion like this, the Chinrieo tribe will be remembered in a rather embarrassing light by the citizens of the Bratz territory. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm of the pocket watch sounded just as Ian finished speaking. Barik, having meticulously applied the pigment, released his hold. Sue immediately kicked him in the stomach and scrambled to her feet. She tried to wipe it off, but to no avail. Ah, what is this? A special pigment my mother uses. She likes it because it doesn't wash off with water or sweat. Sue looked up at Ian with despair in her eyes. Everything except her white irises was red. She gnawed on her lip, gave Barik's head one last whack, and then fled to the annex. Thwack, ow that little. Barik rubbed the back of his head, cursing Sue's retreating figure. Ian offered him some solace, infusing him with more mana. Good work. But is it really okay to let her go like that? Shouldn't we have beaten her up as they wanted to avoid any trouble later? Your choice of words is crude. Shouldn't we have destroyed her, master? It's fine. If Sue's condition is bad, Durga will surely notice. Even if they agree, the Count might interfere. And above all, the Chinrieo tribe values their family bonds. If they had actually beaten her to a pulp, there was no telling what kind of retaliation they might face across the border. They needed a way to get their approval without bloodshed. But it really went as you said. Ian had mentioned 2 things before the spar. First, if the opponent only evaded instead of attacking, use provocation to draw out an attack. Rather than chasing an opponent you can't catch, change the direction of force to make them come to you. Second, endure. The Chinrieo tribe is a bellicose people. Endure until they become intoxicated by the elation of a one-sided battle, and an opening will surely appear. Ian created the opening, but it was Barik's role to seize it. It's not just because they're Chinrieo, it's usually like that. Those who are agile often lack power. Sue had already disappeared into her room through the window. Red stains marked the ivy on the wall, but no one would likely notice. Ian nodded, signaling it was time to return. Lord Ian, where are you going? Just to the main building for a moment. Please refrain from going outside tonight as security is tight, and you are ordered not to let any outsiders in, the guard reported, blocking Barik's path. It couldn't be helped, Ian nodded, and Barik said he would return tomorrow before leaving the mansion. Ian passed his own room and went up one more floor. Knock, knock, it's Ian. Come in. No, tell him not to come in. Sue, be quiet. The room was in chaos when he opened the door. Gansha and Musulan were trying to wipe Sue's face with a cloth, but it only smeared the pigment, making things worse. If you wish, we can provide you with a solution to remove it, giving poison and then the antidote. Are you kidding me? NERS Bengali, Ncha Enus Bengali, Ntainus N raised a finger, signaling for silence. Then he turned to Ian. We agreed to a spar and now this mockery. I find it insulting. Is that so? I apologize if that's how you feel, but wouldn't it be better than leaving Bratz with a bruised and swollen face? There are no what-ifs in a battle, but Sue's face makes what-ifs possible. If the pigment is applied to this extent, there is no need to say more. Ners Bengali, Ncha Enus Bengali, Nta Enus and narrowed his eyes. Sue gritted her teeth, looking like she could explode any moment, while Gansha and Musulan exchanged unreadable glances. Ahahaha. The silence was broken by Ners Bengali, Ncha Enus Bengali, Nta Enus and Tikes laughter. Gansha and Musulan joined in, leaving only Sue with a long face. All right, we lost. There's nothing more unsightly than refusing to accept defeat. Barik was it. Sue was grinding her teeth, saying she'll take him to the great desert and make him work like a slave. Despite his words, there was no slavery in the Chinrieo tribe. They were all family. Ian added respectfully, "Please forgive the rudeness, but I hope you understand that I have correctly interpreted your intentions. Ners Bengali, Ncha Nus Bengali, Nta Nus N. Someone's injury and Count Durga noticing it could have unforeseen consequences in their communal relationship. If things went badly, both Ian and the Chinrieo tribe would be in a difficult position. Ners Bengali, Nchoinus Bengali, Ntainus and smiled, a long pipe in his mouth. Very well, I'll bring an extra kushal for the peace ceremony. He meant he would bring transportation for Barik. Ian expressed his gratitude and took a small vial from his pocket. Mix this with water when you wash and it should come off. Snatch. Without a word, Sue snatched the vial and rushed to the washroom. Gansha and Musulan chuckled, shaking their heads, and an Ers Bengali, Ncha Enus Bengali, Ntainus N offered Ian some wine. Care for a drink. The Chinrieo tribe didn't impose restrictions based on age. Everything was simply free under responsibility. Ian felt a sense of euphoria, savoring the wine after such a long time. An Ers Bengali, Ncha Enus Bengali, Ntainus N. Yes, Count. Dawn was breaking. The city was still asleep, but the Bratz mansion was as busy as midday. The guests, who had arrived like the wind, were preparing to leave. They gathered in the main building's dining hall, filling their stomachs. They had a long journey ahead. I accept your request. The peace ceremony will be held a week from today. It's short notice, so we'll keep the preparations to a minimum. Please convey my best wishes for success to your chieftain. Durga had returned a few hours ago, during the darkest part of the night. He must have had a long discussion with Sir Malin. It seemed Sir Malin would also be leaving for the capital soon. Although it was for Ian's adoption, they would likely present the Emperor with a whistleblower's seal instead of the adoption papers. Then, until we meet again, Demosha, under God's blessing. With their farewell, the Chinrieo tribe mounted their kushals. Sue, her face now clean, looked at Ian from under her hood. When Ian smiled slightly, she bared her teeth unseen, expressing her annoyance. Let's go. Open the gates, nay, the kushals' cries and the sound of hooves echoed loudly. They quickly left the mansion just as they had arrived. Durga, the Countess, Chell, and most of the servants watched them go. They seemed to still be in a daze from the early morning. The peace ceremony is in a week. We must prepare without fail, even if it's simple. Yes, understood. It was the butler who urged them on. The servant snapped to attention, turning to look at Ian. The child's expression was unreadable. Day had finally arrived. Ian sat on his bed, watching the sun rise over the horizon. Ever since he had opened his eyes in the Bratz estate, he had been striving for this very moment. Knock, knock, Lord Ian. Hannah entered cautiously, calling out to him. It was clear that she had been crying the previous night. Her small eyes were swollen, making it difficult for her to meet his gaze. Hannah, my word, have you finished packing? Ian wanted to chuckle, but he simply nodded in response to her serious question. There wasn't much to pack. A few articles of clothing, some miscellaneous books, and the only thing in the room that truly belonged to Ian, a potted plant. I almost wish there were more to pack, so that those left behind in the mansion could remember him. Ian smiled and adjusted his clothes. The shirt alone was worth more than 2 gold coins. The intricate white embroidery and gold leaf made Ian appear as a precious thing. Where is father? He just had a coughing fit. He asked to be brought to the dining room. All right, let's go. Ian was about to leave the room, passing Hannah, but he turned back and quietly advised her. Hannah, if possible, I want you to quit working at the mansion after I leave. What do you mean? It will be difficult, but it will be beneficial for you. Tell the others as well. Of course, do not let the Count know. The Count must not know. Hannah looked at him questioningly, but Ian simply turned and walked away without answering. Beyond this, Hannah's choice was important. In the dining room, Durga, Lady Mary, and Chell were already seated, perfectly dressed. Sit. Yes, father. This was their last meal together. However, the atmosphere was no different from usual. To them, Ian was never truly a part of the family. You have memorized the order of the treaty ceremony, I presume. There will be no problems. Always remember why you are alive. Of course, for the honor and glory of Bratz. Ian seemed to be in a better mood than usual. How could he be so relaxed when his head could roll any moment after crossing the border? When I return for my next birthday, he said, slicing a piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. If he survived, Ian would be granted a short return on his birthday. Durga paused, stopping his chewing. May I see mother? Ian, I am going far away, and I did not get to see Mulen before she left, nor mother. Mulen had hurriedly packed her bags and headed to the capital the morning after the Chinrieo tribe left the Bratz mansion. The deal with Ian was progressing smoothly and was in its final stages, so there was no need for farewells. Their carriage was probably still racing across the plains. The round trip took a month. They would return around the time Ian returned from the Great Desert. Your mother, Durga muttered, stroking his beard. He was clearly referring to the message to smuggle in Guru's leaves, pretending it was a request from his mother. Lady Mary's eyes narrowed fiercely, but Durga ignored her. All right, I will allow you to see her at least once then. Does Ian not know yet that his mother, Philia, had disappeared without a trace? Some said she ran off with the stableman next door, while others claimed she was sold off to cover her gambling debts. Count, the carriage is ready. Just as the meal was drawing to a close, the butler announced that everything was ready. The Count stood up, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Let's go. Led by Durga, everyone exited the main building. A small number of armed soldiers and knights stood proudly before them. It was the first time Ian had seen them since he arrived. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total. Just then, Hannah and the other servants rushed to Ian, their eyes filled with tears. They held his hands tightly, unable to hide their sorrow. Please, please come back alive. We will make you something delicious on your birthday. Lord Ian, please be safe. In the past few months, he had formed a deeper bond with them than with Durga's family. Ian simply smiled, not giving a specific answer. As Hannah's sobs grew louder, the Count snapped, crying on such an auspicious day. Butler, I apologize, Count. I will take care of it. Let's depart at once. However, most of the mansion's servants were surrounding Ian, making it difficult to single anyone out for punishment. Ian held Hannah's hand tightly and said his farewell. Young master, sob, see you again, see you again. At these words promising a future, Hannah wiped her tears with her palm. Under Durga's fierce gaze, Ian got into the carriage without further delay. Durga grumbled continuously, clearly displeased with the atmosphere of the mansion. Giddy up, hee-haw. With the crack of the coachman's whip, the mansion receded into the distance. The scenery of Bratz flashed past the palm-sized window. Ian glanced at Durga. The seal must be in his possession. I heard the aide still hasn't woken up. It had been over a week since he fell unconscious. It was safe to assume that the chances of him waking up were slim. Even if he did, Ian would be in the desert. Clatter, clatter. After about 3 or 4 hours of travel, the once green land turned desolate. They had reached the edge of the great desert. We have arrived, Count. Whoosh. As the door opened, the coachman's voice was carried away by the harsh wind. A blue sky and golden sand dunes. In the distance stood dozens of Kushals and their masters, the Chinrieo tribe. There, 2 huge rocks marking the border were placed there. Durga and his party passed between them and approached the Chinrieo tribe. I've crossed the border. Good heavens, had he ever crossed a border in his life for something other than war? Ian tried to hide his excitement. Nearby was a small temple built of white stone. Devoid of any decorations, it existed simply as a space. The marks of time, carved by wind and sand, were evident. Welcome, friends. The voice was low yet powerful. No one had to say he was the chief for Ian to instinctively know. The absolute superiority of power, the aura of a man who possessed it, was as great and heavy as nature itself. I am Kakantir, chief of the Chinrieo tribe of the Great Desert. I am Durga Bratz, Count of the Barial Empire. The two slowly clasped hands. Following them, their wives and children also exchanged greetings. The main figures sat around a table in the temple, while their respective soldiers stood under the sun, watching each other. First, we express our gratitude for your generosity. Is this not a place to promise that your difficulties are our difficulties? Do not worry. Back and forth, Durga's tongue moved as if it were oiled, as befitting an official occasion. Kakantir's gaze landed on Ian. This is Bratz's gift. It is an honor to meet you. The agreement. Durga hurriedly gave the order. The parchment of the agreement, written identically by both parties, was placed on the table. It detailed the prohibited clauses, the items to be traded, and Ian's circumstances. When the Chinrieo receive the token of friendship from Bratz, they will send their token in return within 3 years. From the moment the treaty is signed, Chinrieo and Bratz will not invade each other's territory. The document spanned over 10 pages. Durga carefully reviewed the document and nodded. I have confirmed it. While the seal is melting, let us proceed with the verification. Very well, however. Bratz had prepared a kinship potion. As far as they knew, it was the most reliable way to confirm that they were of Durga's bloodline, though it might not hold the same meaning for the Chinrieo tribe. Chieftain Winchin was unable to accompany us due to his health. We will conduct our verification upon our return, as you wish. However, the imperial confirmation of your status has not yet arrived from the palace. I will send it as soon as it arrives. Durga dropped his blood into the potion. Ian did the same. The transparent liquid turned blue. The people from Bratz looked at them, wondering if they would acknowledge it, but the Chinrieo tribe seemed indifferent. Then let us proceed with the handwriting verification. Ian took the pen in front of him. He then painstakingly wrote the contents of the letter he had sent earlier, his handwriting clumsy and barely legible for such an official setting. Is it confirmed? Nurserin. The chief nodded and called his brother, who was standing behind him. He approached with his waist bent and presented a dagger. Without hesitation, he drew blood by cutting his palm. Slash. Blood dripped from the blade. Kakantir signed the agreement with his blood. Durga's face turned pale as he watched. Savages, the lot of them. Why draw blood when you can just use a seal? The Count stamped his seal and waited for the wax to dry. The two exchanged documents and clasped hands once more. To the eternal glory of Bratz, Demosha, Gurun II, happiness under God's blessing. And with that, they concluded the simple treaty ceremony, wishing each other good fortune. As the people emerged from the temple, the soldiers relaxed their guard. Then, farewell. Ian looked at Durga. They would now return in their carriage, but Ian had to cross the desert with the Chinreo tribe. Durga gave Ian a perfunctory hug. Ian, take care. Yes, father. The hand that gripped his shoulder was rough, but Ian reciprocated in kind. Durga and his party turned back without a second glance and headed back to the border rocks. Ian, it was Sue. She looked down at the remaining luggage with her arms crossed. Kakantir, Nurserin, and a few warriors were discussing something while looking at the sky. Is this really it? Why? Is something missing? No, it's not that, but I'm just kidding. It hasn't all arrived yet. Ah, there it comes. No sooner had Ian finished speaking than someone came running from the direction Durga had disappeared. Through the rough, dusty sandstorm, a figure with red hair could be seen. He dismounted from his horse and ran through the sinking desert. When the horse tried to follow, he kicked its hindquarters to send it back. Just in time. Ian, are you ready to depart? At Nurserin's shout, Sue took Ian's luggage. She easily lifted what two soldiers had carried together. Yes, I am ready. Chief, this is the one I told you about, the one we'll use as our slave, Sue said, grinding her teeth and addressing the chief. He chuckled and stroked Sue's head, then turned to Ian. He had heard that the chief was barbaric and quite violent. He doesn't seem so bad. It was probably just a monstrous image created by the people of the Bratz estate. To Ian, he seemed like a reliable leader of a small tribe, nothing more. Well, he would have to get to know him better to be sure. We must hurry, so make preparations. If we are not careful, we might encounter a sandstorm. From here to the great desert, their main encampment, was another several days' journey. Encountering a sandstorm could result in a loss of manpower and a prolonged journey. Ian, in the distance, Barik shouted. Kakantir gave 2 kushals to Ian and turned away without a word. This then was true tranquility. The sun, a blazing inferno overhead, beat down relentlessly. The wind, a ceaseless whisper, carried the rhythmic, muffled thud of kushal hooves through the sand. Ian stared at the shimmering horizon, a heat haze dancing upon it, and felt a strange sense of peace. Occasionally a near-death groan escaped Barik, but no one paid it any mind. In the great desert, those destined to die should do so quickly, and those destined to live would survive by any means necessary. Ian offered his half-empty canteen. Are you all right? I feel like I'm dying. Dying from this? Well, maybe not. They had entered the great desert from the borderlands only a day ago. If there was a variable, it was Barik's low tolerance for heat. His red hair, looking as if it had absorbed the very heat of the sun, hung limp and damp. Sue, who had been riding ahead, approached them from behind. If you're going to die, I'll drop you off here. I pity your kushal. Barik merely scowled at Sue's jeering. This was the lawless land beyond the border, and Sue was a member of the Chinreo tribe. To add insult to injury, the master she followed was a peace offering. Still, would it be so bad to flip her the bird? Barik, even in his panting state, pondered this as he mumbled. Hold, heeing, the wind shifted. The guide, who had been leading the way, halted, bringing the entire procession to a stop. He shook a brittle branch, testing the wind. What is it? A sandstorm. It's moving faster than anticipated. How close? We'll meet it in 4 to 5 hours. The leaders, including the chieftain, gathered and looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, it was daytime and the stars were not visible. Set up the tents for a moment. This meant the meeting would take a while. At Kakantir's command, large shades were unfurled and everyone took a break, giving water to their kushals. Ian did the same. After tending to his kushal, he brought water to Barik's lips. I brought you as a guard, but you're proving quite useless. You didn't say it would be this hot. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of the desert either. I know about the desert. I do. Give me more water. Ian handed the canteen to Barik and rummaged through his small bag. Folded neatly inside were the map of the great desert and the list of expected weather conditions he had received from his teacher. How far have we come? He had marked their route on the map each time it changed. They had come far enough. Although Barik was struggling, the Chinreo tribe was pushing their kushals hard without any consideration. Probably because they were worried about the health of their tribal chief, Winchin. A sandstorm. Ian traced the map with his finger. An A12 storm path overlapped with their current location. Since they had departed yesterday, the margin of error was within 4 hours, just as the guide had predicted. What are you looking at so intently, Sue? You haven't broken a sweat. Sue chuckled, chewing on a dried date. I was born in the heat and raised under the sand, a true warrior. I see. How long will we rest? About 10 minutes. Start packing up. She seemed pleased that he hadn't questioned her claim of being a warrior. She tossed him a couple of dates and turned away. Attention, we depart in 5 minutes. We must move quickly to avoid the storm. Which direction should we face the kushals? East. Yes, sir. At the chieftain's command, everyone turned their kushals' heads to the right. Amidst the commotion, only 2 remained still, Ian and Barik, though it would be more accurate to say Barik was half collapsed. Is there a problem? Did you just say east? I did, not south. At his unexpected words, the tribesmen stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Ian. What was this outsider saying? The guide was the protector of the tribe's safety, the inheritor of ancestral wisdom. When it came to the desert, even the chieftain deferred to his judgment. What's he babbling about? He's probably never even stepped on desert sand before. Leave him be. It's typical of those noble lords. Haha, right, as expected of someone from the great empire. Since they were speaking in their own language, Ian could only guess the meaning of their words based on their tone, except for the first sentence. The chieftain also seemed displeased. He probably wouldn't behead Ian on the spot, but if Ian caused any more trouble, he might follow Durga's elder brother's procedure. The chieftain approached. Why do you mention south? The heartland of the Chinrieo tribe, Chinrieo, lay to the north. Going south would be a detour, costing them time and effort. So of course he was curious about the reason. There was a researcher of the Great Desert at my estate. According to the information he gave me at this time, a storm is believed to be approaching from the northeast. It seems to be quite large, so wouldn't it be best to avoid it? We can't go back the way we came, so I suggested south. Yesterday, they had crossed a massive sand dune. The slope was so steep that two Kushals had accidentally tumbled down while descending. Chieftain. In this time-sensitive situation, the chieftain simply stared at Ian. At the urging of his tribesmen, he held out his hand. Let me see that information. Here you are. The chieftain was surprised that Ian handed it over so readily. He had been prepared to abandon Ian if he tried to use this as leverage for something. The chieftain looked at the paper and then called for Nurserin. Nurserin, interpret this. It was written in the Barial cursive script. Kakantir, Nurserin, and the guide huddled together, heads bowed in discussion. Judging by their expressions, there seemed to be a point of contention. What's going on? Ian whispered to Sue, who was standing nearby. She glanced at her tribesmen before quietly answering. We were sure the storm was coming from the north. But one of the Kushals that tumbled yesterday belonged to our guide. His branch was damaged, and it seems to have clouded his senses. The world of the nomads was truly a mystery. How could they predict the weather with a mere stick? Ian wanted to interrupt and ask, but he patiently nodded instead. Going south is safer, but it's a lot of trouble. On the other hand, going east is a shorter detour. It's uncertain whether we'll encounter the storm or not. The urgency of Vice Chieftain Winchen's condition. The injuries of two Kushals, the large amount of goods for trade, and the outsiders unfamiliar with the desert. For the chieftain, it was the most efficient choice given the circumstances, especially since they didn't know that the east was also within the storm's range. All right, we'll do that then. After a long discussion, a decision was made. Kakantir scanned his surroundings, searching for suitable candidates. Jangyarung Tan Tiram, you three take the eastern route and head to Chinrieo first. Tell them we'll be delayed because of the storm, and if there's news about the vice chieftain, return to us. They were the three most physically imposing members of the group, those who could push through a sandstorm. Upon hearing the command, they immediately packed minimal supplies and mounted their Kushals. The others could have endured the storm as well, but it was uncertain whether the Kushals and the goods they carried would survive. Spread out as wide as possible. Do not pass the eternal cactus or the praying rock. If you enter that area, the storm will be even more severe. Yes, sir. We'll go on ahead. See you in Chinrieo. Heeing, there was no time for lengthy farewells. They quickly spurred their Kushals forward, disappearing into the distance as mere specks on the horizon. As for us, the chieftain turned to Ian. Then, as if to make a point, he folded the map and tucked it away. We head south. We head south. Everyone readjusted their Kushals' headings. Ian pulled Barik to his feet by his collar, and the chieftain helped him hoist Barik onto his Kushal. Who is it? The one who made the map. He's my teacher. Kakantir's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he acknowledged the stark difference between their technology and knowledge. They had painstakingly charted the desert by traversing it on foot. Some oases had only been discovered a few years ago, yet the map marked them with notations like 85 probability of existence. Conserve your water. He glanced at Barik's face, drenched in sweat and water, and offered the advice. The journey had become longer and water would be scarce. Yes, chieftain. Ian nodded, thinking he should infuse mana instead of water from now on. The wind began to blow again, this time lower and shorter than before. Several days passed. Just as they were getting used to the scorching heat of the desert days and the freezing cold of the nights, the guide, who rarely spoke, broke the silence. At his signal, Kakantir, then Nurserin behind him, raised their heads, and soon the entire company was staring straight ahead. A tree. Ian too saw it. Something green appeared on the horizon. Soon the horns of the Chinrieo tribe sounded, and they erupted in joyous shouts. We've arrived, Chinrieo. Well done, everyone. You've worked hard, Demosha. Demosha. Even Barik, who had been half asleep on his Kushal, rubbed his eyes and sat up. His already tanned skin had darkened even further. Are we there? Yes. As they neared their destination, the sand became firmer. The Kushals walked with renewed vigor, and within an hour they reached their destination. Its chieftain Kakantir. Ian surveyed the land of the Chinrieo tribe. For a barbarian tribe on the outskirts, their architecture was quite advanced. White stone walls enclosed a dense collection of tents. Palm trees on the sand were large and lush, and colorful fabrics, faded to gray by the golden sand, fluttered in the wind. The road conditions were decent. It even seemed like they had a rudimentary sewage system. "Kakin, welcome, you've had a long journey. This way, everyone prepare water and food. Is that Ian or that one? It's obviously the blonde one. The one next to him looks fierce." Amidst the bustling crowd of welcomers, everyone exchanged pleasantries. The three who had departed earlier to inform the tribe of their arrival had already recovered from their journey and returned to their daily routines. "How is Vice Chieftain Winchin?" "His condition has improved, they say. That's a relief." Kakintir motioned for Ian to follow him. As he dismounted his kushal and walked, all the tribesmen stared at him, unable to hide their curiosity. Barik, still half asleep, rubbed his eyes and followed Ian. As they lifted the canopy adorned with beads, a strong scent of cinnamon wafted up. The interior was cool and dark. On a bed in the center lay an old woman. Her skin, a testament to the passage of time, was so wrinkled it seemed as though it might fall off at any moment. "Winchin, Kakintir has returned. Ah, chieftain, I am ashamed. How are you feeling?" This was Winchin, the root of the Chinrieo tribe, the gypsy who could discern truth from falsehood. The old woman slowly sat up. "This is Ian, who will be joining Chinrieo through the treaty with Bratz." As Winchin rose, a ray of light entered the tent, illuminating her face. Her cloudy, almost moldy-looking pupils confirmed the rumors that she was blind. "I want to confirm if Ian is a suitable candidate." "Ian, answer my question." "Yes, Vice Chieftain." The old woman pursed her lips, seemingly lost in thought, before finally asking. It was a rather unexpected question. Did Ian Bratz come here by the will of the gods? In the desert, Ian realized, the unexpected was always to be expected. When the answer was delayed, Kakintir turned to Ian. Ian lowered his head slightly and replied, "That is correct." Was he asking because they were a tribe that served the sky, or did he ask knowing that another Ian resided within Ian? Winchin smacked his lips as if mulling over Ian's concise answer. "You are indeed born of Durga's blood, undeniably. Does your existence signify peace?" "I swear, peace is the sole reason for my existence." A smile played on Winchin's lips. Kakin nodded, silently instructing his attendants, and they laid Winchin back on the bed. "Then we will take our leave. Rest well, chieftain. The desert storms have been fierce lately. It's because the sky has become even hotter." The old man's weak murmurs lingered in the tent. As Ian stepped outside, the tense members of the Chunrieo tribe watched Kakin's expression. Provide Ian Bratz and his companions with a tent. This was an indirect declaration that Ian was indeed a descendant of the Bratz family. It also signified the official completion of the arduous peace negotiations. Sue let out a sigh of relief and called to Ian. "Ian, this way. What about me? Do I get the same tent? And why not? Do you expect a separate room for your noble self?" Sue snapped, and Barik whispered to Ian. "She's really narrow-minded for a warrior. Why is she always like this to me? If you think about it, you were the one who started mocking me that day, weren't you?" "Well, Barik, you were the one who actually threw the punch." "Oh ho, you're backing out now." The tent assigned to Ian was in better condition than expected. Not particularly luxurious, but it didn't feel like they were mistreating him for being a hostage of an enemy nation. This is strange. Weren't they supposed to be quite hostile after Durga's older brother died crossing the border? Of course, the chieftain then and Kakintir now were different people. Given the easily changeable nature of chieftains, he might be considered ancient history to them. But shouldn't that mean their perceptions and relationships should have changed even more? These people were not as ruthless as he had heard at the Bratz mansion. They are stern but not cold-blooded, free but not barbaric. That was Ian's assessment. Barik, unpacking his sand-ridden luggage, asked, "So what are we going to do now?" "First, I need to wash up. I mean, besides that. We're not going to live here forever, are we?" That was true. But for Ian to return to Bariel, Malin had to lead the inspectors from the capital and behead Durga. He had probably just reached the capital by now. It would take 15 days to a month for him to come down and carry out the deed. Think of it as a trip. There are countless people here you can't defeat, so if you fight one person each day, a year will pass quickly. A year? Are you lying? I'm kidding. 15 days, a month at most. Barik spat curses with his eyes and flopped onto the bed. He didn't care where he was as long as he had a bed, but he couldn't get used to the desert heat. Ian, swoosh. Sue entered, pulling back the tent flap. She looked around the room, placing down some clothes and snacks. She seemed to be checking if anything was lacking. "Eat this for now. Everyone's busy recovering from the journey. I'll come to get you when the sun sets for the homecoming ceremony." Oh, and Sue, about to hurry out, paused and turned back. Jang Yarung said the storm was really fierce. He said it was the biggest and most threatening one he'd ever encountered. He went through it alone, so nothing was lost, but if the group had encountered it, it would have been troublesome. "I see." The chieftain's judgment was truly wise. Sue's face brightened at the praise of their leader. Then she quietly slipped out of the tent. Barik, who had been watching blankly, muttered grumpily, "She really is only like that to me. Are you upset? Forget it." Barik waved his hand dismissively and jumped onto the bed. Covered in sand, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. They had spent days outside, exposed to the wind. Ian, after a moment of contemplation, also drifted off to sleep. Thump, thump, thump. Ian's eyes opened to the sound of drums beating somewhere. It was dark outside. Night had fallen. The only light in the room came from the Milky Way, shining like milk. Just as Ian was about to shake Barack awake, Sue pulled back the tent flap again. Ian, Barack, come out quickly. Everyone's waiting. Still dazed from sleep, Ian and Barack stumbled after Sue. Inside the settlement, a white building stood. As Sue opened the door, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Ahahaha, one more time. Hey, are you giving up already? You know what I told you last time. It turned out to be true. Chunryeo people, adorned in red pigment and gold, were dancing and playing. Huge quantities of meat and alcohol were piled up between them. Incense filled the air, perhaps from burning candles. A dancer brushed past, laughing, and the musicians played their instruments even faster. Good heavens, he had never seen or heard of such a banquet. Everything seemed so free under the orange lanterns. Barack, now fully awake, rubbed his cheeks. Ian, Barack, Kakantir, sitting at the head of the table, called to them. He had a dried leaf in his mouth, the same kind that was burning under the torchlight. Gurut leaves. So those are Gurut leaves. The thought struck Ian, and he took a deep breath. Scent was quite similar to the one he had smelled in Winchen's tent. It seemed it was Gurut leaves, not cinnamon. Why do I feel this way? How do you feel? I want to beat the shit out of everyone. Keep your mouth shut. The two whispered to each other as they approached Kakantir. Beside him, Nursaran and other high-ranking members of the tribe were enjoying the festivities. Did you recover from your journey? Good. Sit down. Everyone seemed to be paying attention to Ian, but it was only for a moment. They soon returned to their revelry, laughing and chatting. Kakantir poured wine into Ian's cup. By the way, about the map you gave me. Does anyone in Bratz, including the Count, know of its existence? No, the tutor secretly passed it to me. He immediately left Bratz and headed to Blaster through the upper countries. Kakantir burst into a satisfied laugh. Then, with a very friendly gesture, he offered Ian some meat. He must have heard the report about the storm from his subordinates. Everything you have was given to Chunryeo by Bratz, so may I use this map for the benefit of Chunryeo as well? Please do. The Chunryeo tribe would accompany them when they returned to Bratz anyway. After that, there would be no need to cross the Great Desert, so what good would it do to keep the map? It was better to give away a small thing to draw a bigger picture. Count Durga raised his son well. My father would be very pleased to hear that. The conversation stopped there as the singing grew louder. While pondering about the Gurut leaves, Ian felt an unfamiliar gaze. 2 seats away from Nursaran, a man was staring intently at Ian. When their eyes met, the man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, sending some sort of signal. Sue, who is that? When the surroundings were momentarily distracted, Ian gestured toward the man with his chin and asked. Sue, sipping her wine, replied, Bumat, he's Nursaran's family, his second stepmother's cousin. He's the chief of food management. It was hard to understand, but it seemed they were connected by family in their terms. Judging by his proximity to the head table, he must hold a high position. But why was he staring at him? This is unsettling. Ian deliberately ignored his gaze and asked Sue, as innocently as possible, as if he had no emotion other than curiosity. Is everyone chewing on Gurut leaves? Sue nodded, and Ian was about to ask if he could try it too. But at that moment, Kakantir held out his wine cup, cutting off the conversation. Ian, there are a few rules you must follow to stay safe here. Please tell me. One of them is to show no interest in Gurut leaves. Questions are not allowed either. We can't help the smoke in daily life, but everything else is prohibited. That meant there was a big difference between inhaling the smoke and chewing the leaves directly. The heated atmosphere of the banquet cooled down a little. The people around them, having heard Kakantir's words, unconsciously put up a sharp guard. I will keep that in mind. Ian nodded in response. Barack next to him was busy stuffing himself with meat, oblivious to their surroundings. Then enjoy yourselves to our return. Yes, Chieftain Kakantir. Right, this was a homecoming ceremony, not a welcome party for outsiders. Ian, having grasped the general atmosphere, decided to wrap things up. But then, Chieftain. A tribesman rushed in and whispered something in Kakantir's ear. He immediately put down what he was eating and signaled to Nursaran. The revelers were too drunk to notice the leaders slipping away. What's going on? Sue stared at the floor and muttered. Chieftain Winchin must have had another seizure. I think the physician just followed them. Really? Is his condition that bad? The chieftain does this so that everyone won't worry. Is there no solution? Sue smiled faintly and shrugged. Everything was according to God's will, and even the physician couldn't stop it. They could only hope that Winchin wouldn't suffer too much. Barack, let's go too. Why? I need to eat more. Hurry, if something happened to Winchin, it would be less awkward if they weren't here. Sue wouldn't be able to take care of them then either. If you've enjoyed yourself enough, you should know when to leave. They weren't the main characters here, so this was enough. Tap, 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 and that judgment was correct. Early in the morning, Ian's eyes opened to a commotion outside. It sounded like a war had broken out. Lord Winchin is completely unconscious. Oh, good heavens, what are we going to do? What about the chieftain? What will he do? He said he's going to recruit people again. The illness is too obvious now, so I guess there's no other choice. Recruit people. They must be planning to do something to cure Winchin's illness. Ian leaned against the window and closed his eyes. He drifted in and out of sleep, his mind hazy. They're looking for Silas, right? The people who went before haven't even returned yet. Where is there a flower that blooms forever? I doubt it even exists. At that moment, Ian's eyes snapped open. What did they just say? A flower that blooms forever. Silas, the flower pot you bought at the park then. It's a strange flower. It stays in full bloom for a long time. Do the people at the mansion not know what it is? No. They all say they've never seen this plant before. I was worried it might be poisonous, but fortunately it's not. Ian recalled the conversation he had with Malin at the mansion. He took out the carefully wrapped flower pot from the box and tore off the paper. The red flower that had never wilted since he received it at the park. Surely it couldn't be. Ian carefully placed the flower pot on the floor. And he instinctively realized why he had been reincarnated into the body of the illegitimate son, Ian. Everything was unfolding according to God's plan. Inside the tent, Ian stared intently at the crimson flower. Beric was still sound asleep, snoring loudly, oblivious to the commotion outside. To summarize the situation, it seemed Winchin's illness required a plant called Silas, and several expeditions had been launched to find it. However, none had returned. And this is it, Silas, the identity of the potted plant that no one in the Bratz household knew. Ian frowned, gently stroking a petal. How on earth did the illegitimate Ian acquire this in his previous life? Philia said that Ian grew it himself. If only she were here, I could ask her. Could it be a miraculous medicine found only in the hidden corners of the red light district? Like Gulla, something that once discovered could propel humanity forward once more. At that thought, Ian felt his heart pound. Just then Beric woke up, his face swollen from the meat and alcohol consumed the night before. Ian tossed him a towel, signaling him to get ready quickly. Beric, still half asleep, stumbled out of the tent. It's the foreigner. It's the foreigner. Heard he went to the banquet yesterday. Hey, did you have a good dream? What went into your bellies was top-notch. Pushing through the whispering crowd, Ian sought out a familiar path. It was the way to Winchin's tent, where he had gone immediately after arriving yesterday. The scent of the gyroot leaves was even stronger now. Nursaran spotted Ian and tilted his head in confusion. What brings you here? Good morning. I followed the commotion and it led me here. This is no concern of yours. Stay in your tent until Kakintir's summons. From now on, Ian would earn his keep here. Given his status, he would probably be tasked with teaching the Varial language and culture to the higher-ups. As for Beric, who knows? He might be treated like a slave, as the veterinarian suggested, or he might be recognized as Ian's aide. It seems Chief Winchin's condition is quite serious. Ian Bratz, you are speaking too much. The moment the name of Chief Winchin left his lips, the surrounding area fell silent. Some scoffed in disbelief, others shot him looks of undisguised anger. If Ian hadn't been dealing with Nursaran, a fight might have broken out right then. It was so noisy everywhere this morning, I couldn't help but overhear. I apologize, but you a flower that never fades once it blooms, called Silas. If you have that, Chief Winchin's health will be restored. Nursaran hadn't known Ian for long, but he knew he wasn't one to be so oblivious to the atmosphere. Ian glanced around and whispered quietly, I have something to discuss, so please allow me to meet with the chief. This should be enough to draw attention. If what he possessed was indeed Silas, then his contribution would spread among them like the wind. Given the need to foster goodwill, a little attention was necessary. Thwack. Nursaran led Ian not to Winchin's chamber, but to an adjacent tent. There, Kakintir and other leaders were discussing the expedition, but the man has just had a son. His fifth, yes. He has 4 grown children, so there should be no issue for the remaining family, and he is exceptionally skilled with a bow. Kakin. At Nursaran's call, Kakintir turned his head, a gyroot leaf still rolled in his mouth. What is it? Ian Bratz says he has something to say about Silas. More accurately, I have something to ask. Sit. Ian took a seat amidst the thick smoke. The elders seated around him watched him with a variety of expressions. Please explain to me what this plant Silas is. I have a suspicion and I want to confirm if it's correct. A suspicion? You don't know of Silas. Ian answered with silence. Kakintir exhaled a puff of smoke and gestured to a council member seated nearby. The council member pulled out a sheet of paper. It seemed to be part of a botanical illustration, written in an unknown language. Silas is the name of the disease that afflicts those who directly receive the will of the god, like Chief Winchin. They carry that power throughout their lives until they become old and weak, unable to withstand it any longer, and shatter. The council member continued his explanation. According to records, a long time ago, a merchant from the south was rescued by Chinrieo in the desert, and he gave them the seeds of Silas. But it's been impossible to find these days. It was impossible to gauge how long ago, a long time ago, was for them. Currently, there was no one in the Chinrieo tribe who knew Winchin in her youth. While she endured, the records of Silas faded and they had only now grasped a clue. Ian offered appropriate words of comfort. It seems that in Varial, there aren't many who receive the will of the god. He almost slipped and said, gypsy. Winchen was an important figure to these people, but in the Varial Empire, she was just an old gypsy. Though among the swindlers, she was one of the more skilled ones at that. Moreover, gypsies wandered their entire lives, so no one knew what became of them in their later years. It would be more accurate to say that no one cared. The council member narrowed his brow. Silas has been lost for some time, and well, as you can see, is Silas perhaps, a red flower that once bloomed never fades. If the records are accurate, this time it was Kakin who furrowed his brow elegantly. I smell the scent of Silas on you. This guy has a nose like a dog. Ian smiled and nodded. In fact, I've seen a flower suspected to be Silas in the Bratz territory. It was red, and once it bloomed, it never faded. Even the sun sets once a day, yet a mere flower that never fades. It was certainly a special case. At Ian's words, Kakintir pressed him. Is that the truth? I was surprised as well. That's why I came here as soon as I heard about Silas. Now, what to do? If the timing was right, he could lure them to Bratz. While the Emperor's central army was laying waste to Bratz, if he went with the backing of the Chinrieo's power, not only his life but also his territory might be secured if he played his cards right. But the problem is that Winchen is on her deathbed. Could she hold on until the central army reached Bratz? Unlikely. If the chief had rushed out in the middle of the banquet, her condition was such that it wouldn't be strange if she drew her last breath at any moment. Tell me more. Before that, I have a request. Then he had to use this situation in a different way. At Ian's words, Kakin didn't hide his displeasure, bargaining with the chief's life on the line. A request. If Winchen's breath stops before then, your head will roll too, you know. Treat me not as a target of reconciliation, but as a guest of the Varial Empire. Since he didn't have the Emperor's decree, he couldn't use terms like envoy or representative, but the meaning was essentially the same. He wanted guaranteed safety and respect. Bratz is a piece of the Great Varial. The Imperial Palace is aware of Bratz's desire for reconciliation, and my presence here is, in a way, the will of the Imperial Palace. Kakintir's lips curled up slightly at Ian's honeyed words. He had a look that said, oh, really now? Is that so? Then let me ask you. If your head rolls here, will the Imperial Palace send an army here? According to your claim, they should, shouldn't they? I don't know if they'll send an army, but it will certainly be a problem. I carry the enduring spirit of the Imperial Palace within me. Thud. Before he could finish, an old man slammed his fist on the table. He spoke in their language, so Ian couldn't understand. Something about a serpent's tongue. The others remained silent, but their eyes showed they believed Ian's words to be far-fetched. The spirit of the Imperial Palace. Was this Ian claiming to be of the Imperial bloodline? When Durga was his father, I can't go into details. What I can say for sure is that I inherited my body from Durga Bratz, but my spirit is that of the Imperial Palace. I don't think it's a difficult request for the chief to grant. Fine. Yes, fine. It's because of people like you that the gods sent us Winchen. You there. At Kakintir's shout, two warriors approached and grabbed Ian's arms. Beric, who had been waiting outside the tent, was startled and tried to rush in, but Ian stopped him with a raised hand. It's done. They were taking Ian to Winchen. Ian gave Beric a look that told him to wait, and then he entered the chief's tent once more. Winchen. Her breathing was labored, but she was conscious. Her attendants slowly helped her sit up, and her cloudy eyes were fixed on the sky. This one says he knows something about Silas. To be precise, I said I have a suspicion. A suspicion, you say. Is it true? Drool dripped from Winchen's mouth. She nodded in response instead of speaking. At the same time, her attendants let out cries of joy, and Nurserin, who had followed, looked as if he had found a ray of light. And he also claims that his spirit is that of the Varial Imperial Palace. Was there anything to correct this time? Kakintir looked down at Ian, his words trailing off. At this moment, if Winchen shook her head, he was prepared to cut off Ian's legs. He would have to hear about Silas first, so he would make sure to stop the bleeding, he thought. Then Winchen took a sharp breath. Her body trembled, and she closed her eyes. She never closed her eyes while discerning lies. And then everyone fell silent. Winchen raised her hands as dry as twigs to her chest in a gesture of respect. Then she bowed as low as she could, prostrating herself forward. It was, without a doubt, a greeting reserved for someone of high status. Winchen, and with that the chief collapsed to the side. A council member rushed to check her pulse, and the attendants ran out to fetch warm water. Ian watched her silently and murmured, "The Silas is in my tent." At his words, Kakin was startled. Since the chief hadn't given an order, Nurserin, who had been listening, ran outside and shouted, "Go to the foreigner's tent. Find the red flower." What? Why? Hurry. Time is of the essence. Ian, what is it? What do we do? Should I grab it and run? Ian smiled faintly at Beric's shout. It's done. This is my first gift to them as a guest of Varial. Ian informed Beric with a dignified voice. In Winchen's tent, filled with the scent of Girut leaves, Ian stood, for the first time, on equal footing with Kakin. While the physician meticulously examined the potted plant, the tribesmen watched from behind, their anxiety palpable. They were desperately hoping the old man would confirm that it was indeed Silask. After carefully inspecting the leaves, turning them over, and scrutinizing every detail, the physician finally declared, "It is indeed Silask." Damn it. Gods, thank the heavens. Then hurry, brew it. Huh, Winchin is about to take his last breath. Short bursts of cheers erupted at the physician's words. They embraced each other, offering prayers of gratitude to the gods. Only the chieftain, Kakin, remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the plant. Are you certain? Yes, comparing it to all existing records, it is undoubtedly Silesk. The number and thickness of the leaves, the color, the scent, the shape of the roots, everything matches our expectations. And most importantly, if the foreigner's testimony is to be believed, the flower bloomed and has not wilted since. The most crucial characteristic had already been confirmed through Winchin, so there was no need to add anything further. The chieftain nodded and urged, then brew the medicine quickly. However, a slight hesitation, but enough to freeze the atmosphere in the tent. The quantity is insufficient. Quantity. The records state that 3 roots are needed for a complete cure. Winchin is already greatly weakened, and this pot only contains 2 roots. It will likely only be a temporary reprieve. The quantity was insufficient, however they decided to focus on the positive. Even a temporary reprieve is a blessing. Hurry and prepare the concoction. Just 1 root for now. Yes, Kakin, and the outsider Ian. He trailed off mid-command. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. Kakin corrected himself after a moment of contemplation. Bring Lord Ian Bratz here. Regardless of the circumstances, he had brought the Silesk to help their leader. His intentions might be unknown, but as chieftain, and as one of the Chunrai, this was a clear act of goodwill. They had a duty to uphold their promise. Thud. Ian entered the tent, his expression calm. He had likely heard the commotion from outside. He looked at the potted plant on the table and smiled. Knowing it's one of the last of its kind, it seems particularly vibrant today, Lord Ian Bratz. He placed a hand over his heart and bowed. It was the same etiquette Nurserin had shown him at the mansion. When Kakin bowed, his subordinates had to follow suit. I hear the quantity is insufficient, though. That does not change the fact that you have helped us. On that note, I have a few questions for you. Please have a seat. His attitude had clearly changed. While not entirely deferential, as he was the chieftain of the Chunrai, his words were laced with respect. Speak. Can more Silesk be obtained from Bratz? If Winchin died, someone from the tribe would take her place. This was an unchanging truth, and in time that person would also need Silesk. In the long run, cultivating the red flower was essential for the Chunrai. I cannot be certain. Please elaborate in a way we can understand. The plant is indeed mine, but to be precise, Ian hesitated. To explain the exact origin of the plant, he would have to mention the existence of the person who gave it to him, which would inevitably reveal his status as an illegitimate child. It was something he would have to reveal eventually, but whether this was the right time was another matter. As Ian remained silent, everyone in the tent watched his lips, holding their breath. Lord Ian, my apologies. I've had it since I was a child, but I don't know how it came into my possession. There is someone who might know, but I cannot meet them at this time. I can only contact them in about 15 to 30 days. To obtain Silesk, Bratz, which was only a few days' journey away, was certainly more advantageous than the south, whose path was uncertain. Does that mean Count Durgar is also unaware of the existence of Silesk? No one in the Bratz mansion knew of the flower. Even I only learned of it upon arriving here. He had thought of formally applying for it as a trade item, but it was perplexing to hear that it wasn't even circulated within Bratz. Kakin fell into thought, tapping the table lightly. But why would it take 15 to 30 days to contact them? It was a distance that could be covered in 3 or 4 days at most. Was the person who knew about Silesk somewhere else? As if confirming Kakin's guess, Ian nodded. Due to certain circumstances, it will be difficult to see them in Bratz. May I inquire further? I would like to, but then I would require another promise from you. What could it be this time? He wondered if Ian would request to be sent back to Bratz. That would be troublesome. Give me priority negotiation rights over Count Durgar. Priority negotiation rights. Murmurs rippled through the tent at Ian's words. Weren't they all tied together under House Bratz? Priority negotiation rights between a father and son. That was tantamount to saying there would be internal strife. Kakin frowned and asked, you intend to overthrow your father, I presume. Is it not also true for the Chunrai that the strong sit at the head? True. He really couldn't argue with that. The Chunrai were the ones who embodied the law of survival of the fittest. Kakin realized that this conversation was taking a very interesting turn. I apologize, but I cannot grant you priority negotiation rights. You cannot mobilize the Bratz soldiers at this moment, nor can you increase the amount of grain you can provide us. It meant, what assurance did he have to make such a promise to someone who had nothing to offer? However, contrary to his words of denial, Kakin had a smile playing on his lips. It held an expectation that Ian would dispel his doubts. Very well, I will tell you. But if you deem this information worthy of determining the priority negotiation rights, swear upon the gods that you will keep your promise to me. I swear. He had nothing to lose. Kakin leaned back in the soft, fleece-covered chair, signaling Ian to continue. His body immediately stiffened at Ian's next words, however. An army, along with imperial inspectors, will be descending from the imperial palace. The charge is treason due to tax evasion. It is possible that within a month, the name Bratz will be completely erased. What treason? What did he just say? An army from the imperial palace. The tent buzzed with disbelief at the bombshell. Kakin's dark brown eyes stared intently at Ian. Even without Winchen's gypsy abilities, he knew Ian was telling the truth. Is this true? I swear upon the heavens, it is the truth. How do you know this? Before the peace treaty, someone came down from the central government to assess my suitability as a candidate for the treaty. I heard it from them. If House Bratz falls, you won't be safe either, will you? That is why I've come here. If House Bratz is annihilated, wouldn't it also be troublesome for the Chenrai? House Bratz and the Chenrai tribe. They shared a border and maintained a precarious relationship. While not exactly friendly, they respected each other's territories. But if Bratz disappeared and the Emperor's central army was stationed there, would the Emperor of the Empire fear a barbarian tribe on the outskirts like Durgar did? Even if a new count was appointed, would they engage in trade with them? It would be a monumental event that would completely change the political landscape. Is Count Durgar aware? He is not. And even if he were, it would only lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Treason, regardless of the Emperor's leniency, always results in beheading. I ventured across the desert to preserve the territory with minimal losses. What do you mean? When my father is dead and the territory is vacant, I want you to lead your warriors and enter the Bratz territory with me. That's preposterous. Kakin, an old man listening from the back, shouted in astonishment. But unlike him, Kakin and Nurseren's eyes gleamed sharply. They realized that Ian was hiding something else. Kakin spoke as if carefully calculating. If Durgar dies, it means the Emperor's central army will be in the territory. If we confront them, we will be in trouble. I am aware. But they will want to avoid a conflict with you because they were preparing for a real rebellion. There was no way they would want to confront a barbarian tribe on the outskirts, especially one whose military strength was unconfirmed. Why, chieftain, you are asking for far too much from me. That was an answer he couldn't give. The sound of Kakin tapping on the table grew faster. It meant his thoughts had become more complicated. The Chenrai just need to stand behind me. It would be great if you could add a word, something like, as an ally who has been with Bratz for many years, the Chenrai stand with Ian Bratz, who has become family. Then the Empire might turn its swords against us. Against the Chenrai, who command the vast desert and the strongest warriors. I doubt it. It would more likely be the other way around. From the central government's perspective, they would think that Ian managing the territory would be the most effective way to control the Chenrai. It could also imply that depending on Ian's decision, he could even go to war for the territory's independence. If the territory became independent, all the effort put into purging Durgar would be for naught. War in the Empire does not always require the drawing of swords. The Empire will choose the easy and cheap method. Even if a military conflict does arise, if you do not wish it, you can simply return to the Great Desert. Lord Ian, you are saying something extraordinary. I have been thinking about this since before I crossed the desert. If you help me and if I manage to protect Bratz, or rather the territory, I will show you the power of a true alliance, something the Chenrai have never experienced. It wasn't a lie. If the military's food supplies were reduced due to peace, the territory's warehouses would surely be filled to the brim. This would allow everyone to live abundantly. Wait a moment. Nurseren, who had been listening quietly, raised his hand. He had an expression that indicated he didn't understand something. Speak. You, or rather, Lord Ian, you said that treason is a grave crime punishable by annihilation. Your name is Ian Bratz, the son of a traitor. Returning to the territory itself would be impossible, no matter how much we protect you. As expected of Nurseren, you are correct. That is a very important point. Ian smiled, clapping lightly, and he emphasized once again, I am indeed Durgar's biological son. He first pointed out that there was no issue with his bloodline, but legally I am not. I have not yet been registered. Therefore, my name is not Ian Bratz, but simply Ian. What? The tent buzzed with murmurs. But Ian's following words were enough to silence everyone. Therefore, the Empire cannot legally charge me with treason. That is how I can become the new Lord of Bratz. Of course, one misstep could lead to enslavement, but there was no need to inform the Chenrai of that. To send a son who hasn't even been officially recognized. This is deceit. That's right. How could you stab us in the back like this? Ian sat leisurely, watching the elders vent their fury. They seemed unable to believe they had been so thoroughly taken advantage of during the official peace talks. I will emphasize once again, I am indeed my father's son. That part is clear. Then what about your birth mother? Well now, at Kakintir's question, Ian smiled bitterly. It was a silent answer, telling him to interpret it as he would. The situation was already tense. There was no need to bring up that she was from a brothel. It wasn't important anyway. I'd like to snap your neck right now. But the chieftain is the leader of the Chenrieo tribe. I'm sure you will make a wise decision. Kakintir growled, an incredulous laugh escaping his lips. Having declared Ian a guest of the Empire, he couldn't simply kill him. It was a matter of principle. But can we attack Bratz? No, knowing that the central army is coming, that too would be reckless. Kakintir chewed on a rolled-up gyroot leaf, seeming utterly flabbergasted. The honorific, sir, had long since fallen from his lips. Whether intentional or not, the fact that Ian's head was still attached to his body was proof that he was being respected, at least for now. Keep blabbering. Do you have more to say? If the chieftain has something he desires, then I do. The murmuring of the elders behind them grew louder. Ian smiled brightly and continued. Ah, you do, don't you? More specifically, how things will proceed. I hope it's interesting. Enough to clear the noise in my head. Cackantier's gaze bore intensely into Ian's neck. He seemed to be struggling to suppress the urge to act rashly. Let's imagine. If with the help of the Chinrieo tribe I become the Lord of Bratz, I will make it the most prominent territory in Barrial. Why, and then? Once I have accumulated enough power, I will go to the center, specifically to the imperial palace. Cackantier's brown eyes gleamed. What was this little thing saying? He would go to the center. That meant willingly entering the jaws of the empire. Never mind what he would do there. Did he not know how a territory left without its lord would fall? It would either rot from the inside due to the corruption of those left behind or be crushed by external invasion. This is all the reason why I, who hasn't even been recognized, crossed the desert without running away. Cackantier, we need to change now. True alliance and peace. It wasn't just a relationship where they exchanged goods and were bound by numbers and letters. A lord who could trust someone enough to show his back. It also meant that he would view the Chinrieo tribe not as barbarian outsiders but as allies. I don't know about interesting, but it certainly cleared my head of idle thoughts. I'm glad to hear it. As Cackantier rolled another gyroot leaf to chew, Nurserin raised his hand. Lord Ian, there's one thing I'd like to point out. Speak. When the central army arrives, will Durga have time to spare? Time to send a message, I mean. Wow, Ian felt like applauding. Cackantier, you have a pretty sharp one by your side. As befitting the chieftain's strategist, his depth of thought was considerable. He had mentioned a point that no one else had thought of. Probably, an investigation will need to take place. That period is roughly 15 days. In reality, the central army is coming down with certainty. Then that's even more of a problem. Nurserin, what is it? Cackantier and the other elders couldn't grasp the meaning. A cornered rat will bite the cat. If there's no chance of escape, all that's left for Durga is beheading. A complete extermination of his lineage, in fact. There's a chance he'll raise an army to resist. And he'll ask the Chinrieo tribe for help, too. After all, they were allies who had just signed a peace treaty a few days ago. Cackantier nodded, finally understanding. We can't refuse. That's right. Especially right after the peace treaty. It was a politically unacceptable move, even before considering their principles. Breaking the peace treaty without justification would be like the Chinrieo tribe declaring themselves barbarians. This could also give the empire a pretext later. Kakin found this situation unpleasant. Either way, they were dancing in the empire's palm. The peace treaty is the problem. It's put us in a difficult position, so we need to resolve this first. Is there no way to nullify it? Nurserin shook his head. It won't be easy. Why? They deceived us. They sent a son who wasn't even officially recognized. Kakin, although he wasn't officially recognized, Ian is still Durga's son. That's right. That's a valid point. Ian chimed in, agreeing with Nurserin. Moreover, my father stated that I was an illegitimate son before the peace talks. He wouldn't know that I colluded with the central authorities to postpone my recognition, so even if we object, it will be useless. It's like he's begging to be killed. Keep talking, I have a way. At Ian's declaration, the tent fell silent. Even Cackantier shut his mouth, waiting for the next words. All history is built on justification, and all justification is created by people. I will create it for you. What do you mean? The justification to break the peace treaty, and also the justification to refuse Durga's request for help. And then Ian picked up a gyroot leaf placed at the edge of the table. His eyes, shining brightly, seemed to say that this was the answer. My father secretly instructed me. When I return to Bratz for my birthday next year, he told me to smuggle gyroot leaves. Good heavens, haha. Cackantier burst into laughter at Ian's smoothly flowing answers. He had said he decided before crossing the desert, and indeed it didn't seem to be a lie. None other than the Lord himself ordered smuggling, and of gyroot leaves an absolutely prohibited item through the very person who is the symbol of peace. Isn't this enough? It is. It's more than enough for such a blatant betrayal. Do you have proof? Unfortunately, there is nothing visible at the moment, but this can also be confirmed through Winchin. With this, they could strongly protest, even adding the issue of his non-recognition. Protest? No. Even if they unilaterally broke it off, the other side would have nothing to say. Of course, I had no intention of doing so. What you have said today is something you must swear not only to Winchin but also to the gods. If you wish, I will do so. This is insane. Bratz is truly. He thought that Durga, like Chell, would only have stupid people, unable to control his inferior bloodline. The handwritten letter Ian had sent reinforced that belief. But look at the atmosphere now. A foreigner with blonde hair and green eyes was leading the leaders of the Chinrieo tribe. Is that all you want? A statement that the Chinrieo tribe supports you? That's enough. I will handle the rest. No matter how he looked at it, it was a deal with no real flaws. If anything, it could be considered slightly advantageous. In the worst-case scenario, Ian would lose his life, but the Chinrieo tribe could simply return to the desert. If the Central Army invaded, they would fight as they always had, with the desert at their backs. He tapped the table and added one last thing. We have no intention of shedding blood for you. I don't want that either. Are you not afraid of death? Not at all. Ian's bold attitude. Kakantir asked out of pure curiosity. He was much younger, yet his spirit overwhelmed the warriors of the Chinrieo tribe. I've already died once and come back to life. A fine resolution. It wasn't a metaphorical expression, but Kakantir didn't realize it. How could he know that Ian was living his second life and that it meant he was under the protection of the gods? Besides, he still had a hidden card, the fact that he was a magic user. Including the pursuit of Silas, write down specifically what the Chinrieo tribe wants without putting it on paper. There is plenty of time. There will be joy in the adjustment. Ian smiled and expressed his gratitude. Then he looked back at the physician who was still standing blankly, watching the situation. Aren't you going to brew the medicine? What? Ah, yes, I'm going. I should go. The physician, startled, picked up the pot and stood up. He intended to feed him just one root first to observe the effect. They could decide what to do with the rest later, whether to cultivate it for future generations or to offer it to Winchin after seeing his improvement. Then I shall take my leave as well. Ian also walked towards the entrance of the tent. Kakantir, half not expecting it, stopped him and asked. His rough tone had softened considerably. Lord Ian, is your intention to go to the center related to the Emperor's mind? From Kakan's perspective, he was a truly curious child. His father was a frontier noble, but his mind was connected to the imperial palace. It seemed that there was a clue on his mother's side, given that he wouldn't talk about her. Ian realized that he wasn't expecting an answer and simply smiled. When he stepped outside, the entire tribe had gathered, their ears perked up. He's out. There were loud noises inside, but he's not dead. Ooh, he's really alive. As Ian and Barik approached, the crowd parted like the Red Sea. Among them, he saw a familiar face. It was Sue. Ian approached her and asked, Sue, yeah, if you have some free time, could you help us with something? With what? Her eyes wavered, confused, but they soon shone like stars at Ian's words. Barik's training. Idiot, slowpoke, shut up, will you? Even a desert ant is faster than you. Oh, really? If I catch you, you're gonna get it. Whoosh, Ian ate fruit in the shade, watching the sandstorm they were creating. It was the result of Barik's kicks and Sue's movements. They had been running in the scorching sun for 2 hours already, but neither showed any signs of fatigue. Barik, are you okay? What do you mean? Never mind, don't talk to me. FCK, whoosh, he was definitely quick at learning and adapting. He seemed to have gotten used to the heat after a few days. Moreover, the environment made the training even more intense. Brick, you're really something. My feet keep sinking. Oh, really? Mine don't. Are your legs so fat that only yours sink? This is muscle, you beach. Yeah, sure. Swish, swish. Until he returned to Bratz, Ian could just enjoy the great desert. Ah, how long had it been since he had been able to rest so freely? He felt like this was the true gift from the gods. Lord Ian. Just then, one of the tribesmen approached Ian. He was carrying a tray with new wine in Ian's pot. Winchin has finally opened his eyes. Oh, has he? Winchin had fainted as soon as he greeted Ian. They had slowly dripped the water infused with Silas into his mouth, and although the progress was slow, it was definitely there. His heart rate stabilized, the seizures stopped, and his complexion improved. That's good to hear. The nameless tribesman carefully expressed his gratitude. The atmosphere of the village was obvious. It must be like a festival. Ian simply responded by sipping his drink. They say they will hold a formal banquet to welcome you soon. Really, it's already like a banquet now. Don't mention it. Oh, right. And we found this when we were moving the soil along with the pot. He put down the pot. Inside the empty pot was a necklace, a silver chain with an amber gemstone. This is yours, right, Lord Ian? Did you hide it? The necklace seemed to drink in the sunlight. Amber was the only word Ian could conjure to describe it, yet it felt inadequate. Even he, surrounded by treasures his entire life, had never laid eyes on a gem quite like this. Ian, what in the hells is this thing? Why would the bastard child of a brothel whore be raising a silask, and one that held such an object within it? No. To start at the beginning, perhaps Ian didn't know, and more than anything, the necklace had been hidden in the dirt. It was obvious that whoever planted the silask had buried it there. Did someone ask him to take care of it, to look after it well? It was the only plausible theory at the moment. That would explain it, wouldn't it? He treated it with care but didn't bother to take it when he came to the Bratz estate. Clink. I can't make heads or tails of it, truly. The most perplexing thing since he'd opened his eyes was Ian himself. This small child was the only one who constantly threw him into a spiral of confusion. What can't you figure out? Did you get smashed? Smashed. Who got smashed? It was a draw. Sure. Ian put on the necklace as he replied. Whatever it was, now that he'd found it, he had no intention of letting it leave his person. The tenebrous warrior who had brought the flower pot added, also after you rest, the chieftain wishes to see you. Oh, then I'll go now, since he's been utterly smashed. I wasn't smashed. I didn't get smashed. Wipe the sand from your mouth before you speak, Barik. Chuckling, Ian left the tent. Since Winston had regained consciousness, they likely wanted to confirm whether Ian had been truthful. and more importantly, they needed to finalize the details of the priority negotiation rights between the Tenebris and Ian. Ian, who had been pushing aside the tent flap, froze. The entrance was crowded with Tenebris warriors. Barik, who had been following him, also poked his head out and looked around. After an awkward silence, they placed the items they were carrying on the ground. Soft cushion covers, sturdy baskets, and other items that would improve their quality of life. What is all this? Things needed to survive in the desert. We brought them. It's nothing compared to what you gave up for Chieftain Winston, but the Tenebris warriors never forget a kindness or a grudge until the day they die. It seemed they had been ordered to treat Ian as a guest, as this was the first time he had heard them use honorifics. He smiled and nodded. Then. They scattered, flustered, and embarrassed, and Ian couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny? Aren't they cute? Even those who the world considers savages have a heart when you look closely. They are human after all. Look who's talking, Mr. Saint. Barik, you organize these things until I get back. Damn it. Barik, cursing the word saint, was left behind as Ian headed for Winston's tent. Inside, the old woman lay in a state not much different from the first day. Shah Kakantir was kneeling close to her, whispering something. Seeing it like this, the old woman's status was truly felt. The leader of the tribe was kneeling without hesitation before this person. Chieftain Winston, I'm truly glad you've recovered. The old woman smiled faintly and looked towards the entrance. The smile of a sage who had visited the threshold of death brought peace just by looking at it. I called you here to conclude our previous conversation. Very well. Everything I told Chieftain Kakantir is true, and I swear on the heavens that I will uphold it. Of course, there are a few things I haven't told you yet, but they are unrelated to the Tenebris. Ian smiled and took the initiative. His easygoing attitude brought a satisfied look to Kakantir's face. Winston clasped her hands together and greeted Ian again. The god, her voice was a strained whisper. Her condition was so poor that he thought she wouldn't speak again. The attendants strained their ears not to miss the old woman's message. Has commanded that you change everything. Pardon, even if it is your very existence. Ian turned to Kakantir, surprised. Winston was delivering a divine revelation. Hearing the words of a god outside a temple was unheard of, but Kakantir nodded as if accustomed to it. The Imperials wouldn't understand. You believe you can only discern the will of the gods within your holy temples. That is true. We believe that only those who can interpret the holy texts can convey the will of the gods. The papacy would probably call this heresy. Regardless, Ian bowed his head in gratitude for receiving the words of a god. However, the message isn't exactly pleasant. How could that be? They are always meaningful words. Ian immediately denied it. Just because humans are ignorant doesn't mean the truth disappears. Kakantir realized he was growing increasingly fond of this golden-haired outsider. As a warrior, he possessed everything. He is bold, courageous, and as calm as a deep, flowing river. I heard that my brethren brought you gifts. Yes, I received them gratefully. We will now discuss the details of the priority negotiation rights, but before that, if there is anything you need in particular, speak now. This was a roundabout way of saying that once negotiations began, he wouldn't yield even the slightest thing, but at the same time, it was a considerably generous offer. Ian thought for a moment before answering. The Tenebris are a tribe of warriors, are they not? That's right. They are the rulers of the great desert. I would like you to impart all the knowledge of a warrior to the red-haired one I brought with me. He wants to believe he is the strongest in the world, but he still has much to learn. You mean Barik, cherishing one's subordinates is a virtue of a leader. Since it wasn't a difficult request, Kakantir readily agreed. I will see to it. Bring paper. Shah at Kakantir's call. Attendants brought paper and a brush from outside. With Winston between them, they began to create a true contract. Thump. Thump, thump, bang. The sudden noise caused Durga's pen to slip. He had almost finished writing, and now he had to start over. Count, where's all this racket coming from? Whoosh. As soon as the door opened, Durga reflexively threw the ink bottle. The sky wasn't falling, so why was he acting like this? He was already having a headache over these tax calculations. The servant, hit directly by the bottle, wiped his pants in a panic. Sorry, but you need to come out right now. Someone has come down from the capital. It was to be expected since the confirmation of enlistment was due to arrive, but the servant's behavior was strange. Durga hid behind the curtain and looked out the window. Normally, if it were just a document delivery, 2 people would have come, but there were carriages lined up from the main gate to the front door, and at the forefront, a familiar flag fluttered. Isn't that the Imperial Investigation Unit? The butler is currently receiving the guests, but something felt wrong. Durga gathered the documents on his desk and shouted, "You immediately move all the documents here to the aide's office, and wait inside with the door locked. There are plenty of ink bottles in the left cabinet. If things seem off, pour them all out. Do you understand?" Why yes, I understand. Damn it. Durga gave firm instructions and went down the stairs. All the servants were gathered at the main entrance, looking anxious. Master, what is the meaning of this? Out of my way. He adjusted his clothes and stepped forward. The butler stepped back with a troubled look, and Durga faced the head of the Imperial Investigation Unit. Are you Count Durga Bratz? I am. What is the meaning of this? I am Birdie Erica, the head of the Imperial Investigation Unit dispatched from the Imperial Palace. This is the authorization personally sealed by His Majesty the Emperor. We are dispatched to investigate treason due to tax evasion, and we swear to a faithful and truthful process. Treason due to tax evasion. As soon as he heard the reason for their dispatch, Durga felt his heart drop. How did these bastards find out how? But his words were brazen and bold. This is outrageous. I am protecting the frontier from those savages out of my loyalty to Barial. And now you say what? Treason due to tax evasion. It's absurd. Deny it first, until the crime is confirmed. Durga was still a count, and this was his territory. A dozen or so carriages had come, but in terms of power, he had the upper hand. Erica calmly took out another document from his other pocket. Is this the Bratz seal? The pattern of a tiger and laurel. It was clearly stamped on top of someone's scrawled signature. I report the tax evasion of the Bratz family. Your Majesty, please investigate without a single doubt. When Durga tried to grab the letter, Erica firmly pushed his hand away. A report and one with a seal at that meant they could ransack the mansion right now, and he couldn't say a word. We will be managing the mansion for the time being. All servants, including the Count, are to follow the instructions of the Vice Captain. Infantry will be arriving soon, so please clear the garden for them. It was a warning not to do anything rash, as additional forces would be arriving soon. At Erica's signal, his subordinates entered the mansion with swords drawn. Thump, 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 kayak. Wait a minute, everyone shut up and follow. Master, you there, the one going up the stairs. They couldn't tie up a nobleman like the Count, so they were subduing his hands and feet, the servants first. Erica stepped in, crushing the carpet under his boots. Quite a magnificent mansion. You, young Master Chell and Lady Mary will also be returning soon. There is nothing to worry about, so just follow the instructions and remain calm. Everyone sweep from the top floor down. At Erica's shout, Durga's head rang. These guys knew the office was at the top, didn't they? That information wasn't in the report. That meant they didn't just send up the paper. Malin, that son of a bitch, he fed him meat and treated him well, and this is what he does. Durga's face turned red as if the blood was rushing to his head. Erica smiled faintly and passed him, and all that could be heard were the screams of the servants. Count, the one who had run upstairs, was apparently the butler. He was dragged down, but Durga was lost in thought and didn't move. Malin, how did that bastard get the seal? Was he involved with the aid? But he hasn't woken up yet. He's still being watched. Durga let out an absurd laugh. If there was one person in Bratz who was close to Malin, Ayahan. At the outburst, the soldiers glanced at him but didn't stop him. He looked like he was about to collapse from high blood pressure any minute. If he was going to die anyway, dying early wouldn't be such a bad choice. Erica, the head of the Imperial Investigation Team, surveyed the chaos of her temporary office. Documents were strewn everywhere, drawers overturned, the room turned inside out in their frantic search. In the inner room, her subordinates were meticulously drying ink-soaked papers. Can they be salvaged? We'll need to identify the type of ink used, my lady. Still, we've managed to recover about half. The rest are fine, that bastard. He works fast. The bastard in question wasn't the dead servant lying in the corner with his throat slit. It was Durga, who had ordered the disposal of the documents in that brief window of time. His guilt wasn't yet confirmed, and he still held the title of Count, but they paid it no mind. The woman before them, Verdi Erica, would soon be the new lord of this domain. What about the tax reports submitted to the capital? Here, my lady. Philip and Sarian calculate the production yields and the tax rates for the serfs. The rest of you pull the records for the mines and trade. Focus on the last 3 years. Can it be done in a week? Her subordinates exchanged faint smiles at their superior's question. It wasn't a question at all, but a command. They had a week. Yes, my lady. Good. Delrix, you're in charge of managing the annex. Move, let's go strip this place bare. Oora. They roared with gusto, vowing to uncover every shred of evidence of tax evasion. If they succeeded, this land would be theirs. Their superior would become a noble, and they would all secure positions in the capital. The starting point of their long-awaited rise to power was right here, in Durga's office. Damn it all. Meanwhile, Durga was confined to the room Ian had once occupied in the annex. Aside from a few servants drafted to assist the investigation team, no one was allowed to leave. Durga tugged at his beard, muttering curses under his breath. Mary and Chell had not yet returned to the estate. My lord, what will become of us? What do you mean, what will become of us? Shut your mouth. The steward flinched at the outburst, but he couldn't help himself. His own life dangled precariously, dependent on the Count's actions. Durga paced the room, trying to organize his racing thoughts. The Emperor himself sent this investigation team, but it was Malin who instigated this. If my head rolls here, it will benefit the second prince. Then, Durga rummaged through the desk and found parchment and a pen. He took a moment to collect his thoughts, then began to write furiously, without pause. There was no time to correct any errors. Every second was a desperate struggle. Scratch, scratch. Steward, you have 2 tasks. Speak, my lord. Send these letters. This one to the Chinrieo tribe, and this one to the first prince in the capital. After they're dispatched, contact Theo and tell him to prepare the soldiers. Full battle gear, ready to march at a moment's notice. But this was outright treason, the highest form of rebellion. The letter to the first prince was meant to offset that. If he knew it was part of the second prince's scheme, he would surely take action, whether to check his power or obstruct him directly. Whatever it would be an opportunity for Durga. Unable to use his official seal, he took off a ring and placed it inside the letter as a makeshift mark. Yes, first I must survive. Survive and plan for the future. That's what I must do. He was desperately trying to steady his nerves when the steward uttered something absurd. Leave from here. How wasn't the door being guarded by the investigation team? Durga flicked his head towards the window. The steward's face turned pale and he shook his head in refusal. My lord. I'm already 50 years old, so you want to die like this. 50 will be your last age then. When you put it that way, the steward reluctantly peered out the window. It was a 3-story drop. He might die if he was unlucky, and even if he was lucky, he'd surely break something. Durga ripped down the curtains and threw them at the steward. Make a rope, son of a bitch. He could at least help me with this. The steward swallowed his rising anger and began tying the curtains together, as if his life depended on it, because it did. A lone horse raced across the dawn desert. It had been running day and night through the sandstorm, its hide steaming with exertion. A Chinriat warrior standing guard spotted the approaching figure, and then he saw the unfamiliar rider was waving the flag of Bratz. A message from Bratz. Sound the buffalo horn. Sound the buffalo horn. Boom, boo. The tribe, peacefully preparing for the start of the day, simultaneously looked up at the sky. It was the sound announcing the arrival of an outsider. The sound reached Ian as well, a signal that the time had finally come. The rider from Bratz panted heavily and pounded on the outer wall. I bring a message from Bratz. It's urgent. Nay, at that moment the horse collapsed to its side. It was clear how relentlessly it had been ridden. The tribesmen brought water and poured it over the horse's body, while the warriors led the rider inside, as if they had been waiting for him. Thwack, a message from Count Durga, you say. The tent flap was pulled back, and a half-naked Kakantir rose from his bed. The rider suddenly realized he hadn't announced his affiliation at the entrance. He had simply said he had a message, yet he was let in without question. As if they had known, did he faint standing up. Seeing the rider standing there blankly, Kakantir prodded him in an irritated tone. Forgive me, I am Bel, a knight of the Bratz domain. The Count has urgently requested your aid. The rider quickly came to his senses and handed over the paper he had been carrying in his breast pocket. Crooked Kakantir couldn't help but smirk at the crude handwriting. He must have been in a real hurry. Let's see, due to a misunderstanding with the capital, I find myself in a dangerous situation. We are bound by an alliance, and we must not turn away from each other's hardships. I implore you, as a friend, lend me the strength of the Chinrieo and fight alongside me. And in addition, my son, Ian Bratz, I ask that you behead him. If you consider this a stain on their honor, the knight I sent will do it instead. Kakantir hummed and nodded. What is this misunderstanding with the capital? The Count is under investigation for alleged treason. This is clearly a false accusation. An armed conflict is expected soon in order to resist. What evidence is there that the treason charge is false? If it's true and we join, we'll be making an enemy of the imperial palace. The evidence is Lord Ian Bratz himself. He said he would prove his innocence through the death of his beloved son. Ahahaha. The rider stopped panting at the sudden burst of laughter. He looked utterly bewildered. Kakantir leaned back languidly and chewed lightly on a gyruth leaf. What a cunning and insidious man, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, using Ian's death to his advantage. It gave Kakantir a good idea of what Ian meant to Durga. A tool, nothing more, nothing less. Chieftain, it's just I haven't fully woken up yet. We have also sent a letter to the imperial palace. 15 days, we only ask for 15 days until the reinforcements from the imperial palace arrive. Are we not allies bound by a pact? I have heard that the honor of warriors is like a divine promise, unshaken by anything. Kakantir blew out a puff of smoke in agreement. Then he gestured for the rider to wait a moment. He casually threw on a shirt and wrote a reply. That's right, and we are the warriors among warriors. Deliver this reply to your master. We will follow soon. Kakantir tightly bound the reply with a leather cord, preventing the rider from peeking. The rider, tucking it into his breast pocket, glanced outside. Then the matter of Ian Bratz. Kakantir remained silent. As the silence stretched, the rider swallowed hard. He had expected an immediate answer, and the unexpected delay heightened his anxiety. Ah, that matter. As the Count surmised, he is a token of our friendship, but he has also been a member of the Chinrieo for some time now. We do not wish to stain our hands with his blood. I understand completely, so you can take care of it yourself. Is anyone out there? You called Kakan. Take this man to Sir Ian. The rider felt a sense of unease, but perhaps because he was so exhausted, he didn't notice the difference between Ian and Sir Ian. Kakantir and his men led the way to Ian's tent. A nod and the entrance was opened. Sir Ian, are you awake? Kakan, still with his shining blonde hair and green eyes. Ian looked even healthier now, his skin slightly tanned. The rider placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He wants to kill you, as expected. but then a pause. The chieftain's words once again defied the writer's expectations. He had thought he would order Ian to be dragged out immediately. The writer looked back at Kakantir in confusion, but he continued to stare intently at Ian and Barik, who stood beside him. I made a promise back then, to teach your red-haired subordinate everything a warrior should know. Ah yes, you did. A warrior is one who walks the path of death and survives. Sparring with us has its limitations, unless there is genuine hostility. Combat prowess needed a spark. To reach a higher level, everything had to be burned, and that included life and death. The conditions are perfect. There's hostility, and above all, he's a knight of Durga, so his skills are well recognized even in Varial, are they not? It was laughable to Kakantir, but it was the truth. The fact that he held the title of knight meant he was somewhat acknowledged. He had survived battles against monsters, both large and small, and had distinguished himself in wars against foreign powers. Chieftain, what is the meaning of this? You wish to kill Ian, so I am simply providing the stage. There was something the writer didn't know, and yet they were treating him like a fool. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, a sense of unknown humiliation rising within him, and glared at Ian. His neck was exposed, perfect for a clean strike. Ha, I see. Then if you'll excuse me, the writer let out a short, hollow laugh and rushed towards Ian. There was no time to waste. Durga was confined, so he had to return as soon as possible to assist his master. Clang, but then Barik swiftly swung his sword, deflecting the writer's blade. In that instant, sparks flew like an illusion, and Barik lowered his stance, assuming a defensive posture. Ah, Ian blinked, scratched his cheek, and looked up at the writer. Then his gaze slowly moved towards Barik. Even from behind, his expression was clear. He was itching for a fight. It seems you'll have to kill Barik first if you want to kill me. He had been training with the Chinrieo tribe, rolling around in the sand, but he didn't know if he could handle a knight. Many of the imperial knights were magic swordsmen, just like Barik. He didn't know about this one, what abilities he might possess. I'm looking forward to it. Well then, do your best. Knight surveyed his surroundings, sword still in hand. None of this made sense. Ian, nothing more than a sacrificial lamb for a peace treaty, and his lackey were being treated as naturally as if they'd been born among the Chinrieo tribe. This was beyond comprehension. Barik, you sure you got this? You're not gonna die today, are you? Yeah, piss off. You're the one who's gonna die. Judging by that mouth, you're in top form. Hey, Knight of Bratz, put Barik in his place. Knock some sense into him, or I'll kill you myself. Kahaha, then the knight dies either way. That's hardly fair. Ah, right, you're right. They were surrounded, a circle of onlookers watching Barik and the knight. It was like being a dog in a fighting pit. The knight glanced at Ian, who sat beside Kakantir, and knew something had gone terribly wrong. This, too, had to be reported to Durga. Tui, Barik spat, then tightened his grip on his sword. He'd managed to deflect the knight's attack earlier, but that was only because the fool had been caught off guard. Barik looked back at Ian and asked, but Ian, if this guy dies, how are we going to send the reply? There are plenty of sturdy Qsel. Don't worry about that, just watch your own neck. If you die, I die too. Yeah, whatever you say, as if delivering a reply was the problem. He could just ride a Qsel himself instead of the knight. At Ian's words, Barik grinned and took his stance. As Kakantir had said, a battle without the intent to kill was boring. Go easy on me. Cause I'm coming at you with everything I've got. Such vulgar language, it's my charm. Clang, clang, Barik pushed off the sand and leaped forward. The trajectory of his blade, cutting through the wind, was nearly invisible. The knight blocked Barik's attack step by step. Arg screech, the sound of the blades grinding against each other was chilling. The Chinrieo watched with interest, throwing in comments here and there. Knight, kill him, kill Barik, ha. Look at him, he's already tired. No, I'm not. It might have sounded like they were cheering for the knight, but Ian and Barik knew better. Hadn't Kakantir told them himself? Go, Barik, try and roll with this. The true path of a warrior is to walk towards death. They were united in their desire to see Barik reborn as a warrior. He's like a rabid dog attacking without rhyme or reason. Is that a compliment? Thud, Ga. The knight, who had been deflecting the attacks, saw an opening and slammed his elbow into Barik's solar plexus. Barik crashed face first into the sand, wheezing, clutching his chest. Oh, looks like that one landed. Barik, get up, Tusk. I knew he was just a loudmouth. Ian chuckled. Now that Barik was down, the Chinrieo's reactions had turned hostile. The knight decided there was no more time to waste and tightened his grip on his sword. The fallen target's neck was exposed. Whoosh! Just as the knight's sword was about to touch Barik's neck, Barik twisted his body to evade, throwing sand at the knight. Then, as if to return the favor, he drove his fist into the knight's gut. Thud, hurts like a bitch. Thud, thwack, the fight was turning into a brawl. The knight glanced at the sky. The sun was fully risen. Every second was precious, and he had no reason to play around with Barik. Stop being a nuisance. Clang, clang. But the problem was this Barik was no pushover. Every time the knight thought he had him, Barik would fight back, frustrating and bewildering the knight. Arg, hiya. Their battle cries erupted simultaneously. Swords locked, each aimed at the other's heart, twisting inwards. Thunk, and finally blood stained a blade. The knight's attack pierced Barik's side. Blood dripped down the blade. The knight didn't stop there, he twisted the hilt. A smile crept onto his lips. Arg, ha, you're good, but this is it. Arg, I'm in a hurry. It was as if his insides were being carved out. Barik grabbed the blade with his bare hand, blood dripping in multiple streams. Just as Ian frowned, the Chinrieo muttered, their voices laced with a chilling intent. Crazy bastard, if you're going to kill him, do it cleanly. A battle without respect is nothing but a mockery, and that was what they hated most. Barik shook his head a few times as if the world was spinning, then looked down at his wound. Fuck, he gritted his teeth and tried to pull out the sword, but the more he did, the deeper the knight pushed. The tip of the blade finally pierced through Barik's body, emerging from his back. Thud, the knight kicked Barik's body away. He stepped over the sprawling form and approached Ian. Kakintir merely propped his chin on his hand, his expression as indifferent as before. Ian Bratz, we're out of time. He drew a dagger from his waist. Unlike Barik, this would be enough for Ian. With each step he took, the surroundings grew quieter. Only the eerie sound of the sand wind whistled through the air. Your death will prove Count Durga Bratz's innocence. Consider it an honor to die fulfilling your duty. He raised the dagger. Ian's gaze followed the tip of the blade, then shifted to a point behind the knight. It wasn't the reaction of a man facing death, and the knight instinctively paused and turned around. Barik stood there unsteadily. His head was bent backward as if possessed by a demon, but his two legs held him firm. He yanked the sword out of his side in one swift motion. Splash, blood erupted like a fountain. He was covered in it from head to toe. Barik slowly lowered his head, then muttered through gritted teeth, I'm not done yet, you son of a bitch, just give it a rest already. Zing, it was then. The knight couldn't continue, struck by a familiar yet strange energy. It was the same feeling he'd witnessed from the captains during battles with monsters. Whoosh. Barik's hair, which had been swaying gently, began to whip around wildly. The lines drawn in the sand by the wind looked like waves. I return one hit with two. Damn it. You're a persistent pain in the ass. Knight, use this. Kakintir, with a grin, offered his own sword. The knight's sword, which had been lodged in Barik's side, was now lying on the ground. Without hesitation, the knight accepted it and charged at Barik. Slash, I'm not dying alone. I'm going to watch you die first, you bastard. Shut up. Barik exploded forward with a burst of power. Ian noticed his eyes were glowing, just like when he had infused them with his mana. On his blood-soaked face, only his eyes shone brilliantly. Clang, clang, arg, what the fuck? Barik pressed his attack with incredible speed. The knight, who had barely managed to evade until now, finally started to bleed. The force behind Barik's blows was incomparably heavier than before. Blood splattered with each passing blade. Whose blood it was, no one could tell. Die thunk, Barik's attack pierced the knight's shoulder. Time seemed to stop. The knight trembled, trying to push the blade away with his other hand. Arg, just as the knight had done, Barik leaned in, putting his weight behind the attack. He then lifted the hilt, drawing the sword towards the knight's heart. As the long, deep wound opened, blood poured out with the knight's ragged breaths. Ah you, ha, ha. Barik gritted his teeth, then pressed his knee against the knight's neck. The blade slid out of the shoulder. It pointed upwards, as if to pierce the sun, then, without hesitation, pierced the knight's throat. Thunk, ah fuck, seriously. And then he collapsed onto the sand. Barik clutched his aching side and curled up. The silence was broken by simultaneous cheers and encouragement. Barik, well done, you rude bastard. Yeah, a fight's not over till it's over. Not bad with a sword. Barik, can you hear me? Arg, don't talk to me, it hurts too much. Stop being a baby, it's just a little blood. Hey, someone move him. Where's the healer? Kakintir watched the commotion with a faint smile. He bowed his head to Ian and whispered, seemingly satisfied for some unknown reason. I see why you brought him with you, Sir Ian. I didn't bring him, we came together, ha ha ha. Indeed, he possesses the virtues of a true warrior. This Barik is truly extraordinary. Where else would you find someone with such a stubborn, twisted personality? The question was about the sand's swirling, eye-flashing ability, but Ian playfully deflected Kakintir's words. He then approached Barik and crouched down. Barik. Try to stay with me. He snapped his fingers in front of Barik's face. Barik frowned and tried to bite Ian's fingers. Hey, none of that. This really fucking hurts, it looks like it. You did well. The dormant abilities of a magic swordsman were beginning to awaken on their own. The stimulation Ian had provided with his mana was gradually taking effect. Barik tried to bite Ian's fingers one last time, then passed out. Someone move him. Yeah, we need to stop the bleeding. Is he asleep or unconscious? He's got a hole in his stomach, how could he be asleep? He's out cold. The Chinrieo carried Barik to a tent, each throwing in a comment. A cloth was draped over the knight's corpse. Nurse Erin took the reply from the knight's belongings, then called for Sue. Sue, prepare yourself. Ah, please no. Sue instinctively knew what was coming. He crossed his hands in an X, expressing his refusal, but he was promptly ignored. Nurse Erin called over a subordinate and gave an order. Cut off the knight's head and put it in a box. Arg, I'll just take the paper, okay, Lord Nurse Erin. No, it must be the head. There was nothing better to send as a reply to Durga. Sue jumped up and down, clinging to Nurse Erin, but it was no use, and soon the knight's corpse was dismembered. Nurse Erin turned to Ian and asked, now we just wait for the right moment. That's right. Now that we want to break the peace treaty, Durga will immediately engage the Central Army. Reinforcements are on their way, so delaying will only hurt him. He'll try to deal with the investigation team first. The best-case scenario was for Durga to resist fiercely, inflicting losses on both the investigation team and the Central Army, and then be eliminated. With the Chinreo tribe backing him, Ian could then march in and secure a more decisive victory. Demosha, a warrior carrying the knight's corpse, extended his fist to Ian. It was a greeting, wishing for the blessing of the gods, celebrating Barik's growth and solidifying their trust. Ian lightly bumped his fist against the warriors. Demosha, the fighting spirit of the blood-seeking warriors, would make the desert even hotter. As if trying to grasp the rising sunlight, Ian's fist was firm. Sue raced through day and night, finally reaching the Bratz estate as dawn painted the sky. She slipped into the grounds under the cloak of fading darkness, a shadow herself. Scaling a tree, she surveyed the guards, her eyes narrowed. Imperial inspectors. They're using the main building as quarters. The annex is heavily guarded. Wasn't that where Ian and we stayed? A flicker of movement in the annex window. Durga. Finally, time to deliver the gruesome package she'd been lugging around. Sue dropped from the tree, a silent predator circling to the rear of the annex, just like that time with Barik. She scaled the wall with practiced ease, reaching Durga's floor. The window was secured not from the inside, but nailed shut from the outside. Sue's dagger flashed, splintering the wood. Crack, heavens, Lady Mary gasped, recoiling from the curtains. Count Durga rushed in, his face haggard, a shadow of his former self after days of confinement. The window creaked open. Durga frantically beckoned her in, but Sue remained perched on the ledge, a whisper of defiance. You were with Nurserin, weren't you? Durga stammered. Where is Belle? Where is the knight? You look like hell. They won't even let you open a window. Sue pulled out a pouch, chewing on a piece of jerky as she untied it. The inspectors had sealed the window after the butler's escape. Durga, oblivious, took the small box she offered. Here. Cockin's reply. What did the chieftain say? Ian, he's dead, I trust. Sue said nothing. She glanced at Chell, cowering in the corner, then gave a curt nod and dropped out of sight. Lady Mary shrieked, but there was no thud, no impact. Sue, a phantom of the wind, was gone. What in the? Darling read the reply. I'll open the box. Mother, the Chinreo tribe is helping us, right? Hush, Chell. We have nothing to fear. Smash, I'll kill them. Kill them all. Darling, father, what is it? I'll break their necks with my bare hands. Arg. Durga swept the table clean, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Chell scrambled into his mother's arms, sobbing. The Count slammed a chair against the wall, destroying everything in his reach. They break the alliance, those filthy savage bastards. The stench of their barbaric blood pollutes even this place. Ungrateful dogs. Fine, let's have it their way. Once this is settled, I'll wage war on them. I'll tear them limb from limb and feed them to the beasts. Darling. Blood streamed from Durga's hand. Mary finally wrestled her husband away from his rampage. His wounds were one thing, but the noise could alert the inspectors. Calm yourself. Break the alliance. They can't. Wouldn't that put them in a difficult position? Even I know that much. Why would the chieftain? There was no justification. None. This was an open declaration of their savagery. Mary's trembling hands fumbled with the torn reply, her eyes widening in horror. Is this true? Smuggling Grootleaf. Damn it all. Crash. 2 reasons were cited for breaking the alliance: Ian's illegitimate status and the attempted smuggling of Grootleaf. The latter was the critical issue. The Count had used Ian, a supposed peace offering, to smuggle forbidden goods. This was deemed a grave breach of trust, rendering the alliance null and void. That bastard Ian. How had this happened? He was supposed to take the fall, thinking it was his mother, Philia's doing. Durga had made sure his tracks were covered. How could Ian have known he was behind it? Durga gnashed his teeth, spitting curses. Open the box. Oh right, Mary quickly untied the strings. Hope was shattered, but a sliver remained. Arg. Inside lay the severed head of Bel the Knight, his dead eyes staring up from the gruesomely hacked neck. Knock, knock. Count Durga, is everything all right? An inspector's voice from outside. The tension in the room snapped. If their dealings with the Chinreo tribe were discovered, it meant immediate execution. Their lives now hinged on the captain's mercy. In nothing, may I come in? Mary's gaze darted to the shattered window. She shrieked, no, I'm undressed. If you don't wish to humiliate me, do not, under any circumstances, open that door. Madam, I shall give you a moment. Wait, please. Mary slammed the window shut. She frantically shoved the scattered wood shards under the bed and straightened the curtains. Durga, consumed by fury, and Chell, paralyzed by fear, stood motionless. HHH. She closed the box containing the head with trembling hands and shoved it into a wardrobe. I'm coming in now. Wait, creak. The inspector entered, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. 2 figures stood awkwardly, while a third huddled in the corner, sobbing. What happened here? What do you mean? The inspector glanced at the shattered chair and the mess. A fit of rage, it seemed. He slowly surveyed the room, then bowed stiffly. My apologies. Noise can lead to misunderstandings. Please refrain from further disturbances. Get out, you worthless cur, as you wish. The inspector merely smiled, unfazed by Durga's insult. Durga was a dead man walking while he was on the path to advancement. Creak, damn it. Durga gripped the table, praying this was all a nightmare. Mary and Chell sank to the floor, a heavy silence filling the room. Suddenly, Durga ground his teeth and muttered, fine, let's do this. There was only one path left. He had to take matters into his own hands. Forget the Chinryeo. He would use his own resources to drive out the inspectors and the central army. He would declare independence from Varial. He was already branded a traitor. What did he have to lose? If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to send those damn taxes to the capital anymore. How glorious was that? Darling, wife, you and Chell will remain in the mansion. You know where the secret vault is, right? Hide there. Don't come out until I come for you. What about you? Let's go together. Yes, father, shut up. His calculations were complete. Without the Chinryeo's help, his only card was time. He had to eliminate the inspectors before the central army arrived. Rip, Durga tore down the curtains, tying them into a makeshift rope. Mary and Chell watched, bewildered as he prepared to escape. Reality hit him as he contemplated his escape. He was nervous. Durga lowered the curtain rope out the window. Go, get to the vault. But you, now. At Durga's command, Mary and Chell reluctantly climbed onto the windowsill. They clung to the fabric, hesitating. While they made their escape, Durga gathered paper and lit it with a lantern. Whoosh, the flames grew. Durga fanned them, creating a thick plume of smoke. When it was sufficiently dense, he looked out the window. His wife and son were gone. They must have reached the secret vault. Thud, damn it. Durga dropped to the ground, clutching his throbbing ankle. He limped towards the stables, the smoke from the annex mixing with that of the dining hall, obscuring the sky. Thump, 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 it's an emergency. Erica, who had been sorting documents in the main building, frowned at the sudden commotion, but the look of terror on her subordinate's face made her jump to her feet. The Count set fire to the annex and escaped. He's digging his own grave. Draw your swords, kill him if you must. Don't let him leave the estate. Philip. Inform the central army of the situation. Yes, sir, the rest of you with me. Erica tied her hair back tightly as she raced down the stairs. This was supposed to become her estate once everything was settled, and he dared to set it on fire. Help us. Fire, fire, water, sand, find Durga. He can't have gone far. Whoosh, the lower floor of the annex housed the servants. They were also under confinement, trapped by the fire. Help, please help. There are people trapped in here. We'll do anything, we'll tell you everything. Screams echoed from all sides, but Erica hesitated to give orders. Durga was gone and her forces were scattered. If the rescued servants revolted, it would be difficult to regain control. What should we do, Captain? Amidst the men battling the blaze with water and sand, the flames surged higher. Erica chewed her lip, her mind racing. They're as good as dead anyway, once Durga is gone. They'd likely be sold into slavery to cover the unpaid taxes. What difference did it make? Erica turned towards the main gate. Contain the fire. There shouldn't be anything important in the annex. Capturing Durga is the priority. Use your men for that. Yes, Captain. Everyone after Durga. Leave a few men at the mansion, the rest of you out. Hurry. Erica turned away, her face cold and resolute. Behind her, the hot, sticky, desperate screams of the dying were consumed by the roaring flames. Durga spurred his horse, galloping into the forest that bordered the Mariloff territory, opposite direction from the Great Desert. A temporary training ground established by the previous generation to secure the area lay hidden within its depths. Dio should be there with the private soldiers. No, he has to be there. Under pressure from the investigation team, the soldiers stationed at the mansion had been dismissed, but the private army centered around Dio remained. Durga dismounted and ran towards the training grounds. His voice, raw with desperation, echoed back to him. Silence, not a soul in sight. No, it can't be. Could there be a worse fate after the worst? A torrent of dreadful possibilities flooded Durga's mind. Had the fleeing butler managed to relay the message to Dio? Even if he had, could Dio have fled? Count, a voice. The training grounds banner fluttered and a figure emerged. Durga, panting, rushed in, finding soldiers concealed within. Dio. My lord, are you all right? What of the Chinryeo tribe? It failed. They betrayed us. We must retake the mansion before the central army arrives. We need to hold out until the first Prince Marib's reply arrives. They were being humiliated because it was the borderlands, but also because it was the borderlands, it was doable. The Bratz territory had 2 to 3 times the number of soldiers compared to other territories, and its unique terrain offered many variables, and that wasn't all. Presence of the Chinryeo tribe meant they were always prepared for war. The fact that they could rally their soldiers even during a surprise attack by the investigation team was proof of that. For the first time in his life, Durga felt a surge of pride for his territory and his soldiers. Your orders will be obeyed. Unlike the Central Army, the investigation team's forces are not significant. Let's go. Let's kill them all. We'll tear them to shreds and feed them to the beasts. Dio smiled, bowing his head. There are always those who crave war, and now Dio was one of them. If we win this battle, the military command will undoubtedly be mine. Then he would be second only to Durga in the Bratz territory. Chell, even if that fool became the Viscount, the blood and sweat Dio shed today would be forever remembered. He, too, was from the bottom. The heart of a man who stood at the precipice of his life's peak began to pound. Let's go to reclaim our lives. Wah. Dio's roar ignited a thunderous battle cry from the soldiers, a fierce shout that seemed to shake the silent mountains. Birds scattered in fright, and amidst them a large hawk circled leisurely. Whoosh. Far away, the long procession of the Central Army was reflected in the hawk's keen eyes. the Bratz territory passed down through generations. An unprecedented internecine bloodbath was fast approaching. Su, observing this, extended his hand and received the hawk, fixing Kushal's head towards the great desert. Barik was drenched in cold sweat. The aged physician shoved clumps of herbs into the gaping wound in his side and continued to pour an unidentifiable black liquid into his mouth. Kakantir, leaning against the entrance of the tent, watched the scene before asking how long before he can get up. A month. Kakan, those not of the Chinrieo blood have weaker constitutions. An ordinary man would have died instantly, but judging by his fiery temper, he might last 3 or 4 months. 3 or 4 months. That's a bit inconvenient, Lord Ian. The battle between Durga and the Central Army was imminent. Even if Ian had the Chinrieo tribe on his side, his only personal force was Barik. In this chaotic situation, to be without even him, Ian smiled faintly and brushed a strand of hair away from Barik's face. Matted with sweat and sand, it was a mess. It's fine. You seem to have something else in mind. Whether Barik recovers or not, there's always a way. Kakantir left at the sound of Nurse Erin's voice calling from outside. The physician continued to treat Barik, replacing the blood-soaked herbs. As time passed, Barik's dark skin seemed to grow paler. Keep an eye on him for a moment. I need to get fresh medicine. The physician instructed Ian before exiting with an armful of debris. The space fell silent. Ian inhaled deeply and placed a hand on Barik's forehead. I don't know if this will work, Barik, but it's better than nothing. It would infuse him with mana, just like before. His condition was severe, but it had to help. Barik had shown his abilities as a magic swordsman, hadn't he? He wanted to believe it would be far more effective than before. ZZZZT, ZZZZT. Ian activated his mana. Unlike before, when he had only pushed it in little by little, he poured it in continuously. It felt like he was exhaling without end. After a few minutes, sweat poured down his face and his vision blurred. Barik still showed no reaction. Feeling like he couldn't take it anymore, Ian withdrew his hand. Thud, what are you doing? Lord Ian, are you all right? The physician, who had just returned, paused, startled. Ian staggered, barely supporting himself on the edge of the bed. I'm fine. Why suddenly? Just a bit dizzy. Don't worry about it. Just wait a moment. I'll get something for your dizziness after I change these herbs. What's this? The physician, while changing the cloth, paused, noticing Barik's face. The man, who had been groaning in unconsciousness, had found a rather stable breathing pattern. He touched the damp herbs. Much less blood came out. What is this guy really? Barik, not his name. I didn't see the fight myself, but everyone's been talking about it. The physician mumbled, continuing the treatment. He glanced at Ian as if expecting an answer, but Ian, drained of energy, turned his head away. Kakantir entered, holding something in his hand. He looked at Ian's state with a curious smile. Well, this might not be enough. What is it? Silently, Kakantir placed a gurut leaf on a round candlestick. A crackling sound filled the air as it burned, and a thick smoke filled the tent. The chieftain carefully handled the leaf and held it to Barik's nose, then offered it to Ian. It is the Chinrieo way of avoiding death. Will it work on Barik? I don't know. I've never seen an outsider use it, but at the banquet he seemed to react to it. It was a secret technique of the tribe that helped one forget pain and instantly boost the body's energy. They were strong in their own right, but the effect of the gurut leaf could not be ignored. That was why, even in trade with Bratz, gurut leaves were designated as prohibited goods, and yet he was sharing it with outsiders. The meaning was profound, and it was a new experience. Ian chewed on the leaf, a bitter taste followed by a sour, pungent one. Kakantir watched Ian for a moment before speaking. Rael, who I sent with Su, has returned. Su has decided to wait at the border. The giant hawk, yes, as you said, Durga is cornered. He seems to have gathered his soldiers, though. Bratz's military strength was somewhat predictable. He had seen and heard things while living in the mansion. More than anything, he had seen how much was poured into maintaining the private army, so that was not the issue. What about the Central Army? No report on that yet. The problem was the size of the Central Army and the investigation team. Only by knowing that could they estimate the situation and respond accordingly. Ian felt his heart beating faster and spat out the gurut leaf. You have a few days, so rest. As soon as Kakantir left, Ian collapsed to the side, curling up. The physician glanced at him and pulled a blanket up to his shoulders. How much time had passed? Whoosh. Ian opened his eyes to a sudden gust of cold wind. It was dark outside. The physician was nowhere to be seen, and the candle was out. Only the faint smell of gurut leaves lingered. Barik was no longer sweating, but he was still unconscious. Ian leaned against the bed, rubbing his face to shake off the drowsiness. Creak. A noise came from outside. It seemed it wasn't just the wind that had woken him. He stared intently at the entrance, fumbling on the floor. A dagger was attached to the belt Barik had taken off. Who is it? No answer. Ian, bathed in the pouring moonlight, slowly walked towards the entrance. His shadow stretched long. He instinctively felt someone's presence on the other side of the door. Damn it, I don't understand. The presence outside was undoubtedly a member of the Chinrieo tribe. They were the only ones who lived in the Great Desert, and even if Durga had sent a spy, it would have been impossible to penetrate the Chinrieo's defenses and reach this place. That's why Ian couldn't fathom it. Just this afternoon, they had been so friendly to Ian and Barik, even offering the gearroot leaf. Why then was this person outside radiating such murderous intent? Thwack, the door was thrown open from the outside. The person outside, realizing Ian's hesitation, had acted first. A mask made of fur and feathers concealing the shoulders. The man immediately lunged at Ian, swinging his sword. Clang. It would be more accurate to say he had luckily deflected it rather than blocked it. The dagger Ian had reflexively swung was split in two, clattering to the floor. The assailant showed no hesitation. He grabbed Ian's face with one hand and seized his throat with the other. Thump, MMPH. He had completely covered Ian's mouth, preventing him from calling for help. Ian's feet flailed in the air. So this is what it felt like to be on the verge of death. It was a pain he had never experienced before. And who could blame him? Who would dare to grab Emperor Ian by the scruff of his neck? A lowborn should stay in his place. What kind of scheme are you plotting? The voice was not entirely unfamiliar. Do you know how much trouble you and that red-headed bastard have caused? Empire scum are never any help, just like your father. Mentioning Durga, Ian pushed against the assailant's face. He worried that the fur mask might neutralize his magic, but ZZZZT, just die quietly. Whoosh, boom. Ian unleashed his magic explosively. The sudden impact pushed the assailant back, and Ian, too, was flung into the air, falling hard. Thump, damn it. Ian coughed, lying on the floor. His wrist throbbed from the awkward landing. Simultaneously, lights flickered on outside the tent. The light, sleeping Chinrieo tribe, awakened by the commotion, were stirring. Did you hear that? Came from Master Ian's tent, I think. 2 or 3 of the Chinrieo tribesmen, roused from their sleep, emerged, pulling on their clothes. It seemed they hadn't imagined the noise. They hurried towards Ian and Barik's tent, confirming the half-open entrance. Master Ian, are you all right? Trouble. Barik, he isn't dead, is he? One step inside revealed a scene. Some stranger lay sprawled on the ground, while Ian clutched his reddened neck, coughing violently. Cough, Master Ian. What's going on? That man tried to kill me. Only then did they notice the shattered pieces of a dagger lying on the ground. They immediately alerted those outside, and the man's arms and legs were bound. What happened? I don't know. I woke up and he was trying to kill me. No, but how did you take him down? You haven't received any training, Master Ian. It just happened. Ian rubbed his neck, feigning difficulty in answering. Soon, the entire tribe was awake. Kakin appeared wearing only his trousers, a testament to his haste. What's this commotion? Someone attacked Master Ian. Kakin, this is the one. He was already out cold when we got here. Is he an idiot? What's his game? Right, who is he? Can't see his face. It was a genuine question, devoid of malice. Honestly, even a Chinrieo child could have overpowered Ian in terms of combat ability. So how did this brute end up unconscious after being hit by who knows what? Take off the mask. Though bewildered by this unprecedented event, Kakintir carefully examined Ian. Fortunately, he seemed unharmed. They had sworn to treat Ian as an honored guest, putting aside their military expedition for the moment. Nothing would be more dishonorable than allowing harm to befall him. SHHKK, gasp. As the soldier removed the mask, gasps filled the air. It was Bumat, Nursarin's second stepmother's cousin and the head of food management. Ian recognized him instantly. Wasn't he the one who had stared so intently at him during the welcoming ceremony? The memory had stuck with him, leaving an uneasy feeling. Take Bumat away. We'll interrogate him at daybreak. At Kakintir's command, 3 soldiers dragged Bumat out. The chieftain turned to Ian as he was about to leave with them. It was Bumat, of all people, one of the strongest warriors in the tribe, to have faced him and emerged without a single scratch, merely ruffled. Master Ian. Is it true that you subdued Bumat? It seems so, somehow in the Empire. Kakintir's gaze shifted slightly towards Barik. Understanding dawned on him. Those who perform miracles are called mages. I have no intention of lying in the great desert. Are you saying I shouldn't ask? When we return to Bariel, I'll tell you when the time is right. I will explain the significance of my existence. It might be difficult for you to understand now, as we have lived through different times. They likely reacted this way because they didn't fully grasp the status of a magic user, a mage within the Empire. No matter how lowly their bloodline, they were eligible to become a pillar of the imperial palace. Such was the social power of magic. Very well. Above all, internal matters are more pressing now. Get some rest. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Kakintir gave a slight smile, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, and left the tent. Amidst the settling commotion, Barik remained fast asleep, mouth agape. Kuyuyak, haa. His loud snores suggested that he was recovering. Considering the hole in his side, he seemed to be in surprisingly good condition. Ian finally noticed the fresh gearroot leaves on the table. He burned a few in the lamp and carefully dried others, holding them under Barik's nose. Whoosh! As darkness receded, Kakintir's men poured sand over Bumat's face. Usually water would be used, but this was the middle of the great desert. Ian couldn't help but feel a sympathetic sting on his own cheeks. Keep pouring until he wakes. Yes, Kakin. The sand poured endlessly, piling up to Bumat's chest. Only then did the man stir, finally regaining consciousness. Kakintir scrutinized him with a sharp gaze. Bumet, his limbs were bound and splints were set. Bumet twisted his body, then lifted his head with a look of indignation. Bumet. Did you attack Master Ian at dawn? Bumet hesitated to answer. A human's tongue could lie, but they had Winchin. Kakintir would undoubtedly discern truth from falsehood based on the interrogation. Kakin, first untie me. Answer. If you utter nonsense, I'll cut off your fingers. It was a coldness devoid of hesitation. Bumet, unable to do anything, bit his lip and eventually slammed his head onto the ground. You choose silence, damn it. He could have killed his target with one hand, so how did things end up like this? But there was still a chance. If his motive remained hidden, he would only be punished for attacking Ian, even if that punishment meant losing his right arm. It was better than death, wasn't it? Are you serious? Kakin, if you still consider me family, don't ask any more questions and take my arm. That man Ian used strange powers. His eyes turned golden and the air condensed and exploded. He's clearly a suspicious character. Kakintir stared down at Bumet. Murmurs could be heard, but they were fleeting. You're saying things I didn't ask. Bumet, do you realize how pathetic you look right now? Prattling on while buried in a pile of sand in front of the entire tribe. A warrior who prioritized honor and glory would have bitten off his own tongue and died. Bumet's face flushed with humiliation. Ian, who had been watching silently, raised his hand. May I offer my testimony? Speak. He definitely mentioned Durga. If he was willing to sacrifice an arm to keep a secret, it meant there was something even bigger hidden behind it. Ian's statement caused a stir among the tribe. He called my proposal to the Kakin a scheme and seemed intent on stopping him. It seems likely that he has some sort of agreement with Durga. Ian trailed off as if struck by a sudden thought. Kakintir waited patiently, while Bumet swallowed hard. Bumet, have you ever sent a letter to Durga? The day Ian had snuck into the office to steal the seal, hadn't he found a letter written in the Chinrieo language in the drawer? He couldn't recall the details, but who will come after the female chieftain? I saw a letter with that written on it on Durga's desk. Bumet, was that you? All eyes fell on Bumet, who was kneeling. He glared at Ian with a hardened expression, then took a deep breath and bit his tongue. Stop him. From the moment Durga's name was mentioned, the time for a warrior's honorable death had passed. The soldiers immediately pressed down on his tongue with their fingers and stuffed cloth into his mouth. Bumet, is it true? Don't let him speak. Shove more cloth in. Damn it, what the hell is this? The tribesmen's faces contorted with shock and betrayal. Ian offered a cautious yet confident guess. He had seen this kind of thing countless times in the imperial palace. It's possible that Chieftain Winchin's deteriorating health is connected to Bumet. Didn't you say he was in charge of food supplies, killing Winchin and replacing the chieftain? If that were to happen, Bumet was certainly a likely candidate. I don't know the specifics of their pact, but it likely promised glory, the position of chieftain, to Bumet, and economic benefits to Durga. Kakintir stared at Bumet in silence. He seemed to be gathering his thoughts. He then stood up, grabbed Bumet by the hair, and dragged him away. No one is to enter. He was heading towards Winchin's tent. The soldiers watched the two disappear inside, a tense silence hanging in the air. A minute stretched into what felt like an hour. When Kakintir finally emerged, he was covered in blood, Bumet's severed head in his hand. Throw him in the desert and bring Bumet's family here as well. Yes, Kakin. To discard the body as animal feed instead of giving it a proper burial was a declaration that he was a traitor. As Kakin threw Bumet's head, the tribesmen spat on it as they passed. Master Ian, a word. At Kakintir's call, Ian moved closer. He wiped his face and hands with a wet towel handed to him by Nurserin and muttered, We need to adjust our plans. How so? Our only task was to ensure your safe arrival in Bratz and to lend our strength as you established your position. Directly confronting the Central Army meant taking on considerable risk, but with the current situation, the Chinrieo tribe had no choice but to fully engage in this fight. We will take Durga's life. Durga had dared to deceive Kakintir with a false peace treaty while conspiring with their family to kill Winchin, their spiritual leader. This was a far greater offense than smuggling gearroot leaves. Ian nodded after a moment of contemplation. I understand, but it might be difficult. Why? Because Durga's crime is treason. The Imperial investigation team traveled for half a month to deal with him. If a foreign power on the border handles it first, it will make their position quite awkward. The execution of a traitor was a grand, brutal, and solemn affair. The highlight of the festival was Durga's death. They wouldn't hand that over to a border tribe. Even so, I must kill Durga myself. There might be a way. Kakintir's resolve seemed unwavering. If I take control of the Bratz territory as originally planned, officially that is, then I can be involved in the execution and I can accept the will of the Chinrieo tribe and offer assistance. In any case, we must help you. You're too kind. I'm the one requesting your help. Kakintir's lips curled up at Ian's good-natured words. It wasn't a smile of joy, but one of anticipation for what was to come. Good, let's do it. Demosha, Demosha. Ian and Kakintir bumped fists. Just then the physician approached and called for Ian. Barik has regained consciousness. Already, just his consciousness somehow. Ah, Ian nodded, understanding the subtle implication. Bleg Brick, startled awake, retched violently. Ian, who had been reading nearby, watched him, handing him a cup of water. When they had returned to the barracks, Brick was, as the healer had put it, barely clinging to consciousness. Considering the hole punched through his body, even that was a miracle. Are you all right? My stomach's churning. But why? I don't know. Did the healer slip something in the medicine? With each passing hour, Brick's condition improved at an astonishing rate. He still couldn't get out of bed, but judging by his tone and attitude, it seemed he was out of the woods. Can you straighten your back? Can't even feel it. Should I try? No, you might tear your wound. What kind of herbs did they stuff in here? Brick grumbled, disgusted by the feel of the plant residue on his fingertips. Ian studied him carefully, holding the empty cup. He knew that magic swordsmen had superior combat prowess and regenerative abilities compared to ordinary humans. Knew that, but was it always this extreme? The speed of his recovery was beyond surprising, it was downright miraculous. Even the healer seemed shocked, so this couldn't be normal, even for the Chinreo tribe. Brick, do you remember your parents' faces? Yeah, I do. They're all dead, but I remember them. He wasn't a foundling from birth, so he clearly remembered his mother and father's faces. He also vividly retained the more unsavory memories that could hardly be called reminiscences. Brick's answer further plunged Ian into a state of confusion. If he had said he didn't know, Ian could at least suspect that he had some non-human blood mixed in. I did, Brick muttered while Ian was lost in thought. Should have stabbed him in both sides. Fucking bastard, putting a hole in my side and then dying peacefully. What was his name? Bell. Brick seemed resentful that they had only managed to trade blows. Bell was dead and he was alive, so why was he so upset? When Ian nodded slightly, Brick ground his teeth even harder. Those night bastards, never around when you need them. I guess they did train though. Anyway, when are we going back to Bratz? Soon. It could be as early as tomorrow. Now that's some welcome news. The Central Army is on its way, and we've received intelligence that Durga has rallied his troops. SSU sends us information from the borderlands, but it's not in real time, so we don't have the full picture. That's why we're leaving as soon as possible. Good, it's too damn hot here. Brick, I don't think we can take you. What? Why? Brick whipped his head around, then instinctively clutched his side. That was precisely why. It was a wound deep enough to be fatal for an ordinary person. You can't even walk. I'll probably be able to walk by tomorrow. Walking isn't enough. You need to be able to wield a sword. Stay here and focus on your recovery until things in Bratz are settled. No, Brick shouted as soon as Ian finished, but then immediately curled up in pain. Shit. It's not up for debate. What the? You're just using me and throwing me away. Shameless, traitor, piece of shit. Ian smiled faintly as Brick bit his lip, looking exactly like a stubborn child. If you're worried about the owner of the tavern you frequented, I can look into it separately. He had told them to quit their jobs at the estate before leaving, but he didn't know if Hannah and the other servants had actually done so. When the fighting started, they would probably seek refuge near the bank, an implicitly neutral zone. At Ian's reassurance, Brick scoffed. It's not that. Then what is it? The Central Army, the Count's private soldiers, and even the Chinreo are getting involved in a proper battle, and you want me to just sit here and suck my thumb? Come on, that's not fair. The war cries on the battlefield, the satisfying feel of his sword slicing through flesh, the thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death, he had been waiting for all of it. Absolutely not. No arguments. Carry me if you have to. Honestly, you and I, aren't we like master and disciple? How can a teacher abandon his student? Brick, this is quite surprising, treating your teacher like this. Strictly speaking, it's a master-servant relationship, but that's equally surprising. You said you let me use magic. Every day is precious. Don't you remember? Remember what? If you're going to change the subject. When you fought Bell, you used magic on your own. Who did? You did. Brick just blinked at Ian's words. Judging by the look of utter disbelief on his face, it was clear he had blacked out during parts of the fight. Ian smiled and straightened his blanket, then noticed Nair San entering the tent. Lord Ian, Lord Nair San, outside for a moment. They hurried outside where Kakantir was burying his face in a hawk's neck. He took a deep breath and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. The timing is perfect. Lord Kakantir, Lord Ian, Durga has successfully surrounded the estate with his private soldiers. The investigation team seems to be holding out, probably waiting for the Central Army and looking for an opportunity. The investigation team is just an advance party sent ahead for reconnaissance. They wouldn't be able to handle a full-scale assault. The Central Army should be arriving soon, too. The problem is the sentiment of the local populace. The populace, Kakantir nodded briefly at Ian's question. They've gathered around the center of the province and taken up arms. That's because the bank is there. The bank, Ian, who had tensed up, let out a sigh of relief. If there was internal strife among them, it would be difficult to read the situation. A three-way battle was one thing, but a four-way battle would increase the uncertainty exponentially. It's the Hyman Bank, which handles Bariel's financial infrastructure. There's at least one branch in every region. It's probably the Dion branch. We're not familiar with the areas behind Bratz. There was a rebellion in Dion once, and the bank was completely destroyed in the chaos. As a result, Hyman Bank refused to do business with anyone involved in the Dion Rebellion. The rebels were forced to conduct all their economic activities in cash, even for the assets they had deposited. They had to carry hundreds of kilograms of coins or face the risk of losing everything without a trace. Hyman is the only banking family in Bariel. The rebels had no other options. This caused the rebellion to lose steam within a few years, and Bariel successfully suppressed it, so the bank is considered a sanctuary. That's right. Along with the temple, it's an inviolable territory. That's why the locals have flocked there. This meant that the bloodshed in Bratz was going to be significant. Ian continued gravely, "We need to hurry. The locals who aren't under the bank's protection will eventually side with Durga." The heart of Bariel was the imperial palace, but the heart of Bratz was Durga. The Count's private soldiers were their families, neighbors, and friends. As their home was destroyed, their desire to return to their former lives would only grow stronger. "We're entering Bariel." "We're going back to Bariel." Kakantir and Ian spoke simultaneously, and their subordinates, including Nair San, burst into laughter. The two men exchanged glances again and repeated the same words. "Tomorrow. What about Morellifi? They refused to even accept our letter. Those bastards. This is why you can't trust merchants." Durga ground his teeth, thinking of Count Morellifi, his neighbor. Like Durga, who was responsible for the border, Morellifi also had a role to play. However, unlike Bratz, which was in conflict with the Chinrieo tribe, Morellifi served as a trading post with the foreign kingdom of Howan. Their soldiers are worthless anyway. They're all involved in commerce, so their workers are useless too. Once we crush the Central Army and declare independence, we should just take them over, Dio muttered as he wiped the blood from his sword. Once they declared independence, they would inevitably have to absorb neighboring territories to expand their domain. Count Morellifi's choice was understandable, but Durga felt a sense of betrayal. Even if he didn't send troops, he could have at least tried to mediate, but Morellifi was pretending not to notice, not even glancing in their direction, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. "Break it down, bring a bigger tree, soak the arrowheads in oil, light them, fire, keep firing, come out you bastards, advance, keep advancing, arg thud, thud." He had only ever thought about fighting the Chinrieo tribe, not about having to besiege his own estate. Durga was furious at the lack of siege weapons, but he kept ordering his men to fire flaming arrows. Boom, boom. Then a deep horn blast echoed through Bratz. Everyone froze and turned around. On the distant horizon, something was swarming like ants. It was the Central Army carrying the imperial banner. Durga frowned and urged his soldiers even more fiercely. "Hurry, hurry. Dig the trenches deeper from one end to the other. Block the bridges leading this way. Faster, faster." The people inside the estate must have realized that the Central Army had arrived because they finally reacted. The Bratz banner was lowered and the Imperial Investigation Team's banner was raised. Those bastards. Durga felt like his reason was about to snap from the boiling rage. He would kill them all. He would burn alive every outsider who had dared to invade his territory. "Let's go, kill them all. Stay close to the high ground. Kill them all." They had lived here their entire lives. They knew the terrain like the back of their hand. Even against the Central Army, this knowledge gave them a significant advantage in battle. Whoosh. Giant hawks circled high above the Bratz territory, but the soldiers were too busy looking at the enemy soldiers to notice them, and only the locals who were looking up at the sky saw the hawks. "Let us in. Open the bank doors. Stop pushing. Hey, I work here, you bastards." "What are you talking about? You're just a cleaner. Get lost. Help." They say the Central Army killed everyone at the estate. They burned them alive. They said they'd tear us limb from limb when the army arrived. Don't step on me." The desperate cries of the locals trying to enter the inviolable sanctuary of the Hyman Bank echoed throughout Portroga. Those who couldn't leave their homes could only lock their doors and pray. "Sister." "Yes." Hannah, who had been praying with her hands clasped together, opened her eyes at her younger sibling's call. A ray of light streamed in through a tiny gap. Her innocent younger sibling muttered in wonder, "It's a really big bird." A bird. Hannah also looked up at the sky. The sense of familiarity. Hannah soon realized that it was the same Chinrieo bird she had seen at the estate. Across the vast expanse of the great desert, the warriors of the Chinrieo tribe thundered, each stride a testament to their self-proclaimed title. At their vanguard rode Kakantir, a whirlwind of sand and fury in his wake. Close behind, shrouded beneath a concealing hood, followed Ian. And Barik, shut it. Can you keep your mouth shut for once? He was practically glued to the back of the warrior assigned to guard Ian, a constant stream of laughter escaping his lips. He seemed thrilled to have been brought along, despite being trussed up like a sack of grain, bound tightly with ropes. "Lord Ian, are you sure about bringing this thing along? What else can we do? He threatened to cause trouble if we left him behind. Crazy bastard. He refused to rest, even when we told him to. That's not resting, that's being left out." Barik had miraculously regained the ability to sit upright, but even walking was a struggle. The others had agreed that leaving him behind was the better option, but then he dropped his bombshell. He'd threatened to bite his tongue and kill himself if they left him. It was absurd, but knowing Barik, he might actually do it. They had no choice. So is this considered participating in battle, just being carried around, clinging to Q-Cell's back? Well, at least you can be a shield if arrows start flying. Your head's gone, man. I'm serious. I can feel it. Ian shook his head, listening to Barrick's babble with the warrior. This guy, there had to be more to him than just being a cursed swordsman. Even the Chinrieo, blessed by the spirits of nature, didn't possess such a ridiculous recovery rate. Ian kept glancing back at Barrick, who grinned whenever their eyes met. He was clearly enjoying himself. Thud, 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 Kakin, Barial is in sight. A warrior riding ahead shouted, "Let's go." At Kakin's command, they urged their Q-Cells to pick up the pace. They swiftly passed the small temple where they had formed a peace treaty, then crossed the twin rocks that marked the border. Barrick chewed on a Gurun leaf, letting out a whoop of joy. "We're back, happy Barrick, damn right, feels amazing." The warriors burst into laughter. Even Kakintir, who had been glancing back, joined in. He slowly pulled on Q-Cell's reins, slowing their pace. They had reached the rendezvous point where they were to meet with Sue. "Everyone, over here, Sue," they greeted Sue with relief. After a brief exchange of embraces with her comrades, she quickly reported the current situation. The Bratz mercenaries are quite capable. Even when pushed back, they used the terrain to their advantage and held their ground well. Of course, they're lacking in other areas, so the tide inevitably turned. If they had given up on retaking the mansion and retreated into the forest, wouldn't it have been over? They fought tooth and nail, a truly desperate battle. And Durga? That was the crucial question for the Chinrieo. Sue smiled at Kakintir's anger-laden question. Still alive. The Central Army hasn't stopped their pursuit, and there's been no sign of them entering the mansion. Good, Sue, join us. We're heading deeper into Bratz. At Kakintir's order, they nodded in unison. They rode further into the heart of Bratz. The river that ran through the territory was stained crimson, and unidentifiable corpses littered the landscape. And that wasn't all. Fields ready for the autumn harvest were ruined by the debris of half-destroyed houses. Screams and wails blended together, creating the most horrific sound imaginable. It was impossible to pinpoint the source of the cacophony. "Ag, someone help us. Please, wait, thief, thief, you crazy bastard. Give me back my bread." Thud, thwack. Where swords had passed, the dregs of humanity spilled forth. Stepping on others to survive was commonplace, as the weak preyed on the weaker, a vicious cycle with no end in sight. "It's more gruesome than I expected." "Is it? I think it's exactly as gruesome as I expected," Ian replied to Kakintir's comment. Having witnessed countless wars, Ian was accustomed to such scenes, but they still unsettled him. It was an unavoidable part of the flow of history, after all. Nursarin muttered, looking at the smoke rising in the distance. "This seems like a fatal blow for both sides." "Yes, it's perfect." The ideal scenario for Ian and the Chinrieo was for both the Central Army and Durga's mercenaries to be on the verge of annihilation. Only then would the presence of the Chinrieo be felt most strongly, giving Ian the leverage he needed. Look, over there, just then, villagers tending to the streets pointed and shouted. They had noticed the Chinrieo procession. "Barbarians, the barbarians are attacking. Oh gods, why? Everyone run, run." While people clutched their children and fled. Some, having given up all hope, simply knelt and prayed. It was understandable. The battle with the Central Army had already devastated the area. To add insult to injury, if the barbarians joined the fray, all that awaited them was despair. Those heartless bastards. They saw their chance and attacked, didn't they? Like the beasts they are. "Get lost. Get out of here. Honey, don't. Please, yeah, kill us all. Let's see you judged by the gods. Kill us all." The Chinrieo are attacking. It's the Chinrieo. Those bastards would even rob a bank. Hurry, keep running. Run. It was utter chaos. Kakintir's expression remained stoic, but the warriors couldn't hide their displeasure. They hadn't come to help, but they hadn't come to attack either. They were simply riding slowly towards the mansion. Wah, thump. A child stumbled and fell amidst the fleeing villagers. The parents who had let go of the child's hand were nowhere to be seen. Kakintir stopped his Q-Cell and looked down at the child. Sniffle. Tears welled up in the child's bright eyes. Even as the child trembled, lips pressed tightly together, Kakintir simply stared down silently. The fleeing villagers also watched from a distance. "There's a child in front. Guide your Q-Cells carefully." "Yes, Kakin." Thud, thud, thud. There was no kindness in offering to help the child up or asking if they were all right. But he instructed his followers to split up and pass by the small child as if it were a rock. The child, frozen in shock, could only stare up at them. "Here, get up. The ground is cold." Ian, passing by, slowly extended his hand. Beneath the hood, his face was not that of a Chinrieo, but the familiar blonde hair and green eyes. The child, with a grimy hand, instinctively grabbed Ian's hand. "Good kid." Ian, holding the child, slowly urged his Q-Cell forward. He gestured to a villager standing frozen in the distance. "Come and take your child. Is your parent there?" I am. I'm the father. What are you doing standing there, father?" At Ian's call, a man rushed over, snapping out of his daze. He hesitantly took the child from Ian. The face revealed beneath the slightly lifted hood was familiar. "Lord Ian, do you know me? I am the stable hand. Don't you remember?" "Ah, yes, it's you." He didn't remember the name, but the face was familiar. Aside from the minor injuries, he was covered in dirt, making him hard to recognize. Ian patted the stable hand's shoulder and smiled. It's been a while, I'm glad you're alive. What's going on later? I'm a bit busy right now, but the Chinrieo have come to help Bratz, so don't be afraid and tell your neighbors. Take care. Turning his head, he saw that the Chinrieo were waiting for him, including Barik, still tied up and hanging. Ian, as if returning to his original position, naturally urged his Cusel forward. Hey, what did he say? Do you know him? As the Chinrieo disappeared from sight, people rushed to the stable hand, eager to know what was going on. They were desperate to know the fate of their hometown. It's Lord Ian, right? Ian, the Count's bastard son. He was sold to the Chinrieo. Huh, that's right. He went across the desert. What did the bastard say? Huh, he said something long. They exclaimed, realizing they had forgotten about the bastard son. The stable hand, clutching his child, followed Ian's disappearing figure with his eyes. Before crossing the great desert, Ian had told Hina to quit her job at the mansion, as if he knew the future. Well, that's not the only reason I quit. In any case, those who had left the mansion had mostly escaped harm, while those who remained had been killed by the investigation team. With the Countess and the heirs' fates unknown, the lives of the servants were worth less than dirt. He said, the Chinrieo would help. The Chinrieo will help. What? The villagers scoffed, but no one dared to openly refute his words because the reality was just that desperate. In this situation, where their own country Barial and their Lord Durga were fighting, who else could stop them? Move, we have no business with you. Run, keep running forward. The barbarians are here. The barbarians are attacking. Ah, those bastards keep saying barbarians, barbarians. Can't we just kill those ones and go? Ag, the beastmen are here. Save us. Shut up, Mugurun, don't get distracted. The mansion is in sight. Meanwhile, the Chinrieo, having crossed the village, finally reached the Bratz mansion. Instead of the family's banner, the scorched banner of the investigation team fluttered in the wind, a clear indication of who had won the battle. Nay, Kakantir pulled on Cusel's reins, bringing it to a complete stop. The soldiers guarding the front of the mansion hastily raised their spears. Their helmets and armor were covered in blood, and they looked utterly exhausted. Who are you? Are you barbarians from the borderlands? How did you get here? Clang. Their limping and shouting were pathetic. Just as a warrior, his temper flaring, drew his sword and stepped forward, Ian stopped him. He gave an apologetic look and stepped forward himself. I am Ian, the bastard son of Count Bratz. These are the great warriors of the desert, the Chinrieo. We have not come to fight, so inform your master of our presence. The soldiers hesitated, seeing Ian's blonde hair and green eyes. That appearance was definitely that of a Barial. Their gazes shifted to the warriors standing firmly behind Ian. They were the embodiment of the spirit of the great wilderness. The aura of an apex predator emanated from them, raw and untamed. The soldiers stammered, stepping back. Wait a moment. If they were told to retreat, they felt like their heads would be crushed instantly. The soldier stumbled backward and then ran inside to report. His remaining comrades held their swords in awkward positions. Nay, even the sound of Cusel's cry made them flinch and break out in a cold sweat. Outside the manor gates, the soldiers stood, swords drawn, awaiting orders from within. The tension between the two factions was palpable. On one side, men barely able to stand, hands and feet trembling. On the other, the Chinrieo, casually chewing on gurut leaves as they waited. Creak. The gates opened. The soldiers parted, allowing the outsiders entry. Only Ian and the chieftain may enter. Only us? How generous, a Chinrieo warrior scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The soldier was from Barial's central army, and these were barbarians from the fringes. His attitude was expected, but the warrior was deliberately provoking him. The other Chinrieo warriors chuckled, joining in. It was an intimidating display, but this time Ian didn't intervene. Allow us our guards, Ian said calmly. That is not permitted. Are you the captain, the commander? The orders have already come down. I suggest you ask again. Your lord's mind might have changed, just as ours might. Ian's calm words sent a chill down the soldier's spine. They had said they had no intention of resisting, but this could change things. The Central Army had already suffered significant losses in the battle against Durga. Further conflict was to be avoided at all costs, and their opponents were the Chinrieo, the warlike barbarians that threatened Bratz, who knew what the future held. But right now, they could easily raze this manor to the ground. Ian turned to Kakhin, suggesting Kakhin. Lady Nurseransu and I will go. That should be acceptable. Me, Ian, what about me? Barik is here too. Yes, as you wish, sir. Go ask again. Ian, are you deaf? Barik, clinging to him like a sack of grain, wriggled, begging to be taken along. But an exception was an exception. Under Ian's pressure, the soldier went back inside and soon returned with satisfying news. Enter. We'll be back. Wait here. Yes, Kakhin, creak. The main gate slowly closed. The Bratz manor, which he had returned to after 2 months, was vastly different from what he remembered. Gone was the serene and fresh atmosphere, replaced by the heavy scent of defeat. The annex in the distance was blackened as if it had been burned to the ground. Ian stared at the unidentifiable shapes piled next to it. What were those? Are you Ian Bratz? A woman emerged from the main building, escorted by her subordinates. Judging by her attire, she was the investigation leader. Her pink hair was tied up and bandages covered various parts of her body. It seemed there had been a fierce battle inside the manor as well. She smiled, a cigarette dangling from her lips. "Ah, you haven't been officially inducted, so I should just call you Ian. I heard about you from Sir Malin. I am the captain, Erica. Are you Sir Malin's subordinate? Subordinate. Well, I suppose you could say that. Come inside. It's not much, but it's better than the ground, wouldn't you say?" Erica led the way as if the manor were her own. Watching her, Ian guessed that she was Malin's chosen successor to the lordship. Her position as the investigation leader and her handling of matters here made the position of the next lord a fitting reward. What happened here? Once they reached the drawing room, Ian feigned ignorance, testing the waters. The inside of the manor reeked of blood that hadn't yet been cleared away. As you can see, there was some bloodshed, but things are mostly under control now. We've confirmed the tax evasion and found the evidence. All that's left is to cut off Durga's limbs. Ian raised an eyebrow. Most executions of traitors were by hanging. Death by the blade was an honor for nobles, so ropes were usually used. The sight of someone dangling in the air, struggling, was also a public humiliation. Erica cackled as if it were a joke. From the entrance to the drawing room, she hadn't even glanced at Kakintir. How arrogant. It's just a figure of speech. He has some knights and a captain under him. Diora, I believe, quite skilled. He's been using all sorts of people as his hands and feet, constantly evading us, so cutting off his limbs is the obvious course of action. F-woo, Erica blew cigarette smoke in Ian's face. Then finally glancing at Kakintir, she asked with a puzzled expression, "So what brings you here? I heard you had a grudge against Durga. Are you curious about the execution? This place was not safe for Ian." With the Bratz family on the verge of extinction, even though he wasn't officially part of it, everyone knew he carried Durga's blood. Or are you waiting for a letter from Sir Malin? The fact that he had cooperated by reporting to Sir Malin was the only reason he was receiving such friendly treatment. It was the generosity of those who had seized victory. Erica smacked her lips. "What do you want? I haven't received any specific instructions." "I would appreciate hearing about Sir Malin's well-being, but I have other business." Is that so?" Erica seemed to think it was no big deal, as if a half-blood sold off to the Chinrieo could have any significant business. "Bratz is my hometown. I was so worried when I heard about the incident that I couldn't sleep. The Chinrieo, who are allies of Bratz, felt the same way. That's why we came together." Erica glanced at Kakintir. She tilted her head slightly and smiled, still not understanding the meaning of Ian's words. "Aren't the barbarians on bad terms with Bratz?" At her words, Ian let out a short laugh. It was a clear, mocking laugh. Erica's face hardened and she stubbed out her cigarette on the table. The subordinates behind her gripped their sword hilts. "Bratz and the Chinrieo have long been on friendly terms, exchanging with each other. We are more than brothers." "Brothers, ha, that's a load of horseshit. Everyone in the central administration knows that Bratz and the Chinrieo are at each other's throats. Aren't you proof of that? A lowly being sold alive to the great desert. Your way of speaking is impressive. It's surprising. Do they recruit from the common folk for investigation leaders these days?" "What?" Erica shrieked at Ian's calm words. It was a roundabout way of saying her speech was too vulgar. Kakin also showed his agreement with a laugh. "Listen here, Captain. Listen here, Cap. I'm the heart of the great desert. Stop spewing your vulgar words. If you've confirmed Durga's tax evasion, hurry up with the execution and leave. We will handle the aftermath in the Bratz territory." "Are you insane? What are you talking about?" "Lady Erica, there's nothing more to hear." Clang, clang. Erica's subordinates drew their swords. Kakintir, Nursaran, and Sue simply watched, unfazed. In contrast to the Mnutotojota Inus men, they were calm. Where do these bastards with beast blood think they are? Whoosh, one of the men closest to Kakintir lunged, swinging his sword. Kakintir easily caught his wrist with his bare hand and with a blank expression began to apply pressure. Crack, arg. With one hand he twisted the man's wrist. Not stopping there, Kakintir grabbed the man's hair and slammed his head onto the table. The cigarette ashes Erica had discarded were smeared all over the man's face. Thump, thud, thump, once, twice, 3 times. With each violent slam, blood splattered, soaking the carpet under the table. Erica, who had stumbled back, let out a shrill scream. "Are you crazy? I am an envoy of the Imperial Palace. This is an insult to the Imperial Palace." "Insult, watch your words. It is an honor and a mercy that he is still alive after touching my hand. It wasn't an empty threat. To reach the position of chieftain, Kakin had never suffered a single defeat, and all those he had faced had met their deaths." Erica looked as if she would burst a blood vessel. She glared at Ian and warned, "Do you want to be beheaded alongside your father? Everyone knows you carry Durga's blood. Even if I kill you, no one can blame me. As you said, I carry Durga's blood, but I am not a member of the Bratz family. Try saying that in the Imperial Palace. See if that clever trick works there. Well, it is common to fall into slavery in the Imperial Palace, but one must read the situation carefully. Above all, I am the only Imperial citizen who interacts with the bordering Chinrieo. This place was a fortnight's journey from the Imperial Palace." Ian raised his head slightly, as if telling her to look closely. "Also, due to our alliance, my affiliation is not with Bariol's Bratz, but with the Chinrieo of the Great Desert. Ah, you should lower your swords, for your own safety. These were monsters who could easily defeat dozens of men each. Their size alone was a testament to that. Even with Kakintir's light movements, Erika's subordinate had fainted. If they drew their weapons, no one could predict the bloodbath that would follow. And above all, Captain Erika, your mission was to investigate and punish Durga's tax evasion, not to handle the aftermath of the Bratz territory. If you finished your job, is it so unpleasant to go back up? To catch Durga. You've turned the territory into a wasteland. You've gone too far. It was enough to shed Durga's blood, but the screams of the territory's people are everywhere. You're the one who's gone too far. Know your place. He was of Durga's bloodline, a commoner, a lowly being who was a sacrifice to the great desert. When the Count's formal trial was held, it was a given that Ian would be sold into slavery. They had to somehow make up for the taxes Durga had embezzled. I know my place very well. At Ian's words, Kakintir took a letter from his inner pocket. He tossed it onto the blood-soaked table. This is the position of our allies, the Chinrieo. Durga's situation is an internal matter of the Empire, but we are, after all, allied with Bratz. We desire peace for Bratz more than anyone. How shameless. You should be more polite. If you die here, wouldn't you be the one who regrets it the most? It was a simple but clear warning. Erika bit her lip and gripped her sword again. Then she realized that the Chinrieo hadn't even drawn their weapons yet. They considered themselves more than capable even barehanded. According to the Alliance Treaty, we should be supporting Durga. But Durga is a criminal and Bratz is a part of Barial. Therefore, we intend to help you. Kakintir glanced at Ian. Everything was going according to their plan. We believe that Ian is the most suitable person to connect us. We would like to entrust all authority of Bratz to Ian. What do you think? Did I misunderstand? It sounds like you're saying he wants to become the head of the house. Ian and the Chinrieo only looked at Erika without answering. She felt speechless, as if her words were stuck in her throat. But as if to say it was too early for that, Ian smiled brightly. Fucking hell, he's not just mad, he's goddamn filthy mad. Erika couldn't help herself. She lit another cigarette, the cherry glowing like a malevolent eye in the dim light. But even as the nicotine hit her system, her mind was already racing, calculating. This situation was spiraling out of control. Bringing the Chinrieo tribe here, it was a blatant threat, a promise of violence if things didn't go their way. Unlike the Central Army, battered and half-broken from the battle, the Chinrieo warriors were fresh, eager, their bloodlust a palpable thing in the air. Worst of all, the bastards got a legitimate claim except for his shit bloodline. Just beyond the mansion gates, the screams of the territory's people echoed, a chorus of curses against the Central Army. Though it was Durga's soldiers who had met them, to the citizens, they were family, friends, neighbors. There will be backlash, resentment. But if a true descendant of the Bratz bloodline takes the lead, it will be easier to control. And most importantly, the borderland barbarians, the goddamn Chinrieo, are backing him. Fuck, her head throbbed. If the Central Army received reinforcements, they could undoubtedly crush the Chinrieo and secure a complete victory in Bratz. But would Erika and her unit be there to savor that victory? Or would they be conveniently forgotten, footnotes in a glorious history, their sacrifices reduced to a faded memorial plaque? Erika's lips twisted into a snarl. The appointment of a lord is the emperor's prerogative, I am aware. Until the emperor's decree, no one has the authority. No one has it, and everyone has it. Erika could claim it, but so could Ian. She ground her teeth on the cigarette, glaring at Kakintir. He continued, calmly laying out Ian's supposed necessity. Ian was born and raised in the Bratz territory. He will be invaluable in its reconstruction. Without Ian, the Chinrieo will not grant priority negotiation rights to any other faction in Barial. For peace, a period of mutual understanding is needed. This was practically a declaration of severed ties, and that was not far from a declaration of war. Coming from the mouth of the Chinrieo chieftain, the words carried significant weight. You're protecting him, fucking hell. Is it true what Lord Ian said, that you're from the commoner stock? Shut your mouth, you borderland savage. Kakintir's eyes turned glacial, his gaze piercing Erika. But she held her ground, chin held high. She had clawed her way up from the gutter to get here. Now, with her life's ambition becoming a lord within reach, she wasn't about to let it be snatched away. Just so you know, killing me is the same as declaring war on Barial. You know that, right, GHK? Crunch. Kakintir pressed his foot down on the neck of a fallen soldier, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The soldier instinctively gasped for air, his body trembling. Erika felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. All right, I get what you want. Erika, feigning a step back, crossed her arms and changed the subject. She was the intended successor of this territory from the moment Malin had recommended her for the position of investigator. Her name was likely already inscribed on the very lord appointment letter Ian was after. There was no way she could back down now. But I have yet to secure Durga, Lady Mary, and Chell. I also have a duty to apprehend the soldiers who resisted and uphold the Emperor's authority. A righteous statement. I cannot leave the mansion until my mission is complete. If you truly wish to alleviate Bratz's suffering, then do as you see fit, but I hope you act solely for peace. Otherwise, the Emperor's sword will fly here from the center. Until the message arrived from the center confirming Erica's appointment as the Lord, she just needed to hold out until then. Once she had the authority, she would crush these arrogant bastards in their insolent mouths. Very well, then we shall assist in capturing Durga. Ian nodded, satisfied with the meeting. He had successfully wedged his foot in the door. As Erica said, capturing Durga and the mansion's key figures would give the Central Army a reason to remain stationed here. Could they be planning to rescue Durga? Erica narrowed her eyes, a sudden suspicion rising. She flicked away her half-burnt cigarette and signaled to her subordinates. If you try anything, you'd better be prepared for the consequences. Erica, it seems you and Lord Malin are not as close as I thought. What? I'm saying this because you seem to misunderstand my relationship with Durga. You don't have to worry about that. I will bring Durga to you and prove it. Prove how sincere I am to the center. This moment was crucial for Ian to solidify his position. He was of Durga's blood, but he vehemently denied him. He had laid the groundwork with the report he had given to Malin, and now he needed to build upon it. Bring Durga to me. Try it if you can. Even the Central Army is struggling to track him in the mountains. As the situation seemed to settle, Kakantir adjusted his clothes and turned. With a voice dripping with laughter, he declared, "Hunting is our specialty. You just stay here and tend to that woman." Kakantir gestured to Erica's subordinate with a broken neck. Ian, following the Chinryo, gave a slight nod. Then, "I will see you soon." Slam. As soon as the door closed, Erica spat out her cigarette and rushed to her subordinate, her teeth grinding. "Get me a messenger bird. Now." "Yes, Erica." Her subordinates moved quickly at their leader's sharp command. They needed to send an urgent message to the center. The only thing that could protect Erica here was the Lord appointment right, sealed with the Emperor's seal. She could only hope that Malin was handling things swiftly. The next day, in a forest not far from Bratz, hidden among the rocks, the soldiers gripped their swords, swallowing nervously. The rustling sounds, whether from animals or enemies, echoed from all directions. Perhaps it was the tension of not knowing when the enemy's attack would come. Durga, drenched in sweat, trembled uncontrollably. "My lord, this way." Theo, covered in blood, took the lead. From crawling on the ground, his face was marked with rough grass stains. How much further do we have to go down? They've completely locked the gates at Morellifi, so we'll have to go around to the Howin Kingdom. It might as well be called exile. Even if they reached the Howin Kingdom, they would have to hide their identities for their safety. His lifelong home, his pride and honor as a noble, everything was shattered. Damn it. The Count glanced back, checking the soldiers following him. His force was reduced to less than a quarter, and those who remained were missing limbs, far from being in fighting shape. It was a defeat, no matter how you looked at it. Clink. The Count fiddled with the pouch hanging on his back. He could feel the emergency funds he had secretly stashed away, jewels and gold coins of various sizes. These were the crucial assets that would determine Durga's future. If the gods were kind, he might even use this as a foothold to return to Bratz. Russell, wait, stop. Behind, stop. Theo halted, sensing a presence. The soldiers, who had been following like sausages on a string, also lowered their stances and looked around. Screech. The sound came from a large tree nearby. Durga and Theo simultaneously looked up. A hawk the size of a deer glared down at them. So that was it. Durga clutched his racing heart, sighing in relief. It was then. Thwack, the head of the soldier walking beside him snapped to the left as he fell. A dagger was lodged in his temple. It was instant death. The dead man probably didn't even realize he was dead, and neither did Durga, who was standing right next to him. It happened in a literal split second. Enemy. Everyone calm down and raise your shields. Theo shouted, but the soldiers, having tasted death once, scattered, screaming. Only a few knights with their wits about them gripped their swords and bows. To the right, it came from the right. Protect the Count. Get down, my lord, the fear of another dagger flying at them at any moment. Durga trembled, hiding behind the knights. Hey, Durga, whoosh, clang, an arrow flew towards Durga. A knight quickly deflected it with his sword, protecting his master. Sunlight streamed through the leaves like rain. On the ridge, figures wearing sandy hoods began to appear. It's been a while, you've changed. Kakantir, it's the Chinryo tribe. Their red war paint made them look like they were drenched in blood. Durga couldn't understand what was happening. Hadn't they rejected his help, even sending Night Bell's head? Why are you here? Curious, are we? Damn it, my lord, run. Alex, defensive formation. The knights shouted, pulling Durga's arm. All the warriors beside Kakan had drawn their bows. Kakan grinned, gesturing behind Durga. If you're curious, why don't you ask your son? At that moment, Durga and the soldiers felt their tension snap. They turned to face the direction of the strong wind. Father, whoosh. He looked like a forest spirit. His golden hair, each strand shining, fluttered in the wind, and his green eyes curved beautifully. It was Ian, the son he had sold to the Chinryo. I'm back. Ian, you bastard. The shock subsided, and Durga remembered that it was Ian who had colluded with Malin and brought him to this state. The cursed flesh and blood who had dragged him, the honorable head of the territory, down to the gutter. Ian was his past shame and his future hatred. I'll kill you, Ian. I'll tear you to pieces and feed your flesh to your mother. then I'll throw you both into a fire alive. I'll make you feel like living is hell." Durga's rage echoed through the forest. Ian's expression remained unchanged. His calm smile made Durga's blood pressure rise even further. "You bastard, my lord," thud thud thud. Durga, without realizing it, grabbed his sword and charged at Ian. Despite his tired and injured body, Durga leaped forward, aiming for Ian's neck. Theo followed closely behind as if to protect him. Clang, clang. Sue deflected Durga's sword and Barik blocked Theo's follow-up attack. Barik winced slightly, as if in pain from the recoil, and looked down at his stomach. But it was only for a moment. He grinned and waved at Theo. "Hello, dog, don't you remember me? I remember you." Barik swung his sword wide and charged at Theo, in the training grounds. "You beat the shit out of me, remember?" Clang. Theo strained to parry the blow from Barik's sword. Despite his rapid improvement, the gaping wounds in his side were a cruel equalizer, tipping the scales back in Barik's favor. "Woo, Barik, you all right?" Ian called out. Barik glanced back, a savage grin splitting his face. Yeah, so quit yappin', master." He spat, a bloody glob, but if he said he was fine, who was going to argue? He lunged at Theo again, a whirlwind of steel, his sword tracing a wide arc, seeking a vital point with relentless precision. Clang, clang, count. Theo, barely dodging the attack, still managed to worry about his master. The sight seemed to irritate Barik, his grin slowly fading. Durga, throwing caution to the wind, charged at Ian again. Die, Ian, whoosh, swish. The Count's curse was a signal. The Chinryo warriors loosed their arrows in unison, while those with swords leaped over moss-covered rocks, closing in. They moved like predators closing in on their prey. Each step was powerful, precise, and destructive. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable bloodlust, a grotesque enjoyment of the slaughter. Slash, thud, arg, help, yeah, run faster, you little shit. Drive him to that side. Jindaro, I called dibs on that one. The warriors effortlessly cut down the fleeing soldiers. Durga might be one thing, but these grunts, expendable. The dew-soaked earth drank deeply of their blood. Whoops. Weren't we supposed to bring back the bodies? Just the heads. Can't carry the whole damn thing. Too much hassle. Clang, clang, that one looks useful. Bell was it. Seems to be a friend of the night. The small fry were quickly dealt with. The Chinryo warriors circled the elite knights like wolves stalking their prey. Meanwhile, Durga was gasping for air, drool dripping from his slack jaw. Sue merely deflected the Count's attacks, offering no counter. Durga had simply exhausted himself. You're a disgrace, father. How could you? Sue grabbed Durga by the hair and slammed his face into the ground. Durga, now prostrate at Ian's feet, struggled, his face crimson, but it was no use. Ian knelt beside him, murmuring, was it courage or just greed? How could you collude with the FMAT while the Winchins held the Great Desert? Not that it matters to me, but as your son, it's a hard thing to watch. Slice. The sound of a blade slicing through hair made Durga's eyes bulge. Sue, his expression impassive, was cutting Durga's hair. This was the man who had seduced his family, who had tried to kill his mentor, a traitor who had sharpened his blade even as he swore oaths of alliance. What are you doing? Cutting your hair instead of your throat. It's not time yet. There was a time to hold back for the sake of the perfect revenge and the grander scheme, but to soothe the boiling rage within, something had to be cut. You insolent. You think you'll get away with this. Shut up, you sound like a pig being slaughtered. What? You lowborn cur. If you don't like losing your hair, maybe I should just take your head. Sue pressed his dagger against Durga's throat, his voice dripping with a cold, seething fury. Durga swallowed hard, his eyes darting around wildly, and he saw a fountain of blood erupt from Theo's neck. Theo. Barik circled Theo as if they were playing a game, thrusting at vital points as if practicing. Theo collapsed forward, eyes wide and unseeing. Thud, arg, to the left, the knights surrounded by the Chinryo were meeting the same fate. One moment of weakness and a throat was ripped open. Even the so-called elite knights fell, helpless. Don't worry, father, this isn't where you die. Ian caressed Durga's cheek, smiling radiantly. Sue pulled a black hood over Durga's head and tightened the cord. Thwack, thwack, arg, a relentless beating ensued. Even the warriors clearing the bodies took turns kicking Durga's back and spitting curses. Thump, thwack, fucking bastard, daring to go against Lord Winchin. When do we kill this piece of shit, Lord Ian? Can't we just do it now? Durga had long since fainted, his lower body soaked, his hands twitching feebly. It seemed Chell had taken after his father. Ian glanced at Kakantir and replied, "We'll hand him over to the center for now, and create an opportunity later." Once they had control, Durga's execution could be arranged as the Chinryo desired. But first, they needed to gain the trust of the Imperial Palace, not just Erica, but the core of Barial, 15 days away. Unlike the warriors who were licking their chops, Kakantir stood apart, nodding in understanding. "Clean up, everyone. Yes, Kakan, I see signs of the Central Army in the distance. Too late, bastards." Barik chuckled, wiping the blood from his sword on his pants. It seemed a satisfying warm-up. His expression was even lighter now. "Barik, your wound. It'll be hard to treat if it gets worse here." The medical staff was limited, and there were so many injured villagers from the battle. Adding Barik to the list would be troublesome. But Barik just sniffled, lifting his shirt to show the bandage wrapped by the Chinryo healer still intact. I'm telling you I'm fine. How? I don't know. Maybe the stress relief from swinging my sword is speeding up the healing. Stress is the root of all evil, right? Swish, swish. The sharp, precise movements of his sword contrasted with his playful words. Ian examined Barrick's wound closely, but it was a mystery. Let's head down, quietly so the Central Army has to work harder. You're the loudest one, haha, a warrior shouted, hoisting Durga, bagged like a sack of potatoes. Ian walked past the headless corpses, heading towards the Bratz mansion. Above them, the hawks of Chinryo continued to circle. Lady Erica, Lady Erica. The Chinryo have returned. Bang. At her subordinate's shout, Erica rushed to the window and drew the curtains. The insolent barbarians were entering the front gate, looking all too proud. They were covered in blood and carrying some kind of sacks. What about the Central Army? A messenger bird arrived. They'll be camping in the forest. They found traces of Durga and his soldiers. Crack. Erica bit her nail, frowning. She had a bad feeling, especially since the faces of those who had returned from the same forest were unusually bright. Ian, having dismounted from his kushal, entered the main building with a few warriors. Wait, you need Lady Erica's permission. Shut it. Did you rent out the mansion? Show some respect. We are the Imperial Investigation Team. Yeah, and we're the heart of the Great Desert. Piss off. The commotion from the hallway indicated that her subordinates were blocking Ian's group. Erica sighed and opened the office door. The wide hallway was crowded with men. What's all this ruckus? Lady Erica. Ian tidied his sweat-soaked hair and bowed. It was a gesture of respect, but it lacked any real deference. I asked what the ruckus was, Ian. We've returned from pursuing Durga. What else would we be doing? At Ian's signal, a warrior threw a sack onto the floor. The thud echoed through the hallway. Erica's subordinate hesitantly approached and cut open the sack. Gah. Heads of soldiers rolled out, some torn off, some cleanly severed. Erica covered her mouth, feeling nauseous, and the warrior grinned. My apologies. I thought since you turned Bratz into a bloodbath, you'd be used to this. Shut up, you think you can just… Oh, the real thing is right here. Thud, another sack was thrown down, the sound distinct. This time Erica opened it herself. Durga was inside, hooded and tightly bound. Durga, is it really him? It seems so. He was unconscious but alive. The investigation team members looked at Erica, unsure of what to do. Are you satisfied now? HMPH, you're not entirely useless, it seems. Take Durga to the underground prison. Why, yes, the team members tried to drag Durga, but he was so heavy they couldn't budge him. They managed to hoist him onto their backs, only to collapse under his weight. Careful, careful. Arg, thud, how could they not laugh at this? The Chinryo chuckled. Need help. At this rate, he'll roll down to the basement before you. He might die before Durga. Ha ha ha, good thing we caught him. How else would you have brought him here? Maybe you were planning to nurse him back to health and ask him to walk on his own 2 feet. Even Kakantir couldn't hide his amusement. Erica's face turned red, about to burst, and Ian changed the subject. So now that we've captured Durga, what's the plan? If possible, we'd like you to hold the execution ceremony quickly and leave. You're quite bold, Ian. I still have a mission. I need to eliminate everyone with the name Bratz, and that means we haven't found the key figures, Lady Mary and Chell. If you're not busy, why don't you go down to the village and look for them? You can stay there while you're at it. Is there a possibility they went outside? Almost none. We can pinpoint the day they disappeared. No woman left the fortress that day. Then Erica, with a flick of her ponytail, confidently returned to her office, implicitly asserting that the seat was rightfully hers. Only her helpless subordinates remained in the hallway at a loss. Help them move Durga. Yes, Kakantir instructed his subordinate, then gestured to Ian. He wanted to talk privately. Ian readily followed him towards the back of the hallway, then stopped. What is it? Barrick had followed them, oblivious as ever. Ian looked around, pretending to scan their surroundings, then gave an order. Don't follow us. Go see Philia. Oh, right, your real mom, yes. Barrick, you helped her hide, so you know the way, right? Of course I know. His expression belied his confident answer. He hadn't forgotten, had he? As Ian was about to add something, Barrick dashed out of the mansion. Lord Ian. Yes, Kakan. Ian left Barrick to his own devices and faced Kakantir. His expression felt unusually stern. Never in the history of the Bratz earldom had there been days so chaotic and awkward. Not only were those once considered part of the same burial faction now pointing swords at each other, but the bastard son, presumed dead, had returned. And he had returned with the Chinryo tribe, their lifelong enemies, at his back. The world must be coming to an end, an old man mumbled, looking up at the Bratz mansion. It was truly a bizarre sight. Soldiers bearing the imperial flag were stationed together with warriors of Chinryo, and all in the main building of the mansion, no less. The old man shook his head and began loading headless corpses onto a cart. Creak. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was even more awkward than it appeared from the outside. Not only were they as incompatible as oil and water, but there was also a major problem. We can't find the bodies of Countess Mary and Chell. Did you check even among the decapitated corpses? I checked their clothes and even their fingernails, but there was nothing that could be considered noble. We haven't retrieved the bodies that floated down the river yet, so they might be among them. Erica bit her nail at her subordinate's report. They had secured Durga's person, but they could not find any trace of his wife and child, Mary and Chell. Check the ones that were torn limb from limb too. Yes, ma'am, we must find the bodies. Search the mansion thoroughly as well. Only when they confirmed the deaths could she report the mission as complete. Moreover, they had turned the estate upside down. If the cleanup was not thorough, their standing with the central authority could be shaken. And if you find the bodies, you know what to do, right? We will keep them hidden until the official appointment from the imperial palace arrives. If Mary and Chell were dead, there was no reason to delay Durga's execution. That meant there was no justification for her to remain in Bratz. It was unclear whether she could regain control of the territory now occupied by the Chinrieo. Damn it, Erica bit her nail again. The finely chewed nail debris rolled around in her mouth. Meanwhile, in a small room at the back of the hallway, Kakantir, Nurserin, and Ian were sitting in a circle. Nurserin was the first to speak. Sir Ian, about Erica, doesn't it seem like she's waiting for the official letter of appointment? I felt the same way. Considering this forced march to the edge of the frontier, she must have been designated as the investigation leader from the start. It's been almost 15 days since Erica came down here. The appointment letter should arrive soon, and then our presence here will become problematic. Ian shook his head at Nurserin's words. As Erica said, the appointment was the Emperor's prerogative. No matter how much the second prince, Gale, supported Erica, she needed results. Durga was arrested today, so even if they send a message bird today, it will take almost 15 days. You don't have to worry about that. The Emperor's orders were heavy and precious, so they could not be delivered by message birds, only by dispatch riders. Nurserin looked somewhat relieved as he calculated the dates in his head. Anyway, isn't it a given that Erica will become the Lord? The Chinrieo have already invested a lot, but now it looks like it will all be for nothing. The future benefits they hoped to gain by supporting Ian, the direct punishment of Durga, and so on. The Chinrieo had made many concessions in this plan. No, Kakan, the flow of the situation is favorable. Can you explain? First, the persons of Mary and Chell have not been secured, and that's a good thing. Because of that, they're sitting here with their asses glued to the floor. Didn't Erica say it herself? Her mission was the destruction of the Bratz family and securing their persons. Nurserin, who understood first, exclaimed, "Ah, then, the premise was that they were staying here because Mary and Chell were still in the territory. But if it was confirmed that they had gone out, they would be obliged to pursue Mary and Chell. They would become the bait. Also, the central authority will never cast me aside. The reason, because of the very reason Kakan is curious about, the fact that Ian was a mana user. Though a commoner, he could confidently assert that he could push Erica aside. All right, fine. We've only just captured Durga, so I'll watch a little longer. So what should we do now? Should we go out to the village and search through the bodies, as the commander said? Kakantir's eyes narrowed. The more he saw this kid, the more audacious he seemed. He was using the power of the Chinrieo to provide all kinds of help to the barrio without lifting a finger. Only 16 was he, unbelievable. But like a child of that age, Ian smiled sheepishly and met Kakantir's gaze. What are you looking at? I'm not wrong. No, he wasn't wrong. For the central authority, the frontier was just a land that needed to pay taxes and guard the borders well, no matter how it was run. That meant it was independent from the influence of the imperial palace. Therefore, to run the territory smoothly, they needed a capable and recognized lord. In this case, it could be seen as working for the latter. Then what about you, sir? I have some business to attend to. I heard that Durga set fire to the annex and escaped. That's probably when, as Commander Erica said, Mary and Chell went missing. If they were not in the territory and had not gone outside, there was a possibility that they were hiding somewhere in the mansion. There was bound to be at least one secret passage in a large mansion. The problem was that all the servants who might have had clues were dead. When Barik returns from his errand, we'll move. Kakan, you should rest with the warriors for a while before going down. Kakantir drank wine straight from the bottle and looked back at Ian. They were in the same boat now, so there was no other choice. Time passed and it was afternoon. As soon as Barik returned from his errand, he saw Ian driving 2 kushals. You're back. What are you doing? Going out again? You know where I used to live, right? The place where the bastard son Ian lived. He only knew it was the worst of the red light districts, not the exact address. I know, but why? Philia is fine in the forest. She looks good, eating and sleeping well on her own. SHH, I told you to be careful. It's okay, no one's listening. Even the Chinrieo didn't know that Ian's birth mother was alive. It wasn't a weakness now, but it was awkward to reveal it first. Anyway, why there? We're going to look for Hannah from now on. Mary and Chell, the more he thought about it, the more suspicious the secret passage in the mansion seemed. How could a woman and a child get through that chaos? If they were dead, the bodies would have been found early on. It might be Erica's shallow trick, but he had to check everything he could. Tap, tap, this way. Probably. Barik lightly covered his nose and took the lead. The back alleys were intertwined like a maze. Even without the influence of drugs, it was so isolated from the outside that an unwary person would immediately have their pockets emptied. Here, this is it. Good heavens. Ian managed his expression as best he could and clicked his tongue. Going down to the basement, rooms stretched out like an anthill. One of them seemed to be Ian and Philia's dwelling, a place where rats were rampant and the smell of mold covered the smell of war. Why? Were you talking about where you lived before? I don't know that place. It seemed that they had moved when Ian entered the Bratz mansion. Durga had exerted his influence to economically squeeze Philia, and this was the result. Tusk. Ian clicked his tongue once more and turned away without regret. There was nothing to be gained from a nest that had lost its owner. He went out to the alley and nodded to Barik. Find Hannah. Me? Who else? Me. Hey, you passing loafer, let me ask you something. While Barik wandered around, stopping people, Ian also carefully examined his surroundings. But the scene was so chaotic and devastating that nothing caught his eye other than pity. But Ian, this way, Hannah's family, with a total of 5 siblings, was quite famous. Moreover, Hannah was a servant who worked at the mansion, so she stood out among the neighbors. Up the stairs, 2nd floor. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he heard a child crying. Why are you crying again? Hannah, who was soothing a baby, turned around in surprise. And she smiled in surprise when she recognized Ian and Barik. Young master, Barik, I'm glad you're safe. You're back. I'm so glad you're alive, Sir Ian. Is your house okay? But her slightly gaunt face suggested that she had suffered. There were wooden boards nailed to the windows and the door that Ian had pushed open. They were to prevent intrusion from outside during the height of the battle. Ian smiled slightly and stroked the baby's hand. This must be the younger sibling I've only heard about. Yes, there are many more besides this one. But Hannah poured out words like a dam had burst. Did you come here to find me? And is it okay for you to be back like this? Aren't you also Lord Durga's son? I thought it was a lie that you came back with the Chinrieo tribe. Yes, it's fine, but I have something to ask you. Hannah pulled out a chair for Ian while soothing the baby. I'm curious if there are any secret rumors or stories passed down in the mansion. Suddenly. I'm asking because I'm curious if there's a secret passage somewhere. For example, a ghost appears at the end of the hallway on a certain floor, or people's voices are heard from a room that the master forbids entry to, and so on. These stories often originated from people going in and out of secret passages. I don't know, I've never heard of any ghosts, and I know even less about secret passages or spaces. Of course, if you knew it wouldn't be a secret space, would it? Sir Barik, you haven't changed. Barik and Hannah exchanged playful glances. On the other hand, Ian crossed his arms and leaned back, looking troubled. It would have been nice if there was a butler, but unfortunately he was found with his arm cut off. He wasn't killed by the Central Army, but by a soldier from the neighboring territory of Morellifi. He seemed to have entered the wrong border area while fleeing, and Morellifi visited Bratz under the guise of returning the body to assess the situation. The butler is dead too. Ah, yes. Hannah smiled awkwardly and looked down at her sibling. Ian did not miss the subtle nuance in that brief moment. What is it? No, it's a pity, isn't it? They say most of the people who lived in the mansion are dead. Is that really all? Ian's sharp eyes met Hannah's. Then Hannah sighed as if she couldn't win. I owe the deceased butler an apology. And why is that? When I left the mansion, I borrowed something of his. A pretty way of saying she'd stolen something. Ian let out a short, humorless laugh, his gaze inviting her to continue. It wasn't so much indignation he felt, but rather sheer disbelief. I had no choice. You yourself urged me to quit, Ian. Yes, that I did. I had to leave the mansion, and I needed money until I could find a new job. But you see, you had me enter the butler's room a few times on your behalf, so she had taken something she'd had her eye on when she quit. Audacious, to say the least. Wouldn't the culprit be obvious once the item was discovered missing? A dozen or so others quit around the same time, for different reasons though. The mistress had become incredibly volatile. The beatings were getting worse by the day. The atmosphere in the mansion was terrible. Lady Mary, what happened? I never got hit, so I wouldn't know, but she seemed to be under a lot of stress. She had strange spots on her arms and legs. Anyway, it got to the point where I thought I'd be beat to death if I stayed. Since she was quitting anyway, she figured she could slip away unnoticed among the others. The butler's belongings, the only thing kept under lock and key, seemed valuable enough. Ian, guessing the outcome, asked, but it wasn't worth much, I gather. You don't look too pleased. Turns out it was just a bunch of old letters and drawings. I feel like I stole someone's memories. I wouldn't feel this bad if it had been money. Hannah confessed that her guilt had even been keeping her up at night. She set her younger brother down, opened the bottom drawer of a cabinet, and pulled out a stack of paper bags. If you're going to hold a funeral, could you take these and burn them? I fear I'll be cursed if I keep them. Ian nodded, casually handing the bundle to Barik, who instinctively began rifling through the contents. He was always on the lookout for anything useful. Barik, what, can't I look? Put that away, it's not for your eyes. Ian was about to click his tongue when a piece of paper slipped from between Barik's fingers. It was a blueprint of the mansion, the kind a newly hired butler would use to familiarize himself with the layout. Give it here, let me put it back, hold on a second. Wow. He tells me not to look, Barik scoffed. Silence, let me see. It was a blueprint of the Bratz mansion, not much different from what Ian knew. It was detailed, divided by floor, with the location of each window and door in every room perfectly marked. But then why? Why does it feel so? Off, what's that mean? It means something's not quite right, out of harmony. Let me see. At Ian's words, Barik and Hannah leaned in, eyes narrowed in concentration. Hannah, drawing on her memories of working in the mansion, meticulously compared the blueprint to her recollections, but couldn't find any significant discrepancies. There's nothing particularly strange about it. It's the same as it is now. The only difference is this. The garden was empty back then. The garden was empty. Barack pointed to a single tree drawn on the blueprint. It was a simple sketch, but Ian recognized it as the willow tree closest to the annex. Usually these blueprints omit landscaping. It would take forever to draw every bush and tree. Ian trailed off. Yes, it was common for blueprints not to include landscaping, but then why was this tree drawn here? It could just be a meaningless doodle by the creator, but this document was meant for the mansion's steward. It would be more natural to assign it some meaning. Barack, let's hurry back to the mansion. What? Why? Tell me too. Hannah, I'll contact you again. I'll need help once the mansion is sorted out. If possible, I'd like the servants who quit to return. I'll put the word out. I'd love to come back. I was just wondering how I'd make ends meet. Ian smiled brightly at Hannah's words and tore off a button from his sleeve. It was from the outfit he'd worn to the peace ceremony. The button alone should be enough to stave off immediate hunger, though whether any place would still be accepting jewels in this chaos was another matter. Consider this a down payment. Perhaps that's why I met you. Then I'll find a reason to meet you again, Ian. I think the stable master is unharmed. I think I saw him pass by yesterday. Ah, yes, I saw him too. Please go ahead. I'll contact you right away. Finishing his farewells with Hannah, Ian raced back towards the mansion. Without even dismounting, he went straight to the annex and found the tree from the blueprint. That must be it. Its branches drooped distinctively low. Beneath it, the Chinrieo were gathered in small groups, burning and consuming guru leaves. Ian, what brings you here? Could you keep watch for a moment? Keep watch. Hey, you go. The annex was scorched, and there were pits dug here and there. The bodies of the servants who died in the fire must be buried there. Perhaps due to the eerie atmosphere, the Central Army and the investigation team hadn't paid any attention to the annex, but one never knew. Make sure the Central Army and the investigation team don't see. All right, you have business here. Yes, please step aside for a moment. The Chinrieo moved aside without question and stood guard around the perimeter. Barack held the blueprint upside down, constantly comparing the tree to the drawing. Is this the right place? It is. So stop standing there and start digging. Digging, always digging. I sure know how to pick 'em. They had identified the tree, but that was it. There was something hidden, but there wasn't a trace of it. Barack took out his dagger and meticulously scraped at the ground. By the way, if you find Mary and Chell, are you going to kill them yourself? Of course not. I can't kill them like that. Ian ran his fingertips over the grass as he answered. The texture of the grass felt different. It's better to keep them alive for a while. What do you mean? So I'm going to make them run far, far away. It was fake grass. Ian took the dagger from Barack and slid it into a crack. The ground lifted like a lever. Even the Chinrieo, who were just chewing guru leaves from afar, looked on with curiosity. Creak. A staircase leading to a secret space appeared. A spiral stone staircase leading to an underground chamber. The floor was damp to the touch. It meant that a seam between the door and the ground had been formed recently. In other words, someone had used this place recently. Found it. Barack, get ready. All right, why are you in such a hurry? You fool. We're not the only ones chasing Bratz. Who else? Erica? Yes, bring a lantern without anyone noticing. Mary stared blankly at the flickering flame. Noises echoed along the ceiling and walls. It was likely the outsiders who had taken over the mansion. Otherwise, her husband, Durga, would have come to get her and their son. In this underground tunnel, where not a single ray of light or breath of wind could enter, Lady Mary was experiencing the worst despair of her life. Mom, I'm hungry. Have some jerky. Is this all there is? Chell sat on the edge of the cot, whining. He was too old for this, yet those were the only words he could muster. For the first time, Lady Mary felt that her son was pathetic. Should we try to move the back door? It's sealed with molten iron. Don't hurt yourself for nothing. Sit down and conserve your strength. A space similar to an underground prison. The secret door to the outside had been sealed off by Durga's father in case it was used as an invasion route. At the time, the atmosphere with the Chinrieo was so bad that it was understandable, but what a self-defeating move it had turned out to be. How long are we going to stay like this? Just a little longer. There will be an opportunity in a few days. You can rest well when we return to Fontrel, so be patient. Mary planned to go to her family home via the Morellifi estate. She would have to live in hiding for the rest of her life as a traitor, but her family would surely help her somehow. Mary picked off the jewels attached to her fingernails one by one and rubbed them on her dress. Who knew that the jewels she had considered cheap would be used as valuable travel money? Step, step, it was then. Suddenly, as if in a hallucination, she heard footsteps. Mary instinctively extinguished the lamp and Chell hid behind the bed. In the pitch-black space, a faint yellow light flickered in the distance. Gasp, someone had come. They had discovered the secret space of the mansion and were following their trail. Mary, with trembling hands, gripped her dagger tightly and held her breath. Durga, is that you? Quickly, quickly. If it's you, send a signal. But despite Mary's desperate wish, the voice that came was both unfamiliar and familiar. A shadow stretched long on the stone wall. Are you in there? Mother, brother Chell. How did you get in here?" Though she hadn't heard it in a couple of months, she recognized it instantly. It was Ian. Ian looked around the secret space, his eyebrows furrowed in surprise. The men who followed him and had red pigment painted on their faces. The Chunryeo, what is the meaning of this? Wow, they dug a tunnel. Durga is quite something. Imperial nobles usually have an escape route like this. They're the type to run away rather than die fighting, but there doesn't seem to be a way out in the back. That's right. Mary felt as if her thoughts had stopped. She had assumed that the investigation team and the Central Army were stationed in the mansion. How did Ian and the Chunryeo appear? But that was only for a moment. And swish, Mary reflexively let out a hysterical scream and rushed at Ian. She believed that Ian was the one who had met with Malin behind her back and accused Durga, and that he had also persuaded the Chunryeo to break the alliance. At the woman's sudden attack, a Chunryeo warrior quickly grabbed her wrist. It hurts. She struggled to break free, but she couldn't escape the warrior's powerful grip. The warrior easily snatched the dagger and threw it away, then pinned Lady Mary against the wall. Thump, what is this insolence, you lowly creatures? You have no origin, mother. I heard you had become a bit intense, but this is beyond what I expected. Shut up, it's all your fault, it's all because of you. Ian lifted the lantern and examined Mary's face closely. Sunken eyes, dark, sallow skin, bloodshot yellow eyes, and lips that were a mess of chapped skin. There wasn't a single healthy spot. On the other hand, Chell had lost some weight and was covered in dust, but otherwise he was not much different. Why is this? Ian frowned, realizing that something was unusual about Lady Mary's change. I wish you were dead, Lady Mary continued to mutter, almost out of her mind. Chell, apparently shocked by his mother's deranged state, stood frozen behind the bed, petrified. Ian glanced at her and instructed a nearby warrior. Have Chief Kakantir and Nurserin come here. Yes, Lord Ian, I wish you were dead. Your body ripped apart until the very fact of your birth is forgotten. Mother, it would be best if you kept your mouth shut. The investigators are still in the mansion. If they hear you, I'll have no choice but to hand you over. His words seemed to jolt Mary. Was it the blood rushing to her head? It almost sounded as if Ian was offering to save her. Ian, are you going to save us? What about Father, Brother Chell? You're a mess. Father has already been captured by the Central Army. There's nothing we can do. Do you have any belongings to take? Hearing that Durga had been captured, Lady Mary's legs gave way and she collapsed to the floor. Chell was no different. It was too dark to see clearly, but he was undoubtedly shocked and on the verge of tears. I will save Father. What? The words didn't match the trembling voice. As Ian questioned the statement, the people of Chunryeo just let out faint laughs. Who is saving whom, really? Brother Chell, get a hold of yourself. Can't you grasp the situation? Theo is dead, the butler is dead, and most of the mansion's servants are dead. And that's not all. The people of the territory blame Count Durga for the battle's destruction. The only place you and Mother can survive in Bratz is here, in this secret space. The harsh reality seemed unbelievable. Chell flinched repeatedly, looking around the dark room and at his mother. Spend the rest of his life in a place like this? Absolutely not. He couldn't live like that. Ian turned his head at the sound of footsteps outside. Lord Ian, Kakin and Nurserin have arrived. Good, I'll be out shortly. Mother and Brother Chell. Ian hesitated for a moment, then snapped his fingers as if he had made a decision. It seems the only place you can go is your family's estate. Prepare to leave with the warriors. We depart as soon as the night deepens. Lord Ian, where is that woman's family estate? Who knows? I have no idea. Lady Mary was shocked once by the way he referred to her and again by Ian's nonchalant attitude. Chell answered in place of his stunned mother. Pontral. Ah, yes. North of Bratz, it will take about 15 days, circling around Mariloff. It's not just the distance, there's a treacherous mountain range in the way. Why circle around Mariloff? We should stop there and get some clothes, food, and Mariloff has completely sealed its gates. They're the ones who killed the butler. They issued a self-imposed lockdown until the situation is resolved, claiming they want no part in this. At Ian's words, Lady Mary turned her head sharply in disbelief. It was understandable that they didn't help during the confrontation with the Central Army. They could have been implicated as traitors if things went wrong, but to kill the butler was utterly unthinkable. Mariloff killed the butler. What's wrong, Mother? That bitch. She can't do this to me. She can't do this to me. The sight of her gnawing on her fingernails and muttering was grotesque, even eerie. The warriors looked back at Ian with uneasy expressions, but he was just as clueless. I'll go to Mariloff. Mary nodded as if she had made up her mind. Ian, before we leave Bratz, we need to go to my room in the main house. Have you lost your mind, Mother? The nuance was clear. Stop talking nonsense. But the lady wouldn't back down, expressing her intentions strongly. If we go there, Mariloff won't be able to easily chase us out. We can borrow some funds, get some help. It was impossible to see inside her head, but it was clear that her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Ian crossed his arms, watching her as if to say, go on, let's hear more of this bullshit. Lady Mary suddenly stopped talking and asked, my husband, Durga isn't dead yet, is he? At those words, Lady Mary's face lit up. Only Durga and Mary knew about the letter sent to the first Prince Mariv. As long as he stayed alive until the imperial palace responded, there might still be a chance. Yes, yes, yes. If you understand, then hurry up and prepare. Ian, let's go to Mariloff. To Mariloff, mother, if you don't shut up, I will have you gagged. Ian turned away as if he had heard enough. The investigators were stationed in the main house. How on earth did Lady Mary think she could get in and out? He had wondered where Chell got his inability to grasp the situation, and now he knew got it from his mother. Keep watch here, I'm going to see Kakin briefly. Yes, yes, take your time. Hey, Brat, you really don't have any luggage. I don't, and I am Chell Bratz. Hearing the pathetic conversation behind him, Ian climbed the stairs. Kakintir and Nurserin, who had rushed over after hearing the message, lifted the grass-camouflaged entrance and took Ian's hand. Were they inside? They are safe and sound. They had been moving the Kushal horses to avoid the investigators' eyes. The excuse was that the stables were too cramped, but fortunately the investigators didn't seem to care much as they could take the horses. We can send them off this very dawn. Good, let's do that. Who is the best rider among us? At Kakintir's words, the warriors eagerly volunteered. It's me, Kakin, just leave it to me. They had to brazenly deceive the Central Army and escape the territory, and with a woman and a child no less. Not only that, but they also had to lure the Central Army far away without getting caught. This required not only excellent horsemanship, but also a keen understanding of the situation. Chell and Naru, the two of you will handle it. Don't worry, Kakin. Whoa. Are we finally going to draw our swords? Don't be rash. Go as far as you can and dispose of Mary and Chell. Bury them so deep that no one can ever find them. They couldn't hand the two over to the Central Army. That would only add to Erica's achievements and influence the Imperial Palace's positive evaluation. But if they disposed of Mary and Chell secretly, let those bastards from the Central Army wander the borderlands for years. They wouldn't be able to return until they found the bodies. Since Mary and Chell were traitors, they were targets that couldn't be abandoned just because they were lost. Even if the operation was called off, their credibility would be shattered. It was a win-win situation. The sun is setting soon. Kakintir nodded, looking at the red sky. The warriors assigned to Mary and Chell gathered water, food, and other supplies, changing into Bariel clothing. This is so uncomfortable. Why do we have to wear this? I know, right? It's going to rip. It was obvious that the clothes were tight on their bulky frames, but there was no other choice. They had to completely conceal that they were warriors of the Chinrieo tribe. If it became known that the Chinrieo were involved, everything would fall apart as they would be implicated in treason. Bring Mary and Chell. Yes, sir. The warriors went down to the basement and dragged the two out. They were shocked by the completely changed landscape of the mansion in just a few days. The annex was scorched and on the verge of collapse, and everywhere were Kushal horses and Chinrieo people. They seemed confused, wondering if this was really Bratz. It's been a while, Lady Mary and Chell. At Kakintir's greeting, the two turned their heads sharply. Lady Mary's eyes narrowed viciously as she pulled her son closer. I'm sorry things turned out this way. The Chinrieo. Mary swallowed a curse, barely holding herself back. Durga was still alive. She had to survive until she received a reply from the first prince, Mariv. She knew they weren't helping out of the goodness of their hearts, but she had no choice but to stick her head into the tiger's den. I trust you understand that we each have our own circumstances. Consider this our last act of kindness. Lady Mary gnawed on her lip, so this was what it felt like to knowingly step into a trap. She nodded, holding her son's hand tightly. Good, cover your faces with the hoods. This way, hurry. Ian whispered to Mary and Chell as they moved toward the horses. The warriors will guide you to Pontral, but they won't risk their lives for you. In other words, they should cooperate and stay low. If they felt their safety was at risk, they would abandon the two without hesitation. Mary glared at him, grinding her teeth, but Ian just smiled. If you don't like it, you can still back out now. If they didn't go out, they had only two options. Live like a mole in the secret warehouse until they died a miserable death, or be captured by the investigators and executed along with Durga. Chell pulled his mother's arm, urging her to hurry. Ian, Mary regretted it. She should have just killed him when she found out about his existence, or cut off his limbs, burned his eyes and ears, and sent him back to Chinrieo. So many missed opportunities, so much regret. Now go, wait Ian, father, Chell. Mary glared at her son as if telling him not to talk to Ian anymore. Mary and Chell mounted their horses, covering their heads with black hoods. The investigators have started their dinner and meeting. Now's the time. Leave the front gate open. Yes, sir. Nay, the horses carrying the two galloped through the center of the mansion. The sound of the horses' cries made a few soldiers turn their heads reflexively, but that was it. Horses came and went dozens, hundreds of times a day. Clip-clop. The two horses quickly entered the village and galloped down a deserted road. In the darkness, a few villagers glanced at the figures but paid them little mind. What's the hurry, going so fast? I know, right, especially when it's getting dark. People's interest was buried in the darkness and quickly disappeared without a trace. The Chinrieo people who remained in the mansion, seeing that the horses were running without any problems, hurriedly focused on cleaning up, make the grass stand up naturally. Should we put some rocks on it? No, that might arouse suspicion. Restore it to how it was before without any changes. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Ian looked toward the lit annex. He was trying to guess why Lady Mary had insisted on returning to her room even in this situation. What is it that made her think Mariloff would help her? But Erica was currently using that room. Once the investigators left, following Lady Mary, he would have to search the place. Lady Erica, at her subordinate's shout, Erica set down the documents. Since arriving here, good news had been a rare commodity when delivered with such urgency. We found Countess Mary and her son, Chell. What? But this time was different. This was unexpected, welcome news. Erica's eyes glittered with sudden elation. Where? At the north gate. They shoved past the guards and 2 horses broke through. There were 4 of them in total, and they split into 2 groups as soon as they cleared the gate. 4 of them? Are you sure it was Mary and Chell? They were hooded, so it was hard to be certain, but we saw a flash of red hair on the boy, definitely not yet a man. The woman was middle-aged, fitting Countess Mary's description. The riders were likely the surviving knights. Erica strode to the table and unfurled a map. If they'd split up at the north gate, they'd be heading in completely opposite directions, east and west. It didn't make sense that Mary and Chell would willingly separate. What about pursuit? The guards from the checkpoint are on their tails, but we need to send reinforcements immediately. Report their position. They're estimated to have reached this point. Wait. Erica slowly traced Mary and Chell's supposed paths with both hands. They'd split up, but both were still heading north. North. Erica's eyes flashed sharply. Morellofi is out of the question. They locked their gates to avoid getting involved. After Morellofi was the famed merchant city, Sharon. In truth, calling it next was misleading, as it was at least a 10-day journey by land. Considering it took 15 days to reach the central region from Bratz, this was a ridiculous estimate. They'd have to cross the Demba Mountains, the boundary of the borderlands. It seems likely they'll use Sharon as a base. Sharon has roads leading to most other territories. Countess Bratz's family, the Pontrals, are within a day's reach on horseback. Pontral, good. Send a messenger bird. How many for the pursuit team? For now. Erica hesitated. The appearance of these helpers was unsettling. With Durga imprisoned in the dungeon, it was strange that any knights survived. She had little prior knowledge of these borderlands, so what if they had hidden forces? What if Mary and Chell were luring them into the mountains? Send 20 for now. Erica glanced out the window as she gave the order. Those unfamiliar beasts, Kushal or whatever they were called, were running and playing in the garden. If she depleted her forces too much, she might lose control of the mansion to the 10 Rayo. For now, that was the most she could spare. Even a knight would struggle against 20 men while escorting a woman and a child. If there are any problems, tell them to maintain pursuit and send another message. Yes, understood. Bring them back alive if possible. If not, their corpses. No, bring me their heads at least. You understand? I'll make sure they understand. Erica's subordinate hurried out. Even if they escaped, they couldn't run forever. Erica smiled in satisfaction, staring at the map. Capturing Mary and Chell would be a decisive blow against Ian and the 10 Rayo who were clinging to her like burrs. She had no idea at the time that this smile would only last 3 days. This way, split up and ride. Tat, tat, tat. 2 horses galloped through the trees, as tall and thick as pillars supporting the world. The imperial army's pursuit force chased relentlessly. The 10 Rayo warriors, however, seemed almost leisurely, weaving through the trees with practiced ease. They even had the spare breath to turn and taunt their pursuers. Damn it, this only fueled the imperial soldiers' belief that they were facing Durga's knights. Unlike the pursuers unfamiliar with the terrain, they seemed to know the paths intimately. Sheik, shall we stop here? Looks like around 20 in total. We eat. One of the warriors whistled, signaling a change in plans. They guided their horses into the brush, then leaped off, landing with inhuman grace. The targets have stopped. Halt, surround them, hee-eeing. The only sound in the dense forest was the cry of some unknown beast. The pursuers, drawing their bows, shouted, "Drop your weapons and surrender. Reveal yourselves. Show your faces." The 2 men's answer was to draw their swords. Seeing their intent to fight, the pursuers swallowed hard and pulled their bowstrings even tighter. Who's in command here? What? Who's the commander? I asked. The pursuers hesitated. The accent sounded strange, foreign, but before they could dwell on it, their commander stepped forward, drawing his sword. The 2 men charged without hesitation. Kill anyone who runs, shoot, fire, we'll spare one of you who fights back. You bastards. Clang, claw, clang. The 2 warriors leaped into the air, signaling the start of the battle. Arrows rained down on them, but they deflected them with their swords as they charged forward. 2 arrows pierced one warrior's forearm. Thunk, shhhhk, ag. Simultaneously, the pursuit commander's head flew from his shoulders. Blood erupted like a fountain, but no one could quite grasp the reality of it. Was this human or some beast? The question echoed in the vice commander's mind. The word 10 Rayo, never left his lips. The warriors were like wolves in a henhouse. They wiped the dripping blood from their blades on their sleeves and declared, "We are the Knights of Durga." You won't defeat us easily. Bring at least 100 men next time. Shhhhk, 20 men. It had seemed like enough, but the force scattered uselessly. The sounds of dying men soon drowned out the cries of beasts in the forest. The warriors looked down at one of the pursuers, who was cowering on the ground. They exchanged a glance. We need to let one escape, right? Yes, so that a second pursuit force will follow. We eat. Ag, spare me, please spare me. The warriors summoned the hawk to confirm the horse's location, then left without a backward glance. The panicked soldier, too terrified to notice their departure, continued to beg for his life. When he finally looked up, the two men were long gone, vanished like a phantom in the wind. Huh, monsters, they were monsters. If not for the scattered corpses of his comrades, the soldier would have thought it a dream. What did you just say? Erica's face was a mask of disbelief. The dirt-covered, blood-soaked soldier stammered as he recounted the battle. Though the pursuit force has been annihilated. How is that possible? They were Durga's knights. Their movements were extraordinary, like they had some special ability. They seemed to be magic swordsmen. I couldn't confirm their faces, and we couldn't recover our comrades' bodies. She let out a hollow laugh, taking a sip of her tea to moisten her lips. 20 men. Even if they were facing knights, shouldn't they have gained some kind of clue? It was unbelievable that they were so thoroughly defeated. The location, I remember it. And you're certain it was Mary and Chell? Positive. Their hoods slipped a couple of times during the chase. It was Chell and it was Mary, damn it. Organize a second pursuit force. Lady Erica, with all due respect, a force alone won't be enough. We need to mobilize our full strength, and even then it might not be enough. At the soldier's words, Erica's eyes narrowed. Did he think she didn't know that? Of course, it would be easier to crush them in one fell swoop, but there were reasons why she couldn't simply empty the mansion of its defenses. I apologize, you're dismissed. As soon as the soldier left, Erica swept the table clear in a fit of rage. Finding Mary and Chell was fortunate, but if this dragged on, it would be troublesome. Fucking hell, why is the Central Command so slow to respond? It seems they're taking the land route. Reports, orders, and simple letters could be sent by messenger birds, but a letter bearing the Emperor's seal had to be delivered by a designated official in a carriage. And of all things, this was an important appointment of peerage, so it would undoubtedly arrive in a ridiculously inefficient golden carriage. What about Ian's group? Any news? No suspicious movements. They're busy rebuilding the village. Those damn bastards. They should be taking care of their own land. Unlike the Imperial army, preoccupied with chasing Mary and Chell, Ian's group was focused on erasing the traces of battle in the territory. They were rebuilding collapsed walls, roofing houses, and transporting the wounded. The 10 Ryo's strength was proving more helpful than expected, and the villagers' response was surprisingly positive. It was infuriating. Erica was mentally cursing Ian when she suddenly stopped. A prickling sensation ran down her spine. Mary and Chell broke through the wall on horseback, you said. Yes. Then where were they before that? They had searched the territory thoroughly, yet they hadn't found them. And now suddenly they escaped with the help of allies. Horses. Aside from other beasts, only a limited number of people could use horses in Bratz right now. No way could Ian be involved. Summon the stable master immediately. Yes, my lady. There were horses owned by Bratz besides those managed by the Imperial army. Why hadn't she checked that earlier? Erica mentally berated herself for her own stupidity, ruffling her hair in frustration. Knock, knock, Lady Erica. But it wasn't the stable master who entered, it was Ian. He had seen her subordinate rushing to the stables and had come up. What is it? A pile of documents strewn about Mary's room. Such an unfitting sight. Ian smiled and entered. Any progress on the pursuit of Countess Mary and Chell? Why do you ask? What was this? Erica leaned back, propping her arm on the armrest and tilting her head. Was he feeling guilty? What a strange question at a time like this. I'm naturally curious. If Countess Mary and Chell survive and find an opportunity, I won't be safe either. Erica nodded as if to say, continue. Both were smiling sweetly, testing the waters, but it was Erica whose smile faltered first. Are you sure those guys are really knights? What? Erica reflexively questioned Ian's words. Of all people, Ian shouldn't be asking that question right now. They were in the midst of suspecting the Chinrieo tribe. For Ian to say that was practically a confession. Do you even realize what you're saying? Of course, I do. When we captured Durga, I thought we had dealt with all his knights in the forest. But now, suddenly, knights appear out of nowhere. Ha, this little. Erica's breath hitched, a humorless laugh escaping her lips. But the moment passed quickly. Is it possible there's a traitor among your own men, Lady Erica? It felt as though a hammer had slammed into Erica's skull. Not because she believed Ian's words about a traitor, but because she understood the implication. Rumors that Mary and Chell escaped the estate are widespread. With talk of an accomplice, everyone will assume they're fleeing safely. You. But if those so-called accomplices are traitors, aiming to put you in a difficult position, wouldn't they hide those two without a trace? Sent by the Imperial Palace, Erica had a duty to pursue the two diligently. But what if their existence simply vanished mid-pursuit? She needed to report at least some confirmation of their survival. Evidence, perhaps a piece of a corpse, would suffice. We should mobilize all our forces to pursue them immediately. Who knows what might happen to them? To an outsider, it might sound like concern for Erica's well-being, but she heard it differently. If you don't pull your soldiers out of this mansion right now, I'll kill Mary and Chell and hide them. Then you'll be wandering the mountains for years searching for a trace. You son of a bitch, screech. Erica swore, drawing her sword. But as they say, losing your temper is losing the battle. Instinctively, she realized she had fallen perfectly into Ian's trap. Why are you getting so agitated? I was simply offering advice out of concern for you, Lady Erica. Where did you find Mary and Chell? I don't know what you're talking about. Ian, do you think you'll get away with this? I am the investigator appointed by the Imperial Palace. Obstructing me is the same as obstructing the Emperor's decree. Erica spat out the words, but immediately regretted it, her face contorting. She had just reiterated it herself that she was acting under the Emperor's orders. Therefore, her duty was to chase after Mary and Chell outside the estate, and staying here was a dereliction of duty. Yes, I'm well aware. That's why you should hurry and capture those who helped Mary and Chell escape. That was the only way to prove Ian's connection to those people. As Erica bit her lip, staring daggers at Ian, the subordinate she had sent on an errand returned. Lady Erica, the stable master says 2 horses belonging to Bratz are missing. Seeing Ian, he quickly trailed off, but it was too late. Ian smiled broadly as if to say, see, there you have it. It's the horses from this mansion. It's definitely a traitor. Don't bullshit me. Do you think I don't know you're in cahoots with the Chinrieo? How dare you keep up this act me with the Chinrieo? How can you accuse an innocent man? The fact that they're skilled fighters unlike ordinary people is proof enough. If you wish, check the Chinrieo forces that came here. You can see if 2 are missing. You. Unless you haven't been keeping track of the Chinrieo forces, it seems the Imperial investigator is rather lax in her duties. Ian's words were a clear insult, but she couldn't refute them. Even if she had been keeping track, how could she know if someone had been added from outside? I'll kill you, please don't. I'm scared, I'm serious. I will kill you. It was a declaration close to a curse. She would behead that insolent commoner herself someday. Erica gritted her teeth, then grabbed her coat and stormed out. Thump. Left alone, Ian shrugged and glanced around Lady Mary's room. The lady had said there was something she needed to take from here. Creak. The inside of the drawer was half empty. It seemed the investigators had confiscated valuables like jewels and ornaments. The amount of unpaid taxes was considerable, so all the valuables in the mansion would be seized by the Imperial Palace to cover the debt. What could it be? What? As Ian clicked his tongue in thought, Erica rushed out with her subordinate, running down the corridor. She could feel the Chinrieo's sidelong glances, but she had no time to deal with them. Gather the soldiers. How many? Leave only the bare minimum. The rest will be formed into a pursuit team. But if we do that, knowing they were Chinrieo, an ordinary force wouldn't be enough. They needed to overwhelm them in one fell swoop to prove that Ian and the Chinrieo had spirited away the Bratz family members. Yes, I'll crush you, and your trap. Keep an eye on Ian and Kakin. Why, yes, I understand. Report immediately if you notice anything suspicious. Whatever it was, it wouldn't go as they planned. The moment she caught those 2 Chinrieo bastards who called themselves Durga's Knights, she would wipe out all the outsiders in the mansion, including Ian. Assemble. As Erica and the Central Army became agitated, the Chinrieo, who had been observing the situation, also moved discreetly. One warrior went to Nurserin and reported, Nurserin, they've started to move as Lord Ian said. It's time to send the hawk. Very well. Nurserin nodded in satisfaction at the warrior's words. They had maximized the pursuit force, so now it was time to signal that Mary and Chell could be dealt with. He wrote a short note in the Chinrieo language and handed it to his subordinate. I wonder how they're doing in that rugged mountain range. They're used to only sandstorms. Do you not trust our kin? Of course not, they are warriors. It's just concern. For a warrior, there is no defeat. Defeat is death, and after death, one cannot acknowledge defeat. Even in a crisis, there were those who did not fear sacrifice. They would sooner take their own hearts than give the enemy any leverage. Send the hawk. Yes. The only remaining hawk is Kakin's. The warrior glanced at the bed behind Nurserin. Kakintir was enjoying a peach in light clothing. He nodded in approval. Then send Gino. Before you send it, feed it some sweet fruit. The creature's been acting strange lately. Understood. Rest well. Creak. After his subordinate left, Nurserin turned around. Kakintir was still staring out the window, enjoying his rest. They were in the middle of summer, but compared to the desert, it was refreshingly cool. Kakin, once the Central Army leaves the estate, we should deal with Durga and wrap things up. We can't leave Chinrieo unattended for too long. Yes, indeed. With Bumat's situation and all, the desert garrison was currently undermanned. Though they were under the protection of the Great Desert and had little to worry about, it was never good to leave one's home for too long. But Nurserin, if Ian catches the eye of the Imperial Palace and ascends to the capital someday, who will manage this place? Well, I assume he'll take Barik with him. Even if he leaves him behind, that one's not capable enough. Kakintir glanced at Nurserin. Having been together for so long, he could understand what Nurserin was implying just from his gaze. Nurserin's eyebrows furrowed. I refuse. What is it? You're suggesting I stay here, aren't you? Oh, is that how it sounded? It would be beneficial for Chinrieo if I were here. But it's not certain that Lord Ian would allow it, and more importantly, Nurserin glanced at Kakin, then turned away. It's too cold here. I hate it. That is important. It snows here. It's freezing. Kakintir chuckled, taking another bite of his peach. Even without going into winter, in just a couple of months, when the autumn wind turned cold, the Chinrieo warriors' homesickness would deepen. They had to tie up all loose ends before then. The title appointment should be arriving by now, right? It should be. Do you truly trust Ian Kakin? Trust? Do you mean that he's a magic user? Didn't you see it yourself? How Barik fought that night. What I mean is being a magic user worth overturning the title appointment. He had heard of the Empire's worship of magic. Just as they believed in and followed Winchin, the people of Varial revolved around mages. But he had never experienced it firsthand, so he couldn't be sure. Moreover, this was the frontier. The estate was full of people who didn't even know what magic was. I'm not sure. He doesn't seem to be lying. Someone comes from the Imperial Palace. We'll be able to confirm it right away. Still, it does seem to be taking a while. Nurserin muttered, counting the days on his fingers. It should have arrived by now, but there was still no sign. Just what is the Imperial Palace doing? Knock, knock. The office of the first Prince Marev Verosian was lit even late at night. The prince was dressed casually, his long hair tied back. At the sound breaking the silence, he put down his glasses. Come in, Your Highness Marev. There's something you should see. What is it? At this hour? Marev asked, moistening his lips with cold tea. The aide presented a crumpled and dirty letter. He had already checked the contents, as the seal was broken. It's a secret letter from Count Durga Bratz in the frontier. It was deliberately sent to me instead of directly to you, Your Highness. Count Bratz, Marev blinked. Wasn't Bratz the place the Emperor had sent an investigation team to recently for tax evasion? He had only seen Durga a few times at national events, and they had no personal relationship. But a letter from him. He was puzzled, suspicious, and curious all at once. There's no seal. Instead, it contains a ring engraved with a phrase proving it's a Bratz family heirloom. It's a diamond ring, estimated to be 10 carats. Marev let out a small sound, looking at the ring on the table. He wasn't surprised by the jewel, but rather because he realized how desperate the Count must be to offer it. If he wanted leniency, he should have sent it to my father. Since he didn't, it must be something else. That's correct. The aide placed the neatly folded paper down. A moment later, Marev's eyes narrowed as he read the letter with growing interest. This is. A letter arrived for Marev, the first prince, penned by Count Durga Bratz himself. It was a desperate plea, written in haste. Your Highness, First Prince Marev, I am Durga, Count of Bratz. Forgive the brevity, but urgency dictates my hand. Scribe Malin, dispatched from the capital to oversee the legitimization of my bastard son, once conveyed to me the intentions of the second Prince, Gale. He spoke of an alliance between His Highness and certain nobles, suggesting I join their ranks. As one whose life is sworn to the Imperial Palace, I understood the burden this would place upon you, Your Highness, and thus I refused. Now I find myself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Malin, having returned to the Imperial Palace, conspired with the bastard to falsely accuse me of tax evasion. I am innocent, I swear it. If House Bratz falls, the Imperial Palace will undoubtedly send someone to govern this territory. And it is highly probable that Malin, who has visited Bratz before, and his cronies will seize control. This, Your Highness, will undoubtedly be to your detriment. I implore you to show mercy to House Bratz, who has for generations stood guard against the barbarian hordes at the borderlands. Sarak. Marev finished reading the letter and slowly set it down. He idly adjusted the spectacles resting on the table, muttering to himself. This was unexpected. Even his aide wore a grave expression, constantly monitoring the movements outside. In the Imperial Palace, even the faintest whisper could echo like thunder. Aide, read this. The aide's face, upon reading the letter, mirrored the prince's somber mood. How much of this do you believe to be true, and how much is fabricated? It's a tangled web, difficult to discern the threads of truth from lies. Let's break it down. It's no secret that Gale maintains cordial relations with the regional lords. And though unnamed, it's true that they have their own little gatherings. The central and regional powers were always locked in a delicate dance of checks and balances. The first prince, as the heir apparent, naturally sought to consolidate power, suppressing the nobility. The second prince, sidelined from succession, enjoyed more freedom to fraternize with them. But the claim that Count Bratz refused for my sake, that's hard to swallow. We share no such bond, I agree. It would be more natural for the Count to welcome Prince Gale's offer, yet he seemingly refused. Then there must be a reason he wishes to distance himself from Gale. A tax evasion accusation has been filed, and an investigation team has been dispatched. It's likely connected. His quiet analysis was sharp, insightful. From the confines of his seat, with limited information and just a letter, he pierced through the hidden affairs of the distant Bratz territory. So the claim of innocence is likely false. And it's true that if Bratz falls, Scribe Malin, who oversaw that region, would lead the aftermath. Who is the head of the investigation team? Marev's question made his aide pause. Hundreds of names were mentioned daily in the Imperial Palace. How could one remember them all? But soon he dredged up the answer from the depths of his memory. Someone named Erica. Any connection? None that I'm aware of. There was a case where one of Scribe Malin's relatives was accused of illegal land development. I believe Erica testified in their favor, clearing them of charges. I'll need to confirm this. No need, it's not crucial. Then it seems there's some credibility to the notion that Prince Gale is plotting treason. After all, Malin was Gale's man. At the aide's words, Marev gave a playful shrug. He seemed unconvinced, but it was always prudent to act preemptively when matters were ambiguous. In the intricate game of the imperial court, even the smallest misstep could lead to a precipitous fall. Tomorrow is it this morning? I will attend the ministers' council meeting. Inform them. It was the morning council where ministers convened to discuss and vote on state affairs. Marib's role was to listen to the report alongside the emperor in the afternoon, so he rarely attended these meetings. No doubt they'll be shocked when they hear the news in the morning. Yes, your highness, and since you're back, let's get some work done. I came prepared. The aide summoned in the dead of night gave a faint smile and bowed his head. Marib carefully placed Durga's letter in a drawer and gave his instruction. Bring me all the recent documents related to the Bratz territory, especially reports submitted by Scribe Malin. Yes, your highness, please wait a moment. Creak, the door closed softly. Marib returned his attention to the documents before him, but Durga's letter, tucked away in the drawer, weighed heavily on his mind. Gale. I hope you're not doing anything foolish. As the sun rose, the grand hall of the imperial palace buzzed with activity. Ministers from each department gathered, finding their designated seats. They noticed an unfamiliar setting, a new seat prepared. Is someone joining us today? I heard the first prince will be attending. Prince Marib, you haven't heard. No, why wasn't I informed? We sent a servant this morning. The ministers' council was a daily morning affair. While Marib could attend, it was essentially a meeting for the ministers to coordinate their positions before presenting them to the emperor. His presence was undeniably awkward. Does anyone know what this is about? I'm afraid not. I haven't heard anything either. Even those close to Marib were bewildered, shaking their heads. Those who had aligned themselves with Gale felt a knot tightening in their stomachs at this early hour. They considered contacting Prince Gale, but the meeting was imminent. This is maddening. I feel sick already. Me too. What's on the agenda that he's coming in person? We'll see him again in the afternoon anyway, so we'll be seeing him twice in one day. I had a bad dream last night. His Highness, First Prince Marib, is entering. The ministers, who had been discreetly grumbling, rose to their feet and bowed respectfully at the servant's announcement. Marib, too, bowed his head as he entered the hall. It's good to see you all so bright and early. Your Highness, to what do we owe this? Indeed. To what do you owe this? Ha ha ha. The very act of this unexpected appearance was a clear indication that he had a hidden agenda. He neither evaded the question nor revealed his true intentions. The Prime Minister struck his staff, signaling the start of the meeting. Thud, 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 a hum. Let us begin the meeting then. Yes, I'll go first. It was a sweltering summer morning, yet the atmosphere felt like treading on thin ice. The ministers of departments unrelated to the power struggle hurriedly began their reports. They glanced nervously at Marib, but he simply smiled, offering no clues. The meeting was in full swing when, yes, a carrier pigeon arrived from Bratz last evening, sent by investigator Erica. At the Minister of Justice's words, Marib raised his head. She reports that evidence proving Durga Bratz's tax evasion has been found, and a portion of the estate's assets has been seized. However, there was resistance from the Count during the process. Resistance. It seems there was a battle between the investigation team, central reinforcements, and Durga's private soldiers and the territory's residents. They have emerged victorious and have detained Durga. They are currently restoring order. However, the Count's direct lineage, his wife and son, are still being pursued. Not only tax evasion, but also armed resistance. He deserves the harshest of punishments. Let us present this matter to the emperor. The scribes furiously jotted down the minister's words, their pens ablur, but they stopped abruptly at the sound of Marib's voice. However, yes, your highness, please speak. The execution list includes the Count, his wife, and one son, correct. What about the bastard, Ian? Wasn't there a bastard son? That one was deemed ineligible for legitimization based on Scribe Malin's report. Moreover, he has already crossed the border, having made peace with the Chinrieo tribe. Of course, strictly speaking, he should be demoted to a slave, but I hear it was the bastard who filed the initial complaint. Perhaps that will be taken into consideration. Is there any mention of the bastard in the investigator's report? There is. Show me the report. At Marib's request, the Minister of Justice's subordinate selected the relevant documents and presented them. As Marib swiftly scanned them, the minister added, according to imperial law, only those deemed part of a condemned house are to be executed. The bastard faces enslavement. Minister, I trust you. It's not that I don't believe you, I merely wish to confirm. If Malin and the bastard conspired to betray Durga, does that mean the bastard has also sided with Gale? Then what about his relationship with the Chinrieo tribe? It would be troublesome if the barbarians were to become entangled with Gale's faction. Marib fell silent, tapping his fingers on the table. The ministers, too, naturally closed their mouths, their eyes darting around. Only after a considerable pause did Marib speak again. If Bratz is eradicated, how will the territory be managed? Now that the tax evasion is confirmed, the tax revenue from Bratz will increase. Perhaps sending someone from the imperial palace would be best. The borderlands already have strong autonomy. If absorbed by a neighboring territory, it will only empower them further. Indeed, the imperial palace must manage it. That way we can collect more taxes, and demand the unpaid taxes as well. But given the situation, it might be best to set a deadline for the overdue taxes once a new lord is established. Hasn't Scribe Malin of the Ministry of Administration been overseeing Bratz? It would be best for the minister to consult with him and select a suitable candidate. The discussion flowed smoothly, and it was Marib's head shake that brought it to a halt. I have some concerns. What troubles you? According to the report, the battle seems to have been quite fierce, and it mentions that even the residents joined in later. Regardless of Durga's crimes, the Central Army has ravaged their land. If the new lord is from that faction, how will the residents react? Do we really need to consider the peasants? It's not about their opinions, it's about productivity, especially since Bratz borders the Great Desert. I doubt anyone here is unfamiliar with the characteristics of the Bratz territory. It was indeed a challenging land. Barren, vast, bordering the desert, yet also flanked by steep mountains on the Empire's side, and the Chinrieo tribe. They have maintained relations with Bratz. Is there anyone here who can speak their tongue? It is said that the barbarians are quite fluent in the common tongue, then the advantage shifts to them. The discussion, which seemed to be concluding with the simple appointment of a new lord, had become far more complex. Then what is the solution? A clear voice rang out. It was Wesley, the Minister of Magic, seated in a corner. The woman rumored to be the hidden lover of the second prince, Gale, the only one here who could meet Marib's gaze without flinching. Marib smiled faintly. Let us postpone the appointment of a new lord for now. Leaving the lord's seat vacant will only exacerbate the chaos, the prime minister cautiously argued. Marib offered a counterproposal. We can dispatch an advisor as a temporary measure. They can monitor the situation, address the public's concerns, and later we can appoint a lord. Investigator Erica's task force is already there, Wesley pointed out. They are likely handling the aftermath even as we speak. Marib let out a scoff, as if to say, don't be ridiculous. The blatant dismissal hardened Wesley's expression. The task force is responsible for the deaths of the citizens' families. Besides, they've only managed to apprehend one of the three and haven't even identified the other two. Thud, he threw down the documents, not bothering to hide his displeasure with the task force. No one could refute him. Everything he said was true. The ministers merely nodded in agreement. Since this incident was a result of the imperial order, the empire needs to take swift action to resolve it. That is what will uphold the honor of my father, the emperor in Barial. No objections. Well said. Every word was undeniably true. Moreover, compared to other territories, Bratz's productivity was significantly lower. Was it a bit far from the capital? The thoughtless ministers didn't care who ruled such a place. Then we shall dispatch an advisor and monitor the progress. The appointment of a lord will be discussed afterward. Since Bratz is quite distant, it would be best to send a letter as soon as the meeting concludes. Let's send a messenger bird to ensure it arrives as quickly as possible. Agreed. Marib was determined not to give Gale any opportunity to interfere. Everything was a logical suggestion, so the Prime Minister raised his staff to confirm the agenda. It froze in mid-air at Wesley's remark. If you're referring to an advisor for reconstruction, she quickly interjected, asking, who do you have in mind? Well, Romandro would be the most suitable candidate. He recently demonstrated his capabilities in the earthquake-stricken area near the White Temple. Then we shall also send Sir Malin down with him. Sir Malin, it was a stubborn intention, one she wouldn't back down from. Marib stroked his chin and muttered, Sir Malin only recently arrived in the capital. But he is undoubtedly the one most familiar with that territory within the imperial palace. We should ask for his opinion. If he agrees, it is only right that he accompanies the advisor. The ministers glanced at each other at Wesley's insistence. Was this really an issue that needed to be dragged out? There were countless national affairs that required their attention. Sensing the mood, the Prime Minister slammed his staff down and declared no objections. Bang, bang, bang. Now the next agenda is the sea route leading to the Blaster Sea. Damn it. What is he up to? Her eyes dropped to the documents, a flimsy shield against the unease twisting in her gut. The morning meeting, him acting like that. No, Marib had a plan, a hidden blade he was sharpening. The question was, who was he going to cut? At least I managed to prevent him from sending the advisor alone. As Wesley glanced at her, Marib simply raised an eyebrow and smirked. Problem was, whenever he smiled like that, it usually meant something bad was about to happen to them. Then this concludes today's General Assembly. I shall see you all in the afternoon with His Majesty. As soon as the meeting ended, Marib left the hall without a second glance. The ministers bowed behind him, tense, wondering if they should offer him tea. Marib quietly instructed his subordinate waiting outside. Summon Romandro. Romandro. The subordinate hesitated, looking slightly troubled. Romandro had just returned to the capital after resolving the situation at the White Temple. After 2 months of separation from his newlywed wife, he might just resign if he found out Marib was summoning him again. Seriously, why are you just standing there? No, it's understood. But what could he do? Orders were orders. Convincing Romandro and bringing him back was also part of his duty. Oblivious to his subordinates' inner turmoil, Marib glanced towards Wesley and turned away. Will you be all right without us? Don't worry about me, just hurry up and leave. Erica waved her hand dismissively, reassuring the captain of the Central Army. Among the minimum forces that needed to remain in the mansion, Erica was included. It feels like leaving you in a den of beasts. Harming the task force would be an act of rebellion against the Central. That Ian fellow may be unpleasant, but he's quick-witted. He won't do anything rash. Including Erica, only 5 elite soldiers were to remain in the mansion. It was more effective to have Erica guarding the place than 100 unknown grunts. She wasn't exactly a central figure in actual combat, so this was the best strategy. All other forces, excluding them, were to follow Mary and Chell and leave Bratz. Then we shall make haste. Please, please recover their bodies, if nothing else. Yes, understood. Depart, depart. The soldiers organized their ranks and marched out of the mansion. Children ran around the streets, excited, and the citizens gathered in groups, gossiping about the Central Army's not-so-subtle withdrawal. They're going to look for the Madam and young Master Chell, right? I heard a rumor they left the city gates alive recently. Maybe it's true. Watch your mouth, you fool. Aren't they traitors? Good riddance. I hope they never come back. Go straight to the Central, to your homes, and never return. Get lost. Don't ever come back. Scram. Citizens who had lost their families and homes in the battle threw stones and caused a commotion. The Central Army soldiers could only glare uncomfortably, unable to do anything because of the Chenriate warriors standing amongst them. Farewell. We won't see you off. Let's pour molten iron on the city gates once those bastards are gone. Then how will we get out, you idiot? They're nothing but freeloaders, those damn bastards. SHH, they'll hear you. They couldn't afford to cause trouble right after departing, especially before even leaving the territory. It was true that they had taken food from the citizens while stationed there. Unlike those who were enraged, there were those who ran around with pure joy. The children. Yay, the Central Army is leaving. Mom, the soldiers are all leaving. They looked like defeated soldiers of a foreign country. That was the perception of the citizens due to the battle, and that was the reality. Geographically speaking, the Chenrieo and the Howen Kingdom were much closer than the Central. Everyone seems happy. Erica clicked her tongue, watching the scene from the mansion. She turned to head back to her room through the main entrance, but the Chenreo warriors blocked her path. What is this? We will be using the main building from now on. Since your numbers are small, you will be using tents from now on. Are you out of your minds? Who are you telling to? If you have any complaints, take it up with Kakantir. Erica's jaw dropped in disbelief. The Central Army hadn't even left the territory yet, and they were already drawing a line like this. Just an hour ago, she could freely enter and exit the main building. What kind of situation was this? Fine, let's see. Your leader. I need to have a word with him. Erica was guided to the reception room by the warrior. Kakantir and Ian were there together. Slam. Are you kidding me? Is something the matter? Has the Central Army left? Shut up. It's none of your business. You're going to use the main building. Don't make me laugh. Aren't you the ones who live in tents outside? Her yelling and flailing were quite a sight. Ian sighed inwardly and stared at Erica. Kakantir, as if he had been through this many times, clicked his tongue and looked her up and down. It had been a while since they started living under the same roof, but he still couldn't get used to her, judging by his expression. Listen. If you want to use the main building, how about reducing your numbers further? If you want, we can give you a room to yourself. There's a storage room left at the end of the hallway. Hey, you. By the way, if reducing your numbers is too difficult, I can help. My sword is getting rusty. It's about time I slice some meat. Erica's face turned pale at the blatant threat. Barbarians were indeed barbarians. Seeing their attitude change as soon as the Central Army left, she realized they were not to be trifled with. Ian interjected, trying to change the subject. Anyway, you're just in time. The reports and documents the task force will send to the Imperial Palace have been compiled and are ready to be taken. Now we're planning to proceed with Durga's execution. Durga's execution, suddenly brought up. Erica made an X with her hands, as if to say she would never allow it. There's a proper procedure for everything. Durga's execution will take place after Mary and Chell are secured. What if Mary and Chell are not secured? Are you planning to stay here forever? He was trying to drive in a wedge. If they couldn't show results within a set period, whether it be a week or a month, they would have to leave the territory for good. Erica bit her lip. You're exaggerating. I apologize. I thought it would be less offensive than calling you parasites. Just as Erica was about to retort, Kakantir casually interjected, flicking his dagger. 1 week. If the execution doesn't take place within that time, we will take care of Durga ourselves. There were 2 intentions behind this statement. One was to declare the Chenrieo's stance to the Imperial Palace. They had driven out the task force and the Central Army, not to defy the Imperial order and save Durga, but for the true benefit of the territory. The second was a warning to Erica. If she continued to resist, her life, along with Durga's, would be forfeit, no matter the method. Just as Erica was grinding her teeth trying to come up with a retort, a commotion was heard from outside. Investigator Erica. It was one of the task force members. He burst into the reception room without knocking, then flinched at the tense atmosphere. Investigator Erica, it's finally arrived. Huff. Arrived? What? At the same time, Ian and Kakintir turned their heads. Everyone's attention was focused on the subordinate. He looked like the youngest, and his flushed face was filled with joy. Erica felt a flicker of hope rising within her. Could it be? Could it be? Damn it, finally. A message has arrived from the Central. Those motherfuckers, they're all dead. Congratulations, Investigator Erica. Congratulations. Erica pumped her fist in the air, celebrating. Her subordinates behind her, emboldened, placed their hands on their sword hilts. This was the best news, the one card that could instantly drive out Ian and the Chenrieo. If a lord was appointed, they would officially become the rulers of this place. She would crush that vulgar, low-born bastard and those beastly savages in one fell swoop. A message from the Central. Where is it? Let's go down immediately. Ah, yes, there's no need to go down. It came by messenger bird. At those words, the heightened atmosphere seemed to deflate. They knew what it meant for a message from the Central to arrive by messenger bird. Only Kakintir and the task force members seemed to grasp the strange atmosphere. The scout shifted awkwardly, glancing around. The faces of Erica and his other companions had hardened, the previously boiling fervor instantly cooling to a frigid stillness. Erica swallowed dryly. It came by carrier pigeon. Are you sure? Why, yes, here it is. Whoosh. Erica snatched the letter in an instant. Since it had arrived by pigeon, it naturally lacked the imperial seal. Instead, the distinct seal of the assembly was clearly imprinted. She felt a throbbing headache coming on. I don't understand this reaction, Kakintir drawled slowly. Hearing that, Ian allowed a smile to touch his lips as he cast a glance at the man. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but it was clear that the situation was turning in their favor. Imperial decrees can't be sent by carrier pigeon. So even if it came from the capital, it's likely not an appointment letter but some other message, Ian explained. No matter how much he racked his brain, it seemed the appointment was either delayed or cancelled. The more difficult things became for Erica, the better the opportunity for Ian. As expected, Erica's expression as she read the letter was quite a sight. No, FCK, this is insane. Ian swiftly snatched the letter from Erica's hand. She and the other scouts moved to intervene, but the warriors of the Tenryou were a step quicker. Stay still, will you? Gee, give it back. I warned you to stay still. Unlike the armed scouts, the Tenryou warriors were barehanded, yet their momentum didn't falter. If anything, they exuded a murderous aura, threatening to crush anyone who dared take another step. For Erica, who had confirmed it was a message from the capital, it was a line she couldn't cross. Kakintir leisurely raised his cup, requesting, read it for us, Lord Ian. Yes, Kakin. Ian cleared his throat and slowly read the letter aloud. Due to the rebellion of Durga Bratz, we anticipate significant damage to the territory. As this will affect next year's production and tax revenue, the Imperial Palace will dispatch temporary advisors to oversee reconstruction. The dispatched are Romandro, Malin, Mac, and Divor. Authority rests with Romandro, and the disposal of Durga Bratz is also entrusted to him. The Lord's appointment will proceed after stabilization, inform the entire Bratz territory and request their cooperation. Also, Scout Captain Bertie Erica swiftly complete the extermination of the Bratz. That is all. So advisors are coming. Advisors. What will their role be? As stated in the letter, they will oversee the overall reconstruction of the territory. The evaluation of myself and the Tenryou, which will be sent to the Imperial Palace, also depends on him. So he's more important than the one in front of us. Kakintir pointed at Erica with his chin and chuckled. The warriors let out low laughs, and Erica felt her breath catch in her throat. It wasn't just anger, she simply couldn't comprehend the situation. This can't be happening, she muttered, staring blankly at the letter on the table, not that the words written on it would change. Scout Captain Erica, Ian called out to her in an elegant voice. You understand what it means that the authority to dispose of Durga is entrusted to advisor Romandro. Yes, they said they would postpone the Lord's appointment, but it was the same as being eliminated from the candidates. To put it a bit more crudely, she was now a dog chasing the tail of a traitor, unable to even carry out Durga's execution. They say the real protagonist of an execution is not the prisoner but the executioner. What a shame, Ian remarked. After all, wasn't it a kind of show, displaying the Emperor's glory and the executioner's competence by showing the world the prisoner's severed head? Erica stood frozen for a moment, as if her soul had left her body. Now then, shall we talk? I can help you at least with the execution. Captain Erica can still conduct it. What? If those who read the letter keep their mouths shut, it can be done, can't it? It's not an imperial order, but an assembly directive. Things can be handled with a bit of flexibility on the frontier. No? How? Advisor Romandro will arrive in about 15 days. It was simple. Hang Durga's neck as soon as possible, and when Romandro arrives, tell him that the execution was carried out before receiving the letter. There wouldn't be any major issues. Instead, leave the act of ending Durga's life at the execution to the Tenryou. You'll need our help to prepare anyway with your current manpower shortage. I think it's a good opportunity for both of us. Yes, Erica, we can ease your burden. When Durga is hung, we will pierce his heart with a spear. There won't be a more impressive execution. This wasn't a suggestion. How could a choice with no room for refusal be called a suggestion? Erica hesitated for a moment, delaying her answer. Knock, knock. A Tenryo warrior's voice came from outside. Kakin, Lord Ian, we have a bit of a problem. Wait a moment. Yes, sir. What could it be? There was nothing that could cause a problem at this point. If anything, it might be related to Mary and Chell, but it couldn't be that since the Central Army had just left. Ian urged Erica, roughly concluding the situation. Anyway, Scout Captain Erica, please prepare Durga's execution quickly. While you write the proclamation, we'll take care of the rest. That bastard, has he even seen an execution before? How does he know about the proclamation? Erica glared at Ian suspiciously, but she eventually backed down, feeling the blatant atmosphere of being ushered out. I'll think about it. The longer it takes, the more tiring it will be for both of us. Let's go. Slam. Even if she said that, she would probably take out a pen and paper as soon as she returned to her room, though she might first write a letter to Malin, demanding an explanation. Kakintir, who had been drinking wine, called the waiting warrior outside. Enter. Kakin, what should we do? What is it? The warrior hesitantly pulled a dead bird from his back pocket. The white cloth tied around its neck was stained with the bird's blood. Is this, by any chance, a carrier pigeon from the capital? Looks like it. Ah. Damn, I killed it without knowing. What should I do? I threw a stone and it hit it right away. Let me see. Judging by the way the cloth was tied, it was indeed a carrier pigeon, but it wasn't from the imperial palace. Kakintir lightly scolded the warrior. Why would you throw a stone at an innocent bird? I'm sorry. It kept pecking at the window, making noise, so I just... Window, the scout captain's room. The 4th floor, the room that used to be Lady Mary's. I really didn't know it would hit. Ah, I didn't know my aim was this good. Enough with the useless talk. Sorry. So it was a carrier pigeon for Erica. Ian quickly found a piece of paper in a well-stitched pocket inside the pigeon's cloth. Russell, may I read it first? As you wish. Today is certainly a day. The Central Army has left, and now falcons and pigeons arrive. Kakintir muttered in disbelief, taking another sip of his wine. Ian quickly scanned the letter and let out a low ha of understanding. Hear me, Captain Birdie Erica. We have a problem. It seems Durga has written a letter to His Highness, the First Prince Mariv. I can guess the content, but I'm not certain. What does it say? I understand now. Why Scout Captain Erica's appointment was cancelled. I knew it. It couldn't be this easy to flip things around, to come all the way to the frontier, risking their lives in battle, all to lay the groundwork for betrayal. If the promised reward to Erica wasn't given, they might not be able to handle the aftermath. Kakintir, who received the letter, clicked his tongue. So it was a power struggle, but Durga wrote a letter. When did he have the time? Ian burned the letter over a candle. In any case, the more Malin and Erica, who were in the same boat, were at odds, the easier things would be. When Advisor Romandro arrives, we must treat him well. First Prince Mariv likely suspects that Malin and I are in cahoots, so he might think we're on the second prince's side, but won't Malin be displeased with us? Especially with Ian. Durga's denunciation aside, Ian bringing in the Tenryo was not part of Malin's plan. It made occupying the territory more difficult. That's why I'm saying we need to define our position more clearly. If we're not careful, we might get hit from both sides. You seem to be leaning towards the first prince. He is the legitimate heir. Moreover, he is the one officially entrusted by the imperial palace to rebuild the territory. The timing of the Tenryo's withdrawal might depend on his judgment. Ian was once an emperor. Although his reign was short-lived, he was duly enthroned. He knew the ecology of the imperial palace better than anyone. Even considering the growing influence of the second Prince Gale, the legitimate heir couldn't be ignored. I was about to bring that up. Once Durga is dead, we've achieved our goal. We will gradually send the warriors back to the desert before autumn comes. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. I want to say that taking the Lord's seat by winning over the capital is entirely up to your ability, Lord Ian. Do it well, or all the warriors' help will be for naught, Kakintir was saying implicitly. Ian smiled and nodded. Then I will quickly prepare Durga's execution. As soon as the execution is over, I will send Scout Captain Erica and the remaining personnel out of Bratz and the authority to dispose of the body. Forget it. What are we going to do with a rotten piece of meat? We just want to end Durga's life with our own hands. Kakintir's sly yet relaxed eyes turned cold. And that evening, as the sky turned purple, Kakin's falcon Gino returned safely to Bratz. Kakin confirmed the red hair and blonde hair wrapped in cloth and scratched the falcon's neck with satisfaction. Mary and Chell are dead. Oh, is that so? Good. A shadow fell, so it was impossible to tell what expression Ian had on his face at those words. The warriors celebrated the successful completion of the mission, exchanging fist bumps. They will return tonight. Demosha, Demosha. Kakin shook his hand, letting their hair fly in the wind. Like a corpse that would never be found, the hair scattered and disappeared. The warriors cheered for the safe return of their comrades, and Ian turned his head, staring at the half-broken flagpole of Bratz. In a few days, it would be a symbol lost to history. The villagers of the territory, gathered in the square, buzzed with hushed whispers, their eyes fixed on the gallows. Having lived their entire lives on the fringes of civilization, such a grotesque and terrifying instrument of death was a novelty. Behind it, perched atop the hill, the Bratz estate stood in its usual serene stillness. Execution by hanging. Tax evasion is a serious crime, and he even resisted. Gods, how did it come to this? Wait, so he was taking all that money from us in taxes, but not sending it up to the crown. Where did all that money go then? Probably lined his fat belly, judging by the size of it. He's a fucking bastard. We had to sell our house to pay his damn taxes. My daughter's been working the field since she could walk, and now her back's all hunched over. Hey, keep your voice down. You want to get us all in trouble. What does it matter? He's not a noble anymore, just a criminal. And if he was going to die anyway, why did he have to drag us all into his mess? Why did he start a fight with the soldiers? Exactly. If I'd known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have sent my kids to work at the estate. If only the Count hadn't done what he did, we'd all be better off. We lost money, our homes got destroyed in the fighting. To them, hanging was a truly dishonorable death. For a nobleman, especially a lord who had stood against the barbarians on the frontier, a death by the sword was far more fitting. To dangle and thrash in front of his own people, no less. Hanging was a punishment that killed a man's dignity along with his life. But why are the Chinryo tribesmen building the gallows? Who else is going to move those massive logs? Ironically, it was not the Barial people, but the neighboring barbarians who were preparing Durga's execution platform. Of course, they had never built a gallows before, so they were following the instructions of the investigation team. However, the atmosphere didn't quite feel like that of people being commanded. Ah, for fuck's sake, just tell me once. Don't make me come back twice. My apologies. Once the pillars are set, tie them tightly with rope to secure them. That should do it. From the high platform facing the execution structure, Kakantir observed the villagers in the square and the gallows slowly taking shape, a strange feeling washing over him. Just a few months ago, Durga had been a man with whom he had maintained a delicate balance between alliance and enmity. And now, that man was about to have his neck snapped in front of his own people, while Kakantir watched from his elevated position. Life is truly unpredictable. Meanwhile in the estate, Erica was racking her brain, drafting the public proclamation. It was a crucial task, explaining Durga's crimes in a way that even commoners could understand, while also proclaiming the majesty of the imperial palace and her own accomplishments. Thump, below Ian reached the underground prison. Durga, confined to the cell at the very end, had a piece of gravel in his mouth and his vision obscured by a cloth. His swollen limbs were suspended by shackles. He looked like he could die at any moment. Open the door. Click. At Ian's command, the Chinryo opened the door without question. Durga perked up his ears as if he had heard Ian's voice. The stench of waste and blood emanated from him. Count Durga, it's Ian. They had dropped all pretense of familial titles. As Durga twitched in response, the sound of the shackles echoed eerily. Creak, the date of your execution has been set. You managed to send a letter to the imperial palace in that short time. Did you snitch to Prince Marev? Durga tried to look up at Ian, but with his eyes covered, his expression was unreadable. However, Ian could sense the intense turmoil in his gaze beneath the cloth. Durga tried to reach out with his fist, but it fell far short. He was filled with regret. When he had first brought him from the brothel, he should have crippled him, as Mary had suggested, to prevent him from doing anything foolish. What was the point of caring about outward appearances? MMPH, Mary and Chell are dead too. Of those who bear the name Bratz, you are the last survivor. Congratulations. You've achieved a glory that few can claim. Durga's face turned red. It was evident that the blood was rushing to his head. Ian grabbed his hair and left him with one final message. Don't feel too wronged. This is all your own doing, isn't it? The child he had conceived by raping a woman from a brothel. Separating him from his birth mother to sell him as a sacrifice and the constant abuse. His excessive greed that led him to secretly plot against the Chinryo tribe. The excessive taxes that alienated both the central government and his own people. Everything from beginning to end was his own fault. Lord Ian, Kakantir is looking for you. I'm on my way. Ian left the underground prison, leaving Durga to his silent screams. Outside, spears far taller than any grown man were lined up in a row. Hey, Lord Ian, take a look at these. What is it? Do you think the length of the spears is adequate? Ian surveyed the spears that would pierce Durga's heart. He then glanced towards the window where Commander Erica was. The execution is the highlight of the event. It would be best to discuss it with Commander Erica and have it mentioned in the public proclamation. Yes, that's a good idea. It was a casual glance, but Commander Erica, with a haggard face, was looking down at them. When their eyes met, she nervously closed the curtains. Thwack, fucking hell. Erica cursed under her breath, clutching her head. There had not been a single letter of explanation from Malin. He must have known about the council's decision, so a messenger should have arrived around the same time. Damn you, old man. Meeting Malin directly would likely resolve the issue, but once Durga's execution was over, she would have to leave the Bratz territory. Ian and the Chinryo tribe wouldn't tolerate her presence for a moment longer. Even if she had left with the letter, she would only be halfway there by now. This won't do. I need to come up with a plan of my own. Erica pondered for a moment, then pulled out a new sheet of paper and began to write a letter. She demanded an explanation from Malin and also wrote to the first prince, Marev. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, as they say. To avoid becoming a sitting duck, it wouldn't hurt to open a channel to that side. Slice. Erica cut her thumb instead of using a seal and pressed her blood onto the paper. A magical potion could be used to verify her identity. Lady Erica, I have brought the documents you requested. That Ian bastard really did a thorough job, didn't he? It's meticulous enough to be used immediately. What a prick. Tusk, just leave it there. The investigator handed Erica the crucial documents that detailed Durga's tax evasion, and the contents were meticulously written into the public proclamation. On the day Durga died, the meaning of his death would be made clear to the villagers. The day finally arrived. It was the very next day after the gallows were completed. Everyone from the estate gathered outside the entrance to the underground prison. Bring out Durga. Yes, Lord Ian. At Ian's command, 2 Chinryo warriors went down and dragged Durga out. Durga Bratz, the time has come for your execution. At Erica's words, Durga's body trembled. Apart from his limbs being unbound, his eyes and mouth were still covered. Erica signaled to her subordinates and they led him to the square. Let's move quickly. Huh, he's dawdling, isn't he? He was to walk barefoot on the soil of Bratz as an act of atonement. The sound of clashing chains echoed with each sluggish step. Slowly, like a beast being led to slaughter, he walked with his head bowed low. Durga Bratz, move, crack. MMPH, the investigator had no choice but to use his whip, and Durga groaned as he took each step. He was practically being pushed forward. It's Count Bratz. Gods, look at him. Stripped of his finery, he looks worse than any of us. Die, you sucked our blood, and in the end your own family died because of you. Is that really him? Is that really Lord Durga? On the way to the square, cries of astonishment could be heard from all sides. The sight of their lord in such a wretched state was truly shocking. Similar words were repeated until they reached the square. Is that really Durga? That was the gist of it. Get up there. Whoosh, thud. Durga, was this truly your best? You bastard. You should have done better. Die painfully, please. The moment of reckoning for his past deeds had arrived. As Durga stumbled up the stairs, stones were thrown at him. Someone cried out in anger, saying his wife had been harassed by Durga. Another lamented that he had become a cripple after being beaten for not being able to pay his taxes. The names of Mary and Chell were also heard in passing. Did they catch Mary and Chell? I don't know. But if they're alive, it's not really the end of the line, is it? There's a rumor that the remaining investigators will join the pursuit after the execution. Really. Then the outsiders will finally be gone. The Chinryo tribe will remain, but they won't be able to survive the winter. Finally, things are going back to normal. An investigator blew a water buffalo horn. The noisy crowd gradually lowered their voices. Soon, Commander Erica stood beside Durga and raised the public proclamation. I am Commander Bertie Erica of the Imperial Investigation Team. In the name of His Imperial Majesty, I will now announce the crimes of the sinner, Count Durga Bratz, and she read out, in detail, the charges against Durga and the evidence they had gathered. Truth, the commoners didn't understand most of it, but the longer the list grew, the deeper their anger towards Durga became, and they understood that it was the price of sucking their blood and sweat. In particular, the production of the Mon mine reached 60,000 tons, but only half of it was reported to the central government, resulting in a profit of 8,000 gold coins. This is only a fraction of the assets that have been omitted over the past few years. What? 8,000 gold coins. Did I hear that right? Ian, listening from below, could feel the rising heat of the crowd. The figures of harvest yields and profit shares were meaningless. To the commoners, simply stating the amount in gold coins was far more effective. You bastard, how could you do that? Kill him now. Stones and trash were thrown again from below. Commander Erica ignored the accumulating debris at her feet and read the final sentence. Therefore, in the Boreal Empire, those who bear the name of Bratz shall face eternal death. By the Emperor's decree, the Bratz family is hereby extinguished. Thwack. At that moment, a stone struck Durga's temple with a loud crack. Erica signaled to her subordinates to proceed with the execution. Remove the blindfold. But his mouth was still gagged. A final, humiliating spectacle to witness the end of his world, robbed even of the chance to utter his last words. Durga's bloodshot eyes blinked, his face a mask of unspeakable emotion. A multitude roared for his death. Stripped bare, he was nothing more than a pathetic man. What had twisted him into such a monster? Hang him high, hang him high. The noose tightened around Durga's neck. 5 men below pulled on the thick rope, slowly raising his body. Ugh. Let any who have suffered under this man cast the first stone. Your stones shall be the foundation of Boreal's strength, the very walls that uphold the glory of the imperial palace. He thrashed, his body twisting, but it only served to tighten the rope further. The count, suspended in the air, looked like a well-prepared pig. The crowd erupted in jeers, and Kakantir, along with the other Chinryo warriors, stood solemnly, ready to witness his end. Throw, kill him, thud, thwack. Dozens of stones rained down on the execution platform. Erica, under the protection of her investigation squad, stepped back, watching Durga getting stoned while dangling in the air. Then it happened. Whoosh, thunk, a spear thrown with lightning speed by one of the Chinrieo pierced Durga's side. The crowd momentarily faltered in surprise, but the fervor, once ignited, did not easily subside. Durga, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens more spears flew towards Durga's swaying form, a brutal retribution from the Chinrieo warriors. Most embedded themselves in his thighs and back, blood dripping down the shafts. Whoosh. And finally, Kakantir, who had been inspecting a sharp spearhead, narrowed his eyes, calculating the trajectory. Durga's body was beginning to slump. Without hesitation, Kakantir hurled his spear. It ripped through the air with a sound unlike the others, piercing Durga's chest. It must have been a direct hit to the heart, Ian thought. Gak, Durga's eyes rolled back, a final breath escaping his lips. Then the rope stilled completely, signifying Durga's demise. Durga Bratz is dead. Durga Bratz is dead. Boo-woo. The sound of a horn signaled the end. People cheered, hurling insults at Durga's lifeless corpse. They reveled in the execution, treating it as a festival. Ian watched the spectacle with a strange detachment. Are you all right, Lord Ian? Pardon, are you speaking to me? You didn't throw anything. Shouldn't your hands have been the ones to choke the life out of Durga instead of that rope? Kakantir glanced sideways at Ian. The thought of choking someone to death wasn't exactly pleasant, perhaps. But now that he's dead, I feel strange. There are things I wish I had said, things you wish you had said, like demanding Durga's forgiveness, not as Emperor Ian, but as the bastard son Ian. History had changed in this life, but in the original timeline, Ian would have been sent across the border to become nothing more than a handful of sand. All because of his lineage, the blood of a count flowing in his veins, and after Ian's death, his mother, Philia, would have likely met the same fate. Lady Mary wouldn't have let her live. Don't you feel relieved that it's over? I do, but I also know this is just the beginning. Ian stared at Durga's body swaying in the wind. From this moment on, the name Bratz would be erased from the world. Durga's corpse was to be displayed in the square for several days, a stark reminder of the fate that awaited those who defied burial. Erica, overseeing the cleanup of the execution platform, asked her subordinate, any word from Central Command? Yes. But what is it this time? Mary and Chell's trail has gone cold. Damn it, where did they lose them? It seems they completely lost sight of the targets upon entering the forest. They're still searching, using traces of burnt firewood and such, but the trail goes cold near the valley. They say it's rough going. And please don't let it be more bad news. Reading the look in Erica's eyes, her subordinate answered with difficulty. They also received a messenger bird from the assembly. What? They were ordered to return to the capital if the pursuit of Mary and Chell is delayed. They're recalling all soldiers dispatched to the provinces. We're not sure if this is a decision made by the assembly. It was the work of the first Prince Marev. He must have discovered that the second Prince, Gale, had stationed troops in the provinces. It was a fitting countermeasure. But Erica, unaware of this, could only close her eyes tightly and mutter, we're screwed. If Central Command couldn't find Mary and Chell, how could the investigation squad possibly track them down? Even if they did, they'd likely be torn to shreds by those two Chinrieo. By the way, Commander Erica, did you not receive a letter from Lord Malin? What? The commander of the reinforcement said that Lord Malin was instructed to follow the Assembly's decision for now. He asked what we should do, but I didn't know what to say because I hadn't heard anything. Malin sent a message. Erica's head whipped around in surprise. There was no way Malin would send a message to the Central Command's leader and not to her. Erica realized then that something must have happened to the messenger bird. There's no way it got lost. It had a lodestone. Similar to a brooch, lodestones, originally from the same piece, possessed a magical affinity that guided messenger birds with pinpoint accuracy. They would wait patiently right outside the window. Her subordinate, after a moment of thought, offered, there are a lot of hawks in the mansion, aren't there? Maybe it got eaten. It was a possibility. Erica, scowling, immediately went to get her horse. Her subordinates, who were cleaning up the square, called out to her, but Erica galloped straight towards the mansion. Thud, Ian, what is it, Commander? We need to cut open every hawk in this place. To suddenly appear and demand to cut open hawks. Ian put down the documents he was holding, and the Chinrieo warriors wore equally bewildered expressions. But they quickly realized she was serious and started to grumble. Don't be ridiculous. We'll cut your stomachs open before we touch the hawks. If even a single feather is plucked, you'll be hanging next to Durga, you hear. The hawks seem to have eaten the messenger bird. Ah, the messenger bird. Ian nodded as if he finally understood. He had been wondering what all the fuss was about. Erica paused, a look of don't tell me crossing her face. You knew, not exactly that the hawks ate it, but there was an incident. We buried the messenger bird properly, and the lodestone within the cloth has been kept separately. You dared to intercept an imperial messenger. That's high treason, Ian. It wasn't from the imperial palace. It was a personal message from Malin. Erica's heart sank. What could Malin have written? He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't have put their plans in writing. But in the future, it could be seen as evidence of rebellion. Erica's demeanor softened. Give it back, of course. I intended to give it to you as a gift when you left Bratz. We'll have Durga's body taken down within 3 days. Leave within 3 days and I'll return the letter. That was the implication. Erica would have been expelled regardless, but this gave her a convenient excuse. Erica's pupils dilated, guessing at the contents of the letter. In truth, it likely only contained information about the issues with the Lord appointment and that he would be coming down with an advisor soon, but Erica couldn't possibly know that. It was more likely a letter meant to comfort a disheartened Erica rather than a crucial update. Erica, her hands trembling, spoke each word with difficulty. Fine, we'll retrieve the body and leave tomorrow. A welcome decision. Just as I am leaving, you two should leave before the advisor arrives. Don't think you're safe just because you didn't inherit the Bratz name. It sounded like a curse, delivered with as much desperation and wishful thinking as possible, but it had no effect on Ian. Seeing his lack of reaction, Erica glared at the Chinrieo warriors and continued, an advisor is officially appointed to manage the territory. It's not someone a bastard from a brothel can play noble with, even if he has the backing of some barbarians. I would advise against using the term barbarians, Commander Erica. I wouldn't want to be put in a difficult position when the advisor comes asking about your whereabouts. It was a veiled threat delivered with surprising elegance, but it didn't quite register with Erica, who was about to lose her title and be forced to chase after Mary and Chell indefinitely. I will return, and when I do, you better be prepared. I'll turn the great desert inside out. I doubt that will happen. Don't delude yourself, Ian. It's unbecoming. At Erica's words, Ian placed a hand over his heart, offering a noble's bow, and then an overflowing surge of mana. His green eyes turned golden and an unfathomable energy filled the air. Erica could only stare, mesmerized, Z-eyeing. Commander Erica, you should abandon any hopes of returning and focus on finding Mary and Chell's corpses. If you're unlucky, you might just die out there in the wilderness. A mana wielder. Now, if you'll excuse me. I won't see you out. Even the warriors, who were seeing this for the first time, watched Ian with interest. But that quickly faded as Ian returned to his normal state, the spectacle over as quickly as it began. Is that what magic is? It's over. Ah, that's what Barik showed us back then. Does it change when you become a mage? What's that? How do you do it? I don't know. I just heard about it, man. Leaving the chattering Chinrieo behind, Erica walked out dazed, a mana wielder. Now she understood how Ian had managed to win over the Chinrieo and gain the confidence to become Lord. Commander Erica, are you all right? What did he say? A mana wielder. Forget being demoted to a slave, she would probably be summoned to the capital. For the first time, Erica realized the extent of her defeat in Bratz. Her subordinate approached, concern etched on his face, but she was too lost in thought to respond. Commander Erica, pack your things. Pardon, we're leaving the territory. Go hand over Durga's body to the Central Command. We will pursue Mary and Chell. What could be more futile than chasing after the dead? If they were going to suffer anyway, it was better to start as soon as possible and at least show some effort to the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Ian, listening to the warriors' banter while reviewing documents, looked out at the distant green forest, thinking of someone. It's about time. Time to see Philia, Ian's birth mother, who must be hiding somewhere in the forest. With Durga and his family dead and her son returned, there was no need for her to remain hidden. But there was something more important. How did Ian come to possess the flower pot? She was the only one who knew the answer. SSK SSK. The sound of dry branches breaking echoed with each step Ian took. Insects buzzed, heralding the arrival of summer in full force. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he called out to Barik. Barik, are you sure this is the right way? It should be. Is that supposed to be reassuring? Yeah, there's the black stone. Oh, this is it. This far into the wilderness, there wasn't even a path. They couldn't ride horses, so they had been walking for hours. It felt like they had crossed the border of the territory long ago. That bastard Barik, his side wound probably hadn't even fully healed yet, but he seemed to have recovered his condition completely. It seemed that resting for a few days under the guise of treatment while playing and eating had done him good. You said we had to hide properly. At this rate, no one will ever find us, right? Amidst the uniform colors of nature, a foreign color suddenly caught his eye. Far away, hanging on a branch, was a pale purple skirt. Barik flicked his hand and shouted that he had found it. This is it. Good. Barik took the lead, clearing the grass with his sword. After walking along the steep ridge for a while, they came to a flat area. A worn-out hut stood before them, and in front of it was a small, tilled field. How did you manage to find a place like this? Quite a while ago, some old woodcutter lived here alone. He came to sell wood, went mad, and forgot the way back, or so they say. If it's true, the pub owner told me there should be a house built nearby. Since I had neither a house nor anything, the hut looked like it would collapse with the slightest breeze, but the warmth felt throughout indicated that someone was living there. Is anyone there? Barik looked around and called out for Philia. Since the kettle was boiling, she couldn't have gone far. Ian also slowly examined the hut, checking for any more red chives or silasks. There are none. The luggage brought from the village didn't seem like much. Well, what could she have brought with her anyway? Who is it? At that moment, a trembling voice came from outside the door. Ian opened the door and was soon met with a woman with blonde hair and green eyes, just like his own. Ah, Philia, seemingly not expecting him, threw the flowers she was holding in her arms and embraced Ian. She hugged him tightly, very tightly, with a strength that seemed impossible from her small, delicate body. Ian, have you been well?" Philia cried out and cupped Ian's face with both hands. Then tears streamed down as she sobbed uncontrollably. It was a natural reaction, seeing her son standing before her when they had no promise of a future. "Ian, what in the world happened?" Philia was still beautiful. She looked more like Ian's sister than his mother. He smiled gently and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "It's a long story, mother. Let's sit down and talk. Are you hungry? Have you been eating well? Look at the owner, doesn't he look radiant?" Barack interjected, pulling out a chair. Philia's complexion was also good. Ian murmured, looking at the neat and tidy house. "It seems you're well suited to life in the mountains. It was difficult at first, but being in that basement. I like waking up with the morning sun, and the cool valley is nice. If you just rummage around a bit, there are all sorts of fruits." Ian patted Philia's hand in comfort. Then she burst into tears again. She was overwhelmed with emotion, seeing her son, whom she had met disguised with her own eyes. "Ian, now tell me your story. What exactly happened?" Ian briefly explained what had happened. The deal with Malin, crossing the Great Desert and staying with the Chinrieo tribe, Durga's judgment, the battle, and the execution. Philia was shocked to hear that the Bratz family had been wiped out. Count Bratz is dead, Mary and Chell too, most likely. Heavens, Ian, we must offer a prayer to the gods at once. She seemed genuinely happy, and she seemed to understand why Ian was safely here. "Mother, there's something I need to tell you." "Anything, my dear." Ian smiled sadly. She doesn't know that her angelic son is Emperor Ian. A strange feeling stirred within him at her naivety. "Durga's banner has fallen, but there is still much to be done. People are coming down from the center again." "Yes, I see. I plan to follow them to the center later." Tusk. Barack clicked his tongue while pouring tea. Despair settled on Philia's face again. Her eyes became moist, but she waited, knowing her son's words were not yet finished. "I'm telling you that I can't be sure if I can be with you or not, but still, what was she trying to say?" Philia looked at Ian, her eyes glistening with tears. "But still, if I want to, I can see you, right? Of course, and it won't be dangerous. It will be so, then that's enough. I'm fine. I don't even want to go down there, really. I'm very satisfied with life in the forest. If you live the same time without dying, that's enough for me. Once things settle down, Mother will be able to live freely. It won't take long. Before I leave, I will arrange a place for you in the village. It's okay, Ian." "I'm really okay." Durga was dead, and Ian had returned alive. If she wished for more, it felt like the gods would punish her. "And I have something to ask you." "Yes, what is it?" "The red pot you gave me in the park. The never-wilting red flower called silask. That alone was extraordinary, but a jeweled necklace was also buried beneath it. Do you remember where you got it?" "Of course. Wasn't it the wages from running errands for the merchant company?" "A merchant company." When Ian asked back, Philia seemed rather confused. How could he not remember something that hadn't happened that long ago? "It was quite a large company. I don't remember the name, but they said they were short-handed, so even you went to help. And the head of the company gave you a generous payment and even the pot. Do you remember anything else in more detail?" "Oh, they said there was a very important person in the company." Ma. Philia frowned as if her throat was suddenly blocked. And she tilted her head, trying to recall the events of that day buried in her memory. "Ma something. Anyway, I remember you being incredibly happy that day." "I see." Nothing was certain, but it was clear that the owner of the silask and the jewel was related to that mysterious company. Given its large scale, someone in the village was bound to remember it. Ian stood up as if he had heard enough. "Are you leaving already? I have some work piled up." Philia couldn't hide her disappointment. The tea hadn't even cooled yet. Ian felt a pang of sympathy and added, "I'll send some chickens through Barack. It must be lonely in the forest alone, so try raising them." "Oh my, that would be wonderful. If you need anything, please tell me anytime." Ian, do you need any Gulla?" At the unexpected question, Ian paused. Philia lightly opened the inner storage door and took out 2 large sacks. "You told me to collect Gulla seeds when I had time. Besides these, there are 2 more sacks outside." They were full of small, cherry tomato-sized seeds. There must have been hundreds of them. It seemed like she had collected all the Gulla in the vicinity. "Where is the Gulla without the seeds?" "I threw them off the cliff." Barack also swept his hand through them once and was surprised. Not only had she collected so many useless Gulla seeds, but she had done it alone as a woman, which was unbelievable. "It seems you have a talent for gardening." "After eating 3 meals a day, there's nothing but time, so I did it as a pastime, and it turned out like this." Come to think of it, Philia had disappeared before Ian crossed the border. So many events had happened so quickly that he hadn't realized, but months of peaceful and lonely time had passed here. "Do you need them?" Philia carefully looked at her son's face and asked. She had collected them as he had asked, but she seemed worried that his reaction wasn't as enthusiastic as she had expected. "Yes, Mother, you are truly amazing." Ian smiled at Philia as he tied the mouth of the sack. She had remembered and acted on his passing remark. Philia smiled brightly, as if she had been rewarded for her son's praise. "The timing is perfect." "Really? That's a relief." It was summer, when farmers should be sweating in the fields, but they were using their strength elsewhere to rebuild the village. Moreover, the crops that had sprouted in the spring had all been trampled by military boots. "Mother." Actually, this Gulla is edible. Huh, what are you talking about? The seeds don't contain the poison. You can roast them, bake them, or boil them. Was her son joking? Philia looked at Ian's face, but it didn't seem like it. Brick also narrowed his eyes and asked Ian, "Did you get heat stroke? They even taste good raw." Instead of answering, Ian picked up a seed and popped it into his mouth. Brick and Philia simultaneously gasped and rushed to Ian. "Oh, Ian, spit it out quickly." "What are you doing?" Crunch, crunch, but Ian chewed the seed, savoring its nutty flavor without any problem. He estimated the number of seeds in the sack and instructed, "Brick, you're going to have to work hard." What? What do you mean? Judging by your use of honorifics, it seems you've caught on. You want me to move these down. There, yes, secretly and discreetly. Hide them in the mansion's storage. Ha, crunch. Ian answered and ate another Gulla seed. Philia was at a loss, not knowing what to do, and Barik slumped down, swallowing his curses in frustration. Ian grinned and looked far below the ridge, where the territory that was Bratz was clearly visible. Meanwhile, Romandro, dispatched as a reconstruction expert and advisor, sat in the carriage, staring out the window with a deep frown. He desperately wanted to jump out and head back to the capital right this instant. I'm going crazy, really. Not only was it a remote border region, but the situation on the ground was far from normal. Leaving aside the battle between fellow countrymen, the biggest problem was, are you not feeling well? No, my back is just stiff. The presence of Malin, the very man from the administration he was traveling with. He wasn't his direct superior, but he outranked Romandro in both rank and position. He said he came along to help Romandro adapt to the border, but it would be better if he weren't here. Lord Mariv is also too much. It hasn't been long since I came back from restoring the temple after the great earthquake, and now he sends me here. Sob, I want to go home. And as if Malin's accompaniment wasn't unusual enough, Lord Mariv had secretly ordered him to monitor his movements and report back. They hadn't even arrived yet, but he already wanted to return to the capital. What do you think the situation will be like in the former Bratz territory? Well. Judging by Erica's report, it's quite severe. I don't know how it will be handled, but it would be a relief if we don't get hit by stones when we get there. Romandro muttered under his breath without realizing it. Currently, only Malin knew that Ian was stationed in the Bratz territory with the Chinrieo. If this were to become known, the Imperial Palace might send a large-scale army, and their plan to use it as a base for rebellion would be ruined. Yes, I hope we don't encounter anything shocking. Malin turned his head, recalling the Bratz of the past. Then he touched Erica's letter in his pocket. The bastard Ian came in claiming his rights with the Chinrieo tribe in tow. Under the pretext of an alliance with Bratz, they've occupied the territory and are consolidating their position. There's nothing I can do. Malin bit down hard on his molars. Normally, he wouldn't have needed to come down here personally. Wasn't the plan for Erica to organize the territory, govern it, and then transfer the private soldiers? A simple, clear plan. But the appointment of a new lord was indefinitely postponed, and Ian, who should have been in the Great Desert, was brazenly here. By now, the messenger bird must have reached Erica. The way Mariv was interfering felt ominous. Malin suspected Ian's hand in this and was on his way to deal with him personally. Since the blood of Durga flowed in his veins, he was fit to be enslaved. He might be clever, but he needed a harsh lesson on what happens when a whelp gets too big for his britches. I don't know how the Chinrieo tribe came to be on Ian's side, but that boy is not worth it. How far had his sweet tongue bewitched the beastman? Did he know his mother was still alive, or that he was of lowly birth? Malin continued to grind his teeth, his sharp gaze flashing, unaware that his correspondence with Erica had gone awry. Clip-clop, we're almost there. At the driver's words, Romandro leaned closer to the window. In the distance, a building presumed to be the Bratz mansion came into view. From the outside, it looked peaceful, almost unbelievable that a battle had taken place there less than a month ago. It's more lively than I expected. Indeed, Romandro murmured, filled with hope. With this atmosphere, he might be able to return to the capital much sooner than expected. He reminded Malin of his position. As an advisor, are there any customs of the former Bratz territory that I should be aware of? Well, they border the barbarians, so most of them have foul tempers and are rough around the edges. And it's a barren land, always lacking in food. Malin mumbled, dredging up fragmented memories. As unpleasant emotions took over, his words turned sour. Stop, state your affiliation and purpose. The carriage, which had been racing towards the mansion, halted. They had reached the territory's entrance. The driver announced their arrival from the Imperial Palace, and the gatekeepers, as if they had been expecting them, opened the gates. Creak. As they crossed the village, Romandro rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen a hallucination. People in exotic clothing were scattered throughout the area. Foreigners who weren't from Barrial. Who else could it be but the barbarians they bordered? Are those not the Chinrieo tribe? They are. The Chinrieo are stationed here. What is this? Shouldn't we turn the carriage around? I wasn't informed of this. Unlike the startled Romandro, Malin remained calm. It was to be expected. This was something that should not be known in the Imperial Palace, especially by the first Prince Mariv. It was only a matter of time before it was resolved. Where are the investigation team and the Central Army? They must have arrived at the mansion. Should we open the door? As Romandro clutched the carriage door, the driver asked, bewildered. The door opened slightly, revealing a gap. What he saw was a surprisingly young man. You are Ian Bratz, Malin answered. He flung the door open and muttered, as if chewing on each letter, a bastard of Durga. Greetings, Lord Malin. Oh, Lords Mac and Dagor are with you as well. I was quite disappointed when you returned to the capital without a word last time. Ian placed his hand on his chest, offering a formal greeting. Then he firmly corrected them. Please be careful. There is no one here who uses the name Bratz. Malin frowned in displeasure, but Romandro felt a sense of relief. Among the barbarians, there was at least one who knew etiquette, and he seemed to hold a rather important position among them. The distance is great, so the timing of the correspondence must have been quite off. Please come in. I will explain everything. Then, Ian took the lead and guided the guests. The mansion, quieter now with fewer people, maintained its warm atmosphere. Ian, Romandro, and Malin's party entered the drawing room. Click, Lord Cacantir. We have guests from the Imperial Palace. You have come a long way. Ah, yes, well, this is Lord Cacantir, the chieftain of the Chinrieo tribe, and his younger brother, Nursaran. Romandro lightly shook hands with them, but Malin simply reclined on the sofa without a word. It was presumptuous for these lowly people from the outskirts to be in the same room as central officials. Romandro, having traversed many wars and borders, was not particularly averse to differences in status. Bratz and the Chinrieo tribe are allies who have made peace. When I was in the Great Desert, I heard news of a great battle in the territory and that it was in trouble. The Chinrieo tribe, in keeping with our bond, came to help and discovered the crimes of the former Count Bratz. Although he was explaining to Romandro, Ian's gaze was fixed on Malin. As if to say, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. His punishment by the state was unavoidable, but the suffering of the territory is another matter. The investigation team was only to carry out its investigation, and there was no force to handle the aftermath. So the Chinrieo, as neighbors, offered their assistance. I see. It seems the frontier is indeed far. This was not in the report. Is that so? It's an important matter, so I thought Commander Erica would have sent it up immediately. Ah. Commander Erica, she's pursuing the wife and son of Durga who were reported to have fled. Thud. At that moment, Malin pulled out a document from his pocket. It was an order for Ian's disposal. It didn't bear the Emperor's seal, but it was issued by the relevant department. Aren't you also a child of Durga? Did Commander Erica simply leave you be? According to the law, you should be enslaved. Yet, you live in luxury. Unless the commander has lost her mind, the only explanation is that you used force. Ian skimmed the order and then casually tossed it onto the table. Seeing this, Mac and Dagor's eyebrows automatically furrowed. I am one who has crossed the border. My heart lies with Barial, but officially I reside in the Great Desert. If you wish to punish me, I have no choice but to return to the desert. Return? By whose authority? By the authority of the master of the Great Desert. The territory's affairs have largely returned to normal, and the Chinrieo are gradually returning to their own encampments, leaving behind only a minimal force. A minimal force for what purpose? It was the force needed to safely escort Ian back to their territory. If they ran, they could reach it in just 3 days. But for those who had only seen the desert in paintings, it was an impossible journey. There's no need to rush things, Romandro interjected, stepping between them. Since Commander Erica was absent, if they had indeed stabilized the territory, their help was essential to him as an advisor. And most importantly, he didn't know Malin's true intentions, so it was best to oppose him for now. His Highness Mariv warned me to be wary of Malin. If Malin is wary of this Ian, then he must be of some use, if the advisor says so. Ian smiled faintly and bowed his head slightly. It was a gesture that acknowledged Romandro as the leader of this party. We have been eagerly awaiting the arrival of reconstruction experts from the Imperial Palace. On the way here, I saw that the situation is better than expected. Everyone has come together in hope to overcome this. Look here, Romandro. Bang. Unable to contain his anger at being ignored, Malin slammed his fist on the table. At that moment, Ian realized that Malin and Romandro were at odds. Is this a matter to be taken lightly? The mere fact that the Chinrieo have been brought into Barial is grounds for treason. How can you think of placing the territory under the influence of a foreign power, especially barbarians? Treason. Ian let out a dry laugh at Malin's words. He didn't say it directly, but weren't they the ones preparing for treason? Ian sent a look to Romandro, as if asking if he could say this. Romandro intervened. People were dying, so what does it matter if it was the Chinrieo's help or not? There's no issue. The advisor is right. As I said before, the Chinrieo were allies of the former Bratz. They offered their help in accordance with our friendly relations. It is a clear diplomatic discourtesy to speak like this. At Ian's words, the two men turned their attention to Cacantir. Although his expression remained unchanged, it was clear that he was displeased. Romandro swallowed hard and changed the subject. But I have a question. Is Lord Romandro a candidate for the next lord? At Ian's question, he shook his head. Then he took out the letter he had been carrying for 15 days. It was an appointment letter bearing the seal of the council. The main task is the reconstruction of the territory. The goal is to stabilize public sentiment and match last year's tax revenue by this winter. I expected it to be difficult, but after seeing the situation, I believe it's possible. Stabilizing public sentiment. It was clear that the imperial palace recognized the unique circumstances of the frontier. If this place were closer to the capital, they would have immediately installed a suitable candidate, regardless of public sentiment. Since they couldn't immediately suppress foreign invasions or rebellions by the territory's residents, it was important to appease them with the recognition that they were citizens of Barial. Marav is postponing the appointment of a new lord, and Gale sent Malin along. Ian asked, feigning ignorance, "Is this the will of His Highness, the First Prince? Oh, how did you know? It seems His Highness Marav has a great interest in this place. First Prince Marav, the mountain that Second Prince Gale had to overcome. This was a fortunate turn of events for Ian, for all power needed balance to be harmonious. I see. It is an honor. We earnestly hope for the Imperial Palace's grace. We will do our utmost to assist Lord Romandro." No, Malin immediately denied it. From what he could see, Ian's schemes were formidable. Even if it meant making the territory's recovery a bit more difficult, it was important to get rid of Ian first. Only then would Erica return. "Ian, if you are to remain on Barial's soil, you must abide by Barial's laws. Even if you were to return to the Great Desert immediately, I am bound to enforce the strict laws of the nation. Lord Malin, Romandro, you do your job, I will do mine." Ian crossed his arms, his mouth shut tight. He tapped his fingers as if lost in thought and then smiled. "It would be quite inconvenient for you if I returned to the desert. Kakantir, was it? I will certainly report the Chinrieo's help to the Imperial Palace. It would be best for both of us if you withdrew from here, rather than falling for the schemes of a lowly bastard. As Romandro said, the reconstruction is largely complete. There is no longer any reason for you to be here." Malin's outburst sputtered and died, his voice failing him as he met Ian's stare. Zeeing. From the green eyes, a golden light slowly spread. Ian uncrossed his arms and reiterated, "It would be quite inconvenient for you if I returned to the desert. I believe that's what I said." They were not ignorant of magic, not like Barik. These men dealt with the Ministry of Magic in the capital, working on matters of state. They knew exactly what that sudden flash of light meant. Malin and his companions stared at Ian, mouths slightly agape. The silence was broken only by Romandro's hiccup. "So you're a wielder of magic. They call people like me," Ian confirmed. "But when? I don't know. It's a power that's always been with me, a natural part of who I am." This was a disaster. Malin pressed a hand to his forehead, his fingers as dry and brittle as twigs. The vision he'd seen before hadn't been an illusion. Mac and Digor, equally stunned, covered their mouths in shock. "For now, I can only sense and release the flow of mana. But one day I hope to be of service to Barial." "Oh, of course you will. Good heavens. In all my years, I never thought I'd see a magic user outside the ministry. Haha." And the bastard son of an executed count at that. Romandro instinctively understood that Ian was the center of everything. The denunciation, the execution, and even his actions since arriving. He'd seemed remarkably shrewd for his age, and now it was clear why. "May I shake your hand?" "What? Haha, it would be an honor." It was a silly superstition. They said meeting a magic user before they earned the title of wizard brought good luck. Romandro and Ian shook hands again, and with each passing moment, Malin's expression soured further. What to do? Ian's mother, being a commoner, or whatever she was, no longer mattered. Kakenter's reaction made it obvious he already knew. Judging by the way he so brazenly displayed his power in front of Romandro, he clearly had no intention of returning to the Great Desert. He intended to stay in Barial, and now that they knew he was a magic user, all the leverage rested with Ian. Just look at Romandro's beaming, flushed face. "Let's discuss the details over dinner. You must be tired after your long journey. It's best to rest first." "Ah, would that be all right? I'll have rooms prepared for your subordinates." Having assessed the overall situation, Romandro rose, his body stiff. They could discuss future schedules and the disposal of the bastard son later. Was there even anything to discuss? He'd likely be the one receiving reports on the reconstruction efforts. "You stay. I need to speak with you," Malin muttered quietly as they were about to leave. Ian gestured to Kakenter and sat back down. "Lord Romandro, I'll see you at dinner." Yes, let's, this way." Creak. Only Malin's group remained in the reception room. Silence filled the space. Malin hoped Ian would explain himself and show some goodwill, but he showed no sign of doing so. Unable to bear it any longer, Mac interjected. "What are you doing? What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you making things so complicated?" "What's so complicated? I gave you the denunciation, Lord Malin, and in return you gave me my freedom. We haven't agreed on anything beyond that." Clatter. Malin slammed his teacup down roughly. "Didn't I ask you? I asked if you knew anything about wielding magic. You said you knew nothing. It seems you're aiming to take Bratz territory, but if you'd been honest back then, things wouldn't have become so twisted." If he had known Ian was a magic user, he would have tried to install him as a puppet lord instead of Erica. He was a bastard, yes, but he had merit for providing the denunciation, and more importantly, his bloodline was low, but his talent was rare. He could have found a way to make it work. Am I obligated to be honest with you? Ian countered, his tone holding genuine curiosity, not arrogance. My judgment in the past was the best choice I could make at the time. Whatever you say now, Lord Malin, is irrelevant to me. Besides, these men followed the second Prince Gale. They were trying to use the borderlands as a stepping stone for rebellion, something Ian, who had led Barial under the legitimate bloodline, would never condone. They wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand what it meant to plot treason. But he didn't expect them to. What do you want? I should be asking you that. What do you want? The conversation began to derail. It was the kind of talk that happened when people who thought they held all the cards started to negotiate. I know, we will make Commander Erica the Lord. If you truly cannot give up the position of Lord, we can find a compromise. The appointment of a Lord is the Emperor's prerogative. How can you speak such disrespectful words? And it would be better to find someone else. Commander Erica has a rather negative reputation within the territory. Knock knock, Lord Ian. A letter has arrived from Mariloff. All right, I'll be right there. Ian concluded that further conversation with Malin was unproductive. Hearing the servant call from outside, he rose without hesitation. The three of you should also rest and recover from your journey. Since you've come from the Imperial Palace, I'll make sure everything is prepared to the best of my ability. Creak slam. Ha! Malin and his companions stared at the closed door, letting out incredulous laughs. But none of them could offer a suggestion to salvage the situation. Ian's attack and defense were that firmly established. To His Highness Prince Mariv, this is Romandro. I have just arrived and inspected the territory. It is in better condition than expected. Although there are still houses to be rebuilt, there are almost no people sleeping on the streets, and the people often smile. However, there is a surprising development. Instead of Commander Erica, Ian, the bastard son of Durga, was stationed in the territory with the Tenryeo tribe. I was taken aback, but he is friendly to the Imperial Palace and above all seems genuinely committed to the reconstruction. I will attach the details in a separate report. There will be no problems with the overall progress. I would also like to add that the bastard son, Ian, is a magic user. Malin says that according to national law, he should be reduced to a slave, but how can that be? For now. Knock knock, Romandro paused mid-sentence. The door opened, revealing a servant's face and the smell of food wafted in. Dinner is ready. Very well, I'll be down shortly. Romandro went down to the dining room on the floor below. Neat food was served on silver platters. He sat down and examined it with his eyes first. There were almost no fresh vegetables or fruits, and the main course consisted of preserved meat that could be stored for a long time. The supply of ingredients hasn't returned to normal, it seems. It was the summer when the sun blazed. It was a time when the labor of the people of the territory was needed, but many had died, and those who survived were stunned by the sight of their ruined fields. Not only that, but the Central Army and the investigation team were stationed there, and the stored food must have been rapidly depleted. Does everyone in the mansion eat like this? Ah, is there anything you would like? Your subordinate's advisor were served the same food. No, I was just curious. What about Ian? He said he would eat first. He received a letter from a neighboring territory. Judging by the response, it seemed everyone was eating like this. Romandro picked up his fork to satisfy his hunger. If the situation had been worse, he might have had to eat on the floor. That was the norm in places touched by the bloodshed of battle. But here he was, eating a warm dinner at a table. I'm lucky. Very lucky. Just as he was finishing his meal, Ian entered the room. Lord Romandro, is the food to your liking? Oh, come in. What about Lord Malin? He's also eating in his room. Romandro pretended not to notice the thick stack of documents in his hand. Ian smiled and sat down near him. The servants quickly cleared away the empty dishes. It would be helpful if you could refer to this as you proceed. Let's see. A map and a status report. I've compiled a detailed list of completed repairs and regional information. The advisor glanced over the map and then asked. The servant said earlier that a letter had come from a neighboring territory, right? Do you have any communication with the neighboring territories? When the fighting was at its peak, we kept the outer gates firmly closed to avoid getting involved. But now we're exchanging letters little by little. More than anything, it would be good to obtain crops that can be harvested before winter comes. What's the status of food supplies? Ian said this and handed over another document. Therefore, I propose that this winter's central tax be limited to 30 of a normal harvest. As I said, my goal is to make it the same as a normal harvest. Romandro was a little surprised. Although he was taking care of the mansion's affairs, he didn't expect him to discuss taxes in terms of percentages. It wasn't a concept a 16-year-old bastard from the borderlands should know. When I checked the property lists reported by the people of the territory, it's half of what it was last year. Also, the mansion needs funds to pay the Tenryeo tribe, besides the wages of a few servants. When calculated, 30 is appropriate. Ian explained this and turned to the next page. It was a decision made with clear evidence. Dozens of sentences and formulas said so, but the goal cannot be adjusted. That's unfortunate. If the central government could waive taxes for this year alone, 50 might be possible. Did you calculate all this yourself? Yes, didn't you say you were a bastard son of commoner birth? Before crossing the Great Desert, I had a tutor to ensure I was versed in diplomatic etiquette. Even still, this was more than enough. He was ready to be put into practical work immediately. Romandro couldn't help but admire him as he continued to carefully examine the documents. He took a sip of the wine a servant had poured for him. It can't be helped. There is an alternative. I brought the letter from Mariloff. Please read it. Romandro couldn't help but chuckle after receiving the letter. It was a way to procure food from the neighboring territory. Romandro's lips were about to split from smiling at Ian's prompt and refreshing handling of the situation. If all went well, he might be able to see Barial's first snow in the capital this year. I told Count Mariloff to sell us food, and he said he would send a list of available items and prices. Wheat and corn, which are necessities, are not in abundant supply on their side either, so the price is expected to be a bit higher than usual. Romandro listened to Ian's explanation and nodded unconsciously. In any case, trade with them is necessary. The mansion's funds have also run out, so we can only buy enough for the people of the territory to last about a week. Don't worry about that. He was an advisor sent from the central government to appease the public sentiment. He couldn't adjust the taxes for the sake of fairness, but he had brought funds for the advisor to use. He tapped the table. We can cover up to 2 months' worth. Will that be enough to normalize things by winter? How much is the amount? Romandro only drank wine in response to Ian's question. It was an unspoken answer that he couldn't tell him. It was the only power Romandro held, so it was understandable. Then I'll convey our intentions to Mariloff. Do that, I'll just organize. Ian gestured to the servant and left the dining room. He turned the corner and found Kakinter, Nurserin, and his men waiting. Barik was also there. Ian spoke. We have a problem. Problems? They're saying it's difficult to control the output. We expected that, didn't we? I was hoping we wouldn't have to. Looks like we'll have to go with the backup plan. Kakinter and the others nodded in agreement. Barik spoke up. They said there is some funding, right? Yeah, they didn't give a firm answer, but there's something. I'd guess around 3,000 gold coins. Damn, that's insane. That was enough to cover 2 months of expenses, give or take. Even with the Imperial Palace aiding in the reconstruction, a solid operating fund was essential for normal operations. It seems we'll be meeting with Mariloff soon. We need to be prepared. Right, Romandro's gold, Mariloff's food, and Ian brokering the deal between them. If they played their cards right, a very satisfactory deal could be struck. Kakinter nodded. Understood. By the way, that Romandro advisor. He seems friendly, but do you think he's truly on our side? He is. Prince Marib sent him to deal with the situation, so he's likely opposed to Gale's faction. Besides, Malin's immediate hostility had probably played a significant role. Romandro likely assumed that Ian and Malin were working together, given Durga's tip-off. But the atmosphere, it was beyond tense. It was like they were ready to tear each other apart. Romandro probably guessed that Ian wasn't on Gale's side. If we can pull Romandro to our side, everything will go according to plan. Right. I have to admit I was a little surprised. By what? At Ian's puzzled question, Kakinter playfully clasped his hand, mimicking Romandro's earlier reaction. To think a mana manipulator would be treated like this in the Empire. They're said to be the closest to gods. People on the frontier often viewed magic as something from myth. Kakinter and Nurserin were no exception. Even seeing Barik's abilities, they didn't fully grasp the potential power. They didn't understand that the flow of mana was like a river leading to a vast ocean. Becoming the head of the family might not be impossible after all. At Kakinter's words, Ian just smiled. It seemed he was finally convinced after seeing Romandro's reaction firsthand. Let's drive the wedge in before autumn arrives. I'll make the preparations. Keep a close watch on Malin and his group. Yes, Kakin. Barik, you did as I asked, hiding the mana stones. Of course, of course. Good. Move out, everyone. At Kakinter's command, his subordinates silently descended the stairs. Ian, along with Barik, returned to Romandro's room. The hallway, as always, was shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, on the floor directly below, Master, what should we do? Having finished dinner, Mac and Digor turned to Malin. Their master sat by the window, lost in thought. Mac pulled out a cigarette and lit it, roughly tugging at his hair. I can't think of a single way to handle this. Mac, calm down. I don't have your composure, Digor. Erica. No, it doesn't really matter who. The Lord needs to be someone cooperative. But did you see Ian's attitude earlier? At Mac's outburst, Digor sighed. How could they possibly defeat a mana manipulator allied with the Chinrieo tribe, and in their own territory no less far from the capital? If he'd been friendly, it would be a different story. I doubt that. He stood there, chin held high, sticking close to Romandro, and he was sharp too. He'd quickly realized that Malin's group and Romandro were at odds, despite not having been at the mansion for long. Whether he knew that Marib and Gale were behind them, respectively, was another question. I think it would be better to install someone other than Commander Erica, who didn't Hale of the Magic Division achieve great merit in the recent Roxan battle. The Emperor will likely grant him a title. What if we recommend him for this territory? Hale is a key asset of the Imperial Palace. The Emperor refuses to even let him take leave. Why would he give him land on the frontier? He won't give him any excuse to leave the capital. Mac waved his hand dismissively. The smoke from his cigarette scattered haphazardly. And Digor, don't you know Commander Erica's personality? I do. I know it all too well. With her personality, if things go this way, I can't even imagine what she'll do. Digor remained silent in complete agreement. A woman who had risen to the rank of investigation commander from a commoner background, she was the embodiment of ambition. It was less about loyalty to Lord Gale and more about the tangible wealth and prestige that came with it. That was likely why she'd volunteered for this trip to Bratz. Swoosh. Malin, who had been staring out the window, approached the table and poured himself some wine. He spoke in a voice as heavy as the night air. If someone blocks your path and refuses to move and you can't go back and there's no other way, what do? His eyes, etched with the marks of life, held a chilling glint. He took a sip of wine and murmured, "You remove the obstacle and move on. Master, there's always a way. Kill Ian." That was the clearest and most certain solution. It was troublesome because this was the frontier, but conversely, it was also fortunate. If this were the capital and he had the title of magician, it would be much harder to deal with him. If a mana manipulator is hostile to us, it's best to cut him down before he grows any stronger. You are correct. If he were to become a magician and grow uncontrollably, it would become a burden to Lord Gale. All they needed to do was eliminate Ian. Without Ian, the Chinrieo beasts would have no reason to be here, and Romandro would have no power base to rely on. Erica was too afraid for her life to act, but for Malin, failure was more terrifying than death. He couldn't tolerate a mere illegitimate commoner causing problems for the great Lord Gale's ambitions. "We'll stay here for a few days and observe the situation." "Yes, master." They would bide their time and look for an opening. That was the plan Malin's group had made as soon as they arrived at the mansion. They rinsed their mouths with wine, as if wishing to wash away the words they had spoken. Unaware that beneath the bed, a red brooch was attached, a mana stone pulsing with faint light. On a clear morning devoid of clouds, a long procession originating from the Bratz territory was passing through the forest. Ian, Barik, Romandro and his subordinates and even the Chinrieo guard warriors were all part of the procession. Romandro murmured, looking out the window, "It's further than I thought. It'll be quick once we're out of the forest." "Does this side also border the Great Desert, Mariloff?" "It does border the desert in some parts, but it's mostly unaffected. To the east, it's closest to the Howin Kingdom." "Ah, right, Howin Kingdom is this way." Being friendly with Varial and having active trade, Mariloff benefited greatly as a trading hub between the two countries. Mary had obtained fabrics from the east through Mrs. Mariloff, after all. "Stop. Where are you from?" "The advisor from the Bratz territory has arrived." The gatekeeper guarding the outer wall checked the coachman's pass and opened the way. Interior was similar to Bratz, yet it was filled with exotic traces. Just as Bratz was influenced by the Great Desert and the Chinrieo tribe, they were influenced by the Howin Kingdom. "You haven't been in constant contact." "I don't know about before Durga's time, but since the investigation team arrived, they've closed their doors. Given the situation, they likely didn't want to get involved. But after Commander Erica had stepped down and Ian had taken over the territory, a letter had arrived first. It was a routine inquiry to understand the situation. Was Durga truly dead? If so, had the Chinrieo tribe occupied the territory? These were things a neighbor should know, but if the advisor from the Imperial Palace hadn't arrived, these people might have caused trouble. It was the basic way to expand power on the frontier, to grow by swallowing up your neighbors. They must have been waiting for an opportunity, but they were clearly flustered by the arrival of the advisor from the Imperial Palace. Creak. The carriage procession continued and finally arrived at the mansion. The coachman opened the door and the advisor stepped out first, surveying the surroundings. Unlike the serene Bratz, the landscaping was sophisticated and flamboyant. "Are you Advisor Romandro?" "I am. Please come inside. The Count is waiting for you." An elderly butler politely guided them. He glanced at the Chinrieo warriors following behind but said nothing. "Advisor Romandro, greetings, Count Carlo Mariloff. Welcome." The reception room sat a very thin middle-aged man. His appearance was bloodless and stiff like tree bark. He blew out a puff of smoke and looked at Ian. "You're Ian." His gaze was cold and scrutinizing. It felt as if he were trying to see through to his very core, a subtle arrogance radiating from him. "I greet Count Mariloff. You don't resemble Durga at all. Please sit." Mariloff, Romandro, and Ian sat around a large circular table. The Count offered them tea and got straight to the point. "You wish to purchase food. That's correct. Our territory is already barren and we're in a situation where even next month's food is uncertain. We're asking for help from our neighboring territory, Mariloff. There are no other problems. The recovery is better than expected. If we can just solve the next 2 months, it seems we can return to normal around winter." Count Mariloff tapped his fingers on the table, tap, tap. He was clearly deep in thought. He nodded and ordered the butler. "Bring the prepared documents." "Yes, Count. I've been thinking about this since receiving your letter. As a neighbor, I shouldn't ignore your suffering, but I can't cut into my own flesh to save another. If the Imperial advisor hadn't been present, he likely wouldn't have even given Ian a chance to negotiate. It was obvious that Ian had no funds, and as he said, the important thing was his own territory, not his neighbors. This is a list of what we can offer and the prices. Romandro's eyebrows furrowed as he slowly read the document. Wheat and corn, considered essential, were excluded, and the items that could be used as substitutes were priced more than 5 times the market rate. "Excuse me, Count Mariloff." "Yes, advisor." Romandro, exasperated, called the Count, but he remained unfazed. He had agreed to the negotiation because the imperial advisor had requested it, but he was subtly showing his reluctance. Romandro, fiddling with the edge of the document, hesitated. He made eye contact with Ian and asked for his understanding with difficulty. "May we have a moment to discuss this amongst ourselves?" "Oh, ha. With him?" Romandro's, we included Ian. Realizing this, Count Mariloff burst into laughter for the first time. An advisor from the imperial palace consulting with a lowborn bastard. It was ridiculous. Those from the capital are certainly different. It was blatant disrespect, but Ian didn't even blink. He simply stared at the numbers presented, lost in thought. Mariloff was also a frontier count, but one who had grown fat on sweet trade. He was in a position to be this bold. This was all within expectations. Ian smirked and turned away. Even the loudest laughter eventually fades. "Then have them prepare a meal while we discuss," Romandro said. "We won't be able to eat properly once we return, will we? You should fill up here." Creak thud that, noble. As soon as the door slammed shut, Romandro clutched the back of his neck, muttering. At this rate, he might actually develop a prejudice against border counts. Ian picked up the documents Romandro had been reviewing and checked them one by one. The prices are one thing, but the list itself is completely unsatisfactory. "I know there are hardly any relief crops. With a harsh winter looming, what they needed were crops with short harvest times and relatively high yields relief crops. But Mariloff's offer consisted only of luxury ingredients primarily consumed by nobles. It's ridiculous. Was he on bad terms with Durga? I wouldn't know about that. But regardless, he wouldn't be pleased with the trade itself. They were already short on food, and now an advisor from the imperial palace had arrived, expecting to be fed. Besides, they had undoubtedly suffered losses due to the battle in the Bratz territory. Some of the enemy tried to escape to Mariloff during the battle. The Bratz mansion steward even had his head chopped off here. They had to lock the gates and couldn't go outside during that time. With the forest right in front of them, they couldn't gather firewood, hunt, or even pick berries. Their trade must have been disrupted as well. It was impossible to know exactly what inconveniences they suffered while isolated, but it was easy to imagine. Romandro groaned, clutching his head. "Advisor." Ian tapped the table, then slowly called out to Romandro. In truth, even if they couldn't secure food supplies here, Ian had a solution. "That's a sensitive matter, so I can't say." Gulla, the crop called God's Grace, which had eradicated Barial's Great Famine. Ian possessed 4 sacks of Gulla seeds. Compared to other relief crops, its cultivation period was overwhelmingly short, its yield abundant, and its nutritional benefits significant. Why spend this money on this when they had a perfect food source? "What do you mean?" "I agree, but what other option do we have?" Ian overturned the documents as if they were worthless and pushed them aside. He then asked Romandro's subordinates to check for any eavesdroppers. Once they were out in the hallway, Ian whispered quietly, "We're going to buy something else here." "Something else? What people?" At the unexpected words, Romandro's eyes widened and he blinked. "Slave markets are only held in the central region. Is Count Mariloff holding one?" "No, that's not it. I mean to buy labor. Even if they didn't spend all 3,000 gold coins, it would be enough," Ian whispered. Romandro, completely bewildered, pondered, alternating his gaze between Ian and the trade proposal documents. "Lend me your ear." Ian smiled and whispered the existence of Gulla into Romandro's ear. Romandro's complexion gradually turned incredulous, but only for a moment. "They're just leaving." "Yes, Count. They said they would retract the trade." Count Mariloff glanced at the food laid out on the table. Contrary to his words about preparing a grand feast, it was centered around a stew of boiled meat. A dish commonly eaten by commoners, where not a single drop of broth could be wasted. He had intended to show his displeasure with the trade proposal itself through this. The Count stroked his beard and wrinkled his nose. "They're full of themselves. Shall I see them off?" "No need. Make some excuse." Outwardly, he hadn't turned a blind eye to help. They simply hadn't chosen it. Count Mariloff had been worried they might accept the trade at that price. Soon the Tenryeo tribe, who can't stand the cold weather, will also return, and when everyone is starving, there will be no other way. The reason Mariloff ruled like a king in the borderlands was primarily because, being a border region, it was out of the imperial palace's sight. No matter what happened, the imperial palace wouldn't know that was the physical and psychological distance. But what if an imperial palace official took the position of the Bratz lord? Damn it, just thinking about it. Mariloff, being a neighboring territory, would essentially fall under the imperial palace's gaze. In that case, it would be better for Mariloff to take over Bratz. Although there was the burden of having to deal with the barbarians geographically, it was much better than having the imperial palace as a neighbor. The Count strode over to the window and looked down. Ian and the advisor were standing in front of the carriage, near the main gate. The two were facing forward, talking about something. Perhaps he simply dislikes having someone from the imperial palace in Bratz. It's burdensome to have them as neighbors, I see. It's also a matter of principle, but what good are principles when you're dead, right? Too far away, Count Mariloff didn't realize he had been accurately read by Ian. Romandro thought carefully, acknowledging that it was a fitting assessment of the situation, and nodded. Yes, that's right. I hadn't thought of it that way. By the way, the steward is a bit late, isn't he? The Count must be busy with his affairs. I don't know, I don't think he'll be seeing us off. Ian clicked his pocket watch and muttered. Now that he had confirmed Mariloff's stance, all that remained was to return to the territory and introduce Gulla to Romandro. Oh my. Just then a woman emerged from the back door of the garden. It was a noblewoman with platinum blonde hair tied up in a bun, adorned with all sorts of extravagant decorations. Lady Mariloff. Ian, you must be Ian, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Ian hid his surprise and greeted her on the back of her hand. Unlike Count Mariloff, she was a woman full of vitality. He had assumed she would be middle-aged, being a friend of Mary's, but she was much younger than expected. I am Reen Mariloff, so I heard you had arrived, but are you leaving already? Stay for a meal. The woman was young, but her position and everything else were above Ian and Romandro. It was a natural condescension, and Ian, knowing this, didn't feel any resistance. Just a thought, she's a bit rude, perhaps. The Count graciously offered, but we have a mountain of work to do, so we cannot join him. I hope we have another opportunity in the future. Swish. The woman fanned herself with a flamboyant fan and gave a mysterious smile. Ian and Romandro exchanged glances, sharing a silent question. Why was the Countess acting like this? Come to think of it, something felt off. The dress that doesn't match the season and the somehow averted gaze. It was the kind of feeling that made you want to turn around if you met her in an alley, an impression not easily gained from a beautiful countess. Advisor. I am Romandro. It's an honor. I thought I wouldn't even hear your name. I apologize. Is this your entire party? She asked, twirling her fan with a gentle gesture. Half of those who came with them had already gone down to the main street to buy the people Ian had proposed. We thought it would take a while, so they left ahead. We're waiting for the steward. I see. Has the Bratz territory been settled well? My husband doesn't tell me anything about that side. Oh ho ho, and I have a question. Please speak, my lady. The Countess covered the lower half of her face with her fan and drew closer. The servants seemed to have closed their eyes and ears, their heads bowed. Who is using Lady Mary's room? Lady Mary's room. I lent her something and never got it back. SHH. As if to lower her voice, Lady Mariloff's tone gradually decreased. Ian remembered Mary's last moments and exclaimed. Lady Mary had said there was something in Mariloff that would be helpful if he took it. She hadn't told him what it was, but she had said it until the moment she left the mansion, so it must not have been something easily lost. Lady Mariloff's eyes sparkled, urging Ian on. Well, is the room intact? It should be. We don't go there often. If you wish, you may visit any time. Would that be all right? Of course. It's an ownerless room, so who would say anything? At Ian's words, the lady's eyes curved in satisfaction. Just then, the steward emerged with a small box, and the lady turned her head as if nothing had happened. My lady, the guests are leaving, and the Count. Due to sudden business, he is unable to leave his post. He asks for the guests' understanding, and this is a small token of Mariloff's sincerity. He also said to let him know if there is anything he can help with as a neighboring territory. The steward bowed politely, and the lady covered her mouth with her fan and sneered. The steward had a knack for softening the Count's harsh words. Ian took the box and nodded. Please convey my gratitude, then we'll be on our way. Ahem. Romandro also gave a brief farewell and boarded the carriage. As they exited the main gate, the Countess didn't take her eyes off them until the end. Clip-clop, clip-clop. What is that token of sincerity? Judging by the smell, it seems to be dried meat. My, the rumors about the borderlands were indeed true. This was a reference to the social prejudice that the border counts were vulgar and barbaric. Ian, understanding the meaning, smiled slightly, and Romandro, confirming that the mansion was far away, spoke. The lady is also quite strange. I didn't expect her to be so young. I thought she was the same age as Lady Mary. The Count seemed a bit older. Was it his first marriage? I don't know about that. Never mind, tell me more. You said there's a crop with a harvest time of just about a month. Romandro leaned closer to Ian, his voice filled with anticipation. He never imagined such an incredible crop existed here. So this is why they say to go to the capital to see the center of the world, and to the borderlands to see the change of the world. Where did it come from? The Great Desert. Yes, it must have a strong vitality because it comes from the desert. What's its name? What do you call it? You already know it, advisor. What? Gulla. Gulla, the weed Gulla that I know. Unlike Ian, who smiled softly, Romandro's face was filled with dismay. The thought, we're doomed, clearly filled his mind. Gulla, you? His face was a mask, the kind that said he had a lot to say but wouldn't. Even for a bastard born of a commoner, this was beyond the pale. Gulla was a poisonous weed that even stray dogs wouldn't touch. To think he'd brazenly burst through the front gates, not even knowing this. He'd have been better off trying to negotiate a price with Count Mariloff. But it's true. The seeds of Gulla are edible. You can roast them, boil them, even eat them raw. In terms of nutrients, satiety, efficiency, in every way, it's truly a divine blessing. That's absurd. To think that no one had known about such an incredible crop until now. What did he take the great Boreal Empire for? It was almost infuriating. Even now, scholars in the imperial palace were working tirelessly, day in and day out, to find a way to overcome the great famine. And yet Gulla, something that grew everywhere, was a divine blessing. I've been eating it lately. Eating it, yes. It's quite delicious. I'm certain Lord Romandro, once you've tasted it, you won't be able to resist it. It only takes about a month to grow, so winter won't be a problem. Screech. The smoothly running carriage came to a halt. Once in the village square, once in front of the alley where the entertainment district was gathered, and again in the residential area. Each time the carriage stopped, the subordinates who had left earlier climbed aboard. But Barik, that guy, his face looked a bit strange. It wasn't just flushed every time he grinned, he reeked of wine. Ian glared at him and gave him a light scolding. Barik, you haven't been doing your job. Huh, no, just a little. The owner kept insisting. Barik, who had climbed aboard in front of the entertainment district, sniffled. Just how much booze had he guzzled in that short time? Just as Ian was about to frown, Barik quickly changed the subject, reporting on the situation. That's the most popular tavern around here. Dozens of people heard my story. They said they'd put up a notice. We will pay for Gulla brought to us. This was the meaning of Ian's suggestion to buy people. The people of the territory would gather Gulla in the forest near Bratz, and Marilov's people would do the same near Marilov. Did you specify the payment and the deadline? Of course. 1 gold coin for 3 large sacks. We'll accept them for the next month. 1 gold coin was the amount a lower-class laborer could earn in a month. Filling 3 sacks would be no easy task, given the small size of Gulla, but someone with good stamina could probably manage it in 2 weeks. But isn't that a bit too generous? A gold coin, that's what it takes to make them scour the forest with fire in their eyes. When you consider the plentiful winter that a single sack of Gulla will bring, it's not that expensive. And most importantly, the deadline. If they didn't set a 1-month deadline, people would definitely start cultivating it. He apologized, but that was absolutely unacceptable. What Ian wanted was Gulla itself, but also for all the nearby sprouts to wither and die. How is Marilov's harvest looking this year? Not very good, it seems. They weren't much for farming to begin with, and the river was polluted by the battle between the Central Army and Bratz. They're predicting a poor harvest amongst themselves. What do they usually do in Marilov during a poor harvest? During the winter, merchant caravans come to Boreal from the Howan Kingdom. That's when economic activity is at its peak. Merchant caravans. They say they have everything but the kitchen sink. The really big ones carry enough dried meat to last for years. The people of Marilov provide them with lodging and conveniences in exchange for buying food. So that's why they don't get too agitated even during a poor harvest. Honestly, it's probably easier to find a year without a poor harvest in Marilov. Romandro's subordinate provided an excellent answer to Ian's continued questioning. He must have thoroughly gathered information before being dispatched. Anyway, they didn't know how the harvest would turn out this fall. If they secured as much Gulla as possible, who knows, perhaps Marilov would be the one to propose a trade. While Ian was mentally outlining his plans for the winter, Romandro just held his temples, groaning. Gulla, he wanted to rush back to his estate and verify Ian's claims immediately. If it turned out to be false, he'd give that magic user a piece of his mind, regardless of his status. And first thing in the morning, he'd go back to see Count Marilov. Hey, can't you go any faster? Is there something urgent? Stop asking so many questions. All right, it'll be a bit bumpy. Let's go, crack nay. Whether Ian knew or didn't know Romandro's concerns, he only sharply slapped away Barik's hand, which was reaching for the dried meat in the box. Come on now, master. You're being too harsh. Sober up before you talk. Your speech has become like a street thug's. My mouth is bitter. Just one. Just one. By the time they finally arrived at the mansion, only an empty box remained. As soon as Romandro stepped out of the carriage, the entire household, including the kitchen staff, was thrown into chaos. What did you say? Cook with this. This is Gulla. Your jokes are getting worse by the day. No, it's true. Lord Ian ordered us to prepare food with Gulla. He said all methods for preparing emergency rations are applicable, but to make sure to check for any flesh around the seeds. The kitchen staff all stood with their arms crossed, staring down at the box of Gulla. No matter how they thought about it, it was a waste of ingredients, a waste of fuel, and a waste of manpower. Who in the world would make a meal out of roadside weeds? The head chef, having no other choice, went up to Ian's room himself to confirm the order. Lord Ian, about tonight's dinner. Yes, you heard right. For your information, I prefer Gulla boiled until it's thoroughly cooked and then used in various dishes. I like it cold too, but when it's warm, it slides down the throat beautifully. He's not joking. He's serious. The head chef took off his hat in disbelief and bowed deeply. The kitchen staff huddled together, badgering the head chef. What did he say? Is he really making us cook with Gulla? Yes, everyone get the fires going. I don't understand it, I really don't. I get it. It must be for Malin and his group. Are you stupid? Have you ever seen anyone die from eating Gulla? Of course not. Who would eat that stuff? No, if you're weak, you could die from the poison. Remember that old shoe shiner? He died after eating Gulla and getting sick. Clatter. Had the kitchen ever been this noisy? The head chef couldn't even bring himself to quiet the commotion as he spun the pan. He felt like all the sauces and spices being sprinkled on top were being thrown down the drain. In all his life, this was the first time he'd felt guilty while cooking, and a few hours later, Romandro, his expression filled with tension, tucked a napkin into his collar. The dining room doors opened, and the servants entered, pushing trolleys in a line. A familiar yet unfamiliar aroma wafted through the air. One thing he could be certain of was that it stimulated his salivary glands. All of this is made with Gulla, chef. Please introduce the dishes. To be precise, it's Gulla seeds. This is a dessert made by roasting Gulla seeds and simmering them in honey, and this is a stew. When boiled, they become much larger. I can't give it a name as there isn't one. Ian himself didn't know the detailed recipes. As emperor, he had been on the receiving end, never having set foot in the kitchen, but a single glance was enough. Those who had spent their lives in front of a fire could create visually and aromatically stimulating dishes just by feel. Clink. Ian showed no hesitation in tasting the food. He scooped and dipped, savoring the Gulla to the fullest. Romandro frowned, poking at the Gulla skeptically. Is the doctor waiting outside? No. It's the middle of the night. He'd be at home, wouldn't he? I told you to have him on standby. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. Don't worry. Please try it. Ian laughed heartily as Romandro sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Then in one swift motion, he shoveled the Gulla into his mouth. HNGH, Romandro let out an involuntary noise. Ian watched his eyes slowly widen, unable to suppress a smile. Actions speak louder than words, and his spoon scooped up another helping of stew. Does it suit your taste? This. Why is this so delicious? Romandro looked utterly bewildered, captivated by the unprecedented delicacy. Ian gestured to the servants standing near the back of the dining room. You all come here, sir? Are you speaking to us? Don't just stand there, have some food. Aren't you curious? The servants hesitated, glancing at Romandro. He was practically drinking the soup straight from the bowl, like a man possessed. Touching the master's table was one thing, but the reputation of the weed made them hesitant to take a step. What would you like to try? I'll have the one simmered in honey. The first to step forward was Hannah. She took the food with a good-natured air and ate it, then covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide. It's delicious. Right, Hannah, is it really good? Try it, sister. Then, if you'll excuse me, Lord Ian. They figured that if the Lord and the Imperial advisor were eating it like that, it couldn't be that bad. At Hannah's urging, the servants gathered one by one, taking the Gulla dishes. Is this really Gulla? It's unbelievable. It's really delicious. Ian watched the household with a faint smile. He had offered them food partly because they looked hungry, but also because they were the ones who would connect Ian and the people of the territory. They were the crucial starting point for the dissemination of Gulla. One person becomes two, two become four. As with all great endeavors, the beginning is always humble. This is really amazing. How did you find it? Romandro finally came to his senses and wiped his mouth. All the dishes in front of him were completely empty. It was by chance. Was Durga not feeding you? That's not it. Anyway, we can get through this winter with Gulla. Starting tomorrow, let's have greenhouses built in the garden. It can take root even in dry sand or water, but it's vulnerable to the cold. While they were building the greenhouses, they could mobilize the people of Mariloff and Bratz to sweep up all the Gulla in the area. With a guaranteed demand, they needed to control the supply in this area to gain an advantage in the market. When it snows, right, I see, it's certainly hard to find in the winter. Romandro mumbled, licking his spoon clean, having forgotten all decorum. Then he suddenly asked Ian after a few days if there are no problems with my body. I'll have to include this information in my report to the Imperial Palace. Would that be all right? Of course, you must inform them. Please be sure to include the circumstances of the discovery. He meant not to leave out Ian's name. Indeed, it would be absurd for Romandro, who had only recently arrived in the borderlands, to have independently discovered the edibility of Gulla. Romandro waved his hand as if to say not to worry. When it comes to reports, I write only the truth, even if a sword is held to my throat. Anyway, can I have some more? I'm afraid not. We have very little for now. Remember, each seed produces more than 10 Gulla. Ian smiled and refused, and Romandro could only smack his lips in disappointment, setting down his spoon. He should have stopped the servants when they started taking the Gulla. And everyone, until we have enough Gulla seeds, keep this strictly confidential. At Ian's command, Hannah and the other servants solemnly mimed, zipping their lips shut. As he aged, the emperor craved freshness. The renovation of his bedchamber was a testament to this yearning. One wall had been replaced with glass, allowing him to gaze upon the eternally verdant garden throughout the year. Sometimes he lay so still that one might wonder if he had passed away in his sleep, and Marev felt that way now. Father, the emperor smiled faintly at the sound of his son's voice and turned his head. Benevolence was etched deep within the lines of his aged face. Did you call for me? Indeed, Marev, you seem to have been quite busy lately. It's always like this, especially during the summer. Marav answered, taking a seat across from his father with practiced ease. It was a private space and a private summons. He studied his father's complexion, then asked, "Is something troubling you?" "No, it's just. It feels like it's been so long since I last saw your face. This is unusual." Marav, "Yes, father. Have you had any issues with Gale?" The Emperor's fondness for Gale was a thinly veiled secret. Marav was aware of this, but the Emperor had always scrupulously avoided mentioning Gale's name in his presence. It was his way of preserving the line of succession and, in his own way, protecting his sons. "No, father, none at all. Why do you ask?" "I had a dream last night." Carolina appeared. Unlike Marav, the legitimate son of the queen, Gale was the son of the first concubine. She was said to have been from some obscure noble family, a woman who had risen as high as she could on the strength of her beauty alone. "She never appears in my dreams, and yet there she was." The Emperor's voice was thick with emotion. Marav inwardly sighed. If he'd known it would be like this, he would have used work as an excuse to avoid coming. He averted his gaze, struggling to conceal his expression. A lone peach tree stood starkly in the distance. "She offered me a peach." And then, sobbing, she begged me to summon Gale. "Father, if there are no problems then, very well." The Emperor patted Marav's hand, abruptly ending the conversation. Despite his benevolent smile, the Emperor's arrogant way of communicating remained unchanged. Marav nodded and left his father's bedchamber. "Creak, Prince Marav," the aide called out, puzzled, as Marav stood frozen upon exiting the room. The prince approached the servants lined up in a row. "Are there any issues with the management of His Majesty's bedchamber?" "What? No, of course not, Prince Marav." "Then why is my father having troubled dreams?" "Pardon." The servant seemed to have heard nothing of the sort. He almost raised his head to question when Marav swiftly struck him across the face. Slap. "If I hear of this again, I will have the heads of everyone responsible. I will keep that in mind." Though father and son were unaware of it, they were strikingly similar. Warm like spring one moment, then a sudden, unexpected chill the next. The servants breathed a sigh of relief as Marav's shadow disappeared from view. "Are all of today's schedules finished?" "Yes, your highness. However, it seems you should go to your office, not your bedchamber." "He just said the schedule was finished, didn't he?" Marav frowned, and the aide quickly added, "A messenger bird arrived from Romandro. I'll check it tomorrow. I'm rather tired today, but the report, it's rather shocking." The aide knew full well the mood his superior was in after being tormented by the Emperor, but among the accompanying party was Malin. It wouldn't just be Marav who would find out. Gale would learn of it as well. "Be brief." It was an order to summarize. The aide, following his superior's wishes, concisely relayed the report's core points. "Ian, Durga's bastard son, has rebuilt and taken control of Bratz with the Chinrieo tribe. Commander Erica has left the territory." "What?" "And apparently he's a magic user." Marav stopped walking and turned to face his aide. The aide maintained a stoic expression, silently asserting the report's absolute truth. "This is chaos." "Indeed it is." "To the office." "Yes, sir, I'll prepare everything." Marav ground his teeth and tied his hair up into a single knot. It was a night of the full moon, the day after the full moon. In the back alleys of the taverns in Marilope's territory, strange information could be readily obtained. "What?" "If you take Gulla to Bratz, they'll exchange it for money." "Hey, keep your voice down, someone might hear." "But why? What are they going to use that weed for?" "How should I know? Those barbarian folk are utterly incomprehensible." "Logan from the Red Brick House took 6 bundles and received 2 gold coins. I heard there's a time limit, but the nearby forests are already picked clean. You'll have to go deep to gather any Gulla." "Well, I'll be. I never thought I'd hear of someone buying a useless weed. It's madness." "What do we care? It's good for us, isn't it? My wife's been nagging me to eat meat lately." Everyone was whispering, trying to keep others from taking their Gulla, but there wasn't a single person among the lower class of Marilope who hadn't heard the news. The same was true for the residents of Bratz. "What? Gulla, there's a notice. 1 gold coin for every 3 bundles. Isn't he just wasting money?" They didn't give any reason. Despite their bewilderment, they fully met Ian's demands. They roamed the mountains and fields, gathering Gulla, which they usually trampled underfoot, into sacks and bringing them to the manor. Day after day, the Gulla seeds piled up in the warehouse, reaching almost to the ceiling. "How many bundles today?" 49, sir." "The pace is faster than I expected." Ian looked on, satisfied, and moved on. In the restricted garden at the back, research into Gulla cultivation was in full swing. Although it was said to thrive in all harsh environments except for the cold, there had to be an optimal cultivation method. Ian had never grown it himself, so research was the only option. "There's almost no difference in growth rate between the ones given a lot of water and the ones given less. I think we need to try different soil types. Then we should bring some soil from the riverbank over there." "Lord Ian, look at this. Sprouts have already appeared." Hana and Romandro's subordinates, covered in dirt, stood up at the sight of Ian. The sprouts were tiny, about the length of a fingertip. Ian smiled brightly and patted Hana's shoulder. "Good, well done." "Oh, and Lord Romandro ate some more Gulla earlier. Lord Ian, please say something to him." "Again, I spoke to him clearly yesterday. I think he thought no one would see." Since that day, Romandro had been eating Gulla with every meal without fail. It had gotten to the point where Ian had to tell him to restrain himself. since more than 10 new Gulla plants could grow from a single seed. He'd rather Romandro just eat meat. I understand. I'll speak to him again, Ian said, leaving the garden. His plan was to multiply the Gulla as much as possible to prepare for winter. It would likely be the most abundant end of year ever for the residents of Bratz. What are you thinking about? Barik, who had been following behind, walked ahead and asked Ian. Before he could answer, Barik snapped his fingers and answered his own question. Let me guess. You were thinking about the old man, right? He's suddenly gone quiet as a mouse. It's strangely unsettling. Ah, yes, you're right. Ian briefly wondered who the old man was, but quickly realized it was Malin. He hasn't come out, has he? Two of his subordinates are running around here and there, but I haven't seen the old man's face in a while. I hear he's eating well, though. They had placed a magic stone brooch on the bed in their room. They'd planned to retrieve it during cleaning, but since the room was never empty, it had been constantly delayed. It was time to retrieve it directly. Tell Lord Romandro that we'll all have dinner together today. All of us. What if he refuses? Add that it's essential, as we'll be having a meeting. I'll find the magic stone in the meantime. Barik nodded and retreated. He wondered if they had heard the rumors about the Gulla. Even if they had, Ian officially needed to inform the imperial envoys, specifically Malin's group, about the plan. From the looks of it, Romandro and Malin were each writing their own reports. Knock, knock, Lord Ian is entering. Come in, Ian. Since it was just before lunchtime, they gathered quickly. Unlike Romandro, who stood up lightly to greet him, Malin's group looked quite displeased, their heads held stiffly. The weather is fine today. What is it? Nothing much. It's just that it's been a while since I've seen my guests. I wanted to hear if there were any inconveniences, and also I have something to tell you. Ian referred to Malin's group as guests, clearly defining their respective positions. This was Ian's domain. Max sneered, muttering, seems busy. As if, did you hear from Lord Romandro? At Ian's question, Mac and Digor's expressions crumpled. If Romandro considered them equal comrades, he would have naturally shared the discovery of Gulla. But they were like unwelcome guests, unable to hear anything. Ian had imposed a gag order on the manor's inhabitants, not on Romandro. Ahem, not yet, my apologies. Romandro winked with his left eye and coughed awkwardly. Just as Mac was about to speak, the dining room doors opened and the food was brought in. Since Sir Malin also needs to report to the capital, I thought I'd tell you. It's nothing grand. I've discovered a new crop to help us through the winter. Nothing grand, my ass. Barik, listening from the corner, snorted inwardly. He could clearly see Ian rambling onto Romandro about the great famine of Varial and whatnot. While Ian talked to the three men, he signaled to the servants. A crop? Don't tell me it's Gulla. You knew already, of course. The whole place is buzzing about the manor buying that worthless weed for money. People are even coming from Marilope, so even a deaf man in Bratz would know. Mac raised his voice, seemingly agitated. However, when Malin glanced at him, signaling him to calm down, he bit his lip tightly and closed his mouth. Then, do you know, it was Digor who interjected instead of Mac. His voice was low and calm, but he couldn't completely hide his hostility. Know what? Why Bratz is buying that weed for money and what the people are saying about it. I'm curious. What are they saying? They say Ian is trying to squander the subsidies and sell the territory to the Chinrieo tribe. Oh, that's creative. Ian chuckled lightly. It wasn't entirely without merit. If the influence of the imperial advisor and the imperial palace were pushed out and Bratz were to collapse, the Chinrieo tribe would benefit the most. But if I intended to take Bratz that way, I would have shown my intentions as soon as you arrived. Why would I let you waste food? What? Waste? Mac, lower your voice, and I wouldn't have worked so hard to rebuild either. Whoever it is, if they're spreading such false rumors, tell them they'll be severely punished for insulting our allies and me. Ian stared intently at Mac and Digor. The residents of the territory, busy with their daily lives, might be skeptical, but they wouldn't be resentful. First of all, the Chinrieo tribe and Ian's reputations were quite good, and most importantly, the territory's collapse wouldn't necessarily mean their own ruin. What changed when Durga died? It was clear that Mac and Digor were spreading the rumors. At Ian's warning, Malin, who had been silent, spoke. Do you not know what Gulla is known for? Because it was poisonous, people in households would pull it out as soon as they saw it. Perhaps because of this, in urban areas, Gulla was only seen in places where garbage accumulated or in sewers, places untouched by human hands. I know it well, but since Lord Romandro enjoys eating it, I'm sure everyone will come to love it. Then he added a slightly regretful smile. However, Sir Malin, don't you remember? We've talked about this before. We talked about this, didn't we? Don't you remember? I'll use rumors to my advantage, I said. Malin's mind flashed back to his second lunch with Ian and the words Ian had just thrown at him. They discussed how any food was a godsend in the face of starvation, even talking about how to distribute it to change people's minds. Had he been planning this all along? Since then, Ian's expression didn't change as he steered the conversation. The one gathering the Gulla is Romandro, straight from the imperial palace. All eyes shifted to Romandro. This wasn't just anyone. These were men who served the emperor. If they took the lead in accepting Gulla as food, changing public opinion would be a piece of cake. Let's paint a picture. The imperial palace has been researching alternative crops for ages. They discovered that while Gulla is highly toxic, the seeds are packed with nutrients and taste damn good. Romandro, being in the know, started collecting them. You sure about this, kid? About what? Well, what's the harm? It's just talk. The whispers of Bratz won't reach the imperial palace. They'll only hear what your reports tell them. You know that, right? So we just spread that. Hell no. We need to spice it up with some research findings. What sounds good, makes your skin and hair amazing, grants long life and prevents disease. Ha ha ha. That's a bit much, don't you think? Who cares? You gotta fluff things up to hook 'em. And Romandro, you and Sir Malin, make sure you eat out in public often. Really show off those Gulla dishes. I'll handle the rest. Malin slammed his hand on the table, a sharp thwack. He wouldn't stand for this. Absolutely not. Using the imperial palace in these lies is outrageous. It concerns His Majesty's honor. What if they distributed Gulla based on fabricated research and problems arose? People would blame the palace. It was a valid concern, but Ian didn't give a damn. I distinctly remember Sir Malin saying that ending the famine was a leader's duty. You weren't one to object over such trivial matters. Trivial, you call the imperial palace's honor trivial. When people are staring death in the face, everything else is insignificant. It was practically the first time Ian had raised his voice like this, a direct challenge. He usually just smirked and parried. Malin stammered, caught off guard as Ian tossed his napkin onto the table. Sir Malin, you seem to be mistaken. I'm not asking for your permission. It was a flat-out declaration. No room for refusal. If you're going to stand in my way, get the hell out of my territory. Now, I'll have the soldiers escort you out. Such disrespect, Sir Mac. Get a grip. Who's being disrespectful here? Ian, offering a solution to save the territory and its people, versus Malin and his group, simply stationed there because of their imperial connections, throwing up roadblocks. Mac's face flushed crimson at the insult. They might not be dukes or counts, but they were still nobles. They weren't used to being talked to like this, ever. Romandro, who'd been watching silently, tried to diffuse the tension. Ahem. Let's calm down, gentlemen. Sir Malin, I've tried it myself. It's quite delicious, actually. There's a surprising variety of dishes you can make with it. It'll liven up your meals. Just then, Barik slipped into the dining room, winking his left eye subtly. Signal received. He had the magic stone. I've made my position clear. This is too important. Won't tolerate any interference. Ian, you arrogant little. Enjoy your meal, everyone. I'm leaving. With that, Ian left, leaving Romandro to handle the fallout. Barik met him in the hallway, pressing the magic stone into his hand. You know, Ian, you've got a real way with words. What do you mean? Saying I won't tolerate it instead of if you keep shoveling food into your mouths like you're eating shit, I'll kill you. So refined. So refined. Barik clucked his tongue, impressed, while Ian just smirked. They headed to Durga's old office. The investigators had taken every scrap of paper, but they'd left the magic solution. Ian, following Durga's example, filled a glass bottle with the solution and dropped in the magic stone. Plop, the red gem glowed, starting to hum. Ian listened with one ear while skimming through a report, while Barik sprawled on the sofa, chewing on a gurut leaf. A rare moment of peace, all things considered, given her personality, if things proceed this way. How she will react, I cannot even begin to guess. Scratch, scratch. The only sound besides the three men's droning voices was Ian's pen scratching against paper. If the one blocking your path refuses to move and you cannot turn back and there is no other way, what will you do? Suddenly, Ian stopped writing. The words were jarring. Barik, who had been half asleep, also reacted, stopping his chewing and lifting his head slightly. What the hell did he just say? SHH, you must remove the one blocking your path and proceed. Teacher, there is always a way. Ian tapped the table with his pen, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Barik moved closer, flipping his thumb and drawing it across his throat. That sounds like a death threat, doesn't it? Ah, yes. Well, it's not a bad strategy. If their positions were reversed, Ian would have considered it too. The best option, really, was to abandon Bratz. But cutting off Ian's lifeline was easier and more convenient than giving up months of work. And looking to the future, it was the safer bet. So, should we take them out? Barik held his scabbard, his tone casual, as if he were suggesting picking some flowers. He's probably been itching for a chance. Unfortunately for the would-be assassins, Ian had barely been alone. He was almost always with Barik, and his sleep schedule was erratic, just short naps during the day. Take them out or not, we wait. That's hardly solid evidence. Damn, I should have been even more insulting back there. Ian chuckled, pulling out the magic stone. The memory of Malin and his cronies' faces in the dining room, contorted with shame and humiliation, was crystal clear. They might even send assassins tonight. What's so funny? Ah, nothing, really. Just a bit of nostalgia. He'd been emperor, however briefly, and he could confidently say he knew the darkness of a royal bedroom at night, the scuttling of a poisonous scorpion across the curtains, and the glint in an assassin's eyes better than anyone. Barik. You need to be extra vigilant. I'm always vigilant. More. Eyes wide open. Ian tapped Barik's cheek, reminding him to keep a close watch, and of course he wouldn't neglect to keep tabs on Malin and his crew. Not far from the mansion, at the village construction site, Romandro was overseeing the rebuilding efforts with his men. The sun was high overhead, and one of his subordinates subtly brought up lunch. Let's wrap up the morning's work here. Sounds good. Romandro Nim, what should we do with the leftover oak? Line it up and move it to the entrance of Gilseem village. The suspension bridge there is down, right? We'll build a proper elevated bridge, so we'll use it for that. Yes, sir, Romandro Nim. Hold on a moment. Let's eat first. I'm sorry, sir, but it's urgent. That huge rock you ordered us to move. I looked into it, and it turns out it's some guy's father's grave. What? You've got to be kidding me. Romandro grabbed his head, gesturing for his subordinate to lead the way. He had a bad feeling he was going to miss lunch. He reached into his pocket and tossed a handful of something into his mouth. You see that? The villagers, watching with narrowed eyes, whispered. He keeps pulling something out of his pocket and eating it while he works. Yeah, and he won't tell anyone what it is. Tusk. You guys haven't heard. A man butted in, acting all-knowing. It's Gulla seeds, isn't it? Gulla seeds, the hell, that's crazy. Why would the advisor be eating that? You really don't know. Remember when they were buying Gulla at the mansion for money? Yeah, the collection period was over. Nobody could find any anyway. The Gulla seeds had vanished. You could search the deepest parts of the forest and not find a single Gulla leaf. Word is Romandro Nim was collecting them to eat. That's insane. It doesn't even make sense. No, it's the truth. We're out in the sticks here. News travels slow. Folks in the central region are already eating Gulla seeds like they're peanuts. Is he nuts from eating Gulla? Did the poison mess with his head? Gulla's poisonous on the outside, but the seeds are delicious. Supposedly, it makes your skin firm and smooth. People in the central region can't get enough of them. The gathered villagers started to look intrigued. For real, if you don't believe me, go ask the advisor. Ask him what he's popping into his mouth. He won't tell you. He's too busy stuffing his face. Why would he? So that's why he had us collecting Gulla for money. What other reason could there be? You ever seen those bigwigs spend money on something useless? Everyone shook their heads. When it came to money, those guys were bloodsuckers, squeezing every last drop. No way they'd waste it. There had to be a good reason. So Ian wasn't trying to sell them to the Chinrieo tribe. That makes no sense. The Chinrieo tribe won't even be here soon. It's too damn cold. Most of them have already left. Only the chief Nur whatever, and a few others are left. And I hear their chief's about to kick the bucket. The rumors spread like wildfire, growing more outrageous with each telling. Ian, who had eyes and ears everywhere, nodded in satisfaction. That rumor was finally circulating. It was time. You hear that? They say the emperor eats it for eternal life. Is that bullshit or what? Haha. Who cares if it's bullshit or not? It's enough. It's done. Barik, let's get ready for the next step. Ian, judging that the curiosity surrounding Gulla had reached its peak, was ready to move on. The mansion's bustling today, something going on. The woodcutter, who'd come to sell his wares, looked around curiously. Roman's subordinate, in the middle of counting out the payment, glanced up at him. No, just like any other day. Is that so? Haha. Liar. The woodcutter chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Ever since the old count had died, the number of servants had dwindled, leaving the mansion perpetually quiet. Even after the advisor and his entourage had arrived, there had rarely been a night when all the lights were on, but today was different. This one's a bit damp, isn't it? It's just the morning dew. It'll dry up as soon as the sun's out. 3 copper coins for the lot. The subordinate scribbled something down, acting like he was writing a receipt, then pulled 3 copper coins from his pouch. The woodcutter was about to bow and leave when, hold on a moment. Yes, got some time. We're doing some work in the garden, and there's this tree right in the middle. If it's old, we'll leave it, but if not, we're thinking of chopping it down. Ah, of course. Leave it to me. The woodcutter fiddled with his pouch. He'd been planning to head straight down for a drink, but, oh well, it wouldn't hurt. He might even get a little extra for his trouble, so that's why the mansion's so hectic. No wonder. He'd been seeing servants scurrying around everywhere, something he rarely saw. The woodcutter followed the subordinate around the side of the mansion. The ground changed from weeds to grass. He'd lived in Bratz his whole life, but this was the first time he'd crossed this boundary. This way. Gah, the woodcutter gasped as soon as they turned the corner, taking in the sight of the garden. He'd expected a beautiful arrangement of flowers, bushes, and trees, but that image shattered instantly. Rows and rows of plants, lined up like a farm. The woodcutter, who'd made a tidy sum during the Gulla craze, recognized it immediately. They're growing Gulla, and they even built a greenhouse for it. It was real. The rumors going around were true. The subordinate tapped him on the shoulder with a piece of paper. What are you doing? Sorry. Which tree is it? This one. The woodcutter answered the subordinate's question in detail, but his mind was still on the Gulla field behind him. Meanwhile, Ian, looking down at the scene from a window in the hallway, asked how many. 5 merchants bringing in groceries, 2 woodcutters so far and the tailor, and somewhere else. Anyway, we've easily seen at least 10. What about the food supplies? Reduce them, like you said, by half. Good work. The supply methods Ian had mentioned at lunch were twofold: using rumors and setting up lax security. The key was to stimulate the human desire for valuable things. Since they'd also reduced the supplies they'd been distributing, the craving for Gulla would only intensify. So do we just put some random guy on guard duty? No, tell Roman's men to keep watch, taking turns throughout the night, fully armed. It was a slightly different order from what he'd said before. Beric, who'd been looking down at the garden, turned his head, but Ian just smiled, feeling his gaze. That method might work in other territories or in the capital, but this is an empty territory with no official ruler yet. If thievery and looting become rampant, it will directly affect security and significantly lower their quality of life. That's the same as lowering the quality of the territory. The first time is hard, but the second time is easy. Especially if the mansion is robbed, they'll think of theft as an easy task and start invading their neighbors' houses as well. Then what should we do? Just let them look. Beric, worry about yourself. You'll have to get up early for a while. Me, why? Ian just smiled and closed his mouth at Beric's question. Then he tapped on the window and went up to his study. Is this the right way? I told you it is. Keep your voice down. The guards will hear you. Two men approached the mansion under the cover of pre-dawn darkness. With their food supplies cut off, they had nothing to eat, and rumors were circulating that the mansion was full of Gulla. They had no choice but to sneak in under the cover of darkness to survive. Damn, this is heavy. Hurry up and lift it. The thieves barely managed to climb over the high mansion wall. They'd heard that the Gulla field wasn't inside the building, but in the outer garden. It was precious, so even if they only stole a few and took them to the capital, they could shake off this wretched poverty. Is this it? The thieves peeked their heads out and looked towards the garden. It was completely dark, but they could definitely tell that something was planted all over the ground. They began their pilfering carefully, dreaming of a rosy future. Seriously, to think they were just handing this stuff over to the mansion, not knowing it was like gold. Tusk. Shut up and start filling the bag. We should have brought another sack. Whispering, the thieves giggled and pulled out the Gulla, while Roman's men watched them with sighs. They'd already caught one guy and thrown him in the underground prison, and now when they came out there were more pests. Hey, eek, ah. The subordinate lit a cigarette and shouted, and the thieves jumped in fright, turning over. They threw the Gulla into the air and ran through the garden. Where do you think you're going? You'll wake everyone up. Spare us, please spare us. Anyone would think I was the intruder. But what could they do? The thieves, their necks soon caught, knelt and begged frantically. Two subordinates were tying the thieves' arms with rope when, you're all working hard. Lord Ian. Ian appeared with Beric, both wearing hoods. The thieves looked up at him, hiccuping. What was that golden eye that couldn't be hidden even in the darkness? Did you come to steal? Well, we're sorry, it's so hard to beg for food, Ian clicked his tongue softly at the sight of the thieves. You should have waited a little longer. Why did you do this? Lock them up in the underground prison. Yes, my lord. Are you going out without an escort again today? Yes, Beric is enough. Ian and the mansion's subordinates were having a conversation that made absolutely no sense. While the bewildered thieves were being dragged to the underground prison, Ian and Beric left through the mansion's front gate. It was their second day in a row going out. Yaon, I told you to take a nap. Instead of answering, Beric tapped the sack of Gulla on his back. He was showing that he was just as busy as Ian. A short time later, the two arrived at a house on the outskirts. I heard that house over there has a lot of children. Oh, then let's go there first. It was a dark hour, so the lights were off. Ian entered the yard and carefully knocked on the door. Knock, knock, is anyone there? There was no response, so he knocked again. Knock, knock, please come out for a moment. Then a faint light appeared in the window. Soon a man's voice, thick with sleep, asked, Who is it? It's Ian. Who? Ian? Creak. He must have been half asleep because he was slow to grasp the situation. The door opened very slowly. Blinking, the man looked at Ian, then his eyes widened and he flinched. Lord Ian, SHHH, you'll wake the children. What brings you here? He knew Ian, but he never imagined that Ian would know him. And that was understandable, since the man was just an ordinary resident of the territory. It was only natural that he would be surprised by a stranger mentioning his children. Have I done something wrong? So it's natural that he would be anxious. As a flicker of fear crossed the man's face, Ian silently rummaged through Beric's sack. Swish. What is it? It's Gulla. It was a sack of Gulla seeds. It's not a miracle cure, as the rumors say, but it's true that the advisor enjoys it, and it's true that it's tasty and nutritious. For now, it's strictly controlled at the mansion, but I will soon release it freely in the territory. I'm constantly suggesting it to the advisor. Until then, hold on, and if your neighbors want some, share generously. Lord Ian, I'm giving it to you first because you have many children. I have a lot of houses to visit, so I can't stay long. You know you only eat the seeds, right? Of course. Everyone in the territory knows that by now. Just taste a little and plant the rest. One seed yields more than 10 Gulla. What kind of late-night gift was this? The man was so moved that he just kept nodding his head. As Ian tapped him on the shoulder and left the yard, he followed him out and bowed repeatedly. You'll wake the whole neighborhood. Hiss. At Ian's words, the man clapped his hand over his mouth, and when Ian disappeared into the darkness, he carefully returned to his house. The dim light became bright. Ian, I really can't figure you out. I can figure you out just fine. You look like you want to lie down this instant. Beric rubbed his eyes, looking tired. To distribute Gulla like this in the middle of the night, and personally at that, Ian understood what Beric couldn't. While the imperial envoys are monopolizing and cultivating Gulla, supplies are dwindling and they must be worried about the harshness of winter. But if I give them Gulla like this, how will they see me? I'm tired. Hurry up. Next are the places with children. Rumors spread quickly among kids. Like the house with many children, there were also single-family homes, but the boundaries were blurred in the densely populated red light district where Ian's mother, Philia, had lived. What's going on? Are you not even sleeping at night, Mom? They say Lord Ian is here. What? Why is Ian here? He's giving out Gulla. Gulla. Since many people had their days and nights reversed, it was much more boisterous than other places. Ian handed out the Gulla he'd brought and whispered to the children, warning them. There's not even enough for the people of Bratz to eat, so you absolutely must not give it to outsiders. Got it. Yes, can I eat it now? I want to eat it too. All right, line up. I'll give you more. Ian ruffled the hair of the children who received the Gulla and exchanged greetings. A man was secretly following Ian and Barik. Swish. The man confirmed that they returned to the mansion when the dawn moon set. And after a time lag, he also entered the mansion, but he arrived at Malin's group's room in the annex. Creak, you're back. Yeah, the man was Degor. He threw his hood onto the bed and let out a ridiculous laugh. Mac, who hadn't slept a wink all night, urged him on. What was he doing out at night? He was handing out Gulla. Very openly, too. What? At Degor's words, Mac sipped his wine. Malin, who was sitting by the window, also let out a laugh. That guy. He's got some nerve. It seems like he'll be going out alone with Barik at dawn for the time being. At Degor's words, Malin turned his sunken eyes. It was a perfect opportunity to take Ian's life under the cover of darkness. Right, let's have a look. Romandro scratched his nose, reviewing the documents. Across from him, Ian and Kakantur shuffled through the papers as well. They were settling in for their end-of-day meeting after dinner. He asked Ian, is there nothing to rebuild inside Gilsum village? No. It said that the village was isolated when the bridge was destroyed early in the fighting, so it suffered no damage. The bridge reconstruction is underway, and once that's complete, it should be almost finished. Good. Then let's reduce the orders to the quarry. Romandro felt a sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted, erasing the traces of battle from Bratz territory. He took a sip of wine and continued, what about the Gulla supply? I think we can start soon. It's reportedly spreading rapidly through the territory's residents who received the initial supply. It would be best to make a public announcement before it flows into Mariloff. I see. Are you going out again tonight? I'm thinking just 3 more days. Working day and night. They say magic users have exceptional talents, but yours seems to be stamina. Ian laughed, surprised by the unexpected compliment. Wasn't this the same Ian who'd collapsed, weak and exhausted, after a single outing when he first arrived in Bratz? It seemed he was gradually getting stronger, traveling back and forth to the Great Desert. Let's review the details. Cultivation, distribution, and consumption of Gulla are permitted within the entire Bratz territory, but all external trade must go through the manor. More precisely, through the imperial advisor, and even more precisely through Ian. Given Gulla's nature, this winter would undoubtedly be the first and last time Bratz had a monopoly. It was such a fast-breeding and common crop that once perceptions changed, it would be consumed throughout all of Varial. Romandro mumbled, chewing over the wording. Perhaps we should add a clause about Mariloff. That's not a good idea. It would give them an excuse to interfere. As things stand, we're at a disadvantage. Though he's the one who started it, the aggressor always forgets. Well, that's true. Then regarding the related finds, as they fine-tuned the details, the moon climbed to the center of the sky. Ian glanced at his watch and nodded. This should be enough. Is there anything else? Nurserin. Nurserin, who had been standing silently behind Kakantur for most of the meeting, raised his hand. Word has come from the Great Desert. From the Great Desert, the tribal leader's health has taken a turn for the worse. Therefore, they've decided to use all the remaining silask. Damn. Even if they planted it, they have no information on how to cultivate it or how long it would take. Hold on. Could you fill me in? Who's this tribal leader and what's this silask? Romandro, who had been listening quietly, raised his hand. He didn't understand any of it. He'd never even heard of silask before. Ian briefly explained what had happened. So, to cure the gypsy's illness, a red flower called silask was needed, and as luck would have it, I had some. The Chinrieo tribe used one to get him through the crisis, and they were debating whether to plant the remaining one for the future or use it on tribal leader Winzen. That's the decision they've made. Silask. Never heard of it, you really haven't. It's a red flower that, once bloomed, never fades. If the advisor from the imperial palace didn't know about it, that said it all. Even Ian, a former emperor in his past life, was unfamiliar with it. It was probably safe to assume it was hard to find in Varial. Our decision was largely influenced by the current situation in Bratz. Are you familiar with our burial customs? Yes, I am. When a chieftain or tribal leader dies, the entire tribe enters a year of seclusion. If a family member dies, only that family observes it, but the leader is considered family to all, especially someone like Winzen, who had held the position for so long. Romandro. Ian tapped his fingers lightly on the table before calling out to him. The time had come to speak what had been left unsaid. Have you received any replies to the reports sent to the imperial palace? No, not a single one. I'm asking about a reply from His Highness Prince Marib. He knew they were sending messenger pigeons every day. The first prince was clearly keeping the Malin faction in check, which was the same as keeping the second prince, Gale, in check. Everyone knew he couldn't possibly be interested only in the reconstruction of Bratz. There was one just once. May I ask what it said? It was nothing of importance, just to report the territory's situation thoroughly, and Romandro glanced at Ian. Since I reported that you're a magic user, he told me to keep a close eye on you. Ahem, really that's all. Nothing much, right, advisor? As you can see, I'm not on good terms with the Malin faction. Yes, I know, it seems that way. Heh heh. Romandro let out an awkward laugh and took a sip of wine. He seemed a bit nervous about what Ian was going to say. I believe His Highness, Prince Marib, would prefer to appoint someone unrelated to the Malin faction as the new Lord of Bratz. Am I correct? There are matters between those in higher positions. I share that sentiment, advisor. I had a bit of a hunch, actually. Since you suspected, it makes it easier to speak. Romandro, I know you wish to return to the capital. If a lord is appointed quickly, it would be beneficial for you as well, advisor. Ian, you recommend me as lord. The authority to appoint a lord belonged to the emperor, but the recommendation of the first prince, the heir apparent and the one with true power, would also carry significant weight. No matter that the blood of a criminal flowed in his veins as long as Ian was a magic user, such restrictions were meaningless. For the sake of Varial's progress, someone had to secure him. Otherwise, I'll have to return to the Great Desert. The new lord wouldn't leave me alone, someone with the bloodline of the previous family. Furthermore, the imperial palace would try to monopolize my abilities, given my status as a slave. That may be true, but it's the only way to protect my safety and the peace of Bratz. There's no one better suited to address the public sentiment that the imperial palace is so concerned about. And that wasn't all. His remarkable work, meticulously documented in the reports, was proof of his abilities. The same went for the discovery of Gulla. Eliminating the Empire's great famine alone was, frankly, worth more than the position of lord in this backwater territory. Of course, things hadn't progressed that far yet. Romandro, as if having made up his mind, took out a cigarette. All right, I'll be frank, please do. His Highness Prince Marib doesn't understand the relationship between you and Malin. From an outsider's perspective, Ian had informed on his own father through Malin, and the aftermath had led to the current situation. It was as if he'd laid the groundwork for someone from Malin to be appointed lord. Moreover, he was a magic user. If he entered the imperial palace, he would undoubtedly be assigned to the magic department. It was an open secret that the head of the magic department, Wesley, was Gale's woman. No matter how you looked at it, Ian seemed to fit in well with Gale. If that's the reason, I'll prove it. How? I'll explain the details directly to His Highness, Prince Marib. No matter how detailed I am, there are things that can't be conveyed through written words alone, but I can prove immediately that the Malin faction and I are on truly opposing paths, by death itself. Reading Ian's calm gaze, Romandro felt a slight chill run down his spine. He wondered why he felt so uneasy, even though no further words were spoken. I'll convey that to His Highness, Prince Marib. In truth, Romandro also secretly believed that Ian was the right person for the job. But because of his background and the circumstances, he hadn't been able to say it easily. Besides, speaking up was like throwing himself directly into an unknown political vortex. All Romandro wanted was to finish the reconstruction quickly and return to his family home in the capital, to the home where his beautiful wife was waiting. Well then, that's enough for today. While we're on the subject, may I ask one more favor? What is it? Could you perhaps find out if there are any merchant guilds in the capital that deal in Silask? The capital of the empire was the center of the world. If he wanted to find information, he would surely find something there. Romandro readily nodded, as it wasn't a particularly difficult task. All right, I'll look into it. It's getting late. You should get some rest, too. Creak. Romandro and Nurserin gathered their things and left the meeting room. Ian, tapping his stiff shoulders, called for Barik outside. Barik, let's head out early tonight and come back soon. Tired? Yeah, my eyes keep closing, it's no use. Ian smiled and draped his hood over his shoulders, then turned off all the lights in the meeting room. It was a pitch-black night with not even the moon in sight. Lord Ian is here. SHHH, keep your voice down. Lord Ian, we've been waiting for you. You're all still awake, of course. By the way, I roasted some of the seeds for the first time yesterday. They were delicious. Word had already spread that Ian was distributing Gulla at night. Everyone pretended to be asleep, locking their doors, but as soon as they heard his footsteps, they rushed out to greet him. Perhaps it was because of the excited atmosphere. It felt like the aftermath of a forbidden festival. Oh, what to do? I didn't bring much tonight. Already, I only got a handful. I'll try to bring more tomorrow. Don't make things difficult for Lord Ian. He's helping us while avoiding the eyes of those imperial palace bastards, isn't he? Hey, you idiot. Those imperial palace bastards will hear you. I told you to keep your voice down. Despite the commotion, they didn't find it strange that the guards hadn't arrived. No, it seemed they hadn't even considered it, as if they were intoxicated by the joy Gulla brought. When you come tomorrow, you have to give it to me first. Okay? All right. Now go inside and sleep. Barik shook out the burlap sack he was carrying, showing that the Gulla was gone. The disappointed residents dispersed one by one, and Ian turned to leave as well. Step, step. Once they left the alley, only the sound of their 2 pairs of footsteps could be heard. Perhaps it was because he was more tired than usual. Ian walked silently, then realized Barack had stopped. "Aren't you coming, Ian?" Barack raised his eyebrows slyly 3 times. Their gazes met, accompanied by a cool breeze. Ian also removed his hood, a faint smile on his lips. "Let's go." 3 sets of footsteps followed behind. Ian continued walking ahead, pretending not to notice, and Barack conspicuously swung his arms, as if to show that he wasn't carrying any weapons. The end of the alley came into view, and the assassins sprang into action. Their quiet pursuit ended, replaced by the overt threat of their presence. Only a few steps more led to the main road, and the narrow, shadowed confines of the alley were far more advantageous for their grim task. "Ian, you know me?" Whoosh. The moment their target was confirmed, the conspirators drew their swords and charged. Cloaked in black hoods that concealed their faces and bodies, they seemed like shadows lunging forward. Clang, clash. Barack reacted instantly, drawing his own sword to parry. The impact was sharp, sparks flying from the blades in an instant. It was proof that his opponents were attacking with all their strength. Whoosh, and that in turn meant they were already aware of Barack's skill. They knew that if they didn't take him down with the first strike, they stood little chance. 3 or 4 of them focused on keeping Barack occupied, while another aimed to deliver the killing blow. The attacks came relentlessly at his cheek, neck, and side. Swords locked, a struggle of pushing force against force ensued. Barack hadn't unleashed the power of a spellsword, yet his opponents were pushing back with surprising strength. Ian, observing the situation, stepped back. The way they held their swords, their ability to maintain distance was all far too practiced. This wasn't the raw, untamed fighting style of the back alleys, but the movements of those who had received systematic training. Given the circumstances, it was highly likely they were directly connected to Malin. "Barack, that one. Yes, that one, and kill him. If I don't kill him, should I just cut off his arms? Just do it well." Arg. As he spoke, Barack plunged his sword into the thigh of one of the lesser thugs. But something strange. If they know Barack's skill, they must also know I'm a mage. No one was attacking Ian. Malin, who knew the power of magic better than anyone, wouldn't simply leave Ian, his target and obstacle, alone. SSS. In that instant, countless shadows stretched long behind Ian. From the main street, over a dozen armed thugs were entering the alley. I knew it. More than I expected. They really prepared. Ian tried to gauge the number of enemies by sight, but the darkness made it difficult. As they drew their swords, Ian stepped back, a smirk playing on his lips. "You all are working hard late at night. Don't waste your breath." "Are you Ian?" "Yes, I am Ian." The reason for the delay between the assassination plan and its execution became clear. It wasn't just a lack of opportunity, but also the time needed to gather this many men. Thrum. Ian opened his golden eyes. Mana surged, creating a wind with a subtly shifting temperature, and those who had never seen a mage before hesitated in surprise, but only for a moment. Confident in their overwhelming numbers, they closed in. "Aren't you afraid? Why are you doing this? Shut up. Just hand over your life. Do you know how much money is on your head?" The truth was, even after repeated training to earn the title of mage, there were few usable spells a mana wielder could actually employ. Mana could interact with mana, but it was still far from the glory of legend when magic was said to overturn the world. Die, whoosh, clang, the man in front charged first. Ian also drew his sword, swinging his arm wide to deflect the attack. Simultaneously, he grabbed the man's face with his left hand. Wah thrum, and he poured out his mana with all his might. Just as he had done to Barack in the training ground, an invisible force surged into the man's inner being. Kyug. As the man staggered back, the thugs hesitated briefly. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, all his orifices. The man wiped his face, his hand trembling in shock. "It's not working." Ian looked down at his hand, frowning slightly. It was an offensive spell, one of the easier ones, though not one he used often. Normally, the man's head should have exploded. What the hell, you idiot? Why are you hesitating? Just stab him. You guys seem to know each other well. What's it to you, you soon-to-be-dead bastard? Judging by their crude and vulgar language, they weren't from the imperial palace. They seemed like commoners, but were they from Bratz? While Ian was pondering, the thugs, pushing the blood-soaked man aside, charged simultaneously. Yeah, shhhrk. In an instant, flashing blades appeared before them. It was Barack. He had already taken down the ones who had been clinging to him and rushed over. Blood dripped from Barack's hair. Turning around, Ian saw a flood of blood on the ground. All of it spilled from the thugs. "I'm so sleepy, and these fuckers are making me exercise at night." "Barack, did you kill them?" "I don't know." "I just stabbed them." "Barack, just in case, leave one alive, please." If they weren't from the Bratz territory, he needed to know where they came from. Cooperating with Malin meant they were obstacles to Ian. Thrum. Ian, giving the order, grabbed Barack's shoulder. Blood-soaked hair swayed in the night breeze, and Barack's vitality began to return. The clouds that had been hiding the moon dispersed, and the surroundings gradually bright. Is it because I'm tired? The juice is really flowing today. Must you put it that way? Get out of the way. Fuck, crack. Barack's voice, which had been weary with fatigue, cracked sharply. At the same time, someone's head flew off. SHHHRK. It happened so fast that the thug stood frozen, even as blood spurted from the severed neck. It was a speed they couldn't perceive as reality. K, kill him. Forward, forward. Don't push, damn it. Barack, pushing off the wall, swung his sword. Screams whose origins were impossible to determine scattered everywhere, following the arc of his blade. Those who tried to reach Ian, avoiding Barack, were met by Ian, who had assumed a defensive stance. SHHHRK. It didn't seem like human movement. He merely brushed against the rain of blades pouring in from all sides, giving no opening, reflexively parrying, thrusting, cutting. Arg, damn it. Ag, the narrow alley. It should have been a fatal disadvantage for Barack, but the reality was the opposite. The slightest swing brought his blade into contact with a vital point. For Barack, the alley was just that, Haya, and a moment later a mountain of corpses and a pool of blood. Apart from his eyes, Barack was completely crimson. I told you to leave one alive. There's one alive here, he's twitching. Barack tapped someone's head with the tip of his sword. Then he grinned and clenched his fist. Arg, feels so good. It was a different kind of pleasure from defeating a strong opponent. The feeling of slaughter that came from an overwhelming difference in strength. Sometimes, instead of fierce and desperate battles, this wasn't so bad. The taste of a cheap blade, Barack reveled in that simple pleasure. Exhilarating, refreshing, thrilling, ha, he's a madman. Ian, leaving the raving Barack behind, approached the group that had initially attacked. He began to remove their hoods, checking their faces. Among them, a man was groaning. It was the man Ian had told him to spare. Feeling his upper body, Ian was certain from the well-defined muscles. This was a man who lived by his body. He looks familiar. Really, let me see. Don't you think you've seen him somewhere? I don't know, he's ugly for sure. The man groaned, his left hand twitching. Then he brought his palm to his cheek as if to cover it. Ian thought it was just the meaningless struggle of a dying man. He thought it was just an attempt to hide his face. Arg. What the hell? What's wrong with him? Damn it. On the man's left middle finger was a ring. It seemed to be a tool for suicide, containing a poisoned needle. The man screamed in agony, his body trembling violently. Ian instinctively tried to stop him, but it was too late. As a temporary measure, he could only stuff a cloth into the man's mouth. Cug, his face is really messed up. Barack, who rarely flinched, stepped back and muttered. Necrosis was progressing rapidly around the area where the needle had pierced. The flesh was melting away, the form becoming horribly disfigured. Even his parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. We'll move that survivor and this one to the mansion. Go and call for people. The man had disfigured his face to completely conceal his identity. This meant that he had been the one leading this operation. If the man's identity remained a mystery, Malin would be safe. Then, Barack kicked the man's side. Should I carry him? He's heavy, though, so I'll cut off some parts. Barack, it's a joke. A joke. The path to the main road was blocked by a pile of corpses, leaving no room to step. Barack carefully picked his way through the bodies, and soon the lights of the guard post, which had been intentionally extinguished for days, flickered on. Did they succeed? Mac, watching the window anxiously, couldn't contain himself and gulped down his wine, ignoring the liquid that trickled down his chin. There are over 10 of them. In that narrow alley, even a single graze would result in over a dozen wounds. There's no way they could have survived. Dregger, sitting on the sofa in silence, replied. Even if they failed, their subordinate, Petrio, was not one to leave a messy trail. He carried a poisoned needle that would instantly melt a face, ensuring that their connection to Malin and his group would remain forever silenced. What if they fail? Mac, you tend to worry too much. This is about planning ahead. Thud. Mac slammed his fist on the table nervously. Malin glared at him, a silent order to be quiet. You're going to wake up all the servants. I am sorry, sir. Petrio is a skilled man. He's aged, but he was once the deputy commander of the Crown Prince's personal guard at the Imperial Palace, and above all, he's trustworthy. There will be no loose ends. You and I both know that, just two youngsters. He had heard rumors of Barack being a skilled fighter, but Malin had only listened in passing. Ian was also a mage, but he was only 16. His limitations were obvious. It takes time to pour out mana. He'll be exhausted before he can deal with over a dozen men, and even if by some miracle they fail, can they easily touch us without evidence? If we die, another investigation team will come down. That was the situation they wanted to avoid the most. Mac, finally calming down a little, apologized and shook his head. I'm sorry, I think I got a little excited. Just then, knock knock. Knock knock knock, someone knocked roughly on the door. All three men froze, swallowing hard. In the dead of night, there were only two people who would come to them. Petrio having succeeded in his mission, or who, creak, red hair visible through the crack in the door. Whether he was covered in blood or his skin was peeled off, he was entirely crimson. Barack wiped his face and smiled. Were you waiting for someone named Petrio? What the? Malin, startled, stood up involuntarily. How dare you, snicked. Barack's answer to their outcry was to draw his sword. He aimed it at Dregger's neck, coming close enough to cut him at any moment. Ian said I could cut if I wanted to. You lowlife, we are from the Imperial Palace, I know, but this is the frontier, a place that opened up so many possibilities. Ian said the frontier doesn't care about that. Oh my heavens, what is all that? They said there was an uproar in the middle of the night. But why, who? They said Ian was attacked on his way back to the mansion. Why, how, isn't that what they're investigating now? He went out to distribute Gulla and look at this disaster. Is he one of those bodies? As dawn broke, everyone learned of the night's events. With corpses piled high, blocking the alley, it was impossible to keep it a secret. And what about the blood flowing all the way to the main street? The guards lined up the bodies for identification, while the people whispered, keeping their distance. Meanwhile, the mansion was just as noisy, especially the basement of the main building. Two of the attackers had survived. One was presumed to be Petrio, the other an unidentified man. Petrio gagged, screamed, drenched in sweat, tears, and blood. Do you have any idea how terrible you look? You're going to die at this rate. Just identify yourself and I'll have a physician attend to you. In truth, a physician had already come while he was unconscious. But the wounds were so bizarre, so severe, that the physician had declared he wouldn't last 3 days. Barik pressed a cloth against Petrio's face, annoyed. Just open your damn mouth. Stop screaming. Damn it, anyone would think I was torturing you. Though he was tied to a chair and gagged, their actions were closer to nursing than torture. They had tried to clean the filth with lukewarm water, but so much skin had been torn off that even that brought agony. Barik, that's enough. Strip him. Completely. His clothes, all of them. Don't leave a single thread. Barik, though displeased, followed Ian's order. Petrio was military. It wasn't clear exactly what kind of work he did, but he'd clearly worked under the rules of the imperial palace. Judging by his age, he'd likely participated in his share of battles, large and small. In such cases, it was common to mark one's body with proof of identity, so that even if they became a mangled corpse on the battlefield, they could return to their homeland. Is this it? Barik, stripping off Petrio's upper garment, found a tattoo on his left flank, but the flesh had been deliberately wounded, scraped. A meticulous preparation. Tusk. Ian leaned down, examined the wound, and met his eyes. Even with his stomach pierced, his face melting, his eyes hadn't lost their light. Men like these rarely opened their mouths easily. Malin would know that. I don't want to torture someone who's about to die, but a true warrior never forgets revenge. I hope for your sake you have no one precious to you. Anyone bearing the name Petrio will meet the same death as you. The words were calm, but incredibly cruel. In truth, Ian had little intention of doing so, but he'd thrown it out to probe for a weakness. As expected, Petrio showed no reaction. Keep a close watch on him. Okay. Hugh, the smell of blood is sickening. Seriously. Ian, with no other choice, left the aftermath to Barik and stepped out into the basement corridor. Creak, Petrio's scream leaked through the closing door, then abruptly stopped. As Ian moved towards the opposite end of the corridor, he heard someone practically tumbling down the stairs. Thump, tap, 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 thump, thump, Ian. Royal Romandro, you're awake. This, oh my. He had rushed down immediately upon waking and was quite lightly dressed. He grabbed Ian's shoulders, looking him up and down, seemingly flustered that he was so unharmed. They said, over a dozen men were killed. As you can see, I'm perfectly fine. As expected, a magic user is different. As expected. Please calm down. If Barik had heard that, he would have been furious. I'm the one who took a beating, he'd say, so why is Ian getting all the praise? A man named Petrio conspired to carry out this attack. He seems to be Malin's subordinate, but he disfigured his face with poison the moment he was caught, making identification impossible. The investigation is ongoing, but he keeps giving strange names. Malin's group, they're in a similar state. At Romandro's question, Ian gestured with his chin towards the room at the end of the corridor. It was where Malin and 2 other men were confined. What will you do now? Romandro paced in front of Ian, then asked, seemingly at a loss. In truth, even if it were true that Malin had tried to kill Ian, there was nothing, conventionally speaking, that could be held against him. Malin was an administrator of the imperial palace, and Ian, as Malin claimed, was a commoner based in the Great Desert. Even though Ian was a magic user and the head of the mansion, none of those were official positions. Will you kill him? No. I refuse to have any more investigation teams sent down from the imperial palace. If Ian killed Malin, the imperial palace would send more people. If things went badly, Gale's faction might even send an army to execute Ian. Then it's not my decision to make. I told you, didn't I, that I would prove myself. So send a message to Royal Marib. I will abide by their decision. Besides proving he wasn't on Gale's side, this was the cleanest method, the one with the least repercussions. He had a rough idea of the situation in the imperial palace, but it was just an assumption. He couldn't be certain what the consequences of Malin's death would be, so he was passing that responsibility to Marib. Then, until we receive a reply, we'll leave them there. That much is fine. All right, I'll send a carrier pigeon right away. Just a moment, Royal Romandro. Ian stopped him as he was about to rush up the stairs. He handed him the ring, carefully wrapped in cloth. It was a simple silver ring, but there was a small needle inside, and the area around it was discolored with poison. Have you heard of anything like this? When it pricked him, his face immediately started to melt. Let's see. Romandro pulled his face back, squinting. Are they planning to use this again? Can it be used again? Well, it would need a technician to reinsert the needle, but it's not entirely unusable. The poison seems to be tebarfin. It's used by assassins to hide their identities, or, by human traffickers. That's it. Human trafficking, organ trafficking, and so on. It was a toxic substance actively used in crimes where the identity of the corpse had to be concealed. It wasn't used at all in Ian's time, which was somewhat shocking. Such a thing exists, you might not know. Why so surprised? It was clearly a poison that wasn't even recognized in Ian's time. There must have been a reason it was banned, but he couldn't know that. Romandro glanced at Ian, then said he would write the letter and went upstairs. I'll send it as quickly as possible. Ian wrapped the ring in the cloth again and tucked it into his inner pocket. Then he approached the room at the end of the corridor where Malin and his men were confined. Was there any disturbance inside? No, there wasn't. Open the door. Thunk. At Ian's command, the guard unlocked the padlock, which was the size of a man's fist. Only wooden bowls, like feeding animals, were scattered on the floor. At the sound of the door opening, Mac instinctively stood. Ian, you bastard, but he was immediately restrained by the guards. Ian placed the overturned wooden bowl on the table. Did you sleep well, you insolent commoner? How dare you, knowing who we are? Open this door immediately, or I'll kill you. The Imperial Palace won't let you get away with this. This time, Dregger also didn't hide his anger. He rushed forward as if he were about to grab Ian by the collar. We are here by order of the Imperial Palace. Treating us like this is an insult to the center. Act like the outskirts you are. Chinrieo tribe, you lot should behave yourselves too. Ian, as someone said, is currently affiliated with the Chinrieo tribe. If such a person treats an Imperial Palace administrator this way, do you not understand what that means? Isn't that why you're still alive? What? If it weren't for the Imperial banner, you'd be sitting in Petraeo's place instead of eating. Ian took out the ring, holding the band with the cloth and bringing the needle close to Mac's face. Flinch. Mac, aware of the object, instinctively pulled back. Petraeo, the investigation is ongoing. Even if the face is necrotized, the existence doesn't disappear. And haven't you already heard? The red brooch Barik had shown. Their secret conversation had been recorded, but Malin and his men weren't intimidated. Instead, they shouted, claiming injustice. We know nothing about it. If you're so confident, hold a proper trial. What kind of damn process is this? How dare a nameless? How can a man have a name when even the territory has lost its own? Dregger, this is the outskirts. It's not the center you're used to. Ian brushed Mac's ruffled collar. A subordinate's mistake is the superior's mistake. Above all, the warriors of the great desert do not take revenge lightly. The brooch leads to a natural conclusion, and I have no intention of simply letting this go. Specifically, he would punish Malin and his men according to Marib's instructions. Ian looked at the scattered barley porridge. Food is precious. It was a warning that next time they might have to eat what was on the floor. Ian signaled the guards to keep a close watch and stepped out. Click. Ian. Ian. Just then, Hannah came running down into the basement, calling out to Ian. What is it? The citizens, all of them, they've come in droves. The citizens? Why, what for? But Hannah in her haste just stamped her feet and ran ahead. Chasing after her, Ian considered several possibilities. To loot the Gulla, or perhaps forces that Malin had arranged. Ian, as he emerged from the basement, sunlight poured down. Beneath it, the gathered citizens. They were all carrying wildflowers or small fruits. They too seemed surprised to see Ian. He's unharmed. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Hoo-ha. Who was spreading those rumors, saying Ian had a huge knife wound in his stomach? We were worried. We heard there was a huge attack in the middle of the night, and the alley was so soaked with blood. You're all right, aren't you? Going out in the middle of the night and then, SHH, be quiet. The center bastards will hear. Ian, take this. It's small but good. The citizens surrounding Ian poured out their concerns. They checked him with their eyes for any injuries and pressed gifts into his hands. In an instant, his arms were filled with flowers and fruit. All this, Ian paused, unable to speak, and looked down at the flowers. He finally remembered what had sustained him for those short 3 years, bearing the weight of the crown. Such small smiles. That was all. It's good that you've all come. Royal Romandro has finally given his permission. Sir, permission. Permission for the cultivation, distribution, and consumption of Gulla. Woo-wah, oh my. At the unexpectedly early good news, everyone embraced, jumping for joy. Ian gestured for them to calm down, and they all looked at him, eyes shining. But there are conditions, just tell us. Everyone chattered excitedly, imagining a plentiful winter. Ian handed the flowers and fruit to Hannah. Tell all the citizens to gather in the square this afternoon. I will announce it and give the instructions. Ian and the mansion servants hauled all the Gulla seeds they'd been accumulating to the square. What had started as a mere 4 sacks had ballooned to well over 100. The seedlings, carefully nurtured for research, were also wrapped in paper and loaded onto carts. It took a good 5 or 6 trips, the carts lining up one after another. Good heavens, how is there so much? We scoured the nearby mountains and fields. That's why. And you're giving all of this away for free. Ian gestured for them to form a line, and they moved, forming a somewhat orderly queue. Beside him, one of Romandro's men was flipping through documents. Distributing the Gulla was a task in itself. It would take a while. Listen carefully. The The Gulla seeds will be distributed based on the size of the fields you're cultivating. Families with many mouths to feed will receive additional seedlings. I expect you to actively share cultivation and cooking methods with each other to lessen the burden on the mansion. He's giving away seedlings too. SHH, be quiet, I can't hear. We can't hear in the back. Ian raised a single finger and shouted, we are giving away the Gulla free of charge now. But next year at harvest time we will collect an additional 10% tax. Furthermore, any trade of Gulla with outsiders must go through the mansion. Violators will be fined 50 gold coins. F50 coins. Good lord, that's terrifying. The average tenant farmer earned about 1 gold coin a month. They were momentarily shocked by the severity of the fine, but on second thought it didn't seem like a big deal. What about selling and buying amongst ourselves? That's fine. The important thing is outsiders. You cannot sell seeds, roots, or anything related to Gulla to outsiders on your own. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Yeah, the only outsiders are the desert tribes and, who else? Mariloff. Hard to find anyone else. Right, and no problem at all. You owe me a debt, don't you? Pay me back with some Gulla. Ian continued his instructions, raising his voice even louder, and anyone who reports a violator will receive a reward. If anyone is unhappy with the additional tax, you don't have to take the Gulla. How much is 10%? For every 10 sacks of wheat, you'll give one more. What about 50 sacks? 5 sacks. If you can't do the math, ask one of the staff. Each person worriedly calculated their increased taxes for the next year, counting on their fingers, but they needed to eat and survive now to even see next year. The Gulla distribution began, and the man at the front of the line stepped forward. Alden Parma. Ah yes, you tend the farmland near the riverbank. How much do I get? Here, 5 scoops. It was only 5 scoops, but considering its prolific nature, it was a substantial amount. Those who had arrived late stomped their feet impatiently, inching closer to the front. Ian held them back, saying, those who don't receive Gulla today, don't worry. There will be a second distribution. Since external trade was prohibited, anything cultivated would eventually return to the mansion. It was only a matter of time before all the residents of Bratz would be growing Gulla. Next, as he was helping with the distribution, Barik whispered from behind Ian, you need to come back to the mansion. One of the bastards woke up. I'll be there shortly. Ian gave a nod to Romandro's men, indicating they should continue, and left the square. The mansion, emptied of Gulla and people, seemed much quieter and emptier than usual. Tap, 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 you've arrived. The other one woke up. What about Petrio? The doctor, soaked in sweat, wiped his face with the back of his hand and sighed. He'd never seen a patient in such a horrific state. This was something else. There's no hope. At most, he has until the end of the day. Tough bastard. Barik peeked through the doorway at Petrio. The man was a bloody mess, barely clinging to life. To be in that state and still not talk. He wasn't the type to open his mouth even in death. Swoosh. And the other one, he's wide awake. Started crying and begging the moment he opened his eyes. He begged for his life, rubbing his hands together so desperately. They were the ones who almost died, Ian and Barik, but an outsider might think they'd kidnapped some innocent soul. Ian opened the door and entered. The man who had been scraping at a bowl of barley porridge froze. Ah, it's Ian. Glad to see me in the daylight. Please spare me, spare me. Clatter, the barley porridge went flying and the man slammed his head back onto the floor begging. He was sobbing uncontrollably, almost having a fit. Ian sighed and asked, name, see Colin. Keep talking. Ian sat down in a chair and nodded. Colin wiped the porridge from his lips and cleared his throat. Well, I'm Colin. I'm 20 years old. I have 2 older brothers and 3 younger ones. You've got to be kidding me. I don't care about that. Hey, you want your head smashed in with that porridge bowl? Barik growled. Eek. Barik threatened him, and the man started rubbing his hands together again. So I'm an errand boy at the gambling den. I overheard the guards talking. They said some guy was offering a bunch of money to hire muscle. Where are they from? I am from Mariloff, just as I thought. There was nowhere else nearby to recruit people. Ian smiled, and Barik kicked the man hard in the shin. Thwack, arg, so who is this, some guy? I don't know. Why would we need to know each other's business? You just give the money and do the work. I didn't even meet him. I got the money from the guards. Barik glanced at Ian. What should we do? Kill him. Spare me, please. I'll do anything you say. Ag, my, I haven't even touched him, and his screams are fantastic. Barik kicked the man clinging to Ian's feet, pulling him away. Judging by his behavior, he wasn't likely to kill himself to keep quiet. Ian tapped his fingertips together, thinking, Mariloff. Ian, keep him locked up. And is anyone outside? Yes, Lord Ian. There is. What is it? I'm sending a letter to Mariloff. Prepare a horse. Ian emerged onto the ground floor and gave the order to a servant. Then he went straight up to the drawing room and knocked on the door. Romandro, who was inside writing a report, jumped in surprise and welcomed him. What is it? Did Petrio die? No, he's still clinging to life. One of the attackers woke up and confessed he's from Mariloff. Most of them probably are. He said they were guards who worked at the gambling den. I'd like to write a letter. Will you help me? Romandro put down his quill and tried to grasp Ian's intentions. Sending a letter was one thing, but why was he asking for help with that? He furrowed his brow, guessing. Are you trying to create a justification? You could say that. Heh, indeed. Ian sat down across from him, and Romandro turned the report he'd been writing and handed it to him. It was a recommendation for Ian's appointment as Lord. It was filled with praise for the discovery of Gulla, the alliance with the Great Desert, and the rebuilding of the territory. Do you like it? I hope it pleases Her Highness Mariv and His Majesty the Emperor. Just in case, include one of Malin's belongings when you send it. Do you have a ring? Yes, so what shall we write to Mariloff? He took out a new sheet of paper and dipped his quill in ink. Ian, who has been recommended as the next lord, was attacked, is a good start. This was the reason Romandro, the imperial advisor, was writing instead of Ian. Ian's current status was too low even if he raised the issue. It was likely to be ignored, but being nominated as the next lord and having the advisor write on his behalf due to his injuries would make it difficult for Mariloff to dismiss it lightly. The attackers who assaulted the prospective lord were thugs from Mariloff. One of the group survived and confessed, revealing this fact. This is a matter that could easily cause a misunderstanding between us. Scratch, scratch. If Ian were the lord, he could immediately raise an army and it wouldn't be a problem. But that wasn't the reality, so he had to borrow Romandro's authority. Mariloff might brazenly threat to kill his people. It seemed entirely possible, given it was the Count of Mariloff. Therefore, we request that you send someone to identify and retrieve the bodies, and we urge your full cooperation in the investigation. Good. The ink flows well, very good, and it would be good to add a request for compensation. Romandro scratched his nose with the quill. How much should we ask for? Would 100 gold coins be appropriate? That's reasonable, but since we're at it, it's better to ask for more. We don't actually expect to receive it anyway. This was the same man who had cruelly rejected their request for food aid, even on humanitarian grounds. They'd probably have to ask for 200 coins to get maybe 20 after haggling. Let's see, Romandro pondered for a moment, then finished the letter with elegant prose. He then pressed his ring seal firmly onto it and handed the sealed letter to Ian. Is everything ready outside? Yes, Lord Ian. A horse has been prepared. Deliver this to the Count of Mariloff. Be careful. The servant carefully tucked the letter into his clothes and left the drawing room. It would probably take some time to get a proper response. Since you said it's for justification, I hope we don't receive a reply at all. Ian smiled brightly at Romandro's words. That was precisely what Ian wanted. We probably won't receive it until winter. Their Gulla seeds must be depleted, and it will be difficult for them to plant immediately, so they'll surely want the Gulla itself before long. When that time came, bringing up this incident would give them grounds to refuse initially, and secondly, it would be a reason to raise the price of Gulla. He would return the favor, exactly as the Count of Mariloff had done to him. Just thinking about him having to buy that wheat at a high price makes me laugh. His expression will be priceless, but Ian's situation and theirs were different. Ian didn't need to buy their food, but they wouldn't be able to back down unless they had an alternative. Romandro continued to finish the report he was sending to the capital. But you see, even if you are appointed lord, the fact that you're a magic user has been reported, so you might have to stay in the capital for a long time. No. Becoming lord was the priority, of course, but there were still issues even after that. They wouldn't send Ian, a magic user, to the outskirts. Who will look after this place then? It's not uncommon for lords to spend long periods in the capital. That's true, but that's when they have a steward. Ian simply smiled in response. For now, that was something to think about after returning to the imperial court. He could reevaluate his plans after confirming whether this unbelievable regression was related to Naum's magic. I don't know. Let's think about that after I become lord. The investiture ceremony is at the New Year's gathering anyway. I hope Her Highness Mariv will be helpful. Mariv's help. Romandro only made a strange expression at Ian's words. It was an ambiguous response, neither affirming nor denying. Mariv drew the bowstring back to its limit, pressing it close to his body. He felt the wind, but paid it no mind as he loosed the arrow. He wasn't aiming to hunt any beasts after all. Whoosh, the arrow, tracing an arc through the air, struck a pointless target and fell. A deer, startled, fled into the distance. The ministers watching nearby let out sighs of disappointment masked as laughter. Ah, what a shame, indeed. An unfortunate gust of wind of all things. Well then. It seems Lord Durentio is currently in the lead. Your Highness, allow me to try. Once a month an unofficial event was held. The imperial family, key ministers, and a select few nobles gathered under the guise of fostering camaraderie, but it was truly an extension of politics, a tedious yet crucial affair. But Your Highness, is Prince Gale not present today? Marib, who had been about to pick up a bow, paused. The strained relationship between him and Gale was known even to the lowliest slaves in the imperial palace, yet the minister had uttered his name so casually. Several officials subtly glanced at the first prince, but Marib replied calmly, "That's right. I wonder what's keeping him so busy." There was one curious point since the lord appointment had been overturned, and Malin had been sent to the frontier. Gale had been conspicuously absent from Marib's presence. There were no particular rumors circulating, and judging from his father's hints, Gale seemed to be visiting that place frequently, which meant he was deliberately avoiding only Marib. The minister, oblivious to the deepening furrow in Merib's brow, drew his bow and muttered, "His Majesty hasn't been out for quite some time due to his declining health either. It's truly regrettable. Regrettable, indeed. Back when your highnesses were young, it was so lively and enjoyable." Though there were many instances where we missed our prey due to the commotion. Whoosh, just as the minister was about to release his bowstring, an arrow suddenly shot out from beside him. Merib had fired his bow carelessly. Another deer, startled, bolted away. "Like that, why, your highness, I also find it regrettable. It seems the minister is not satisfied with me. Perhaps it's because my hunting skills are so lacking." "Ah, what are you saying, your highness?" "No, absolutely not." The minister, sweating profusely, protested vehemently. He even used his hands in a desperate attempt to deny it, but Merib simply smiled and turned his back. "Carry on, I need to rest." "Ah, yes, your highness." Merib removed his gloves and left. The minister subtly rebuked the one who had made the mistake and urged him to take up his bow. Lying down beneath the tent, Merib pressed a hand to his furrowed brow, weary. "Are you all right, your highness?" He hadn't slept for days due to the accumulated workload. Coming out to shoot arrows in such a state was, of course, a strain. His aide poured him a cool glass of water and checked on him. "A messenger pigeon has arrived from the frontier. From Romandro. I believe it will be a gift for you, your highness." Merib looked up at his aide, puzzled. The aide, after confirming that no one was around, lowered his voice. "First, Romandro reports that they've discovered a crop that can solve the famine. Ian is leading the effort to distribute it in Bratz, and they expect to see results by this winter. The same goes for taxes at a normal harvest level. This winter, the green leaves were already turning yellow. What kind of crop could possibly show results by winter? The cultivation period would have to be less than 2 months for that to be possible. It's called Gulla." "Gulla, the poisonous weed I know," Merib immediately retorted, his tone incredulous. Had Romandro gone mad after being sent to the borderlands? It was a weed that grew in filthy places and was even poisonous. And that could solve the famine. He suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion. "I'm going to lose my mind. I thought the same at first, but the details below are quite remarkable. Gulla's seeds are edible, apparently. They say it tastes surprisingly good, and it's quite filling. It seems they've already made significant progress in culinary research." Merib, though displeased, gestured with his hand. The aide quickly presented him with the letter. "Cultivation methods. How is that any different from growing weeds? The cultivation period is very short, just 1 month, and 1 seed yields more than 10 seeds in return. It doesn't matter what kind of soil or water it is, either." Merib carefully read through Romandro's report. Certainly, if what was written was true, it might not be entirely impossible to overcome the famine. Among existing famine relief crops, it had conditions that were arguably the best, but the mere thought of Gulla made him feel disgusted. How could anyone eat that? What's next? Is that all? It's a rather unimpressive gift. And the aide leaned in, lowering his voice even further. "A letter of recommendation for Ian to be the next lord, and he was of a criminal's bloodline, but if it was true that he was a magic user, that was of little consequence. No. On the contrary, they would have to carefully coax him and keep him from running away. It seemed Romandro and the people of the territory had placed their full trust in him. With a letter of recommendation, there was no issue at all. The real problem for Merib was, Malin's ring was enclosed. What? His voice had been louder than he intended, causing one of the ministers standing some distance away to glance over. Merib pulled the tent curtain closed and asked, startled, "Malin's ring?" "Yes." According to Romandro, Malin attempted to kill Ian. His subordinate, Petrio, led the effort, gathering mercenaries for an ambush, but they failed. "They are all currently in custody," he says. Merib, listening to his aide's explanation, flipped to the back of the report. A luxurious ring lay on the table, and he quickly confirmed the inscription on the inside, proving it belonged to Malin's family. He says he leaves the decision of their punishment to your highness. Merib felt his mind becoming increasingly clear. He'd thought so ever since he'd heard they'd brought in the Tenryo tribe. What he was doing was remarkably useful. He realized that his association with Malin was an obstacle to receiving the Lord's recommendation, and he showed it through his actions. He was showing that he had no connection to Malin, or more precisely, to Gale's side, and that they could safely make him the Lord. What more convincing plea could there be? Merib's fingers, deep in thought, tapped rapidly on the table. "Tap, tap, your highness. Does Ian have any remaining family? Not that I'm aware of. He did have a birth mother, but she was reported missing before the battle even took place. Write a letter. If he's a magic user, it should be easy for him to come to the capital." What on earth is he thinking? The primary concern was preventing Bratz from falling into Gale's hands, but judging by Ian's actions, he might be able to gain more than that. It's perfect timing. He'd be useful in the magic department. There was a shortage of mages, and because of that, they were highly unified, with most of them being Gale's subordinates. Merib, as his aide had said, felt as though he had received a gift. He rose cheerfully and picked up his bow again. The Emperor's permission was absolutely necessary to proceed with the Lord's appointment, but it was the minister's repeated entreaties that would urge him on. "Have you caught anything?" "Ah, your highness." The deer seemed to have very long lives today, just as Merib was smiling and drawing his bow. Whoosh, an arrow with a long tail trailing behind it whizzed past him. It was so sudden that only the black cloth tied to the arrow left an afterimage. Unlike the terrified ministers, Merib's face hardened as he turned around. Gale, black hair and blue eyes that seemed to hold the sky. The long, sharp slant of his eyes was, as always, arrogant. Gale, on horseback, held up his bow. My apologies, brother. I was in a hurry to shoot. Your skills have become quite lacking. For someone lacking, it seems to have hit the mark quite well, don't you think? Merib followed Gale's gaze and turned his head. A deer, its neck pierced cleanly through, lay on its side. The black cloth tied to the arrow fluttered in the wind. Gale approached the ministers and greeted them naturally with a slight nod. I apologize for being late. I was busy with work. Not at all, Your Highness. It feels like it's been a while. Have you been well? Gale casually nodded to the ministers. If not for the blue eyes he had inherited from the Emperor, no one would have believed that the two shared blood. Brother, you're not upset that I caught it, are you? Gale raised his eyebrows, feigning an innocent expression. Whenever the two were together, they were always at each other's throats, so the ministers slowly backed away, fidgeting. Now, shall we, wet our whistles, shall we? Brother, it's hot. Yes, it's a hot day. Your Highness, please rest for a moment. You there? Fill the quiver with arrows. Leaving the noisy old men behind, Merib smiled softly. It was clear he had come all this way for a reason. Normally, it would be difficult to guess, but he had just read the letter from Bratz. Am I as busy as you, brother? You must be incredibly busy with state affairs and whatnot, yet you consistently attend these trivial hunting gatherings. As the legitimate heir and official successor, Merib had the most work in the imperial palace. It had become even worse since the emperor had taken to his sickbed. Gale glanced at the minister, who was chuckling meaninglessly at the back, and continued, and you're so concerned about the frontier too. If you were to collapse from overwork, no one would be surprised. But everyone would be surprised that you've been taking such an interest in that area lately. Do you still receive reports from your advisor? Is there a reason I should tell you? Gale slowly scanned Merib's face. At some point, Malin's reports had abruptly stopped. But judging by the looks of things, Romandro's reports were still coming in. That meant something must have happened to them in the Bratz territory. Merib smiled brightly and warned Gale, I don't know what you're up to. Gale scoffed inwardly. He had been suspicious ever since Merib had suddenly attended the General Assembly and interfered. Merib was also aware of something. It would be best if you stopped concerning yourself with the Bratz territory. A letter of recommendation for the next lord has arrived. I have no objections, so I plan to proceed quickly. Gale's face crumpled. In contrast, Merib smiled brightly and drew his bowstring tightly. The arrow, tracing a clean arc, struck the dead beast's neck. The atmosphere among the ministers heading to the council meeting was heavy. Word had spread that both princes, who'd been sharpening their knives since the hunting incident the previous day, would be attending. What's the meaning of this? Both Prince Merib and Prince Gale attending together. They usually only attend the afternoon sessions. I hear it's about the lord appointment right for the former Bratz territory. They're clashing. Has that worthless land been gilded in gold or something? Why the sudden obsession? Have you heard anything? Rumor has it a recommendation letter was submitted, and the candidate is Durga's illegitimate son. Apparently he's a spellweaver, which is why Prince Gale is interested. A spellweaver, you say? That's just what I overheard. Let's go in, we're late. The ministers, with heavy steps, had no choice but to enter the grand hall. Usually the atmosphere was boisterous, almost jovial, but today was undeniably different. Thud, Prince Gale has arrived. Your Highness, welcome. Gale, with a casual air, swept his tousled black hair back and smiled. Everyone's so diligent this morning. You flatter us, Your Highness. His active participation in politics, despite being pushed out of the line of succession, was a silent threat to Merib. Besides, the council meetings were entirely the minister's domain. There was no particular reason for him to attend. At least until a few days ago. Prince Merib is entering. Your Highness, good morning. Take your seats. Merib, arriving at the meeting hall, glanced briefly at Gale before taking his seat at the head of the table. A heavy silence descended as the council meeting began. Several agenda items passed, with both princes remaining silent, merely listening. Now next is then. The chairman's hesitation spoke volumes. Here it comes. The matter concerning the former Bratz territory. Romandro, who was sent as an advisor, has sent a recommendation letter. The candidate is Ian, the illegitimate son of the executed Durga, the illegitimate son of a traitor. Wouldn't that make reinstating him as lord meaningless, considering the family's extermination? However, it was Ian himself who reported Durga to the imperial palace. He severed the ties with Bratz first, and most importantly, he was never officially registered, so he never legally held the Bratz name. The ministers, reviewing the relevant reports, offered their various opinions. Gale was the first to speak. By all rights, he should be a slave. To make him a lord is preposterous. He's the only Bratz who can form an alliance with the great desert bordering the territory. Reducing the military size will reduce costs and taxes will increase. Didn't he bring in foreign powers? That could be considered treason. Ah yes, so I've heard. The ministers began to murmur again. As if anticipating this, Mariv handed a piece of paper to a servant. The paper, received with a bow, was delivered to the chairman. For these reasons, I also submit a recommendation letter supporting him. While a count is usual for border territories, a viscount would be appropriate in this case, given the circumstances. Romandro and now Mariv had both submitted recommendation letters. At this point, there was no real reason to object. The ministers exchanged silent glances, all the while keeping an eye on Gale. He seemed to attend this meeting to oppose the appointment, but he's strangely silent. Once he's appointed lord, what will become of him? A spellweaver should serve in the imperial palace. Can a family head afford to be away from his territory for so long? He'll be busy rebuilding his family. That is for the family head to decide. Once the territory is granted, it's not a matter for the central government to interfere in. That's right. The current issue is whether Ian is qualified to be a family head. As long as the taxes are paid properly, we shouldn't concern ourselves. Especially in border territories, autonomy had to be strictly respected. There were cultural differences due to the distance, and most importantly, that autonomy was the very force that kept the borders strong. Thwack, taxes, you say, you speak well. What do you mean? Gale, snapping his fingers, seized on the word, causing Mariv to frown. It was a signal to behave appropriately in a formal setting. He's the illegitimate son of a trader, who should have been a slave. Since he's a spellweaver, making him a slave and keeping him in the imperial palace would be more beneficial in many ways. Wouldn't you agree, Minister Wesley? That could be argued, yes. The median annual income of the magic department is 200 gold coins. Even those with little experience receive at least 100 gold coins. If Ian were to be appointed as a mage, we would have to pay that price, but if he were demoted to a slave, it would be a net gain. There has never been a case of a mage being enslaved. How can the head of the magic department, who knows this better than anyone, say such a thing? The ministers were aghast, raising their voices. Mages were considered sacred, believed to be closest to the power of the gods. That's why, despite having the fewest members, the magic department received one of the largest budgets in the imperial palace. Wesley smiled lightly, a gesture meant to calm them. I was merely stating the economic cost that this Ian would bring. I never said anything about demoting him to a slave. Prince Gale, what is it you wish to say? The Prime Minister intervened, holding up his staff. Gale looked at Mariv and spoke. That was a humanitarian measure, perfectly justified. If we combine Ian's potential economic opportunity cost and the missing taxes, I believe it would be acceptable to everyone if he repaid a certain amount to the imperial palace. Mariv almost burst out laughing. Ha, so since they couldn't stop the appointment through Malin or the investigation leader, they were resorting to money. It was customary for the imperial palace to confiscate a territory if the lord failed to pay his public debts, including taxes, within a certain period, using the proceeds to cover the losses. It was an opportunity that wealthy upstarts eagerly sought to increase their status. If an auction were held, Wesley would most likely be the highest bidder, typical of the magic department. It was impossible to estimate how much wealth Wesley, the head of the department that received the largest budget in the imperial palace, possessed. Seeing the gold gilding every corner of her mansion, some even said she had mastered alchemy and was stacking gold like sand. Honestly, isn't such a condition reasonable for the bloodline of a trader? After he's appointed lord 1 year, if he fails to repay the debt within that time, then it would be appropriate to demote him to a slave. How much? 10,000 gold coins. Good heavens, I believe that's a reasonable amount. The fact that he demanded it so confidently meant it was a thoroughly calculated amount, a grounded figure. But 10,000 gold coins, that was an amount that could barely be met by handing over all the taxes collected from the Bratz territory without spending a single coin. He would likely have to sell off the mine or part of the land to maintain his position as lord. If that happened, his family's power would dwindle, and he would lose his own strength. Gale's intention to create an opening for himself to step in later was transparent. What do you all think? I don't think it's a bad idea. He should pay that much to create a public justification and, most importantly, to quell the opposition from the nobles. I agree. Even if he is a spellweaver, he is still the bloodline of the former lord, which is unsettling. But isn't a year too short? There will be trials and errors when he becomes lord. He should be given at least 3 years. Isn't he already acting as the family head in Bratz? After this winter, next winter will make it 2 years. That's sufficient. The ministers, searching for a compromise, glanced at Mariv, seeking his agreement. He tilted his head, seemingly deep in thought, but Gale's proposal didn't seem entirely unfavorable. Very well, then appointing Ian as lord should be the first step. That's right, because he needs to generate income through management. Very well, I have no objections. As Mariv nodded readily, the ministers breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we'll be able to have afternoon tea. Gale and Wesley, on the other hand, exchanged surprised glances. I thought he would protect him more aggressively, at least to extend the period or reduce the amount, or even object to Gale's claim altogether as nonsense. Mariv, whether he knew their thoughts or not, urged the Prime Minister. It seems we've reached an agreement. Let's move on to the next item. Ah, yes, we will do so. Then we will submit a proposal to the Emperor to conditionally appoint Ian as the family head of the former Bratz territory. Very well, no objections. Thud, 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 the chairman struck his staff, concluding the agenda item. Mariv smiled and turned to the next report. In truth, whether Ian was in debt or not was of no concern to him. His primary goal was to prevent someone from Gale's faction from becoming Lord. Besides, somehow I feel like he'll pull it off. He'd never even seen his face, but he had a strange feeling that Ian would manage it without any problems. It was baseless and unrealistic, but that's how he felt. Perhaps it was because, as a third party, he found the situation intriguing, but if he really managed to gather 10,000 gold coins, I'm looking forward to it. Let's move on to the next agenda item. A small peace had settled over the Grand Hall, which had seemed on the verge of a storm. Wesley leaned in and whispered something to Gale, who nodded in acknowledgement. Mariv simply watched them calmly. 15 days later, Romandro had developed a habit of checking the window first thing in the morning. For some reason, the carrier pigeon he'd sent to the Imperial Palace showed no sign of returning. If the recommendation letter had arrived safely, there should have been a reply confirming its receipt. Just then in the distance, an unfamiliar carriage climbing the hill caught his eye. A gold carriage adorned with a magnificent flagpole, seemingly bathed in sunlight. Romandro rubbed his eyes vigorously, then with a gasp of astonishment, he rushed outside. Kaya el Lord Romandro. What is it? Ian, quickly. Lord Ian is in the garden. Romandro, rushing out in his pajamas, shouted excitedly. A carriage is coming from the Imperial Palace. What? The servants, pale with fear, remembering the nightmare of the investigation leader and fearing punishment for the imprisoned Malin and his group, were the opposite of Romandro. It's a gold carriage, a carriage carrying the Emperor's decree. What could be the Emperor's decree after sending a Lord recommendation letter? Romandro rushed to the garden, his mind racing. He found Ian, crouched down, covering something with soil. Ian, Lord Romandro. Ian, bewildered, dusted off his hands and slowly stood up. He couldn't see the approaching carriage, hidden by the mansion walls, but he could feel Romandro's emotions fully. The Lord appointment decree is coming. Magnificent carriage, radiating power and importance, rolled through the estate gates. It resembled the previous arrival of the investigation team, yet was distinctly different. Even a blind man from miles away could sense that this carriage carried good news. Curious villagers trailed after the carriage, following the path it carved through the dust. What's this? Another carriage from the capital. No way, the investigation team's back already. The banner's different this time, and that carriage looks way too expensive. What's happening, I wonder? Carriages are always expensive, you moron. Whoa, it's going up to the manor. Every servant working in the manor scurried outside. Ian, brushing dirt from his clothes, headed for the main gate. Creak. A long, impressive procession trailed the massive, ornate carriage. Imperial guards stood at rigid attention, ceremonial swords held at the ready. Their imposing presence hushed the gathering crowd. An elderly woman emerged from the carriage. Ah, it's Administrator Chelonia. Romandrome recognized her, someone of similar rank to Malin. Deep wrinkles lined her face, yet her eyes shone with a fierce, piercing intelligence. She surveyed the surroundings with an air of grace, quickly locating Ian. Are you Ian? I am. I bear a message from His Imperial Majesty. All of you kneel. Ian knelt carefully, and immediately everyone in the manor followed his lead, bowing low. The woman, in a dignified and resonant voice, read from the scroll. The recommendations of First Prince Mariv Barosian and Advisor Romandrome have been approved by the Council. In recognition of your meritorious service in rebuilding the territory and defending the border, Ian is hereby appointed as the new Viscount of the former Bratz territory. However, at the declaration of his appointment, the servants, forgetting all decorum, lifted their heads in excitement. The villagers gathered outside did the same, straining to hear every word from the Imperial Palace. The fact that you are Durga Bratz's bastard son is a stain that will not change, regardless of the circumstances. Therefore, a conditional offer is presented. If you remit to the Imperial Palace the taxes Durga Bratz failed to pay, along with the opportunity cost of elevating your status, the glory of a new family will be passed down to future generations. Well. Ian's eyebrows rose slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. In short, it meant he was a lord on probation. If he made the payment within the allotted time, he could continue in his position without issue. Failure, however, would place everything under the Imperial Palace's control, all of Ian's assets, including his very status. That concludes His Imperial Majesty's message. A formal investiture ceremony will be held at the Imperial Palace at the end of the year. If you agree to these terms, present yourself at the capital at the appointed time. At the investiture ceremony, he would be granted a new surname and could officially declare his family's crest, among other things. Ian nodded subtly. Was there no mention of the deadline for this payment? It will be 1 year from the date of the investiture ceremony. The total amount to be repaid is 10,000 gold coins. Gah! A startled gasp escaped from one of the servants. It was likely the first time they had ever heard of such an astronomical sum 10,000 gold coins. How could anyone possibly amass that kind of wealth, especially considering it was in addition to the regular annual taxes? Chelonia carefully rolled up the scroll and handed it to Ian. You do, of course, have the right to refuse. Absolutely not. It is His Imperial Majesty's command, and he truly meant it. The scroll included the phrase, opportunity cost of elevating your status. This was almost certainly a reference to the possibility of demoting Ian, a mana user, to the status of a bound slave. Refusing the appointment would be the same as pleading to be enslaved. Even fleeing to the Great Desert would offer no escape, not if the Imperial Palace was determined to hunt him down. I accept with the utmost gratitude. The investiture ceremony will coincide with the New Year's celebration. Further details regarding the schedule will be sent separately. Please prepare the family crest you wish to have officially recognized. The surname was bestowed by the Emperor. Ian had no say in that. Yes, I understand. Congratulations, Viscount Ian. Though not yet formally proclaimed, the Emperor's decree had effectively reached him. Chelonia inclined her head slightly towards Ian, offering her congratulations. And one more matter. She paused, carefully selecting her next words. Yes, is Sir Malin well? Being of similar age and belonging to the same administrative branch, they were undoubtedly colleagues of many years. Romandrome's report had confirmed a conflict between Ian and Malin, but it lacked any mention of Malin's current condition, leading to Chelonia's understandable concern. He is perfectly well. I will now convey, not the order of His Imperial Majesty, but that of His Highness, Second Prince Chell. She stepped forward from the carriage and produced another scroll from within her robes. With a flourish, she unrolled it, secure the custody of Malin, Mac, and Degore and return with them. Chelonia held her head high, her gaze demanding immediate compliance. Ian, arms crossed, simply stared back at her. What are you waiting for? I should be asking you that. What are you doing? Her eyebrows drew together in a slight frown at his unexpected defiance. He should be bowing low, eager to obey, yet here he was, questioning her. But Ian's next words contained information that surprised even Romandrome. His Imperial Majesty is like the sun. Just as the sun moves ceaselessly, the carriage should minimize its stops. And just as there is only one sun in the sky, only His Majesty's command should be delivered. Surely, Administrator, you must be aware of this. No extraneous matters could be appended to the Emperor's command. An imperial decree had to be delivered in its pure form, without any additional conditions or riders. This was a long-standing, inviolable protocol of the Imperial Palace, so why was she attaching Chell's order? This is a truly egregious breach of protocol. Administrator, you must be well aware that you could be dismissed if His Imperial Majesty were to learn of this. Romandrome, standing beside him, shifted uneasily, his eyes darting about. Is that true, Ian? It's the most fundamental rule. Were you not aware, Sir Romandrome? I've never had the occasion to receive a direct order from His Imperial Majesty. Unless it was a matter of utmost importance, the delivery of imperial decrees was typically handled by the council. There were rarely instances requiring delivery to such a remote location. This was an unspoken rule that Ian knew from his past life, a life where he had once held the very title of emperor. Chelonia's expression remained rigid. How could a lowborn bastard from the borderlands know such a thing? Most nobles wouldn't be aware of this unless they were particularly interested in courtly matters. She hadn't anticipated that he would know and challenge her so directly. She momentarily considered how to respond, but Ian preempted her. This appears to be a grave act of disrespect towards His Imperial Majesty and Prince Mariv, Administrator Chelonia. I can confirm that Malin and his associates are unharmed, but I cannot go beyond that. Protocol aside, Malin and his group were loyal followers of the enemy. There was no guarantee they wouldn't turn on him again like vipers in the grass. Are the Magic Corps and the administrative branch as well aligned with Chell? Or is it only Malin and Chelonia? Whatever the case, I regret to say I cannot release those three. Ian studied Chelonia's face, his own expression resolute. Chell had apparently attempted to take responsibility and retrieve them, but no one could lay a hand on them until Mariv issued a direct order. Viscount Ian, this is an exceptional circumstance. Exceptional in what way? And please bear in mind, everything you say now is being heard by everyone present. Choose your words carefully. One lie leads to another. Ian nodded slightly, urging her to continue. He was so knowledgeable about the protocols of delivering imperial decrees, he would surely know even more. Chelonia bit her lower lip, struggling to conceal her frustration. First, let us confirm the well-being of Malin and his associates. This will, of course, be reported to the Imperial Palace. By all means, I will show you the way. Barik, right away, sir. The carriage has been delayed long enough. We should make haste, Administrator Chelonia. Chelonia, ignoring Ian, strode towards the main building. As Ian prepared to follow, he caught sight of the servants lined up, their eyes fixed on him. Their gazes sparkled, bright as stars. They whispered amongst themselves, their teeth clenched as if practicing ventriloquism. Congratulations, Lord Ian. Good heavens, you've become a noble. This is truly unbelievable. They say Lord Ian is to receive the title of Viscount. A Viscount. My word, isn't that above a baron? They celebrated Ian's elevation in rank with one voice. It signified the normalization of Bratz, their hometown, and guaranteed the continued security of their employment at the manor. Ian smiled, acknowledging their gratitude, and followed Chelonia towards the underground prison. This way, Chelonia's pace quickened at Barrick's guidance, but Ian's voice stopped her short. Refrain from any imprudent conversation. What? Malin is suspected of colluding with external forces to have me assassinated. Now that I have been appointed lord, I possess the authority to detain Malin for my own protection. It was a thinly veiled threat, any misstep, and he would have them killed. Chelonia felt a growing sense of unease, her carefully laid plans unraveling. The scenario she had envisioned for the past 2 weeks was nothing like this. I feel like I'm constantly being checked. There was a simple solution in such situations: silence. Chelonia stared straight ahead, maintaining her silence. Ian, after a brief, assessing glance, instructed the Chunryeo tribesmen. Open the door. Creak. The door swung open, releasing a wave of unfamiliar, musty air. Despite daily cleaning, the lack of windows made the damp odor unavoidable. Malin, Chelonia, Administrator Chelonia, what brings you here? No, wait, get us out of here. That good-for-nothing scoundrel has. Mac, who had been shouting about their unjust imprisonment, trailed off upon seeing Chelonia's attire. It was the formal regalia worn when delivering imperial decrees. At this particular time, an imperial decree could only mean one thing: don't tell me that bastard Ian received the appointment as lord. Silence was the only answer to Mac's despairing question. Malin sat in his chair, his fingers gently pressing against his eyelids. From their perspective, it was the worst possible outcome. Everything was going wrong, a tangled mess with no sign of unraveling. Is His Highness Jill well? Ha ha ha. Ian, overhearing Malin's question, let out a burst of laughter. It echoed so clearly and brightly that Chelonia could only stare at him in bewildered confusion. You see, he's eating well, sleeping soundly, and attending to all his needs, even while worrying about others. It's quite comfortable, apart from the absence of windows. What greater luxury could one ask for, especially when accused of masterminding an assassination? Chelonia couldn't refute Ian's words. Although they were unkempt, there were no signs of torture or mistreatment. The cell was surprisingly spacious, furnished with all the necessities. It was difficult to believe it was a prison. If you have something to say, say it. And Sir Mac, as you correctly surmised, as of this moment, I am Viscount Ian. I expect you to address me appropriately. There was a vast difference between being the offspring of a noble family and inheriting a noble title. Ian had become the one responsible for the territory, and he was warning them to show him the respect he was due. Failure to do so could result in charges of lèse-majesté. Viscount, Ian, I would like to have a private word with you. Chelonia, who had been observing the situation, interjected with a plea, but Ian's answer was already decided. Oh, I must decline. A cacophony erupted from outside. Ian's going to be the new lord. Congratulations, Lord Ian. A toast. Hey you there, Chunryeo. Less brooding, more drinking. Viscount, is it? Huh, guess we'll have to get used to that. News of Ian's appointment had spread like wildfire, drawing the territory's residents out in droves. The night blurred into a festival. Ian watched from the window, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chelonia had departed without a proper conversation with Malin. Only a look heavy with shared history had passed between them. Damn it all. While everyone else, including Ian, celebrated, Romandro nursed his wine, a frown etched on his face. The bottle popped open and he shook it absently. The Viscount title, I can understand that. The territory's too big for a baron, but a count would have been overkill. Besides, most of the borderlands were effectively run by counts, regardless of their actual title. It was the rank just below the dukes and marquises, who were of royal blood, the minimum requirement for acknowledging their autonomy. Viscount of the Borderlands, it sounds strange, but 10,000 gold coins in a year. Anyone who so much as glanced at Bratz's tax reports would know that's impossible. They knew. He couldn't fathom the Emperor's reasoning, but whoever had proposed this condition had undoubtedly done so expecting Ian to fail, and that was most likely Gale. Bratz's annual taxes are around 10,000, aren't they? And now they want another 10,000. How can they demand double? The Emperor is heartless. Doesn't he realize the people of Bratz exist before his power plays? Romandro fumed, his gaze softening as he looked at Ian. The celebrating residents were oblivious, but this was akin to savoring a year of sweetness before being sold into slavery. At least if he'd lived it up as a proper lord, he'd have no regrets. And that wasn't the end of it. He'd undoubtedly be registered as a mana operator and placed under mage management during the appointment ceremony. 3, maybe 4 months. That's all the time he'll have to relax here. About that until the new year. No, 3 or 4 months is nothing. He's been busting his ass rebuilding this place. Maybe he'll get a month to rest after the first snowfall. Why are you getting so worked up, Romandro? Ian refilled his wine glass, a gesture meant to soothe him. Regardless, I've achieved my goal of becoming lord here. We should enjoy the moment while we can. Bang, Ian, Barrick burst through the door, shouting. His flushed face could have been from excitement or alcohol, it was impossible to tell. He barreled through several Chunryeo tribesmen as he entered. "Pig, let's hunt a pig. I told you he won't let us barrack." "Aw, come on, just asking." "Fine, it's a special occasion." "Go on, yes, see, I told you." Crash, Barrick roared and charged back out. Kakintir and Nursarn appeared, their faces split by wide grins as they approached Ian. "Congratulations, Lord Ian." "Ah, things have turned out very well. Better than expected." "Yes, to put it mildly, yes, hahaha." It was a day that confirmed their decision to back Ian, setting Durga aside, had been the correct one. Now they would no longer be considered mere barbarians, but allies, and they would achieve economic and cultural growth to match. This place was practically the welcome gate to Barial. "May I see the Emperor's decree?" "Of course." Ian unfolded the scroll Silonia had bestowed. At the very bottom, neatly written, was the name of the current emperor, Klein Verosian. "I don't get it." Ian mulled over the name, but nothing came to mind. It was an era of chaos. Countless emperors had come and gone in a single century. It was hardly surprising. Even he had only served 3 years before stepping down. What is it? Nothing. It was the emperor's seal that had caught his eye. It was subtly different in size from the one he remembered. He thought it might be a trick of the light, but the more he traced it with his fingertip, the clearer the difference became. This was the seal he'd stamped every single day. He could picture it perfectly, even with his eyes closed. This subtle discrepancy was deeply unsettling. Is the seal different? But that was impossible. The emperor's seal had been passed down for over 1,000 years, since the founding of the nation. He'd never heard of it being lost, and even if it had, I would know. Ian couldn't shake off his confusion. He continued to examine the seal, his certainty and doubt warring within him. There was only one conclusion. The seal had been changed. But why? How? Romandro, watching from the side, spoke up. "You'll wear it out. Is something wrong?" "Well, now that you're a viscount, I'm not sure how to address you," Romandro mumbled, glancing nervously at Kakintir. He hadn't thought about it when they were alone, but the presence of an outsider brought the reality crashing down. Viscount Ian was, in every respect, his superior. "It's not official yet. Please relax, but is that really all right? Of course, you don't have a family name after all." "Ha, I can't wait for winter. I never imagined I'd be heading to the capital before the New Year's meeting. I need to write to my wife." Romandro's voice was brimming with excitement. He'd thought he'd barely make it past the new year, so it was natural to be thrilled that his mission would be completed sooner. Kakintir also announced his intention to return. "We're planning to gradually reduce the number of Chunryeo warriors here. It's getting colder and they miss the Great Desert." "Ah, so you're returning." "I will be soon. Nursarn will remain here for a while longer." It clearly hadn't been a mutual decision. Nursarn, standing behind them, looked as though he might faint from terror. Given their sensitivity to the cold, the concept of snow likely held a terrifying significance for them. "Speaking of which, I heard the capital demanded 10,000 gold coins." "That's correct. Will you be able to manage that?" "I'd help if I could, but that's beyond our capabilities. I could offer you 10,000 enemy heads, though." It was a joke, but it didn't sound like one. It didn't seem entirely impossible for them. Ian raised his wine glass, a gesture of reassurance. "It's not a problem. They aren't demanding it immediately. They've given me a year. It only took me a couple of months to rise from the Great Desert to becoming a lord. Life could change in the blink of an eye, so 10,000 gold coins. A year was ample time. Besides, his primary goal was to reach the imperial palace. He couldn't predict what would happen afterward, which meant there was no point in worrying. Indeed, the gods don't present unsolvable problems. Once you're in the capital, you'll find another opportunity. I believe so too." Ian drained his glass and glanced out the window. The residents were still celebrating, showing no signs of fatigue despite the late hour. It seemed the ravaged territory needed a spark of life. Everyone was having such a good time. "Oh, Ian, now that you've received your letter of appointment, shouldn't you inform the neighboring territories?" "Neighboring." At Romandro's words, Ian looked at Kakintir. "The closest one was right here." And then, "Ah, yes, of course, the remaining one was Mariloff. He'd sent a letter of protest regarding the assassination attempt, but there had been no reply. It was a level of disregard he'd never encountered before. I'll write to Mariloff. Now that the official letter of appointment has arrived, I expect a response." "What? That bastard received a title." "The letter just arrived, my lord." "Preposterous. The world's gone mad. A brothel-born lowlife pretending to be a noble." "We must send a reply of congratulations, but we are behind on replies due to the previous letter." He was referring to the news of Ian's attack, sent under Romandro's name. Mariloff had scoffed at it at the time. If Ian had sent it directly, he would have accused him of killing Mariloff's people and turned the situation on its head. But since it was from Romandro, he'd simply ignored it. "Don't bother. Just have a servant relay the message. It's a waste of paper and ink." "Yes, my lord." His arrogance was absolute. Even with a formal noble appointment, he should at least treat Ian as a neighboring lord. They were rivals, but in the borderlands they were ultimately reliant on each other. The butler resigned himself to writing and sending the reply himself. Count Mariloff tossed the letter aside and continued reviewing documents, summarizing the territory's profits before winter. "Butler," Count Mariloff suddenly asked, a flicker of curiosity in his voice. Has there been any word from Bratz regarding food supplies? No, my lord. I haven't received any correspondence on that matter. Strange. The harvest was worse than last year's, and even Mariloff, who had prepared to some extent, was seeing warning signs. Thankfully, foreign merchant caravans were expected to stay longer during the winter, but he wondered what that Ian fellow was planning to do without any communication. Is he planning to eat corpses? Tusk, tusk. Count Mariloff suppressed a chuckle and flipped through the documents. The butler bowed and exited to the hallway, where the Countess was waving her fan, signaling him to approach. Madam, what is it? I heard a letter arrived from Bratz. Yes, it was news of Lord Ian's official appointment as Viscount. Oh, the Countess let out a small, surprised exclamation. What did the Count say? About the reply, of course. The butler hesitated, unable to give a straight answer. He was planning to write it himself. The Countess, understanding his predicament, smiled and nodded. Please take care of it. And separately, I believe we should send a gift. Open the private vault. The Count's permission. At the butler's words, Mariloff's wife snapped her fan shut. The airy, meaningless smile instantly vanished. I'm on my way to get it now. You really don't need to go to such lengths, madam. The butler tried to dissuade her. The Count had already abandoned any thought of replying. He couldn't risk trouble over a gift. But the Countess firmly brushed him aside. Thwack, it must be done. With those ominous words, the Countess entered the office.